Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter declared war on the corrupt wizarding elite. Here is short summary. Rescued by the Grangers, Harry's life changes forever when a mysterious soul bond with Hermione uncovers truths that challenge the wizarding world's foundations. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry has been rescued by the Grangers, but the first time they touched Harry and Hermione fell unconscious. "Albus, are you there?" called ahead from the green glowing fire in the office of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the revered headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus, immediately concerned, an elderly gentleman with a long white beard got up from his desk and walked to the fireplace and asked urgently, "Arabella, has something happened?" "Yes," the woman's face answered. "I don't really know what exactly, but Harry was taken away in a police car." "Why? Do you know where?" "I don't know any more than that, but another, ordinary car was following them." "Thank you, Arabella. Stay there in case he comes back. I'll handle it from here." But as he settled himself back into his chair behind his desk, for perhaps the first time in many years, Albus Dumbledore had no idea what to do. He wasn't the only one. In the hospital, the doctors were at a loss to know why the two children had suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness. They'd rushed another trolley to Hermione and lifted her onto it, but as they moved her away, both children had begun to gag and have difficulty breathing. After attempting that 3 times, they had moved Hermione's trolley back next to Harry and the two children slowly began to recover their color. The head of the team of doctors who had ended up caring for Harry and Hermione turned to Mr. and Mrs. Granger and finally decided what to say. "Both of them seem stable for now. I'm not going to try to fool you. You've probably gathered that we have no idea what caused them to collapse like that. There appears to be nothing wrong with your daughter and none of the boys' injuries could cause anything like this. All we can do is keep them both in for observation overnight and then we take it from there." "But why do they seem to have trouble breathing every time you separated them?" "Mr. Granger, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it and nor have any of the other staff here." A thin angry-looking woman came bursting in at that moment. "What's going on? Where's my husband? What lies has that boy been telling you?" The doctor turned to the woman and asked, "And who are you, may I ask?" "Petunia Dursley. His aunt. He lives with us." "Well, Mrs. Dursley, he hasn't been telling us anything. But my report will say he has been abused and neglected for a long time. If you want your husband, I suggest you go and see him at the police station." With a look of hatred, Petunia Dursley turned, sniffed, and stormed out of the ward. Just as confused as the doctors was Mafalda Hopkirk and her staff in the improper use of magic office in the Ministry of Magic. A tremendous burst of magic had occurred in a Muggle hospital in Surrey, south of London. Unable to ascertain what had caused it, she had immediately alerted the duty Auror in the Magical Law Enforcement Office. "I'll go, just to see what's going on," said one of the Auror team that had immediately been summoned to the office. "Be careful," said his colleague. Using a disillusionment charm to stay invisible, the Auror apparated to the hospital and quickly detected the source of the magical outburst. It appeared to have come from 2 young children and had happened in the presence of a full medical team. When most of the team had finally moved away, he crept closer to examine the 2 children. There didn't appear to be anything unusual about them until something made him take a second glance at the boy's face. There was some mark under his hair. Hoping nobody would see the hair move, he brushed the hair away from the boy's forehead and saw the scar he would have recognized anywhere. Not even realizing that he had actually knocked one of the nurses over in his haste to get out, he ran outside and apparated back to the ministry. "It's Harry Potter," he gasped. Harry Potter was famous. There had been an evil wizard bent on taking over the country and probably the world. Nobody who opposed him survived, but one night he had gone to a house in the village of Godric's Hollow to kill a family. He had killed the father and the mother, but when he had cast the killing curse on the baby boy, it had rebounded on him and he had never been seen since. The boy, who was left with a strangely shaped scar on his forehead, was called Harry Potter. He had also disappeared that night, secreted away from the wizarding world by the most powerful good wizard of the time, Albus Dumbledore. Not even the Ministry knew where Dumbledore had hidden Harry Potter, and no persuasion had been able to make him tell. "We ought to alert Fudge," said one of the Aurors. Fudge was the current Minister of Magic. "No. Get a message to Dumbledore," said another. "The Minister won't like it." "Who would you rather face when he's angry, Fudge or Dumbledore?" "I'll get Dumbledore. He can decide what to tell the Minister." After a quick call through the fire, called a flow call, Dumbledore himself had jumped into his fireplace and reappeared from the fireplace in the Auror's office. "You found Harry?" he asked urgently. "Yes," said the Auror who'd seen him. "We were investigating an outburst of magic in a Muggle hospital in Surrey. But the magic wasn't just from Harry. It was from a girl as well. And from what I heard the doctors saying, they can't separate them." "What do you mean?" "Just that. Every time they are taken away from each other, they have trouble breathing." The look of shock on Dumbledore's face amazed the Aurors present. Nothing shook the great Albus Dumbledore, victor so many years ago over the previous Dark Lord and the leading figure in the Wizengamot, the nearest thing the wizarding world in Britain has to a parliament. As well as that he was a powerful figure in the international wizarding world. But shocked he was. He simply gasped and said, "It can't be." The other Aurors stood waiting for instructions. "Tell nobody. I will investigate this myself. Then we'll need a team to obliviate the Muggles." "Yes, sir," said the senior Auror, glad that someone else was now taking the decisions on this case. As Dumbledore walked out, one of the junior Aurors said to the senior Auror, "Don't you think we ought to tell the Minister?" Dumbledore said, "Tell nobody. If you want to go against Dumbledore, that's up to you." The junior Auror shut up. Dumbledore walked to one of the apparition stations in the Ministry, as it was not possible to apparate to her from just anywhere within the Ministry for security reasons. A fraction of a second later, he was outside the hospital and quickly transfiguring his cloak into something more like the clothes he saw the Muggles wearing. Walking into the hospital, he began to head to where he could feel the magic coming from. "Sir," a woman called, "you'll have to check in here." "Oh, I'm sorry," he said to the bored-looking receptionist. "I am looking for a boy who was brought in a while ago in a police car." "Huh? Oh, a police car. Oh, yes. Can I ask your name please?" "Albus Dumbledore." "And are you family?" "Not exactly. Family visiting only, I'm afraid. I represent his parents, who are dead." "Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the social worker is in that office over there." "Social worker?" he asked, confused. The woman looked at him strangely. "The one who is responsible for him now. You'll have to see her. Over there, you say." He walked to the office the woman had pointed out and knocked, but there was no reply. Seeing that the receptionist wasn't watching, he turned and walked to the source of the magic. He saw the two children lying on the two casualty trolleys, almost side by side, and couldn't help a slight smile. He noticed a worried-looking couple sitting beside the girl, but ignored them for a moment as he approached the still unconscious boy and said simply, "Hello, Harry." The woman looked up at him. "You know Harry?" Dumbledore smiled. "Well, I was a good friend of his parents, but it's been a long time since I've seen Harry." "Obviously not that good a friend," commented Mr. Granger. "I'm sorry. Didn't a good friend of his parents ever think to check on how he was?" Dumbledore was puzzled. "After his parents were died, I took him to live with his only relatives, so I don't understand what you mean." "Some relatives," the other man retorted, but whatever else he was going to say was lost as his daughter began to stir. "Mum. Dad," the girl mumbled. Her two parents got up, and while her father took her hand, her mother stroked her daughter's forehead. "We're here, darling. What happened?" "You just fainted," her father replied. "I don't faint," the girl denied, her voice a little more forceful. "What's the last thing you can remember?" Dumbledore asked. The girl looked at him. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Harry's," he explained. "Harry doesn't have any friends," the girl snapped, angry, now sitting up. "Friends don't let him half-starve to death, get beaten up every day, or shut in a cupboard for hours on end." Dumbledore recoiled, partly from the girl's obvious anger and partly from the shock at what she'd said. "Is this true?" he asked the girl's parents. Mr. Granger nodded. "He's covered in bruises and the doctor said he's grossly underweight." "Hermione, that's my little girl's name." "I'm not a little girl," Hermione insisted. Hermione found where Harry had been living, in a dirty cupboard under the stairs. So I'd say your choice of guardians left a little to be desired. Dumbledore walked to be beside the boy and pulled down the sheet covering him. The sight made him take a sharp breath. Without a second thought he pulled out his wand and muttered something. The others watched, astounded, as the boy's bruises faded into nothing. Harry, it's time to wake up now, Dumbledore spoke in a gentle voice, waving his wand lightly over the boy. Harry stirred, then squinted his eyes at the bright hospital lights. Hermione. He mumbled, still only half awake. Don't go. I'm right here, said Hermione. Startled at her voice, Harry opened his eyes wide and turned to look at her. You're real. But I was dreaming about you. Really? Asked Dumbledore. And what were you dreaming? I can't remember. Who are you, sir? Just a friend, Dumbledore replied, while Mr. Granger snorted at his description of himself. I told you. Harry doesn't have any friends, Hermione argued. Harry looked ashamed. Hermione immediately sensed that she'd said something wrong. Harry, it's not your fault. I'm a freak, Harry said sadly. That's why nobody likes me. You're not a freak, cried Hermione, beginning to cry with frustration. And I like you. Who told you that you were a freak, Harry? Asked Mrs. Granger. My uncle and aunt. That's what they always call me. Dumbledore sighed. When I sent you live with them, I thought Petunia at least would love you for Lily's sake. Without warning, Hermione flew at the elderly professor as if she wanted to scratch his eyes out. Startled, he gave a quick flick of his wand and Hermione was lying back on the bed. Don't touch her, Harry screamed. He didn't, Hermione assured him. Then she turned back to Dumbledore and asked, how did you do that? Magic, smiled Dumbledore. There's no such thing as magic, said Harry. Who's Lily? Asked Hermione. Dumbledore smiled again. You don't miss a thing, do you, Hermione? I think you're going to be a very bright witch one day. She's not a witch. She's nice, cried Harry. You don't even know what a witch is. Asked Dumbledore. It's worse than I thought. I'll explain it to you later, but first I have to take you back to the Dursleys. No, cried Hermione. Over my dead body, said Mr. Granger. Anyway, I think you'll find nobody at home right now. They're at the police station, being interviewed for abusing Harry. This complicates matters. How can you say you're a friend of Harry's and want to send him back to those people? Asked Hermione, looking at her father wondering if she dare use another word and deciding that she daren't. There are other factors you don't understand, said Dumbledore. I don't care. Well, if Harry can't go back to the Dursleys tonight, he'll have to go home with you, just for tonight. He can't, pointed out Mrs. Granger. The doctors want them both to stay in overnight, then Harry has to go to a home with social services. No, we can't have that. Too many people to remember, said Dumbledore. And anyway, we can't separate them. They had trouble breathing when the doctors tried, Mr. Granger added. Really? Very curious. Yes. Please excuse me. I want to go and check on something. I will be back shortly. Without another word, Dumbledore walked out. Who is that man? Asked Hermione. I have no idea, her father answered. Well, he's not taking Harry back to the Dursleys. I won't have it. Mr. Granger smiled at his daughter's unaccustomed passionate statement. Deep in the Department of Mysteries was a room entitled Magical Contracts. It contained just 5 items. A table, a chair, a quill, a bottle of ink and a large, rather dusty book with the title, Record of Magical Bonds, 1546, the end date was left blank. It was to this book that Professor Dumbledore went. He quickly flicked through the pages, past the records of centuries of marital bonds, life debts, unbreakable vows until he came to page for that day's date. Clearly written in the somewhat old-fashioned style the quill used, were the words, Harry James Potter and Hermione Jean Granger. Soul bond. Frowning, the professor closed the book. Yes, he said to himself. This certainly does complicate matters. Before he left the ministry, Professor Dumbledore made a quick flow call to the ministry's Department of Muggle Relations, then he once again walked to the apparition station and instantly appeared outside the hospital. Looking far more relaxed than he felt, he walked into the cubicle containing Harry, Hermione and her parents. You will shortly be given permission to take both Harry and Hermione home. I think it's best that they are out of here as quickly as possible. Do you? Replied Mr. Granger, amazed at the older man's arrogance. Unperturbed by the tone, the professor simply asked mildly, "Don't you want to be able to help Harry?" "Of course, but you can't just go around. Whatever Mr. Granger was going to say was lost as a doctor walked in at that moment. The doctor's face went slightly blank for a moment, then he said, "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, isn't it?" "Yes." "Okay. Both children have been cleared to go home. Once Harry is dressed you can go." Before either of the Grangers could reply, the doctor had simply turned and walked away. "You did something," said Hermione to Professor Dumbledore. "I saw you. You flicked your hand and you were muttering something." "Did I really?" Hermione looked suspiciously at the smile on the old man's face. "I don't trust you." For the first time, Professor Dumbledore actually felt happier about the situation. "Yes," he said to himself. "You might do very well." At that moment the social worker returned. "Why didn't you tell me you were both already on the approved list of foster parents?" she asked Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger couldn't keep the look of surprise off of his face for a moment, then he glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who simply winked at him. I didn't realize the approval had come through," he replied, realizing that the woman was expecting a reply. "Oh, you didn't get the letter we always send out?" "Oh, well, never mind. It makes things easier. I'm sure your daughter will be glad to know that this means that you can take Harry, for now at least. But it doesn't mean that you can necessarily keep him. You're coming with us," Hermione almost screamed. "Perhaps we should allow Harry to get dressed in peace," suggested Professor Dumbledore, so they all left the cubicle. Hermione didn't want to go far, so she waited just outside the curtains while Harry got dressed. With the bruising almost gone thanks to Dumbledore's earlier healing spell, Harry was able to walk easily without any pain, and when they reached the Grangers' car, the professor simply said, "And now I will leave you. I will see you tomorrow evening at your home. Goodbye." He had simply walked away and turned a corner when Mrs. Granger remembered, "But he doesn't know where we live." Hermione ran after him to tell him their address, and Harry ran with her, but when they turned the corner the professor had gone. "He's gone," said Hermione. "But that's impossible. There's no way out this way." "There must be," said her father, but when he came to check he was amazed to see that Hermione was correct. That part of the car park had a high fence on two sides and the bare wall of the hospital building on another side, leaving just the side facing their car, where he had walked into that area. The strange man had simply disappeared into thin air. When they returned to the car, Hermione got in the back with Harry, instead of insisting on having the front passenger seat so that she could navigate more easily, which she usually did. "Harry," asked Mrs. Granger, "are you feeling well enough for some shopping on the way home?" "Yes, Mrs. Granger." "Good. I hadn't noticed before, but those clothes are nothing but huge old rags. Would you mind if we buy you some new clothes?" "Me? You don't have to do that." Harry looked ashamed. "Harry," Hermione said sharply. "You have nothing to be ashamed of." The rest of the drive home was a long one and Mr. Granger pulled into a service station on the motorway. Harry and Hermione had fallen asleep on the back seat and Mrs. Granger shook them to wake them up. Harry woke up startled and frightened. "I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia. I'll make breakfast now." Then he realized he wasn't at home. "Sorry we had to wake you," explained Mr. Granger. "But I need something to eat and to rest a while before we go on." "I haven't any money," objected Harry. "Can I just stay in the car?" "Don't worry," Mr. Granger replied. "This is our treat." "Okay." The food in the service station wasn't up to much, but when Harry had finished eating, he pushed his plate away a little and said, "Thank you. That was the best meal I've ever had." The three Grangers looked at each other, startled, and Mr. Granger's eyes narrowed with anger. Seeing the worried look on Harry's face, Mrs. Granger quickly assured him that her husband was not angry with him. When they finally reached a big hypermarket near the Grangers' home, Mr. Granger opted to stay in the car while his wife and daughter took Harry inside to get him some clothes. Harry couldn't believe the growing pile of clothes Mrs. Granger was picking out, with help from Hermione. The moment they arrived home, Hermione wanted to show Harry the spare bedroom. "You can sleep in here for now," said Mrs. Granger, who had followed Hermione and Harry upstairs. "It isn't much, but it's brilliant." "All this for me?" asked Harry, looking at the small bare room, empty except for a bed. After a moment's hesitation as she tried to keep her composure, Mrs. Granger said, "I'll make up the bed for you." "I can do it," volunteered Harry. "That's okay. You and Hermione can bring your things up." "Oh, and Hermione. Show Harry where the bathroom is." After Harry was changed into his new pajamas, Mrs. Granger made them all a hot chocolate and they went to bed, the older Grangers relieved that the earlier need for Harry and Hermione to be so close together seemed to have gone. The next morning Harry got up early and went down to the kitchen. He was worried. How was he to prepare breakfast when he didn't know where anything was? He didn't even know what the Grangers liked for breakfast. He looked in the fridge but couldn't see any bacon, though there were some eggs. Perhaps eggs on toast would be enough. The frying pan was hanging up a little too high for him to reach, so he had to jump and try to grab it off of its hook. He reached it on the third attempt, but instead of grabbing it, he'd only managed to knock it off and it went crashing to the floor, just missing his head on the way. Harry froze. He'd faced the wrath of the Dursleys when he'd accidentally done something to wake them up. He didn't think the Grangers would be as bad, but the door opened and Harry backed away, frightened. "Harry, what are you doing down here?" asked Mrs. Granger. "I'm sorry. I was just trying to cook breakfast and it fell." "Trying to cook breakfast?" asked Mrs. Granger, amazed. Then she asked gently, "Do you cook breakfast at home?" "I do all the cooking. It's my chore," explained Harry. "Well, you don't have to cook here," Mrs. Granger assured him, shocked that someone would leave something as potentially dangerous as cooking to an unsupervised 7-year-old, especially one as small and weak-looking as Harry. Realizing that Harry had spoken again, she said, "Sorry, Harry." "What was that?" "I said, what shall I do?" asked Harry. "I'm good at cleaning or weeding." Then he added, "But Aunt Petunia says I don't pay enough attention though as I sometimes pull out a plant instead of a weed. I'm no good at repairing clothes though, I keep pricking myself with the needle and Aunt Petunia gets cross because the blood stains the clothes." Mrs. Granger didn't know how she kept herself together as a mixture of sadness for Harry and anger at the Dursleys threatened to overwhelm her. Remembering Harry's fearful look when her husband had been angry the day before, she forced herself to remain calm and merely said quietly, "Harry, you are our guest. You don't have to do anything." "Okay," said Harry, his face suddenly looking so sad that she wondered what she'd said wrong to upset him. She suspected that he wouldn't tell her if she asked, but she didn't have time anyway as rapid pounding down the stairs announced the arrival of her over-energetic daughter, who had obviously woken up. As she did most mornings, Hermione came in to hug her mother and then turned and gave an equally warm hug to Harry, who was obviously startled and a little embarrassed by Hermione's enthusiasm. Mrs. Granger had to smile, wondering what everyone else who knew the quiet, studious girl that was her daughter would have thought if they'd seen her at home, full of enthusiasm and energy. After breakfast, Mrs. Granger began doing all the laundry they had brought back home with them from their holiday and, not wanting 2 children under her feet, gave Hermione the money to take the bus into town. "Okay," Hermione quickly agreed, running up the stairs. "I have a book I need to take back to the library." As Hermione came running back down with the book, Mrs. Granger said, "Don't make Harry spend all morning in the library. Show him around a bit, okay?" Hermione rolled her eyes. Seeing them half walk, half run down the garden path towards the bus stop, Mrs. Granger had to smile. Was it actually possible that Hermione might actually have found a friend? If he did stay with them, she hoped that Harry didn't get bored with Hermione like all the other children did. Sometimes she wished that Hermione wasn't quite so clever, she might be happier. Hermione took Harry to the library first, persuading the librarian to make out a ticket for Harry to the junior section, explaining that he was her new foster brother. After an unusually brief visit for Hermione to the library, Hermione had decided that it was her job to show Harry as much as possible of the new town. When they arrived home, slightly late, for lunch, her mother asked her what they'd been doing. "I got Harry a library card, then we went to the school office as it's open for a few hours a day in the holidays." "Why did you go there?" "To find out how you can enroll Harry in school, Mum," Hermione said in the tone of voice her mother was only too well aware meant that her daughter thought she was being slow on the uptake. "Then we went to the sports center, and I've got the form to add Harry to our family membership card. We went to the bus station to get a photo for his card before we came home. And we had some ice cream, then I showed Harry where we'd buy his school uniform and then. Hermione. You were supposed to be entertaining Harry, not frog marching the poor boy around town organizing his life for him. Hermione looked hurt at that, but her expression quickly changed as Harry said, "It was great, Mrs. Granger, honest." Mrs. Granger smiled. "You're looking a little tired, Harry. I think you two had better do something indoors after lunch." A few hours later she peeked into the lounge to see Hermione happily watching television and Harry fast asleep in a chair. If Harry was having the happiest day he could remember, Professor Dumbledore wasn't. Unusually for him, he hadn't been able to sleep all night worrying. He had been so sure that leaving Harry with the Dursleys had been the right thing to do. It was the only way to ensure the continued protection of the blood sacrifice his mother had made. Lily Evans, later Lily Potter, had been such a warm-hearted and generous-spirited person that he had ignored Professor McGonagall's warning that the Dursleys were the worst sort of muggles, unable to believe that a sister of Lily Potter could possibly have been so vindictive. He'd always meant to check on Harry, but somehow, there had always been something more urgent to do. To see James and Lily's young son, lying hurt in the hospital ward made him feel like he had failed them and Harry badly. The physical injuries were nothing serious, and could be healed easily. The professor doubted that the same applied to the emotional injuries. But if Harry left the Dursleys' home for good, how long would it be before he was found and killed, him and those who took him in? The professor promised himself that he would take action to protect Harry from the Dursleys, but the bitter fact remained, whether he liked it or not, Harry had to return to the Dursleys. Then there was this new factor. The soul bond with the girl. A soul bond forming that early was rare though not completely unheard of, and he still wasn't sure what the implications would be. In a soul bond between adults, the need to be together in the early stages was paramount, but it had never been so strong that they couldn't live if they were separated. This was uncharted territory. If circumstances weren't so serious he'd have had to smile at the girl's outspoken defensiveness towards Harry. Harry needed someone like that. If Harry had to return to the Dursleys, what would happen with the girl? What was her name again? Hermione something. Yes, Hermione Granger. He thought she'd be a force to reckon with in the future. Her father seemed a strong, forceful character, but if necessary, normally he could be obliviated, not that the professor liked obliviating muggles. Hermione was another matter. If she had a soul bond with Harry, obliviation wouldn't work anyway, and if it did, the risk of trying to obliviate a soul bond was too great. So obliviation was out of the question, then. His task was how to return Harry to the Dursleys, ensure that he was safe and try to cope with the effects of that decision on their soul bond. Merlin himself would be worrying. By morning the professor was tired. Not just from lack of sleep, but tired of always having to be the one to come up with the answers. He wasn't looking forward to the reaction from Harry and the older Grangers when he told them that Harry must go back, but Hermione's reaction was totally unpredictable. He would have to get to know this young girl. The prophecy hadn't mentioned her, but now she was almost as involved as Harry. It was going to be a long evening. It was exactly 7 o'clock when the doorbell rang and Hermione raced to answer it. "Good evening, Hermione. May I come in?" "Yes, sir," she replied to the elderly professor. Something about him this evening spoke of kindly authority, and after seeing the effect he had had in the hospital the day before on the doctors, she slightly regretted the tone she had taken with him before. "Good evening, everybody. I realized today that I had committed a major error. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Professor Dumbledore. I was headmaster to both of Harry's parents, and in the future I will be his headmaster too." Mr. Granger looked as if he didn't like that idea at all, but didn't say anything. But everybody noticed the glare he gave the professor and the atmosphere seemed quite chilled. Mrs. Granger broke the ice a little with, "Professor, won't you have a cup of tea, then we can discuss what you came to discuss." "That would be delightful. Thank you." Mrs. Granger swept out of the room, but not before bending down to whisper to her husband, "Behave." Everybody was sure the professor heard it, but he just smiled quietly as he turned to Harry and asked, "And have you had a good day?" "The best. We went to a library in my new school in the sports center." Hermione couldn't help noticing that the beaming smile on Professor Dumbledore's face tightened slightly as Harry spoke about his new school. It wasn't long before Mrs. Granger was back with tea for everyone and she joined her husband, sitting on the sofa. Harry was sitting on the floor, having given up his chair. To the professor. Harry, wouldn't you be more comfortable in a chair? The professor asked. It's okay. Nonsense. Stand up a moment. What followed when Harry stood up was something they would all remember for the rest of their lives. The professor pulled out a short stick, pointed at the space behind Harry, and a comfortable armchair matching the sofa and the other chairs in the room appeared from nowhere. That's better, he said, as if he hadn't even noticed the shocked stares from the others. How did you do that? Asked Hermione, the first to recover. And what's that thing you're holding? Just a little magic, Hermione. And this is a wand. I don't really need it, of course, for a simple spell like that, but it does look more impressive that way, doesn't it? But my uncle says there's no such thing as magic, blurted Harry. He gingerly touched the chair and pushed down on it with his hands before sitting down in it, as if he wasn't sure it was real enough to hold him. The two adults were still too stunned to speak. I would say your uncle was wrong, wouldn't you, Harry? Replied Professor Dumbledore lightly. There was an uncomfortable silence for a minute before the professor spoke again. As you all know, I am here to decide what we are to do with young Harry here. He's staying with us, said Hermione firmly. I wish he could, replied the professor sadly. I really do. But it's essential that he goes back to the Dursleys. Never, said Mrs. Granger, finally finding her voice. Hermione walked over to Harry's chair and, much to his surprise, squeezed in beside him and put her arms around him. I won't let you take him, she insisted. Hermione, there are reasons I cannot explain to you now, but Harry will be in grave danger from others in the magical world if he isn't living at the Dursleys. Hermione screwed her eyes so they were narrow. Why can't you explain to us? I will explain to your parents, Hermione. But you are too young. Professor, began Mr. Granger. If you are taking Harry back to that hellhole, we probably can't stop you. But Harry has a right to know why, and we will tell him and Hermione the moment you have told us. To his surprise, Professor Dumbledore nodded. It is a long story, he warned. We're not going anywhere, said Mr. Granger, in a still decidedly unfriendly tone of voice. Very well. Harry, have you ever noticed any strange things happening around you? I ended up on the school roof once and didn't know how I got there. And when Aunt Petunia cut my hair really short, it grew back by the next morning. It made my uncle furious. That's because you are magical, Harry. Just like me. But I can't do things like this chair. Not yet, Harry. Not yet. But when you are older and come to my school, we will teach you to do many things, some of them much more impressive than simply conjuring a chair. What's Kunyan? Asked Hermione. Conjuration is making something out of nothing, like this chair. It is just one of the things you will study at Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Asked Hermione. At the same time Mrs. Granger asked, Hermione. Yes, Mrs. Granger. Your daughter is also magical, or as we say, a witch. Harry sniggered slightly at the term and Hermione looked offended. It's not an insult, Hermione. Harry and I are both wizards, and a female wizard is a witch. He turned to the older Grangers. I'm sure you have noticed strange unexplained things around your daughter sometimes. Mr. Granger nodded slowly. Normally, you would have been informed about our world on Hermione's 11th birthday, when she would have been invited to come to Hogwarts School the following September. Because of what has happened, I have had to come to explain it. Now, none of this explains why you want to take Harry back to those people, Hermione insisted. You don't miss anything, young lady. I am sure Professor McGonagall will look forward to having you in her class. You will be a fine student. In fact, you remind me a little of Harry's mother when she was a girl. And she is the reason Harry must return to the Dursleys. Something about the way he said that made Harry certain that he really would have to go back to the Dursleys. Up to that point he'd kept hoping that Mr. and Mrs. Granger wouldn't let him go. He shrank back into the chair, not really wanting to listen anymore, but desperate to hear more about his mother. My uncle says my mum and dad were deadbeat drunks. The old man looked sad and wistful for a moment. Your parents were two fine young people, Harry, and you should always remember that and be proud of them. Then why did they die in a car crash because my dad was drunk? The professor's eyes flashed angrily for a moment. Harry, there is no easy way to say this. Your parents did not die in a car crash. They were murdered by a very evil wizard. Can you tell me what happened? Do you really want to know? Yes, please. Something of the desperation in the boy's voice made the professor nod and say, "Okay, Harry. Some years ago, an evil wizard called Voldemort began to attract followers. He hated what we call Muggle-borns, that is wizards or witches with non-magical parents, and he wanted to wipe them out. Your father's family had always opposed this, and your mother was a Muggle-born herself, just like Hermione is. There was a war in the wizarding world and many died. Your parents were part of a group fighting Voldemort and his supporters, as was I. But Voldemort was a powerful wizard, and if he came to kill somebody, they died. He used a killing curse which nothing can defend against. One day, when you were about 15 months old, he went to your house. He killed your father at the door, then walked to your bedroom to kill you, Harry." Mr. Granger was beginning to regret insisting that the professor tell Harry all this, but it was too late now. Your mother begged for him not to kill you and wouldn't get out of the way. So he pushed her aside and killed her. "The curse you mentioned, does it have a green light?" asked Harry. "Yes, Harry. Why? I remember. Sometimes I have nightmares, my mother screaming, 'Not Harry,' and then there's green light and I don't remember anymore." At that Hermione hugged Harry more tightly. "That is the killing curse, Harry. He used it to kill your mother, then to complete the job, he turned it on you. But it bounced back at him and he disappeared and has never been seen since. You are the only person in history to survive the killing curse. You are famous in our world, Harry, as the boy who lived. How did it bounce back? And if Voldemort is dead now, why does Harry have to go back to those people?" asked Hermione. Nobody knows for certain, but it seemed that Harry's mother, in sacrificing herself for Harry, invoked old magic and gave him a protection that Voldemort could not touch. "But Voldemort is dead?" she asked. "No, sadly. He had performed some dark magic so that he could not be completely killed. He will return one day, I am certain. And he still has followers, though they pretend not to be. And that is why Harry must return to the Dursleys." "I don't understand," said Mrs. Granger. "The protection Lily Potter gave to Harry is old blood magic. It continues so long as he is living with a blood relative. The closer the relative, the stronger the protection. Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister, is the only blood relative Harry has. The protection is even stronger than anything I could provide for him. Didn't protect him from the Dursleys, though, did it?" asked Mr. Granger sullenly. "No, it only works against Voldemort and his followers, and for that I am sorry, Harry." "Sorry isn't good enough, if you are sending him back," snapped Hermione. "No, it isn't good enough," the professor agreed, "but even with my magic, I cannot change the mistakes I have made. Harry, your mother was one of the nicest, kindest, most tolerant people I have ever known. I'm afraid that I simply did not believe that anyone who was Lily Potter's sister could be so different. Harry, I promise you, I will not allow you to be mistreated at the Dursleys, again. I give you my word. Do I really have to go back? I wish there was another way to protect you. But Harry, if you don't go back, your mother sacrificing her life for you will have been in vain. She would have died for nothing. When do I have to go?" Harry sighed. "If Hermione's parents don't mind, I can let you stay here for a few weeks, while I make preparations to protect you at the Dursleys." "Of course," said Mrs. Granger. "Can we at least visit Harry?" asked Hermione. "I know it's a long drive, Dad, but sometimes, please." She had tears in her eyes. "Hermione," said Professor Dumbledore. "Leave that to me. Your father won't have to drive and I will make sure that you can visit Harry at least once a week." "Okay." She was still determined not to sound grateful to the old professor. She thought about what he had said, but she didn't have to like it. "Now I must leave you. I will let you know a week before you must return, Harry, so you won't have to spend all the time worrying about whether I'll turn up and take you back." "Professor." "Yes, Hermione. There's one thing I don't understand." "And what's that?" "Why did Voldemort want to kill Harry?" "He was killing whole families of those who opposed him," the professor answered. "No," Hermione argued. "He killed Harry's father to get inside the house. Then you said he went straight to Harry's bedroom. He killed his mother because she wouldn't get out of the way, so he went there to kill Harry." The professor sighed. "Yes, Hermione, he did. And very few people in the wizarding world know why. And Harry is safer that way. I'm afraid I cannot tell you, not until you and Harry are older." To his surprise, Hermione didn't argue. "Until we meet again, Professor Dumbledore said before turning slightly and disappearing before their eyes with a slight cracking sound. To their surprise, Professor Dumbledore returned the following day, asking to speak to Harry alone. Afterwards, he left with a face that Hermione could best describe as like thunder, while Harry was very quiet for the rest of the day. When Hermione asked him what the professor had wanted with him, he just shrugged and replied, he just wanted to know what it was like at the Dursleys. Overhearing that reply, Mr. Granger snorted and muttered to his wife, he's supposed to be this great powerful wizard. Why didn't he know? We don't know what he can and can't do, dear, his wife replied. Well, he should have checked, made sure he was okay. I'm not arguing. I think he knows that now. Just a few years too late. Dumbledore had been as gentle as he could, coaxing the truth out of Harry about his time at the Dursleys. He had tried to verify the truth by probing his mind the night before, but it had proved amazingly unsuccessful, which he assumed was another early result of the bond. In any case, he wanted to hear it from Harry's own words. It was a far from gentle Dumbledore who knocked on the Dursleys' door that evening. It was opened by a tearful Petunia. You, she cried. Hello, Petunia. Long time no see. Harry's not here. No, this isn't a good time. What was it you used to say to Harry when he was sad about not having any parents? Hard luck. I think that phrase might be appropriate here. May I come in? It was emphatically not a request and Petunia backed away from the door. Who's this? Stormed Vernon as the professor entered the lounge. This is I am Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, chief warlock of the Wizengamot and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. If he had expected to impress them, he was sorely disappointed as Vernon bellowed, so you're the one that left that freak here. He's always been more trouble than he's worth. Now he's gone and got Dudley into trouble. I left Harry here, with the only family he has, thinking you would love him as your own. Our own. That. He's a wizard, like me, interrupted the professor firmly. And unfortunately he has to return to you. He needs the protection only a close blood relative can give. And Petunia is the closest he has. I'm not having him back here. Why should I? Our own son has been, instead of finishing his anger turned into a spluttering fit. Your own son has been caught for the bully he is, and will be tried for the injuries he gave Harry. As for you, I've never beaten the boy. If I had, perhaps we'd have got this nonsense out of him. No, you haven't. He told me that himself. He said you were rough with him. That's a lie. He said you were rough with him, but no more. But instead of giving him love, you've shown him hatred. Instead of care, you've half-starved him, neglected him, and used him as a virtual South ** Avenue. No more than the freak deserves. The professor looked at Vernon Dursley for a moment and said quietly, use that word once more and you will regret it. Their eyes met and Vernon saw cold fury in the older man's eyes. Now, for your crimes, not only could you be tried before a Muggle court for neglect and abuse, but I could have you brought before the highest wizarding court, of whom I am chief warlock. But I have an offer for you. Take Harry back, give him a proper room, decent meals, and no more work than you give Dudley. Do that, and I will not interfere with the neglect charge already being considered, but I will ensure you face no more charges. What about Dudley? Asked Petunia. Dudley will face the charges being brought against him for injuring Harry. But it was just boyish high spirits. Petunia Dursley. Your son is a vicious bully because you two allowed him to be. Think yourself lucky that I healed Harry's injuries and therefore the only evidence will be the initial X-rays. If you have any sense, you will tell your son to plead guilty and my contacts will see to it that he receives no more than 6 months in a borstal, where, perhaps, he might learn some lessons you two have singularly failed to teach him. Don't talk about Dudley like that, snapped Vernon. At the same time Petunia gasped, but the neighbors. Think yourself lucky that the only X-rays the court will see are his recent injuries. They have been altered to hide the history of how you really allowed your son to treat Harry. But if you don't agree to my offer, they can be altered back just as easily and your precious son will serve a lot more than 6 months, as will you for allowing it to go on under your roof for so long, especially as there is not a single record of you ever taking Harry to a hospital for treatment. I won't be spoken to this way, Vernon blustered. Professor, would you leave us for a minute? Please, begged Petunia. Dumbledore nodded and stepped outside the house. A few minutes later, Petunia came out. To get him. He followed her inside silently. We agree to your offer, she said. It seems we have no choice. But let Dudley be released. Dudley will serve his time, said the professor firmly. He has a lesson to learn, and without it who knows what his future will be. And us. You will be charged with neglect. Be glad it is nothing more. Harry will be returned in 1 month. Vernon muttered something under his breath. The old professor chose not to hear it. I will be paying visits to Harry sometimes, and you can expect other visits as well. The girl who found him will be visiting at least once or twice a week. And you will not be able to hide how Harry is treated from her. She will know. Just as she knew when she found him. Another free. Vernon's voice suddenly disappeared into nothingness. You may speak again when I have gone. Now I am trusting you to treat Harry well this time. If you do not, the courts are the least of your worries. I could send you to Azkaban. What's Azkaban? Vernon whispered, unable to find his voice. Petunia will tell you. Just be glad I have need of you, or you would be there already, all 3 of you. Now, I go. A sudden crack and Dumbledore was gone. Professor Dumbledore had a reason for not returning Harry to the Dursley for a month. He was worried about the soul bond between Harry and Hermione. From what he could see, the physical need for closeness had obviously faded. The two had slept in separate bedrooms with no ill effects, but he wanted to observe them over the next month, perhaps separate them once or twice, to see what happened. Up to now, there didn't seem to be any other effects of the soul bond. They were probably too young for it to take effect. Harry, of course, knew none of this. He was having the time of his life, happier than he had ever been. The only shadow on his happiness was the knowledge that he would soon be returning to the Dursleys. He had quickly made up his mind to enjoy every moment with Hermione and her family. To his surprise, Professor Dumbledore had visited them every few days just to see how he was getting on. On one of those visits, Hermione asked, "Are there any books I can read, to learn about being a witch and magic and stuff?" He smiled. "Yes, there are. With your parents' permission, why don't I take you to a magical bookshop, and I can even help you choose." He turned to Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry. I can't take you as well. You would be recognized and that would put Hermione and her family in danger." Harry and Hermione accepted that sadly, not knowing that the professor could easily have changed Harry's appearance if he had wanted to do so. But taking Hermione on her own served his purpose, to see what would happen if the two children were far apart. Her parents' initial reluctance was overcome by Hermione's sheer enthusiasm for being able to get books on magic, so they agreed that the professor could take her. "Don't worry about your daughter, Mrs. Granger. I will take the utmost care of her." The very next day, the professor kept his promise to take Hermione to the bookshop. Making their gas fire disappear, he enlarged the fireplace so that they could both stand in it. Pulling some powder from his pocket, he threw it down, saying, "Diagon Alley," and both he and Hermione disappeared in a flash of green flame, much to the shock of Harry and the Grangers. The professor held onto Hermione and prevented her from falling as they landed in the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. "Professor, sir," said the barman. "Can I help you at all?" "Not now, thank you, Tom," Dumbledore had replied, "but we will return later for some lunch if that's all right with you." "Of course, sir." Professor Dumbledore had another reason for taking Hermione to Diagon Alley, and it soon became evident that it was working. As almost every witch and wizard greeted them and showed obvious respect to the old professor, Hermione began to sense how important Professor Dumbledore was. So many wanted to speak to him that the bookshop staff had had to guide Hermione around, rather than the professor himself, as he had originally planned. She spent a pleasant few hours exploring the bookshop before Dumbledore took her back to the leaky cauldron, where they had arrived, for lunch. A number of people came over to speak to the professor until finally Tom cast some sort of spell and nobody seemed to see them anymore. If anyone had been curious about the young girl with the professor, they kept their questions to themselves. After lunch, the professor treated Hermione to some ice cream, then he looked at the strange-looking watch he had, and decided, time to go. "I have some business in the Wizengamot this afternoon." "What's the Wizen?" began Hermione. "You can read about it," the professor replied, smiling. Hermione didn't need quite as much help to not fall over when they landed back in the flow at her parents' house. Her mother embraced her. "I was so worried, when you disappeared like that." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Granger." That is just one of our magical forms of transport. As you can see, it is quite safe, so long as you know where you are going. I trust Harry is okay. Yes, of course. Shouldn't he be? Of course. And, now, I must be going. He instantly returned the Grangers' fireplace to its former state and he disappeared with a slight crack. He arrived at the ministry smiling, satisfied that the two children could now be separated without any harm coming to them. Meanwhile, Hermione rushed upstairs with her books, jumped onto her bed, and began to read. The social worker had arranged to meet with Harry's head teacher. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me so promptly." "You're welcome," replied the head teacher. "Harry Potter, isn't it? Quiet boy, but a bit of a troublemaker, climbing the school roof, making accusations against other boys, including his cousin. Never bothers much with school work, though we think he cheated in a test once. What's he been up to now?" Without answering, the social worker asked, "Climbed the school roof. Did he say why?" "No. Claimed he didn't know how he got there. Made up a lot of lies about his cousin and some other boys bullying him. Fine family, his cousin's father went to my old school, you know. They took the lad in out of the goodness of their hearts, and he's nothing but trouble to them." "Really? Then it would surprise you to learn, no doubt, that he has been forced to live in a dirty cupboard for most of his life, and that his X-rays show numerous minor injuries, all perpetrated by his wonderful cousin and his friends, none of which had ever been treated properly in a hospital." "Impossible. Perhaps you'd care to see the report." She handed the headmaster the files on Harry and Dudley. "I'd look at the X-rays first, if I were you." The headmaster's eyes turned to disbelief and shock as he read. We never knew. So I gathered. It seems that any bullying at school was ignored as well as at home. I'd very much like to know why you never knew one of your students was being consistently neglected and abused at home and bullied at school. He was very underweight, for a start. Had no clothes that actually fit him. He must have shown he was in pain with some of the old injuries. Why was his case never reported to us? I don't know," the headmaster admitted. "I think it was that you chose to believe the word of your old school friend and ignore what your own eyes should have been telling you. Are there any more children here I should be interested in?" "I don't think so. That's not good enough. I suggest you contact county education. They have a training pack for teachers on spotting and dealing with abuse and bullying. It seems to me that you all need it." The headmaster nodded. "We are holding a case conference for the two boys next week. I'd appreciate it if you could attend." "Of course. Very well. I can see myself out." While Harry was having the time of his life and enjoying himself immensely at the Grangers, the Dursleys certainly weren't enjoying themselves. Dumbledore's mention of Borstal had scared the two adult Dursleys into seeking an urgent meeting with the social worker. "No," she said, "Dudley will not be going to a Borstal. For a start, we don't call them that anymore, and secondly, Dudley is too young. In fact, he will not face a criminal trial. He is below what we call the age of criminal responsibility. I believe your professor was from Scotland." Vernon snorted at the description. "Your professor," but Petunia just answered, "Yes. That explains it. Scotland has a different legal system from England, and there the criminal age of responsibility is 8 years old, not 10 as it is in England. And Dudley is 8, isn't he?" "Yes. So he can come home." "No. At the moment both he and Harry are under emergency care orders. The case conference planned to have that extended to 6 months. Harry will be returned to you, while Dudley has already been placed in a training center to teach him how to handle his aggression and that bullying is not acceptable. I will be honest. I opposed Harry being returned to you, but when your professor asked to speak at the case conference, claiming to represent Harry's dead parents, the others in the conference decided to overrule me. As far as I am concerned, you aren't fit to raise any child. That cupboard was disgusting. And to think that you made a child live there." Vernon looked ready to lose his temper at that, but the social worker continued without stopping. "Both children are now on the at-risk register. You can of course fight the care order in court, but given Harry's injuries and the conditions in which he was found, I would strongly advise against attempting to do so. Dudley will be returned to you at the end of 6 months, provided, and only provided, that Harry is treated well in the meantime, otherwise I will be seeking an extension to the care order." She waited for her threat to sink in, then continued. "I understand that the Grangers will be visiting at least once a week, and I will be liaising with his school. They were rather surprised to hear the truth about Harry's living conditions and Dudley's bullying, so they will be keeping a very close eye on him. If he is not treated properly, he will be removed from your care and it is unlikely that you will have either child back for a very long time, if ever. Can we visit Dudley? Petunia asked hesitantly. Of course you can. You can visit any weekend for one whole day if you wish, and one evening visit during the week if it is a school week, or for the whole day if it is a school holiday. And if I am satisfied with Harry's treatment, I will allow you to take Dudley home for 2 days at Christmas. Vernon continued to look ready to explode at any moment, but Petunia merely replied, right. Thank you. Oh, and Mrs. Dursley, I can recommend some anger management classes for your husband if you wish. Petunia hurried Vernon out quickly before her furious husband had a chance to reply to that himself. To the Grangers and Harry, all too soon came the time for Harry to return to the Dursleys, in time to start the new school year. Hermione had argued when the professor insisted on taking Harry back on Sunday 21st August, pointing out that school wouldn't start for another 11 days, but Professor Dumbledore explained that he wanted to give Harry time to settle back in, and him returning before school started meant that Hermione would be able to visit him every day at first. That mollified her anger somewhat. The professor had arrived at the Grangers' home, and explained that he was going to apparate with them to the Dursleys. Only Hermione and Harry had any idea what that meant. Hermione because she had eagerly studied all the books on wizarding life she had brought back from Diagon Alley, and Harry because Hermione had made him read some. The others were nervous about side-along apparating, as Hermione explained to them was its proper term, especially after she had also, much to Professor Dumbledore's amusement, explained the dangers of splinching. Hermione, however, was eager to try it. Don't worry, said the professor with a twinkle, I haven't splinched anyone in many a year. And he disappeared with Hermione. After leaving her in the Dursleys' back garden, he went back for Harry and then did a double side-along with Hermione's parents. I think I prefer driving, gasped Hermione's father. It does take some getting used to, laughed the professor. They walked round to the front door and the professor knocked loudly. Petunia opened the door. Oh, it's you. Petunia, the professor replied, almost as if greeting a long-lost friend. I have brought Harry, as promised. And may I introduce Mr. and Mrs. Granger and their daughter, Hermione. They will be visiting Harry at least once a week. You'd better come in. She didn't want any of the neighbors seeing the professor. He always seemed to dress in such a weird way. Of course. And I'm sure you will want to show Harry to his new room, won't you? Yes. Harry. You have Dudley's second bedroom. My own bedroom. He raced upstairs with his bag of clothes. Hermione followed him. A few minutes later she came down crying. What's the matter? Asked her mother. We can't leave him here. You haven't seen it. Professor Dumbledore pushed past Petunia and followed Hermione upstairs. The room was full of junk, mostly broken toys. What's in the attic? He asked. Nothing, why? The professor took out his wand, and, ignoring the fear in Petunia's eyes, waved it. Now the rubbish is in the attic. The bed's horrible, Professor, said Hermione. It's not so bad, argued Harry. The professor sat on the bed. Ouch. I see what you mean, Hermione. Another wave of the wand and the broken springs disappeared and the mattress expanded to be soft and thick. Try now, Hermione. She sat down. That's better. Mr. Granger disappeared with Professor Dumbledore for a minute and returned with a box which he carried up to Harry's room. Open it, Harry, Hermione squealed excitedly. It's presents. Presents. For me. I've never had except for the clothes you bought me, of course, Auntie Jean. After Harry had been with them for just over a week, the Grangers had persuaded Harry to call them Uncle David and Auntie Jean. Jean Granger gave Petunia a glare that should probably have killed her on the spot, while Hermione looked like she was going to cry again. Harry opened the box to find a small portable television and a combined radio and tape and CD player. Wow! While nobody else was looking, Dumbledore slipped downstairs and cast a charm on the cupboard door. That should do it, he thought to himself, before creeping back up the stairs again. Once they were downstairs, they joined Vernon in the lounge. He seemed to be doing his best to ignore them all and was watching television until with a brief hand movement from Professor Dumbledore, it went off. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. It was agreed with the social worker that the Grangers will visit Harry every Sunday. I am converting your fireplace so it can be connected to the flow network. Hermione will come to visit Harry any evening she wishes to do so, provided her parents agree, of course. I suppose we have no say in this, murmured Vernon Dursley. No, replied the professor shortly. You don't. What do you mean by converting the fireplace? Dumbledore waved his hand and the gas fire disappeared, to be replaced by an open fireplace. Drafty. Another wave and a neat board appeared, blocking the fireplace. It was hinged at one side. And what do we do for heating? Personally, I always love a nice log fire to come home to, the professor replied in a wistful tone. Vernon's reply was unrepeatable. Now, as well as Hermione visiting regularly, I will be paying the odd visit myself, as will a few trusted friends of mine. I'm not having more of your kind here. If you would prefer Azkaban. Petunia had obviously told Vernon about Azkaban as he turned away from them and said no more. That's settled then. Good. Now how about some tea, Petunia? Harry managed not to laugh as Petunia huffed and left the room to get them some tea. Vernon took advantage of the moment to follow his wife and leave the freaks alone. Now, Hermione, take a little of this powder. You need to step into the fireplace, throw the powder down and say very clearly, the Grangers' house. To return here, do the same, but say the Dursleys' house. Can you do that? Hermione looked at him like he was insulting her intelligence and took some powder. Save enough for the journey back. Now try it. She disappeared in a green flash. Less than a minute later, she fell out of the fireplace. The landings take a bit of practice, I've found, the old professor commented. Hermione picked herself up. Now the flow has another use. Throw down some powder, speak very clearly Professor McGonagall, and put your face into the flames. At her worried look, he assured her, it's quite safe, I assure you. Professor McGonagall. That's right. Hermione threw down some powder, yelled Professor McGonagall and found herself looking up at another room. A tall thin woman was sitting at a desk, writing. Hello, my dear, she said, not appearing the least bit surprised. You must be Hermione Granger. I've heard so much about you. Yes I am. As I'm sure you have guessed, I am Professor McGonagall. I teach here at Hogwarts. This is Hogwarts. Just my office. You'd probably better get back now, but you can call me any time you need me. Thank you, Professor. Hermione pulled her head from the flames and they disappeared. That was amazing. You can call me in the same way. And Harry, you can call me, Professor McGonagall or Hermione whenever you want to. I would suggest Hermione, that you don't call Harry. There's no need to annoy the Dursleys more than necessary. After Petunia had returned and they had all drunk their tea, they returned to the Grangers in the same way as they had come, except for Hermione, who decided she wanted to practice going by flow. Jean Granger could tell as she left that Harry was determined not to cry in front of them. Later that night, she asked her daughter why she'd been so upset at the Dursleys. Mum, you didn't see him. We went into that awful junk room before the professor cleared it. And Harry was pleased because it was so much better than his cupboard. He's never had anything good before, Mum. No decent bed, no presents. I know the professor says that he has to go back, but they hate him, Mum. How can they hate him like that? Pulling her crying daughter into a hug, she stroked her hair. I don't know, darling. We'll just have to show him that we love him, won't we? I feel selfish too, Hermione sniffed. Why? I was sad because I won't have a friend at school after all, when Harry won't have anyone at home either. I suspect he'll have you there, quite often. Hermione nodded. I still land flat on my face when I travel by flow. I wonder if there's a book I can read about doing it. I think you just need to practice, darling. You've only just started doing it. You'll get the hang of it soon enough. I'll just have to practice a lot, grinned Hermione, making her mother laugh. The next morning was marked by a strange similarity between the Dursley and Granger households. Silence. In the Dursley household, in the absence of Dudley and afraid of the consequences, the adult Dursleys had simply decided to ignore Harry as much as possible. Harry, as usual, didn't speak unless he was spoken to. He wasn't allowed to cook any more, which put Petunia in a bad mood, which, as she was afraid to take it out on Harry, she took out on Vernon, blaming him for allowing her Dudley to be taken away. To Harry's surprise, she actually gave him more food than before, if not as much as he had been given at the Grangers. The silence in the Granger household was for a very different reason. Hermione, having supposedly understood the reason for Harry having to go back to the Dursleys, spent most of her morning in her room alone. Any attempt to get her to socialize, or go out, even to the library, was met with a tearful shake of the head. The night before she had woken up frequently from the same nightmare, over and over again, a woman she somehow felt was her mother crying out. But it wasn't her mother, she knew that. And every dream ended with a horrible green flash of light and nasty-sounding laughter. When Professor Dumbledore came to take Hermione to the Dursleys the next day, he had wanted to take Hermione the first time. He was surprised at the lack of enthusiasm Harry and Hermione showed when they met. "Hi," said Hermione. "Hi. How are you, Harry?" "Okay. You?" "Okay." Silence. "Well, now I'm here, what shall we do?" "Don't know. What do you want to do?" I asked first. More silence from Harry. "Well, if you two are okay, I'll see you both later," said the professor. Unable to decide if their lack of enthusiasm to see each other was a good or bad thing, he left them together and apparated away. Perhaps the bond wasn't taking, although he'd never heard of such a thing happening before. If so, it would certainly simplify matters. When he'd gone, Hermione asked Harry, "Are they treating you okay?" "Okay. Shall we go down the town?" "If you like." So they walked down to the town center, nearly 40 minutes walk. Without any clear idea of what they wanted to do, their time together dragged. They finally ended up in a cafe, where Harry had a Coke and an ice cream, while Hermione had a tea and an ice cream. "I'll bring some of my magic books next time," she promised. Harry just nodded. "I suppose we'd better be getting back," Hermione said, feeling slightly guilty at the feeling of relief that the visit was almost over. Perhaps the weekend visit with her parents would be better. Once Professor Dumbledore had taken her home, she went to her room and cried. "I thought he'd be so happy to see me," she explained to her mother later. "And he wasn't." "No. And then we were bored." "I'm sure the next visit will be better," her mother reassured her. "He probably just feels awkward you seeing him back there." "How are they treating him?" "Okay," he said. He didn't say much. If Mrs. Granger thought it was unlike her daughter to be satisfied with an "okay," without pressing for more details, she kept the thought to herself. Unknown to each other, both children cried themselves to sleep that night. Hermione flowed to visit Harry each day, but they seemed awkward with each other and she had to admit that she wasn't enjoying the visits at all. Hermione's increasing sullenness worried her parents greatly. The weekend visit was better, but not much. The Granger parents, who had driven down rather than using the flow, so that they could drive the two children to Burton, as Harry had never seen the seaside, were as startled as Professor Dumbledore had been by the lack of enthusiasm from both Hermione and Harry. "They aren't hurting you, are they?" Mrs. Granger asked Harry quietly. "No. Are they giving you enough food?" "It's okay. They aren't making you cook or anything." "No. They don't even speak if they don't have to," he answered. "I know it must be hard," Mrs. Granger said, determined not to cry in front of Harry. "But you know we love you, don't you?" Harry turned to look at her, his eyes wide with surprise, then they quickly filled up with tears. "You love me?" he asked, chokingly. "Yes, Harry. Hasn't anyone ever said that to you before?" He shook his head. Unable to speak, Mrs. Granger just hugged Harry close to her, trying to make sure he didn't see her own tears. Evil wizards or not, she decided, no child should have to live like this. When they dropped Harry off at home, Mrs. Granger said quietly to her daughter, "I think Harry could really do with one of your special hugs right now." Hermione got out of the car and raced after Harry, and startled him totally by hugging him tightly. Feeling slightly embarrassed, but nothing like how embarrassed Harry was, Hermione said, "I'll see you soon," and ran back to the car. The following week two amazing things happened. One went almost unnoticed, except by Petunia Dursley. Halfway through dinner, Harry pushed his plate away, saying he wasn't hungry, and he took himself to bed early. A startled Petunia decided to keep what had happened to herself. But if he was getting ill, they'd have to take him to a doctor this time or they'd be in trouble. The other took place in London. Hermione, having read all the magical books she'd got when she went there with Professor Dumbledore, decided she wanted some more. From her brief use of the flow before, she knew you just had to say where you were going. She wondered if it would work for Diagon Alley. She threw down some of the powder the professor had left with them and called out loudly, "Diagon Alley." A few minutes later, Tom the barman was showing her how to enter the alley itself and she quickly found the bookshop. "Can't accept Muggle money," she was told. "You'll have to go to Gringotts." "Where?" "Wizard Bank. To change your money." He pointed in the direction of the biggest building there. Feeling nervous of the goblins, Hermione took a deep breath and stepped up to the counter where one of them was working. "I'd like to change some money please." "So you have an account with us?" No. "Do I have to?" "Not to change money, no. But you're a witch, you should open an account with us." "Does it cost a lot?" she asked, thinking she didn't have a lot of money with her and wishing that she'd brought more. "Not to open it, no. Give me your hand." She put out her hand and was surprised when the goblin stuck a pin in her finger. "Ow, what do you do that for?" she asked, beeping her finger. "To make your key, so it will only work for you." "Oh." The goblin left her at the counter while he took the bloodied paper with him. He came back a few minutes later holding a key and looking surprised. "You already have a vault," he said. "Your parents left it for you. But they can't have. I'm Muggle born." "As you wish, Mrs. I'm not a Mrs. Hermione laughed. "I'm Hermione Granger. That is what you wish to be called." The goblin seemed puzzled. "That's my name." "As you wish, Mrs. Granger." "Miss Granger," she corrected him. He looked sternly at her as though he didn't approve. "As you wish. Now would you like to see your vault?" "Yes please." The crazy ride down to the vault would be something she would never forget, but the surprise at the end made the ride seem positively dull. He handed her her key. "Put your key in that keyhole," instructed the goblin. The key seemed to warm up in her hand for a moment, then the sensation was gone. The vault door swung open to reveal piles and piles of gold, silver and bronze coins, and a lot of papers and golden cups and boxes of jewelry. "There's got to be a mistake," she said. "This can't be mine. Gringotts does not make mistakes," the goblin sniffed haughtily. "But it has to be. Do you want to make a withdrawal or not?" Yes. "How much do I need?" The goblin's eyes rolled heavenward, as though he thought she was completely stupid. Hermione quickly grabbed a handful of the gold ones and said, "Okay, I'm ready." She wanted to ask the goblin why he'd wanted to call her Mrs., but was too nervous to do so. She wished she hadn't interrupted him. It would have been interesting to know who he thought she actually was. She felt a little guilty about taking the money from a vault that couldn't have been hers, but decided that she could pay it back after she'd asked Professor Dumbledore what it was all about. She was sure he'd know. Thinking for a minute, she realized that she couldn't be sure that he'd actually tell her what she wanted to know. She was sure he'd told them the minimum he could get away with. It was time to do her own research on what had happened to her. The bookshop was crowded, but she finally found an assistant to help her. "Some weird things have happened lately, but I'm Muggleborn, so I don't know much. A few weeks ago I found out I was a witch and there's some things I don't understand. But I don't know which books to look at. I'll help you if I can," said the friendly witch in front of her. "Well, according to my parents, it started when I met," she hesitated suddenly, thinking it might be best not to give his name, "this boy. And apparently I collapsed when we touched. The doctors couldn't move me away or I stopped breathing. And since then, during the day, I suddenly get sad or angry for no reason, when I'm not sad or angry. And at night, it's like I'm dreaming someone else's dream. Does that sound stupid?" The witch didn't look as though Hermione was stupid. She looked astonished. Hermione didn't seem to notice. "And another thing. Do goblins normally try to call girls Mrs.?" This time she noticed the stunned look on the woman's face. "They called you Mrs. Mrs. who?" "I don't know. I stopped him before he could say the name." "Does it mean anything? Or is it normal?" "No," the woman replied. "It isn't normal. This boy, is he a wizard or a muggle?" A wizard. "Is it important?" "Could be. And do you have any feelings for him?" "What do you mean?" No. You're much too young. You say you suddenly feel sad or angry. Is this when he is sad or angry?" "I don't really know. I think he's sad most of the time, and angry too. If you were much older, I'd say you were bonded. When wizards and witches get married, there is a spell which bonds them. If their marriage bond is strong, quite often they can feel each other's feelings to some extent. But I'm not married." "Of course you're not. You're too young anyway. But it's odd. It sounds like some sort of bond. Are you close to this boy?" Not really. He lived at my house for a month or so, that's all. Someone else was wanting the assistant's help, so she shook her head. I don't really know, dear. She turned to shout, be with you in a minute, then continued to Hermione, there's an old book back here. It goes on about all kinds of bonds, not just marriage bonds and family bonds, but also the rare ones like blood bonds. I shouldn't really let you have it at your age as it also includes dark bonds. Dark bonds. Ones to make someone your South Asterisk Avenue. But you wouldn't want to know about them. But it's the only book we've got on bonds anyway, if you want it. It's been here for centuries. Most people are only interested in the books on marriage and family bonds, they are more modern, much easier to read. I'll take it. Hermione showed the books she'd already picked up on modern wizarding history, then handed over money the assistant asked for and left the shop. Hermione was relieved that being back at school gave her an excuse not to visit Harry every day. She was sure that her feelings of unhappiness and anger were coming from him somehow. She felt guilty about that feeling, but when she had flowed to see him, he had always seemed to want her to go again as quickly as possible. While Hermione was worrying about Harry, her mother was worrying about Hermione. She wasn't eating properly, had lost interest in all her educational programs on the television and was even late for school twice. As far as Harry was concerned, his first 2 days back at school had been a vast improvement on his previous years at school. Somehow word had got out that Dudley had been sent away for bullying Harry, so even peers didn't come near him, which suited Harry just fine. His teachers were less happy, however. Despite underperforming in tests because he was scared to appear better than Dudley, Harry had always shown an interest in class. They now found that he wasn't very interested in anything. One of his teachers had even asked him about this, but Harry hadn't been forthcoming about the reason. Hermione's teachers were also surprised that Hermione seemed distracted during lessons, something unheard of for the normally studious Hermione Granger. Things finally came to a head at the weekend. A wizard called Remus had come to apparate them to the Dursleys. He said he was an old friend of Harry's parents. He looked with concern at Hermione and felt her forehead. She's hot. He added, I'm not sure you should visit Harry this weekend. He might catch whatever it is you've got. He's the same, Hermione replied. Once they had been apparated to the Dursleys, Remus allowed Hermione to introduce him to Harry. Harry flinched away, not wanting Remus to touch him. He's hot too. I don't like it. Throwing some powder into the fireplace, he called out Madame Pomfrey and stuck his head in the fire. The rest of them couldn't hear what he said until he pulled his head away again. She's coming right away. Who is? Asked Hermione. Madame Pomfrey, Medowitch. Runs the hospital wing at Hogwarts. A couple of minutes later, both Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey had arrived by flow. Having waved her wand briefly over the two children, she turned to the professor aghast. This isn't possible. At their age. I'm afraid it is, the professor contradicted her. Why didn't you tell me they were bonded? In a pair so young and inexperienced anything could go wrong. They should have been supervised. She turned to Hermione's parents. How has Hermione been? Tell me everything you can. She's not eating properly, I don't think she's sleeping well either, and she has nightmares she won't talk about. And she seems to have lost interest in everything. She was late for school on her first day back and Hermione is never late for school. She's not even reading much and usually she's reading almost all the time she can. Is the bonding causing this condition? Asked Professor Dumbledore. Yes. You say they've been living apart. Yes. It was necessary. Harry must be protected from Death Eaters. Not anymore. Keep them apart and you'll kill them both. The professor didn't get a chance to answer. We'll take Harry home with us. Will that cure them? It will help, Madame Pomfrey replied. So what's causing this? And what's this about them being bonded? Madame Pomfrey glared at the professor. You haven't told them. His lack of answer was all the answer she needed. In the magical world sometimes it is useful for two people to share their magic, or their feelings. We do this by way of a bond. The simplest is the family bond, where a parent can cast various spells to protect her children and alert him or her if something is wrong with one of them. Apart from that, the most common is the marriage bond, which in some cases can create a very powerful magical bond between a husband and wife. Apart from enabling them to share each other's feelings, it makes a family bond cast by either of them much stronger. But what has this got to do with Hermione and Harry? Asked Mr. Granger. They have some kind of magical bond between them. When a bond is forming, it can be dangerous to block it. The separation hasn't helped, but it is more than that. Something else is blocking the bond and we have to find out what it is, so we can treat it. In the meantime, the two children must not be separated for any major length of time. A few hours is okay, even a day if it is just an odd day. But they need to spend most of their time together. Can they go to school? Muggle Day School? The Medowitch asked. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. But other than that, they should be together. Hermione will have to come here with Harry, said Professor Dumbledore. Over my dead body, her father replied. You may be a big shot in the wizarding world, but you'll have to kill me to take our daughter from us. The professor sighed and nodded. I will allow Harry to come to you. I'll cast whatever protective wards I can, but it may not be enough. It will have to be. But first, I want these two children in the hospital wing for a day or two. I want to observe them closely. And I'll need my potions. Madame Pomfrey, they can't go to Hogwarts. Someone could see them. Headmaster. At the moment the hospital wing is empty. I suggest you hope it stays that way. To repair the damage to their bond and save their lives, I need every bit of magic on my side, and nowhere has more raw magical power than Hogwarts. You are right, of course. Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I wish I could take you to Hogwarts without anyone seeing, but it would be impossible. It will only be for a couple of days, Madame Pomfrey assured them. Very well, replied Mr. Granger, to his wife's surprise. He looked Madame Pomfrey in the eye and said, We trust you. Ignoring the slight he knew was in the other man's words, Professor Dumbledore helped Harry and Hermione into the flow. They appeared directly in the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey insisted on them going straight to bed. She placed two beds next to each other and gave them each a potion and they were soon asleep. When Professor Dumbledore had returned Hermione's parents to their home, he was about to leave when Mrs. Granger asked him, What's all this about a bond? Madame Pomfrey explained. No, Mr. Granger contradicted. She explained about bonds in general, and told us what it isn't. I'm not sure you'd understand. Try us. I assume you want the two children told. Harry is up to you, unfortunately, but we would want to tell. Hermione, yes. Very well. When Harry and Hermione return, I will explain it to all of you together. Before the Grangers could protest, the professor had gone. Madame Pomfrey kept Harry and Hermione sedated the whole time they were in Hogwarts, and she could tell that their magic was getting stronger again. As soon as she was satisfied it was safe, she took them through the flow, one at a time, to the Grangers' home. After giving them another potion to send them off to sleep, they spoke to Hermione's parents. They'll sleep now until the morning. I would advise no excitement for a few more days. I know Professor Dumbledore said he would come as soon as they returned, but it might be too much for them right now. A few more days, in a familiar, safe environment, and I'll think about it. We understand. Don't be too hard on him. He means well even if he makes mistakes. He has more on his shoulders than you can possibly realize. Even his mistakes usually turn out for the best. The Grangers nodded their understanding. I'll be back tomorrow morning to check on them. Good night for now. The next day, already bored, Hermione had finally begun reading the strange old book on bonding. She was shocked at some of the dark bonds, and even the blood bonds, designed to share defensive magic between friends, made her feel a little queasy. Finally she came to the section headed, Rare Bonds. It began with a couple of obviously dark bonds, the Possession Bond, and something called the Horcrux Bond. It didn't go into much detail on either, but Hermione was shocked to learn that the latter required a murder. She was relieved to turn the page to something much more pleasant. Over the next few days, Hermione insisted on spending all her time with Harry. Harry was different to the last time he'd stayed with the Grangers. He was withdrawn and sometimes even surly. Hermione had to admit that if this was how Harry normally was, she wouldn't like him very much. After a few days, both of them found their appetite finally returning, much to the relief of Hermione's parents and Madame Pomfrey. With his better appetite, Harry's mood also began to improve, though he still seemed wary of everyone. Madame Pomfrey said they were ready for Professor Dumbledore to explain everything. She would ask him to call the next day, which was a Saturday, so both the Granger parents could be at home. Having at least an idea how important the next day was going to be, Hermione asked her mother if they could go out for the rest of the day. Her father was working, but her mother, who normally worked part-time during the school term, had stayed home to look after them. Soon they were driving out into the countryside, where they had a picnic tea. They still weren't sure what Harry's favorites were, as he seemed to like anything he could get. Mrs. Granger suspected it would take a while before his attitude to food became that of a normal boy of his age. After spending some time at a local playground, Mrs. Granger drove them to the town's new multiplex cinema, with no less than 6 screens, meaning 6 films to choose from. Hermione was surprised to learn that it was the first time Harry had been to a cinema, though she told herself that she shouldn't have been surprised. The Dursleys had never let him do anything, it seemed. Even though he didn't really have room after their picnic tea, Harry couldn't resist having some popcorn when Mrs. Granger offered to buy him some. "Can't go to the cinema and not have popcorn," she declared. Hermione declined popcorn, saying she would help Harry with his. Sure enough, Harry couldn't finish it all. Harry did manage a medium-sized cup of fizzy orange while Hermione opted for a cherryade instead. Worried that he'd be sick, Mrs. Granger said, "No ice cream," during the interval, much to Hermione's disappointment, but she promised to buy them one afterwards if they were hungry enough to eat it. When they left the cinema, Mrs. Granger asked, "Anyone got room for an ice cream?" "I've always got room for ice cream," Hermione told her mother. Harry just said, "Yes, please." "See, Harry's got manners," Mrs. Granger teased her daughter. It was still early evening when they reached home, so the 2 children settled down to watch television until they were chased up to bed by Hermione's mother. The importance of the next day was emphasized by Mr. Granger over breakfast. "Now, Hermione," he cautioned. "Let the man say what he has to say before you bombard him with questions." Mrs. Granger laughed. They both knew Hermione only too well. Madame Pomfrey came with Professor Dumbledore shortly after they had finished breakfast, and when she examined them with her wand, she shook her head. "Something still isn't right," she said. "Perhaps it's time for me to explain what we are talking about," Professor Dumbledore said. When they were all sat around the table, he began, "It's rather complicated, so please ask questions if you need to." "It's quite simple really," Hermione said, contradicting the professor. "Harry and I have a soul bond, and it's not working because Harry won't trust me. He won't trust anyone. And because of that it's going to kill us." And leaving the others' stunned faces around the table, Hermione burst into tears and ran from the room. Before they could react, they heard the front door slam shut. For a moment, nobody reacted. Then Mrs. Granger got up, saying, "I need to go to her." Stopping briefly in the hallway to put on her coat and pick up Hermione's coat, she went out. Mr. Granger, having been left stunned by his daughter's pronouncement for longer than his wife, finally got up and ran out after her, not even stopping for his coat. Harry was still sitting, unmoving. He didn't understand any of this, he wasn't sure he wanted to. He just knew he'd done something wrong again, like he always did. "Madame Pomfrey, I think it best if you stay with Harry," said Professor Dumbledore. "I'm going to the Ministry. In her state, she might exhibit some accidental magic, so we can find her." "Do you think that's necessary?" "No," he replied. "I don't. But I'm not taking any chances." With that, he flowed away. Harry stayed silent and Madame Pomfrey wasn't talking either. After just over an hour the Granger parents returned. "We can't find her anywhere. She normally goes to the library if she's upset, but..." They sat down, the worry showing on their faces. "She'll come back. She always does, Mr. Granger tried to reassure his wife. "But I've never seen her look so," she struggled for a word, hopeless. Mr. Granger turned to Madame Pomfrey and finally asked the question which Harry had been too scared to ask. "What's a soul bond? I'm sure Professor Dumbledore could explain it better. I'd like to hear it from you." "Please." Madame Pomfrey nodded. "The easiest way to explain it is to explain the differences between this and a marriage bond." She hesitated. "But then you won't know about marriage bonds either, will you? We've been married quite a while, you know." "Sorry, I mean a magical marriage bond." "No. When a witch and a wizard get married, part of the ceremony is to cast a spell to unite them. In reality, it does no such thing. It merely provides the potential. Those who choose to give themselves more fully to each other, and choose a closer level of unity, will develop what we call the marriage bond. In a sense it unites their magic. They will find that they are magically stronger when they are together, especially if they are touching, than when they are apart. And it is not simply their power added together, but much more than that. Although no two bonds are alike, in general it seems to make them much less vulnerable to some dark potions and spells, not all unfortunately. Otherwise Harry's parents would still be alive. Harry's parents were bonded. They had begun their marriage bond. As I said, it takes a giving, and that takes time. A complete marriage bond will allow someone to feel the other person's feelings, sometimes even think their thoughts. The strongest bonds will even affect their lifespan, to make them live longer. No, it isn't a fountain of youth. Even we can't live forever. What it does is to somehow, and we still don't really understand how, even out their lifespan. We know that a witch from a family who are usually long-lived, who marries and bonds with a wizard from a shorter-lived family, will end up living shorter, while her husband lives longer. Why would anyone want to live shorter? They end up sharing their lifespan, so both die around the same time, neither is left behind, barring accidents of course. So how does this affect Hermione, and Harry? He added Harry's name almost as an afterthought and hoped that Harry hadn't noticed. They don't have a marriage bond. They have a soul bond. But it is similar to a marriage bond in the sense that it unites two people in a very similar way. It doesn't have to be between a witch and a wizard, it can be with both the same say, although that is very rare. It has mainly happened in war times and then it seems to be temporary, the bond dissolving when whatever crisis which brought it about is over. But normally a soul bond, like a marriage bond, is permanent. So they can share each other's thoughts. Mrs. Granger asked, actually forgetting that Harry was in the room in her worry for her daughter. Not yet. I think they are starting to feel each other's feelings, hence the nightmares you've described Hermione having. I suspect they are almost identical to the nightmares Harry has. How did this happen? We don't really know. Soul bonds are different from marriage bonds. A marriage bond is entered into deliberately, both parties choosing to do so. A soul bond seems to begin without that deliberate choice, sometimes, the two being brought together in unusual circumstances. For example, what made Hermione take you to where Harry would be? Sometimes it seems like the two halves of the bond call out to each other, even before they begin to form the bond. And is what Hermione said true? The Medawitch looked at Harry briefly, and replied, if Hermione said it, then it's true. That is another difference between a marriage bond and a soul bond. A marriage bond's strength depends on the openness of the two involved. A soul bond doesn't. It is all or nothing. Like marriage bonds, soul bonds take years to form completely, but a fully formed soul bond is incredibly strong, possibly because it is usually only the most powerful wizards or witches that ever form a soul bond. A soul bond takes the magical energy from each one to form the bond. If that doesn't work, which happens if one or the other is blocking it, it goes on trying, unstoppable, until the very life energy from each is drained away. That is what Hermione was talking about. Harry sat miserably, knowing within himself that what Madame Pomfrey was saying was true. He knew they must be thinking the truth. It was all his fault, as usual. And this time, they were right. Harry, now Madame Pomfrey was speaking directly to him. With your upbringing, I'm not surprised that you find it difficult to trust anyone. But I can tell you this, whatever one of you does affects the other, and whatever you do to the other one, affects you. Hermione can never hurt you without hurting herself. She can no more betray you than you could cut off your right arm for the fun of it. Harry got up. I have to find her. Mr. Granger got up to try to stop him, but Madame Pomfrey said, let him go. He's probably the only person who can find your daughter. As Harry turned to close the front door, Mrs. Granger called him back. You need your coat. I don't care, he began. And take one for Hermione please. If she's outside she must be freezing. Harry nodded, and put on his coat, then took the other one Mrs. Granger handed him. Mr. Granger had joined them in the hallway. Harry, he said. Don't blame yourself. Why not? It's my fault. Harry shut the door before Mr. Granger could reply. Harry walked quickly, almost running, having no idea where he was going, but knowing somehow which way to go. The rather foggy cold morning was turning to rain and he was glad of his coat. He hoped Hermione had some shelter. The thought of something happening to her because of him cut through him like a knife. With the fog, he couldn't be sure where he was, but he was fairly sure that Hermione hadn't brought him this way before. He was far out of town and beginning to feel hungry. How long had he been walking? He had no idea. He momentarily considered turning back, but put that out of his mind straight away. He had no idea of the way home, and if he did, he couldn't leave Hermione out here alone. A bitter cramp in his gut was telling him that if he did, he'd never see her alive again. He struggled on. Back at the Grangers' house, Mrs. Pomfrey had returned to Hogwarts, asking the Grangers to get Harry or Hermione to call her the moment either of them returned. Then another arrival through the flow had disturbed the day. Hi. Is this the Granger household? The young man asked a startled Mrs. Granger. Yes. Who are you? Asked Mrs. Granger. Sorry. Professor Dumbledore sent me to do a report on the wards. Wards? Asked Mr. Granger. Sorry, I forget, you wouldn't know. Wards are the basis of the spells to protect against dark wizards. And you can do them. You don't look much more than a schoolboy. I can do some, but now I'm just doing the survey for the professor. He will do them. He can make the strongest wards. And I am a schoolboy. Another flow arrival startled him. It was Madame Pomfrey. Oh, you got here before me. Professor Dumbledore thought I'd better introduce you. Yes, the young man was just telling us how Professor Dumbledore is so concerned about our safety that he sent a schoolboy. Madame Pomfrey seemed taken aback slightly at the hostility in Mr. Granger's tone. I know that Professor Dumbledore has not made the best impression on you so far, but I can assure you that there is no better surveyor than this young man. Not only did he get outstanding on no less than 12 owls, but he has already been snapped up by Gringotts to train as a curse breaker as soon as he finishes his newts. He is also head boy at Hogwarts, which itself is no small achievement. I'm sorry. I was just worried. I understand. If it's any comfort, there's nobody better than Professor Dumbledore at defensive warding. He's the only person you know who was ever afraid of. You know who? A dark wizard. You mean Voldemort. The young man looked slightly surprised at him saying the name, but nodded. Yes, I'm Bill Weasley by the way. He offered his hand. Mr. Granger shook it. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. And don't worry, the professor told me this was all secret. Nobody will hear anything from me. Our family have always fought dark wizards. Mind you, if my sister knew I was helping with the wards for Harry Potter. Your sister. Sorry. Guineas 7. Harry Potter is her favorite bedtime story. Harry was feeling tired. He was now walking alongside a canal. He'd seen it as the road he'd been following had crossed over it. Instead of walking down the bank to the canal, he'd managed to slip. The muddy bank was soft enough that he didn't hurt himself, but he was covered in mud down one side. Worse still, he almost slid right into the canal itself. Only reaching out for a post had saved him, and in doing so, Hermione's coat had fallen into the canal. He'd tried to fish it out using a branch, but the branch had snapped under the weight of the soaked coat. At least the rain was lighter now. For a short time the steady light rain had turned to a downpour. The canal was slowly turning, and as he walked on he saw something on the bank. As he grew close enough to see through the remaining fog, he could see it was a lone figure sitting, her knees bent up, and her arms wrapped around them. Hermione! He cried, running to her. Go away, she responded, then her curiosity got the better of her. How did you find me? I don't know. I just knew where to come. Harry could see that Hermione was shivering violently with the cold. You have to come home. You're freezing. Don't care. Harry took off his coat and put it around Hermione. Sorry, it's soaking. I did bring you one, but it fell in the canal. Hermione just looked away from him. Hermione, please. Your mum and dad are worried. He began to pull her up. At first she resisted, then pushed herself up. Do you know the way home? Hermione shook her head. I don't think so. We need to find a phone box. I haven't any money. I can reverse the charges. Oh, can you do that? He thought momentarily of Dudley and thought that he'd be doing that all the time when he got older, if he wasn't already. Hermione was so cold she could barely stand. Harry pulled her against him to support her. Ew. You're all muddy. I fell. That's when I lost your coat. They walked to the next bridge over the canal in silence. Luckily, this one had proper steps to climb. Even luckier, from the bridge, they could see a phone box. Harry could hear Mrs. Granger crying with relief as Hermione spoke to her. She gave them the address printed inside the phone box. Her mother didn't know where it was, but said they'd find out. As they waited for the Grangers to pick them up, Harry said, "I'm sorry." Shortly afterwards, when he tried to apologize for losing Hermione's coat, his apology was brushed off with, "It doesn't matter. You brought her back, that's all." Although both children were hungry, especially Hermione, who, unlike Harry, wasn't used to going without food, Mrs. Granger insisted that they both have a warm bath before they do anything else. She took Hermione up first, while Mr. Granger made Harry a cup of tea. As her mother bathed her, Hermione asked her, "I still don't understand. We were getting on so well. Why did Harry stop trusting me like that? We asked Madame Pomfrey that. She thinks it might have happened anyway, a reaction to getting too close to someone, but also that being sent back to the Dursleys, he felt betrayed and unwanted. But he agreed to go back. Sometimes, darling, you can know something up here." She lightly touched her daughter's forehead, but still not feel it here. She touched her chest. "Come on, that's you done. We need to get Harry warmed up too." The rest of the day was subdued. Madame Pomfrey returned to check over the two children, and pronounced them fit enough to stay at the Grangers' house. She suggested that, just to help the bond establish itself, they should share the same bed. After a surprised gulp from Hermione, they'd agreed on that. So that night, after the children went to bed, Mrs. Granger crept up to check on them. To her surprise, Hermione had her arm around Harry. She couldn't help a sob escaping. Back downstairs, she cried to her husband, "I know he's a lovely boy and no child should have to live like he has. But with Voldemort and Death Eaters, and these wards they're having to do, and the bond, sometimes I just wish we'd never heard of Harry Potter." The said Harry Potter, having heard Mrs. Granger's sob, had got up to see what was wrong. Unfortunately, he only heard the last part. And he thought that they liked him. Feeling more unhappy than he had ever felt, he wished he could run away, but he was sure that that would kill Hermione. Back in bed he lay awake, miserable, waiting for morning to come. Hermione woke early. She was surprised to find Harry awake. "Hi," she said, feeling a little embarrassed at having him in her bed. He didn't answer her. "Harry, are you all right?" "Yeah," he said, dejectedly. Hermione could tell by his tone that he was far from all right, but, having no idea what she could do, grabbed her clothes and went into the bathroom to get dressed. Breakfast was an almost silent affair as Harry was somber and none of the Grangers had any idea why Harry seemed so down again. After breakfast he asked if he could flow Madame Pomfrey. "Of course you can, you don't have to ask," Mrs. Granger replied. When he called Madame Pomfrey, he immediately asked, "Could I come and talk to you about the bond?" "Yes, of course. Hopefully, there will be nobody in the hospital wing this afternoon." "Would that be all right?" "Yes, thank you," he replied, hoping he'd hidden his disappointment at not being able to go straight away. Several times during the morning a concerned Hermione tried to interest Harry in a book, a game, television, anything, but Harry just sat and brooded, miserably. His plans to visit Hogwarts were changed after lunch by the sudden arrival of a woman he hadn't seen before. Hermione looked up and recognized her, however, and said, "It's Professor McGonagall, isn't it?" "Yes, dear. Now, Madame Pomfrey asked me to look in." Harry wanted to talk to her more about the bond, didn't you, Harry? He nodded. "I'm afraid the hospital wing is a little bit busy right now, so she asked me to come instead." "Really, you'd be better talking with Professor Flitwick, as a bond is a type of charm really, but hopefully I can answer your questions." "It's just, I wanted to see her, sort of, on my own," said Harry hesitantly. "Harry, you want to talk about the bond? That affects both you and Hermione. Has Hermione done anything bad that she deserves to be kept in the dark about what you are asking?" "No, it's just, yes, it doesn't matter. Harry, it obviously matters very much to you. Please tell me what's on your mind and I promise it will go no further. I want to know if a bond can be broken without harming us." Hermione gasped and looked hurt. "May I ask why you want to know that?" "It's a very hurtful thing to ask. I don't mean it like that. It's just, if we didn't have a bond, Hermione would be safe and her mum and dad wouldn't have to worry and it would be a lot easier." Hermione looked a little happier at his explanation. Professor McGonagall smiled. That's very thoughtful, Harry, but, no. Some types of bonds can be broken, the type of bond you two have is for forever. Even if one of you dies, the other would follow soon after. Neither the professor nor Hermione could miss the disappointed look on Harry's face. Harry, you have something most of us only dream of, someone who will be part of you forever. If you really want to help Hermione, you need to make a choice to trust her and to stop pushing her away. Okay, Harry replied uncertainly. And you can start by telling me what's wrong today, Hermione said. I can't, Harry. I just can't, okay. He got up and left the room, not noticing Hermione slump to the floor. A hurried flow call later and Madame Pomfrey was there in a couple of minutes. After briefly examining Hermione, she picked her up and took her to bed. Then she turned to see Harry, who had heard her arrival and come out of his room to see what was going on. You haven't slept, have you? You're burning up as well. Go to your bedroom. I'll be back in a minute. A few minutes later she returned and ordered him, take this. They handed him a glass full of something green. Harry sniffed it and pulled a face. What is it? He asked. Do you have to question everything? She asked him. I don't know what I'm going to do with you when you get to Hogwarts. It's a potion to make you sleep, similar to the one I gave you both when you were in the hospital at Hogwarts. You both need to recover your magical energy. He shrugged and drank the potion. 15 seconds later, Madame Pomfrey was already easing his sleeping form down on the bed. She then went to Hermione's room and quickly renovated her. Before the girl could even focus her eyes properly, Madame Pomfrey had her drink a glassful of the potion as well. When both were asleep, she carried Hermione and laid her next to Harry. She went downstairs and talked with Hermione's parents. That potion should keep them peacefully asleep for about 24 hours. But if this keeps up, I'll have to have them both at Hogwarts again, keeping them asleep if necessary, until they are stronger. Is there anything we can do? Mrs. Granger desperately asked the two witches. Very little, I'm afraid, replied Madame Pomfrey. Ultimately this is something they will have to work through between them. Upstairs, Hermione was asleep, but far from peaceful. She woke up with a scream. For a moment she was disorientated, not sure where she was, then, recognizing what was now Harry's room, she quickly got up and walked unsteadily towards the stairs. Her scream woke Harry, who got up and followed her. What was that? Said Mrs. Granger. I don't know, replied Madame Pomfrey, frowning. That potion should have knocked them out totally. Mrs. Granger was already getting up, so Madame Pomfrey put a hand on her arm and said, Please, Mrs. Granger, let me go to them. As Mrs. Granger still looked uncertain what to do, Mr. Granger nodded and held onto his wife. Madame Pomfrey met Hermione on the stairs. That potion should have made you sleep for at least a day. Come on dear, come back to bed. She tried to take Hermione's arm but Hermione struggled free. Let me go, she said firmly. I want to see my parents. Something about the anger in the girl's voice made Madame Pomfrey allow her to pass. How could you? Hermione screamed at her parents. What? Asked her startled mother. How could you tell him you didn't want him? We didn't. We were dreaming it. I heard you, mother. You said you wished you'd never heard of him. Madame Pomfrey laid a hand on Hermione's shoulder. I'm sure it was just a dream, she began. No, interrupted Mrs. Granger. No, it wasn't, and she burst into tears. Harry, said Mr. Granger. Don't stand in the hallway. Come in. Tell me, what did you hear last night? Just that, snapped Hermione, sharply. You didn't want him. Harry, Mr. Granger said gently. Please try to understand. We are, just so worried about losing Hermione. She is our only daughter. And this bond has put her life in danger, and that's without worrying about Voldemort or his like. Harry, said Professor McGonagall. When people are scared, they say things they don't mean. Have you ever wished Dudley dead? Harry nodded. Did you really want him to die? There was no response from Harry. What you really meant was you wanted him to stop hurting you, wasn't it? Yes, Harry replied quietly. Hermione's parents just want her to be safe, that's all. That's all they meant by that. Harry, if you'd heard a minute before, you'd have heard Mrs. Granger saying what a nice boy you are. Harry looked questioningly at Mrs. Granger, who nodded. Then why did you send me away? It was Mr. Granger, who replied, "We believed it was the only way you could be safe. Otherwise, there is no way we would have let you go." "Harry, I'm sorry I hurt you," said Mrs. Granger. "I never meant to." She walked across and gave him a hug. She wasn't surprised that he stiffened up as she hugged him. The adrenaline from their sudden awakening was lessening and both children began to yawn. "These two really need to get straight to bed before the potion takes effect again," said Madame Pomfrey. "I'll put them to bed," volunteered Mrs. Granger, "if that's all right with you, Harry." He nodded. Sending them to bed together, she tucked them in and bent down to key each of them good night, ignoring the fact that it was still only mid-afternoon. She sat down to watch the pair as they quickly fell asleep. Hermione seemed calmer, but Harry was still restless. She turned Hermione over and put her arm around Harry, who almost immediately began to breathe more slowly and deeply. "Sleep tight," she told them, giving each of them another quick key. When she got back downstairs, she found Professor McGonagall ready to leave. "I really ought to be getting back now. But don't hesitate to call me if there is anything I can do. I could get Professor Flitwick to visit if you like. He is the expert on bonds as it is related to charms, which he teaches. He would probably be the best person to explain everything to them about their bond." "I don't think they are ready for that, yet," said Madame Pomfrey. "I think they need to work through this initial stage first, and learn to trust each other." The professor nodded. "You are probably right. It's just that if I am reading Hermione correctly," and the professor couldn't help a rueful grin as she said this, "she is going to want to know everything about the bond before too long." "Our daughter," laughed Mr. Granger, "wants to know everything about everything. She is going to be a delight, and a challenge, to teach. I look forward to having her at Hogwarts in a few years." "Well, actually," said Mrs. Granger, "we were thinking, does she have to go to Hogwarts?" "Not go to Hogwarts," said a horrified Professor McGonagall. "But she'll need to learn to control her magic as she becomes older." "Isn't there any other school she could go to?" "Yes, there are other options. May I ask why you don't want Hermione to come to Hogwarts?" "Professor Dumbledore," Mr. Granger replied bluntly. "We don't trust him. It seems to us that by his determination to send Harry back to those awful people, he came close to killing both Harry and Hermione." "This would have happened anyway," Madame Pomfrey pointed out. "That boy has never had anyone to trust in his life. The separation brought it on more quickly, but it would still have happened." "One thing you need to bear in mind," warned Professor McGonagall, "is that this is Harry Potter your daughter is bonded with. As you have correctly understood, that makes Hermione a target. Professor Dumbledore was the only wizard you know who, I mean, Voldemort, was afraid of. Most of us are too afraid to even say the name. Albus Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive and, like it or not, Harry and Hermione are going to need his protection." Seeing the displeasure on the Grangers' faces, she added, "He isn't so bad, you know. Despite appearances, he cares very much for them. I won't go into details, but the Potters, Harry's parents, decided to trust one of their friends instead of Professor Dumbledore and it cost them their lives." Mr. Granger nodded. "We will think about what you have to say." After the professor flowed away, Madame Pomfrey went upstairs with Mrs. Granger to check on the two children. They seemed restless. Should they be like this? Madame Pomfrey shook her head. Whatever they are experiencing, it is intense. It may wake them up again, despite the power of the potion, and that isn't good. I have some calming potion in my bag. It will calm them enough to force them to stay asleep. She quickly went downstairs for the potion and returned. "Let me understand," said Mrs. Granger, slowly. "They are in a nightmare and you want to force them to stay in it." Madame Pomfrey winced. "That's not how I would put it, but yes. The energy needed to overcome the sleep potion is tremendous, and they are drained enough as it is. This will help. Then let me give it to them." The Medowitch handed a small bottle to Mrs. Granger. "How much?" "Just a drop for each, that's it. I will leave the bottle here. I suggest you both take a drop tonight. You look exhausted. And now, I must go. I have patients waiting for me at Hogwarts." With a brief goodbye to Mr. Granger, Madame Pomfrey flowed away. Hermione was panicking. Her head hurt. She could vaguely remember hitting a wall. Her lip was sore too and she could taste the salty blood. It was pitch dark and she had no idea where she was. She was so tired, but felt like if she went to sleep, she'd never wake up again. The sudden thought that that might not be so bad shocked her. Very slowly, her eyes became adjusted to the dark. This place. It was familiar and yet not familiar. She sat up and promptly banged her head again. The strange shape of the ceiling told her she was under some stairs. Why was she here? She found the door handle and tried to open it. It didn't budge. Why would her parents lock her in a cupboard? She banged on the door, but there was no response. How long had she been in here? Not long, judging by the fact that her lip was still bleeding a little. How long were they going to keep her here? After another futile session of banging on the door, she abandoned the attempt. She really was so tired. Her whole body ached. She could feel blisters on her hands. Sleep. She needed sleep. Get Harry and get out. The sudden shout awakened her. She was somewhere else, looking up at a ceiling. She heard the crash of the front door. She didn't know how she knew it was the front door, but she did. A woman she didn't recognize was running towards her. Her face was ashen and she knew that something terrible was happening. It was dark again as she awoke. She needed the toilet badly. She banged on the door yet again, but there was still no reply other than a muffled shouted from somewhere else in the house to shut up if she knew what was good for her. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to go. Even though she was alone, the embarrassment was worse than the smell, though that was bad enough to make her feel sick. She was running, had to get away before they got her. Her chest hurt from the running, the sharp pain of a stitch in her side, but she'd got away this time. As she rounded the corner of the building, they were there again. They'd cut her off. She felt the pain of a punch in her stomach and promptly threw up. She earned her being pushed to the ground and kicked. A well-aimed shoe hit her in the face and she knew no more. The burn on her hand hurt terribly. Finish my dinner, boy, or you'll get nothing for yourself. It wouldn't be the first time. But it was finished and she took the plates to the table. She went to sit down, but the food in front of her was removed. Take this. A woman handed her some slices of bread. But I made. You made. I bought all this, the man yelled. Get back in your cupboard. Bread's good enough for freaks. She ran to her cupboard before the boy next to her could volunteer to help take her back. The door slammed behind her and she heard bolts slide into place. The smell was unbearable and she lost interest in the bread. Freak, she heard, followed by laughter. No, not Harry. Please, not Ha. The scream was silenced. A face appeared above her. She'd never seen it before, but she knew it was a cruel face. It smiled. And suddenly there was a green light and nothing more. Someone was opening her mouth, something with a nasty taste. She was still shaking from the green light, but somehow it didn't seem so threatening anymore. For a few moments she was confused, but somehow she was in a park. It was deserted. This she recognized. It was the park where they had found Harry. There was nobody else around right now, so she was safe. She could sleep for a while. Madame Pomfrey had gone. Mrs. Granger had sat by her daughter for some time after the two children calmed down in their sleep. She heard a voice from the doorway. Come on, darling. They'll be okay. How can you be so calm? I'm not. But I think Madame Pomfrey knows what she's doing. No child should have to go through this. No. But look at her now. Tell me, have you ever seen Hermione looking so peaceful? It's just the drugs she gave them. I'm not so sure. It was the same when Harry was here for a month before. It's the first time I've ever seen Hermione excited about anything apart from learning something. Mrs. Granger allowed her husband to lead her downstairs. How could I have said those awful things? She asked. Like Professor McGonagall said, you were scared, that's all. Hermione looked like she hated me, his wife sobbed. She doesn't hate you. She'll understand. They both will. I hope so. This time the potion did as Madame Pomfrey intended. The two children slept, more or less peacefully, for over 24 hours. Mr. Granger was able to return to work as normal, while Mrs. Granger stayed home. Harry asked Hermione, when they finally woke up. What's the green light? What green light? When the woman is screaming, not Harry. You saw. Hermione nodded. How? I don't know. I think it's something to do with the bond. Harry looked uncomfortable. You don't have to be embarrassed, Hermione assured him. You shouldn't have to see all that, Harry complained. Me? How dare they treat you like that? Harry was silent for a while. Then he said, Voldemort. Huh, the green light. I think it was when Voldemort tried to kill me. Oh, yes. Professor Dumbledore said that, didn't he? When they went downstairs, Mrs. Granger had then called Madame Pomfrey. She wanted to check you over when you woke up. Madame Pomfrey arrived half an hour later and cast her wand over the two children. It's better, she said. The bond is a little stronger. I think I'll ask Albus if he can send Professor Flitwick tomorrow to be sure. Why don't you just call him direct? Asked Mr. Granger. To protect Harry and Hermione, only 4 of us know he is here, Madame Pomfrey replied a little sternly. Can I have some potion to give them tonight? Mrs. Granger asked, quickly changing the subject. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to give it too often, but call me if you need me. To the great relief of both of Hermione's parents, the two children slept peacefully the following night. There had been some awkwardness at bedtime, as both felt embarrassed at sleeping in the same bed. When Mrs. Granger told her that Madame Pomfrey had said that there was less chance of nightmares that way, or that they would probably at least be less intense, and it would only be necessary for a while, the children decided that they didn't object so much after all. After putting the children to bed, Mr. and Mrs. Granger went downstairs. Mr. Granger was laughing. What's so funny? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Why? I just never imagined that I'd be encouraging our daughter to go to bed with someone. No, his wife couldn't resist a giggle. Especially not at 8 years old, Mr. Granger finished. Nearly 9, thank you, said Mrs. Granger, in the best imitation of her daughter's voice she could manage. The next afternoon Professor Dumbledore flowed in with a tiny man beside him. Good afternoon, Mrs. Granger. May I present Professor Phileas Flitwick, our resident charms expert. I have brought him to answer any questions you may have on bonds. Mrs. Granger looked openly suspicious, but went to get the two children, while Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick sat down. When Harry entered the room, Professor Flitwick nearly fell off of his seat in excitement. It's not. It can't be. He almost squeaked. He looked across to Professor Dumbledore for confirmation. Yes, my old friend. This is Harry Potter and this is his bond mate, Hermione Granger. Bond mate? Asked Mrs. Granger. It is what we call partners linked by a bond, explained Professor Flitwick. As I explained to your mother, said Professor Dumbledore, I have brought our resident expert on charms to answer your questions on bonds. He noted Hermione's suspicious look. Before you ask it, you can trust Professor Flitwick. The staff at Hogwarts are selected for their expertise, not because they will say what I tell them to say, as I think you have seen with Madame Pomfrey. In fact, Phileas here has just finished telling me what a fool I was to separate you both. Professor Flitwick looked embarrassed. I didn't quite put it that way. But you treated a soul bond as if it were simply a marriage bond and it isn't. It forms much more rapidly and is far more precarious in the early stages, though far stronger later. But only an expert on bonds would know that. In other words, I should have asked your advice, said Professor Dumbledore. Yes, the younger man agreed, you should. The older man nodded. Professor Flitwick is being diplomatic as always. Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall were far less restrained with their opinions on my actions regarding you both, especially for leaving you, Harry, so long without checking on you. Now, when Mr. Weasley arrives, please send him outside as I am going to teach him how to make the strongest protective wards possible. That will leave you in peace to ask whatever you wish to ask. I've made a list of questions, began Hermione, before Professor Dumbledore was even out of the room. Mrs. Granger smiled at that. In some ways her daughter was so predictable. Yes, my dear. Why did we become bonded? She quickly turned to Harry and added, I don't mean I don't want to be, I just want to understand why. Harry grinned. He hadn't taken her question the wrong way. In the month he'd spent with her, he'd learned all about her insatiable curiosity. Sadly, your first question I cannot answer, replied the professor. Nobody knows. Soul bonds are too rare for any really meaningful research. Oh, replied Hermione, obviously disappointed. On the bright side, the professor pointed out, it means you two have something incredibly rare and precious. He grinned, which looked slightly odd on him. Next question. What spell has a green light? Why do you ask that? Harry dreams about it a lot. We know it has something to do with Voldemort killing his parents, but that's all. Professor Flitwick had looked startled at the mention of Voldemort's name, but recovered quickly. I'm not sure it's really my place to tell you, but it is the Avada Kedavra spell, the killing spell. It kills instantly and cannot be stopped. There is no defense or counter curse. Then how? Did Harry survive? Hermione nodded. Nobody really knows for sure. Professor Dumbledore believes that Harry's mother's sacrifice gave him a protection against Voldemort. But he knows much more about old magic than I do. Harry, said Hermione. If it is instant, at least it means your parents didn't suffer. Harry brightened visibly at the thought. Why do I seem to be able to share Harry's dreams, but not the other way round? Interesting. Harry, you've been resisting the bond, haven't you? Before Harry could answer, a young man appeared from the flow. Hi. Sorry to interrupt. He looked over at Harry. Professor Dumbledore wasn't joking. It really is Harry. Professor Flitwick coughed. Sorry, Professor. Pleased to meet you, Harry, and you must be Hermione. I'm Bill Weasley. And nice to see you again, Mrs. Granger. Don't worry, Harry, your secret's safe with me. He's outside, I assume. Without waiting for a reply, Bill walked outside. One of my best students, said Professor Flitwick, but always has time to help those who are less bright than himself. Nice family too. Must have a word. The professor seemed to be thinking to himself for a moment. Anyhow, before we were interrupted, he said, I was asking you if you've been resisting the bond, wasn't I, Harry? And have you? I don't know, really. May I examine you? Nervously, not knowing what to expect, Harry nodded. Professor Flitwick did as Madame Pomfrey had done, simply flicked his wand over both Harry and Hermione, but his examination took much longer. At the end of the examination, he was frowning. I don't know anything about your upbringing, Harry, but at a guess I'd say it wasn't a happy one. They hated him, locked him in a cupboard a lot of the time and let their overgrown lump of a son beat him up, spat Mrs. Granger, with a venom she didn't know she had. The professor looked shocked. I had no idea. Don't they know who you are? You're a hero. No, said Harry. I'm not. I don't even think I did anything. They wouldn't care anyway, Hermione added. They hate magic and think we are all freaks. Harry, my examination tells me that your upbringing has left you with a real problem with trusting anyone. I wonder why, interrupted Mrs. Granger. Quite. The problem is that a soul bond requires absolute trust. Anything less and gradually your whole magical and life energy, instead of feeding the bond, fights the bond, until it is drained away. As I know you already know, it is very dangerous. It would kill us, said Hermione simply. The professor was more shocked by the calm way in which Hermione made the statement, than the statement itself. Yes, he admitted. Hermione immediately saw Harry looking miserable. Harry, it's not your fault. No, Harry, said the professor. It certainly isn't. I wish I had known earlier. This does give me part of the answer to your question though, Hermione. But you, Hermione, have very strong mental control, not to mention an unusually high level of curiosity. Mrs. Granger couldn't help a slight laugh at that. Professor Flitwick smiled. Ah, you'd noticed that, had you? It's difficult not to, I imagine. Well, this means two things. Your mind, finding itself bonded, whenever you are relaxed enough, is exploring the bond. However, your mental control is actually preventing Harry from doing the same if he wanted to. I would guess that you've been hurt a lot by friends you allowed close, am I right? Hermione nodded. So it's my fault, not Harry's. I wouldn't say fault. And actually it is the way you are both reacting that is causing this. While your mind wants to explore, but also shuts itself off in case it is hurt, Harry's mind is so hurt that it doesn't even try to defend itself, and he lacks your curiosity, I'm guessing because being curious was not encouraged in his upbringing. He was told not to ask questions or he'd be locked in his cupboard, said Hermione, wondering how she knew that. Deciding it was time he contributed to the conversation, Harry said, if I got better marks than Dudley at school, I was punished for it. Then it is hardly surprising that Harry lacks the mental curiosity to explore your link. But what can we do about it? Asked Harry, sounding desperate. Oh, quite a lot, said the professor cheerfully. He looked at his watch. Yes, we've plenty of time. Mrs. Granger, may I have your permission to take these two to Diagon Alley to get their wands? Wands? Squealed Hermione. I thought we didn't get them until we are 11. Normally you wouldn't. But for the training I have in mind, you will need them, if your mother doesn't mind. Her mother shook her head. But Professor Dumbledore said that Harry couldn't go as he'd be recognized. Good point, let's see now. He seemed deep in thought for a moment and then waved his wand at Harry. That should do it. It'll only last a short while, so we must hurry. What will last a short while? Asked Harry, unaware that anything had happened. Go and look at yourself in a mirror, instructed Hermione. It's amazing. You've just got to teach me how to do that, Professor. All in good time. That comes much later. Harry's voice in the bathroom could be heard throughout the house. Wow. The professor had transformed his face enough to make him unrecognizable and changed his hair color and style. He'd even made his scar invisible, something Harry had wanted to do every time someone at school had called him Scarface. Are we ready then? Asked the professor, a little smugly. Yes, said Harry and Hermione together. Right, you know how to flow. Next stop, Diagon Alley. Hermione went first, quickly followed by a very nervous Harry. The professor followed Harry so quickly that they fell in a heap on the floor in the leaky cauldron, which attracted some of the attention the professor had hoped to avoid. Leaving there quickly, the professor took them straight to Ollivander's. Hermione, of course, had seen Diagon Alley before and couldn't help be slightly amused at Harry's shocked face as the bricks moved aside to let them in. His initial shock turned to utter amazement when he saw the scene in Diagon Alley. He stopped outside a shop full of animals and couldn't take his eyes off of a tiny white owl. We use owls in the wizarding world to send messages to our friends, explained Professor Flitwick. Like the post office, said Hermione. Owls can be very loyal friends, but don't annoy them or they'll give you a nasty bite. Seeing the longing in Harry's eyes, the first time she'd actually seen him seem to want anything very much, usually he just accepted what he was given, made Hermione say, I'll buy it for you. There's no point, replied Harry, sadly. I don't have any friends to send messages to. That made up Hermione's mind for her at once. Thanks, she replied sharply. You've got me. I didn't mean but I live with you, so I don't need an owl, unless. He left the thought unsaid. Listen here, Harry, Hermione said, leaving no room for argument, we are not sending you away again. They can't ever split us up again, do you hear? I'm buying you the owl. Soon you'll have lots of friends. She didn't know how they could make wizarding friends without them knowing who Harry was, but it didn't matter right at that moment. Professor Flitwick smiled at the irony of Hermione's determination to find Harry friends, when, from what he had gathered so far, she didn't really have any friends of her own. Having an owl or other pet was the norm in the wizarding world, so he didn't think to remind Hermione that she should really ask her parents for permission to buy a pet before she did so. In any case, she had already disappeared into the shop. She was out of the shop almost as quickly, carrying a birdcage which seemed very large compared to the tiny white owl it contained. Well, it'll grow, so this'll save buying a new cage later, she explained. From there it was a short walk to Ollivander's, where they would buy their wands. The old man looked at Harry strangely, and even more so when Professor Flitwick closed the door and locked it, ensuring that they wouldn't be disturbed. Aren't they a little young? He asked the professor, ignoring the two children completely. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to give them some magical training, he replied. I trust we can rely on your absolute discretion in the matter. Ollivander looked insulted. I have never divulged anything I have learned from a wand choosing. I'm sorry. Of course not. We get to choose our own wand. Asked Hermione excitedly. Ollivander looked horrified at the thought. Certainly not. Perish the thought. Your wand will choose you. He turned to the professor. It would be quicker if you could remove the glamour. Professor Flitwick nodded and in a second, Harry's appearance returned to normal. Glamour? Asked Hermione. That's what we call this disguise spell, explained the professor. It's quite a simple spell really. Oh, replied Hermione, slightly surprised that she hadn't found that spell in the basic book of spells for witches and wizards. Ollivander raised an eyebrow slightly, but showed no other sign of surprise. I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Potter, for a few years yet. His tape measure seemed to leap out of his hand and began measuring all sorts of different measurements on Harry, and then on Hermione. For the first time, Ollivander showed some surprise. They are bonded? He asked the professor, who nodded. Remarkable. Yes, remarkable. He turned to Harry and said, try this one. He handed him a wand. No. This one then. No. This went on for some time and Harry was beginning to think that it had all been a mistake and perhaps he wasn't a wizard after all. I wonder. He went to the back of the store and came back with a dusty box from which he took 2 wands. He handed one to Harry and immediately red sparks flew out of the end of it. Curious, he said. Definitely curious. What is? Asked Harry. Phoenix feathers are quite common for wands, but this particular phoenix has only given 3 feathers. It gave just 1 feather many years ago, and suddenly gave 2 quite recently. He handed the other wand to Hermione, and sure enough, a small fountain of red sparks came from it. Ollivander seemed satisfied. That explains that, he said. But the other curious thing is what happened to the first feather from that phoenix. You see, the first feather went into the wand which gave you that scar. Voldemort? Asked Hermione, seeming not to notice the man's wince at hearing the name. Yes. Now your wands both have a core from the same phoenix, but other than that, they are totally different. Your magic may have linked you, but that does not make you identical. Each of you is unique, just as each of my wands is unique, he said proudly. One thing we can say though. I think we can expect great things from you both, just as the owner of the other wand did great things, terrible things, but great. Sensing the conversation was abruptly at an end, Hermione handed over money for both their wands and they left the shop, but not before Professor Flitwick reapplied Harry's glamour. Hermione wanted to show Harry around Diagon Alley, but the professor insisted that they return immediately. When they arrived home, he explained to Hermione, a glamour is not a perfect disguise. A few people can actually see through it, though that is rare. More common is the ability to detect that there is a glamour, and that would make people curious about why you were with someone wearing a glamour, and who it might be. We don't need stranger rumors about you going around. Hermione didn't say anything, but nodded. Harry could sense her frustration. Suddenly she turned to him and said angrily, Harry, it's not your fault. The professor smiled quietly to himself. After some shock from Mrs. Granger about the idea of having an owl in the house, the professor assured her that wizards' owls need very little care, just their cages kept clean if they had to be locked in them for any time. They could usually hunt for themselves from quite an early age and could be allowed to come and go. But he still needs a name, Hermione pointed out. Mrs. Granger insisted that they have some lunch before the professor commenced their training. Even the professor seemed quite pleased at the thought of lunch. While lunch was cooking, Harry was flicking through one of Hermione's history books. I want to name him after a famous wizard, he said. Professor Flitwick smiled. As he is actually a she, it might be better to find a famous witch instead. Harry decided he liked the name Hedwig. Said Hermione. As a Muggle-born witch she helped poor magical children, and she also helped poor Muggle children and gave all her money to the poor. She never received any recognition in magical circles because she was Muggle-born, but a pope made her a saint. There's even an order of nuns named after her which looks after orphans. Hello, Hedwig, said Harry to the tiny owl. Are you going to look after me? Do you like that name? Hedwig tilted her head and looked into Harry's eyes. Hedwig it is then, said Professor Flitwick. After Harry had taken Hedwig to his room, lunch was served. After they had eaten, when he led them out into the garden, Hermione immediately asked, won't the neighbors see? No, they won't see anything, the professor began to reply as Hermione had another thought. And what about the ministry? The books say that they detect underage magic. Won't we get into trouble? The wards protecting this house do more than offer protection. They are charmed to ensure that Muggles see nothing out of the ordinary. Many wizarding homes have wards for that. They also prevent the detection of any magic within them. That was mainly to protect your identity, but it also prevents problems with the ministry. He handed each of them a wand. Hold it out. When they did so he waved his own wand over the 2 wands they were holding and muttered a spell under his breath. It sounded complicated. Now, we are ready. I am going to teach you what I fear will be one of the most useful spells you will ever learn. It isn't really my subject, but it's quite basic. Professor, what did you do to our wands? Asked Hermione. Mine feels different. Professor McGonagall was right. You will be a delight to teach when you are older. Although the shield spell I am going to teach you is quite basic, it is far beyond the level you will be able to do at your age. Therefore I have charmed your wands to recognize the motion in the incantation, Protega, and your wands will cast a very simple shield on their own. You won't actually be casting it yourself, but it will seem like you are. A shield spell? Asked Harry. Like with swords. Nothing so grand, I'm afraid. This will protect you against a few simply hexes, but nothing much more than that. Now watch my arm and wrist movement, do the same, and say clearly the word Protega. Mrs. Granger had come out with them, but after 10 minutes of watching them, she realized that she was making Hermione nervous and went back indoors. It took both of them more than an hour to get it close enough that the wands reacted to their commands. To the professor's surprise, Harry actually got it first, just. Hermione, he said, you are trying to follow me too precisely. The actions and the pronunciation are important, but the intent is more so. Relax a little and let it flow from you, by instinct. A few rather frustrating minutes later, at least for Hermione, she managed to cast her first shield spell. The professor didn't seem disappointed by how long they took. Well done, he cried happily. His cry had brought Mrs. Granger out again. I did it, Mum, cried Hermione, equally happily. Harry managed it first, though, she added honestly. The professor had them practice the shield spell for a little longer as Mrs. Granger watched, then he said, now, you need something to shield against. I am going to use a spell against you, and you have to put up your shield in time to stop me. You needn't worry, it's only a very mild version of the stinging hex, a little like a wasp sting, except that it goes away much more quickly. Who wants to go first? I think I will, said Mrs. Granger firmly, much to everyone's surprise. I want to know exactly what you are using on the children. Fair enough, Professor Flitwick replied. Ow, does it have to be that strong? The pain goes very quickly, the professor assured her, but yes, for what I am trying to do, I think that strength is about right. And what are you trying to do? Whatever I have to do to ensure that the bond becomes well established as quickly and safely as possible. You know the alternative, the usually jovial professor replied seriously. I have to ask you to trust me. We'll be all right, Mum, Hermione said. Her mother nodded, but walked indoors. Hermione thought she saw tears in her mother's eyes and almost ran after her. So who's first? The professor asked again. This time there were no volunteers. Okay, as Harry got the shield spell first, he can go first this time. Hermione, you stay well clear. Ready, Harry? Harry nodded nervously. I'm going to cast the spell silently, as I don't want to teach you offensive spells at your age. So just watch my wand movement. I'll show you the movement first, without the spell, so you know what to look for. In spite of knowing what to look for, Harry didn't get his shield up in time for the first one, and yelled, ow. Loud enough to bring Mrs. Granger running out again. He assured her that he was okay. Mrs. Granger looked at Professor Flitwick suspiciously, then went back inside. Hermione managed 3 shields before the professor's 4th stinging hex got through. That's some wasp, she gasped. Harry assured her that the pain went away very quickly, and a minute or so later it had. They went on practicing until each of them could defend against at least 5 hexes in a row, cast quickly, one after another. I think that's enough for today, said the professor. To his surprise, both children were disappointed at having to stop. Maybe I can teach you something you can practice with on your own. Hold your wands out to me again. Once again he cast some spell over them. Now, the incantation for this spell is Aguamenti. There is no wand flicking movement for this spell for reasons that will become obvious. Try it. As before, neither of them could get it at first. Finally Hermione got it and a stream of water poured from her wand, almost hitting the professor. Harry was still having no luck 10 minutes later when the professor went indoors to go to the toilet. As he came back out he heard Hermione saying, "You're saying it wrong. It's Aguamenti, not Menti." Harry threw down his wand and stormed inside and ran to his room. They heard the door slam. "I was only trying to help," Hermione said. Hermione, how do you think Harry feels, that he can't do something, even though you seem to be able to do it easily? Remembering being second with the shield spell, she said, stupid, annoyed with himself. And how do you think he feels when you tell him he's doing it all wrong, when he's trying his hardest? But I didn't mean it like that. I know you didn't. But remember, he already feels stupid about it. Hermione looked shamefaced. I do that at school, she admitted, for the first time wondering if it might be at least partly her own fault that she had no real friends. I better go and say I'm sorry, she said. A good idea. But I'm going now, don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow, I have a 7th year taking my afternoon classes. I can't come in the morning as I have a 7th year class in the morning. But before I go, there's something I wanted to ask you. Ask me. Yes. I noticed a strange look on your face when Mr. Ollivander said about each of you being unique. Were you worried that the bond would make you lose your own identity? Hermione nodded uncomfortably. You have heard a soul bond compared to a marriage bond. Would you say your parents are both the same? No. Sometimes they seem to think the same thing, or say the same thing at the same time, but they are very different. So you and Harry will be. You will share some closeness that most of us can only dream of, but you will always be Hermione and Harry will always be Harry. Hermione smiled. Okay now. Yes, thank you. Now, go and try to make things up with your bondmate. I'll see you tomorrow. Hermione walked up the stairs and quietly knocked on Harry's door. When there was no reply, she opened it. Harry was on his bed, facing away from the door. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. It's okay, he replied. I know I'm stupid. You're not stupid. I just find it really easy to learn things. It doesn't make everyone else stupid. It's okay if you don't like me anymore, she finished and turned to leave the room. I still like you. When she turned back to face him, he was surprised to see tears in her eyes. I didn't mean to make you cry. Most people don't like me, Hermione admitted. I think you're brilliant, Harry replied. One of my teachers said I am too bright for my own good. I didn't mean like that. I meant you're really nice. Thank you. Or I can help you with that spell. Then she quickly added, only if you want to. I'm too tired, said Harry. Hermione knew it wasn't only tiredness, but, looking at his face, he did look tired and she tried to keep the disappointment from her face. Her attempt obviously wasn't successful as Harry looked at her and volunteered, we could try tomorrow, before the professor comes. We'll have all morning. He can't come until the afternoon. The two of them were quiet at supper and when Mrs. Granger asked them how their training had gone, even Hermione, who she had expected to delight in telling her every detail, only said, okay. The evening was a quiet one. Harry watched the television most of the evening, something he still found exciting, having almost never been allowed to do so when he lived with the Dursleys until the Grangers had given him his own television. Hermione was rereading her book of basic spells, wondering how many other spells she'd missed. When it was Hermione's bedtime, she wondered if she was supposed to sleep with Harry again, but as he had gone to sleep without her, she decided to sleep in her own room. The next morning at breakfast, Hermione's mother asked what they were going to do until the professor arrived in the afternoon. I'm going to help Harry with the Aquamenti spell, Hermione replied. Mrs. Granger noticed that Harry didn't look that enthusiastic and for a moment almost reminded her not to be too bossy. Then she decided this was something they were going to have to sort out on their own. To the surprise of both Harry and Hermione, Harry managed the Aquamenti spell after only a few minutes of trying. Hermione had intended for them to take it in turns. First she would aim at Harry while he would cast the shield spell, then they would swap over. But the first time they tried it something happened which Hermione didn't expect. As they faced each other, their wands drawn, Hermione cast her spell normally. But the moment Harry tried to cast his shield spell, instead of the shield appearing, the water from Hermione's wand simply stopped in mid-air, falling to the ground, and a strange orange glow spread from one wand to the other. They both had a strange feeling like they were pushing against each other although they were some yards apart. The orange glow began to spread for a minute, then faded away. What happened? Asked Harry. I don't know. Feeling frustrated, Hermione tried her Aquamenti spell again, this time against the wall. It worked perfectly, but when she tried against Harry, the moment he cast his shield, the same thing happened. For some reason we can't cast spells at each other. Maybe it's the bond, she mused, turning away and looking down at her wand. While she was looking at her wand with a puzzled expression, Harry cast the Aquamenti spell, soaking her with cold water. After a shocked gasp as the cold water hit her, Hermione asked, how did you do that? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Like this, he said, with a grin. This time Hermione almost dodged the water, but not quite. Harry was laughing so much that he didn't even notice when Hermione fired an augmenti spell at him in retaliation, hitting him right in his open mouth. Coughing, he fired right back, missing her. Then they both tried to cast at the same time and the strange orange line and glow appeared again. "We'll have to ask Professor Flitwick about this," said Hermione as the glow dissipated again, while Harry took the opportunity to soak her again. What Hermione had intended as a simple practice session quickly degenerated into a water fight, until the shrieking brought Mrs. Granger out to see what was going on. "I thought you were practicing your shields," she asked. "This was more fun," said Harry. Hermione wanted to explain to her mother what had happened, but she wasn't sure how to put it. Seeing the two laughing children, Mrs. Granger shook her head. "Come on, you'd better go and get those wet clothes off. It's almost lunchtime. When you've put on dry clothes, bring those down and I'll put them through the wash." It was Harry who was ready first and he brought down their clothes. "I'm sorry I made more work for you," he said. The expression on his face was somewhere between cheeky and guilty, and Mrs. Granger couldn't help thinking that if Harry knew how sweet he looked in that moment, he'd never again doubt how lovable he was. "Harry, it's no bother," she assured him. "And if you knew how happy I am to see you both playing happily, you wouldn't worry about a few wet clothes." Hermione was quiet over lunch and Harry knew she was trying to understand what had happened. Eventually, Professor Flitwick arrived for their lesson. After a hurried greeting, Hermione launched into a description of what had happened. The professor looked surprised. "I don't know," he admitted. He went to the fireplace and called, "Albus Dumbledore." A minute or so later, Professor Dumbledore appeared from the fireplace. "Can you show me what happened, please?" "I think we'd better do this outside," smiled Professor Flitwick. The others followed him outside. "Now, one of you try to soak me," Professor Dumbledore ordered. "Me?" cried Harry, then looked disappointed as a shield appeared around the professor without him even waving his wand or saying anything, stopping the water from hitting him. "How did you do that?" asked Hermione. "Magic," Professor Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. "Now Harry, can you soak Hermione?" Again the water flowed from his wand. Professor Dumbledore seemingly extended his shield to protect Hermione and she remained dry. Harry looked disappointed and Hermione stuck out her tongue at him. "Now, can you both do what you were doing when the effect appeared?" Hermione raised her wand and cried, "Augmenti," while Harry cast the shield spell. This time the orange line between their wands grew more quickly and expanded. "Continue your spells," instructed Professor Dumbledore. "Don't lower your wands." From each of their wands appeared shimmering faint images of water and their shields, which faded into nothing. "Priori incantatem," gasped Professor Dumbledore. "Of course. I should have thought," cried Professor Flitwick. "That explains it. Their wands both have cores from the same phoenix." "Phoenix?" asked Professor Dumbledore, suddenly alert. "Yes. Ollivander said it was the same one who gave the core for you-know-whose wand," explained Professor Flitwick. "His name is Voldemort, or Tom Riddle if you prefer," replied the older man. "Tom Riddle?" asked Hermione. "A story for another day," smiled Professor Dumbledore. "This could be very interesting." "How?" "It appears that Harry's mother's protection may have worked in a different way somehow, to cause you both to receive a wand which Voldemort cannot fight with using his own wand." "But you said he was dead." "No, just gone. We don't really know, but some of us are sure he will return." "And you think he will come after Harry again?" "I fear very much that that will be the case. But as your wands share related cores, it will at least make things more difficult for him. So I really don't have to go back to the Dursleys?" cried Harry, looking like he hardly dared to believe it. Hermione looked shocked. "We told you." Professor Dumbledore, who was looking at Harry with a face of tremendous sadness, cut her off. "If I may use a Muggle term to summarize the situation, I would rather believe that Harry has been waiting for the other shoe to drop." Harry looked puzzled. "You have been unable to believe that this time you won't be sent back again, am I right?" Harry nodded. "Harry, I promise you. I will never force you to go back to the Dursleys, nor will I allow anyone else to do so. Do you believe me?" Harry looked into Professor Dumbledore's face for a minute. Finally he nodded, and ran from the room. Hermione went to follow him, but Professor Dumbledore held her back. "He will be embarrassed if you see him now." Hermione nodded sadly. "While we are waiting for Harry to come back to us, perhaps you could arrange a nice cup of tea." "Yes, Professor." They found Mrs. Granger in the kitchen. "Ah, Mrs. Granger." Harry was a little upset. "What have you done?" she snapped. "I told him that I would never force him to go back to the Dursleys," explained the professor. "Hermione wanted to comfort him, but just this once, I think he might feel more comfortable with you." Looking slightly shocked, Mrs. Granger left the kitchen silently. Watching her go, Professor Dumbledore sighed sadly and couldn't help but notice that he didn't really feel much like having that cup of tea anymore. As she walked up the stairs, Mrs. Granger also gave a sigh, wondering how much healing was needed in the soul of her de facto adopted son. She knocked on his door. "Harry, may I come in?" There was no answer, so she walked in. Harry was on the bed. He sat up and she could see his tear-stained face. "I'm being silly," he said. "No, Harry. I can think of other words to describe you, brave, loving, kind, but silly would not be one of them. But I'm crying over nothing. Harry, since you arrived, you've been terrified we'd send you back again, am I right?" He didn't answer. "And I know, what I said, didn't help." He still remained quiet. "When we've worried about something, when that worry is taken away, sometimes we just have to let it all out. Don't be ashamed of that." She sat on the bed beside him and pulled the still crying boy into her arms. After a minute or so, she said, "Harry, look at me, you're making me cry now. Harry, I want to tell you something. Nothing will ever make us send you away, nothing. Do you understand me? Really, really." At the look of hope on his face, she grinned a little. "Apart from anything else, can you imagine the lectures we'd get from Hermione if we did?" Harry giggled. "Are we all right now?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Good." She gave his arm a squeeze. "I'm sorry I hurt you." "It's okay. You were scared." "Yes, I was," she admitted, "but it wasn't okay. Now, shall we go to the bathroom and get both our faces cleaned up before we rejoin the others?" He nodded. Harry was still a little embarrassed when he walked back downstairs to face the professors and Hermione. "Hello, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore. "Sorry, There is no need to explain, Harry. You have suffered as no child should have too, and I must bear some of the responsibility. Tell me, what do you know about your parents?" "Only what you told me. The Dursleys didn't tell you anything. They said they were lazy drunks and killed in a car crash." Hermione looked shocked. "Your parents were not drunks, and far from being lazy. They were head boy and head girl at Hogwarts. I have something for you." He reached deep into his bag, far deeper than seemed possible for the size of the bag. He finally pulled out a frame containing a photo. "They're moving," cried Hermione. "Are these my parents?" asked Harry. "Yes, Harry. These are James and Lily." "And yes, Hermione, wizarding photos move. You look just like your father," said Hermione. "But his mother's eyes, I think," said Mrs. Granger. "I like her eyes," said Hermione, then went rather red. "I mean," her mother just smiled knowingly. Deciding to change the subject rapidly, Hermione asked, "Professor, what's prior incanta?" "Priori incantatem," corrected Professor Dumbledore. "Two wands which share a core from the same magical animal can never duel each other. If they try, you saw the effect. In fact, they will begin to replay their previous spells. In your case, apart from Aguamenti and your shield charm, there were no previous spells. How does this protect Harry? It provides some protection for both of you, not just Harry. If Voldemort attacks you and you defend yourselves with your wands, allowing the wands to connect, he will have great difficulty in harming you. It is not a perfect protection by any means, but if he is not expecting it, it may delay an attack. There is a problem though." "What's that?" "You won't be able to practice dueling with each other." "Actually, I wasn't intending them to do that," explained Professor Flitwick. "That was just to get them used to handling a wand." "Good. Then, if I am not needed any longer, I will leave you in Professor Flitwick's capable hands. Sadly, even in the magical world, paperwork doesn't do itself." "Thank you for coming," said Hermione, surprising the professor. "You are always welcome. And now, goodbye." He walked into the lounge and disappeared into the fireplace. "Are you both ready for your lesson?" asked Professor Flitwick. The two children both cried, "Yes," together. Such enthusiasm. "We'll need some space, so shall we go outside again?" When they reached the back garden, he said, "Hermione, would you hand me your wand please, and stand by the wall?" "That's right." Both children looked puzzled. "Now, Harry, I am going to use the stinging charm against Hermione. Don't you mean me? No. But she hasn't got her wand. No, she hasn't, but you have yours. Your job is to prevent me from stinging her by casting your shield. Harry walked in front of Hermione. No, Harry, not directly in front of her. It is your shield that is going to protect her, not your body. Ready. Harry looked tense as he got into the stance they had practiced. Over the next 10 minutes Professor Flitwick sent what must have been over 100 stinging charms at Hermione. He moved around the garden, forcing Harry to move to protect Hermione. You're good, Harry. Not one got through. Now it's your turn, Hermione. He took Harry's wand and gave Hermione's wand back to her. Ready. Hermione nodded, concentration etched on her face. After 5 minutes, the professor realized that he wasn't going to get anything past Hermione either. Let's make it a little more difficult, he said. I will aim at Harry or at you, and you have to see where I am aiming before casting your shield. A couple of minutes later, he managed to hit Hermione. Ow! She cried. That's stronger than before. Are you all right? Asked Harry. A tearful Hermione nodded. I'm okay. It's not that bad. Shall we continue? Asked the professor. Hermione's answer was to get into her defensive stance again. A minute later the professor cried, Expelliarmus, and Hermione's wand went flying from her hand. A few seconds later the professor pointed his wand at Harry again, to sting him. Hermione cried out, no, and threw herself between them and the stinging spell hit her before they could move again. An angry Harry almost threw himself at the professor, who simply stepped aside and muttered another spell over Hermione. It's all right, said Hermione. The pain's gone. Why did you do that? Asked Harry. It wasn't fair, complained Hermione. I'll leave you to think about that until tomorrow, the professor said and walked inside the house. Are you really all right? Harry asked Hermione. Yes. I can't believe I was so silly. I almost began to trust him. You shouldn't have taken the sting. I might have dodged it, Harry said. It was too quick. It looked like it really hurt. It did, but not once he took the pain away. Inside the house, the professor was talking to Mrs. Granger. I think I may have helped Harry begin to trust Hermione, but at the expense of their trust in me. How's that? I'm sure they will tell you all about it. I will see you all tomorrow afternoon, if they still want me teaching them. To Mrs. Granger's surprise, neither of the children mentioned what had happened and they had a quiet evening in front of the television. She was pleased to see that they had drifted together in the armchair closest to the television. They had pulled it too close to the television and normally Mrs. Granger or her husband would have commented about it not being good for their eyes, but seeing them close together like that, neither of them had the heart to disturb them. Once again, Harry went to bed earlier than Hermione as his body, still quite frail from poor feeding for so long, meant that he couldn't keep going for as long as Hermione could. Alone with her mother, Hermione said quietly, I don't think I want more lessons with Professor Flitwick. Why's that? He tried to hurt Harry. Really? And what happened? I got in the way. It really hurt as well. To her surprise, her mother smiled. It's not funny, Hermione cried, really annoyed at her mother. No, it's not. Hermione, darling, is what you told us the other night true? What about? About Harry's lack of trust killing you both. You know it is. Hermione sounded hurt. I know, darling. How do you think this afternoon affected that? After a few moments' thought, Hermione shook her head. Harry saw you let yourself get hurt rather than let him be hurt. Hermione's face lit up. I think he might trust me a bit more now. At least I hope so. I think that is what Professor Flitwick is hoping to achieve, at least, judging by seeing you two together in the armchair this evening. Hermione blushed like a tomato, then said, I think I'll go up to bed now. Her mother smiled. I'm happy for you, darling, honestly. This time, Hermione chose to sleep with Harry, whether he would know it or not. When she got into bed, she put her arm around Harry. Although he tensed up for a second, after that he relaxed and let her hold him. Hermione smiled. Thank you, Professor, she said in her mind. Hermione woke first and was pleasantly surprised to find Harry's arm around her. She lay there for a while wondering if she dare try to reach out to him with her mind like she had read about in the book on bonding. Reluctantly she decided against the idea. It might wake him up, and he might not be very happy at her trying to get into his mind while he was asleep. After a short while, she carefully moved his arm. He didn't stir, so she quietly got out of bed and went back to her room to get her clothes, then went to wash and change. When she got downstairs, her father was sitting at the breakfast table reading the newspaper. "Hi, Dad." "Hi, darling. How's it going with Harry?" She loved the way her father did that. No nonsense. Straight to the point. Her mother would have been more vague, more careful not to risk offending or upsetting her. "Good, I think," she replied. "He seems more relaxed with me now. And how about you with him?" Hermione hesitated. "It's hard. I like him, but I'm scared to like him. What if he gets bored with me like all my other friends?" "Well, he can't just leave you, can he?" "No," she admitted. "But what if he wishes he could? What if he only likes me because he has to? Or he doesn't like me, but he has to pretend to because of the bond?" "Sometimes, Hermione, you're not very observant. You only have to look at him to know that he thinks that the sun shines out of your—" A loud cough from behind made him stop in mid-phrase. "Hi, Mum. We were just talking. I heard. While I would certainly not express it quite the same way as your father," and the look her mother gave her father at that moment made her realize that they would be having a talk later. "What he means is true. Harry adores you. You can see it in his eyes. But that's because I was just the first person to try being nice to him. What about when he doesn't feel like that anymore? Why are you so worried about something that isn't going to happen?" "She's just worried Harry will be like all her old school friends," her father explained. "Talking about school, how long have I got to stay off school?" Hermione asked. Her mother smiled, spotting easily the attempt to change the subject. "I don't know. They wanted you to be together as much as possible to repair the bond." "I can't believe I've missed so much school and didn't even think about it," Hermione commented. "You've had a lot on your mind," her father pointed out. "How about we wait till the weekend, then ask Madame Pomfrey what she thinks? Maybe you can start back next week and take Harry with you." "Talking of next week," her mother smiled, "Monday is your birthday." "I'd forgotten. Good job we haven't. What would you like for your birthday?" "To start back at school?" asked Hermione. Her father rolled his eyes. "You've got to be the only child in England who wants to go back to school for her birthday present." Then he added, "I wonder when Harry's birthday is. I'll ask him." She got up to go upstairs. "Not now," her mother warned. "He's sleeping. Don't wake him up for that. When I think how those people made him get up early to do everything for them." Hermione knew her mother had had to struggle not to use a word she would have told her father off for using, and she would have been amused but for the feeling of sadness about how Harry had lived all those years. "I bet he's never even had a birthday present," Hermione said, sadly. They'd actually finished breakfast when Harry came downstairs. "I'm sorry I slept too long," he said, guiltily. "Harry, Mr. Granger said firmly. If you need to be up by a certain time, we will tell you, and we will wake you up if need be. If not, you can sleep as long as you need to, okay? What would you like for breakfast?" Mrs. Granger asked. "I'm okay," he began. "I'm not really hungry." Then he caught Hermione's eye on him and he knew she was telling him to let them care for him. "Some cereal, please." "Harry," said Mr. Granger when Harry had eaten half his bowl of cereal. "Hermione is 9 on Monday. Before you came down we were wondering when your birthday is." "July 31st, he replied. "But you were with us, here, then," Hermione cried. "Why didn't you say anything?" I don't know," Harry finished miserably. Hermione got up and left the room and ran upstairs. Even after she slammed her bedroom door, they could hear her crying. Harry looked as uncomfortable as he felt. "What did I do wrong?" he pleaded. "Nothing, Harry," Mrs. Granger assured him. "When you love someone, you hurt when they are hurt. She's just upset that you felt so unwanted for so long that you didn't think that we might want to celebrate your birthday." "Nobody has before," he said. "I know, Harry. And that's why she's so sad right now." Harry looked so guilty that Mrs. Granger was forced to say, "It isn't your fault, Harry. If anybody's, it's the fault of those horrible relatives of yours." It was quite some time later, almost time for the professor to arrive, that Hermione came back downstairs. Mr. Granger had gone to work. "Mum, if we're allowed to go back to school next week, can we start on Tuesday?" "Of course, dear. Why? Would it be okay if we treated Monday as Harry's birthday too?" Mrs. Granger smiled. Harry just looked stunned. He wanted to talk to Hermione, but even he had worked out that he would only end up upsetting her if he did that. "You'll both have to decide what you really would like to do on your birthday then," said Mrs. Granger as the flow flared into life. Harry was surprised as Hermione went straight up to the professor and smiled. "Thank you, Professor. I didn't think you'd want to see me again, but Professor McGonagall said that it wouldn't take you long to work it out," he laughed. "I didn't really," Hermione admitted. "Mum told me. I take it that you haven't shared the information?" the professor asked, nodding pointedly at Harry, whose expression was somewhere between a scowl and puzzled. "Harry, it's okay. But he hurt you," Harry protested. "Mum made me see. He only did it to help you trust me." Harry looked frustrated. "I didn't see it either till she explained. The professor knew I'd try to protect you when he was going to sting you that time." "So?" Harry still sounded sullen. "Harry, may I explain?" Harry nodded, but his reluctance was obvious. Even though she didn't know what I was doing, Hermione deliberately let herself get hurt instead of you. Deep inside you know that means she cares about you enough to do that. It is just a step to building the trust between you. And it worked, Harry. You let me hold you last night and I've never seen you so relaxed. She didn't mention that he'd been holding her when she woke up. "But I don't want him hurting you because of me," Harry protested. "Harry, this isn't just for you," the professor pointed out. "This is for both of you. I don't want you hurting Hermione anymore," Harry insisted. "Harry, I don't want to hurt either of you. But I will do whatever is best for both of you long term." Harry nodded, but his reluctance was obvious. The professor started as he had before, but, to the children's surprise, instead of the stinging hex coming from his wand, there was a jet of water, rather more powerful than the water they had been able to produce. After they'd successfully protected each other for a while, it was Harry's turn to be wandless again, and this time Hermione lowered her wand. Harry was soaked in seconds and looked at her, startled. "That's for getting me when I wasn't expecting it yesterday," she grinned. "Wait till it's your turn," Harry threatened jokingly. The professor waved his wand silently and Harry found himself dry. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked. Professor Flitwick smiled. "To quote Professor Dumbledore, that's magic. Perhaps we'd better find another way to practice." "I'd guessed that much," Hermione replied, "but don't worry, I won't soak him again." The look on Harry's face told the professor that Harry wasn't thinking the same. It reminded the old professor of another Potter, years before, planning mischief. "All the same," he said, smiling, "I think I've probably done all I can right now. It's just as well as Madame Pomfrey is coming to see you both shortly. Now, I have a busy day tomorrow, so I will see you Saturday." As he left, Hermione turned to Harry and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil it." "I'll get you next time," was his only reply. "You can try," Hermione retorted. Harry picked up his wand from where the professor had left it and Hermione ran inside as Harry chased her. "Whoa," said her mother as Hermione crashed into her, almost knocking her off balance. "What do we say about running in the house? You could hurt someone." To Hermione, she sounded a little cross, but not really. "Sorry, Mum," she said. Then they both noticed a terrified look on Harry's face. Mrs. Granger bent down to him and he flinched. "Harry. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you, or Hermione." "Sorry, Mrs. Granger," he said, still obviously nervous. Deciding that it was probably better to say nothing further on that subject, Mrs. Granger said, "I was just coming out to get you as Madame Pomfrey is here to see you both." Both children were obviously pleased to see Madame Pomfrey. "Just sit down and make yourselves comfortable," she told them and was pleasantly surprised to see that they both sat on the sofa together. She said, as patterns of light appeared in front of her as she waved her wand over the two children. She repeated. "Well?" asked Hermione, impatiently. Her mother, still standing in the doorway, looked almost as impatient to hear the result as her daughter. "Better than before," the Medowitch replied noncommittally. "Does that mean I'm not going to kill Hermione now?" asked Harry, a guilty tone in his voice. Both Madame Pomfrey and Hermione looked sharply at him. "Harry, this isn't your fault," they both said, Madame Pomfrey softly and Hermione rather more forcefully. Harry looked down. Mrs. Granger walked over to him and putting her hand under his chin, she lifted his face. "Harry, you've known nothing but abuse all your life. You need to give yourself time." "But Hermione," We'll be fine, said Madame Pomfrey in a brisk, businesslike manner. As will you, if you both continue to do as I say. Mrs. Granger, may I have a word? Can't you say it in front of Hermione and Harry? Madame Pomfrey smiled. It's not that. I just want to ask you something. The two women went out of the room for a few minutes and then returned. I understand you have been sleeping together. Any more bad dreams? No, said Hermione. And how's it going? Sleeping together, I mean. Hermione blushed a little. Harry just looked puzzled and said, okay, I guess. Good. From now on, I want you to sleep together without your pajamas. Hermione gasped and squealed, naked. No, you can wear underwear, but nothing more. Seeing her daughter was still embarrassed at the thought, Mrs. Granger said, it's no different to being at the beach in your swimsuit. Why? Hermione asked. Skin-to-skin contact, the physical closeness, will help the bond. Hermione still looked worried. She noticed her mother didn't look entirely happy either. How long is this for? Mrs. Granger asked suddenly. I mean, as they grow older. Madame Pomfrey smiled. Don't worry. It's only to help the bond become established, no longer than that. Madame Pomfrey had gone and both children were still sitting where they had been. Hermione was nervous about that night. Harry was nervous that somehow he'd upset Hermione again. Suddenly Hermione leapt up and ran to the television. It's 5:10, she cried. I keep forgetting it. What? Blue Peter. Her answer meant nothing to Harry, but he watched the program anyway, thinking it was more interesting than the rubbish Dudley usually watched. Mr. Granger was home earlier that evening than he had been all week, and so he got out a board game for them all to play. It was a version of Ludo called Frustration, and after losing a few times, Harry could see why. As bedtime approached, Hermione seemed obviously more nervous. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Mr. Granger said, So, Hermione, what's this I hear about you doing a striptease for Harry? Hermione giggled slightly. I'm not. Come on, said Mrs. Granger. Let's find you something to wear. But as Mrs. Granger and Hermione went to leave the room, Harry asked, What's a striptease? Mr. Granger looked at his wife, who laughed. Oh, no. You started it, David. Now you can explain it. She stood in the doorway, waiting. I thought you were going upstairs, Jean, Mr. Granger said irritably. Oh, no, she replied. I want to hear this. Mr. Granger sighed. Well, Harry, a striptease is when a woman takes off her clothes for a man. Harry looked puzzled. She does it slowly, to excite the man. Why would he want her to do that? Harry asked innocently. Mr. Granger laughed and ruffled Harry's hair. Just you keep thinking like that, Harry, and we're gonna get along fine. Taking pity on him, Mrs. Granger explained, it's something you'll really only understand when you get older. Oh, okay. After they'd each bathed and got into bed, Harry and Hermione were obviously both uncomfortable, laying as far from each other as possible in the bed. I think the idea was more contact, Mrs. Granger reminded them. You turn that way, Hermione told Harry. Harry turned onto his side facing away from her and Hermione moved close to him and put her arm around him. You okay? She asked him. Yeah, or you? Yeah. Neither of them had expected to be able to get to sleep quickly, but they were already asleep and were unaware of Hermione's parents when they peered in to see them. Not sure what she was feeling, Mrs. Granger squeezed her husband's hand and they went back downstairs. Hermione woke up sweating, the sound of screams still ringing in her head. She sat up suddenly, and tried to calm her breathing. She reached over to turn on her bedside light. The sudden movement in the light had woken Harry. Seeing the still terrified look on her face, he asked her, Are you okay? At first she nodded, then said, Yes. I think she struggled for a word she felt comfortable with. Closer contact made me dream your dreams again. Oh, sorry. Never mind that, Harry, she said, dismissing his apologies. She then scooted closer to him and, holding him, whispered, Do you have nightmares like that all the time? A lot. Perhaps we should try to dream your dreams. Harry felt Hermione tense. Only if you want to. Okay, I'll concentrate on opening my mind as we go to sleep, and you concentrate on getting into my mind. Harry nodded. Hermione turned off the light, then pressed herself against Harry's back. Quickly enough, they fell asleep again. When they awoke again a few hours later, they knew they had failed. Harry's nightmares had disturbed them both again. Mrs. Granger had to go shopping, so they went with her. She had taken one look at the tired faces of the two children and decided that she would make their day off from training a relaxing one. When she asked them where they'd like to have lunch, Hermione insisted that Harry choose. He chose McDonald's, and if neither Hermione nor her mother were impressed with the food, they couldn't resist occasional happy glances at each other as they saw the delight on Harry's face. Harry told them excitedly that it was his first time inside a McDonald's. When pressed by Mrs. Granger, he explained that he had only been to a McDonald's once before and he'd been told to wait in the car while Dudley and his parents went inside. When they had come out, they had given him Petunia's and Dudley's leftovers. Vernon didn't have any leftovers, and the only reason Dudley had leftovers was that he wanted to try every Happy Meal. After returning home with the shopping, Mrs. Granger took them out again to the cinema. There wasn't much choice. Hermione would have preferred seeing 1941, but again insisted that Harry should choose as this was only the second time he'd been to a cinema and the previous time Mrs. Granger had taken them, Hermione had chosen the film. To her disappointment, he chose the Muppet movie, which Hermione didn't like at all. After they arrived home, Mrs. Granger waited for Harry to go to use the toilet, then took her daughter aside. "I'm proud of you, darling. Why? I could see you thought the film was stupid, and to be honest I was afraid you'd say something to Harry about it, but you didn't." "I know, Mum. He was so happy today. I can't believe they left him in the car park at a McDonald's and that he'd never once been to see a film until we took him. He's missed so much in his life up to now, so we'll just have to make it up to him, won't we?" Hermione grinned. That night they tried again to dream Hermione's dreams. Hermione suggested that as she normally held Harry as they went to sleep, perhaps they'd have more success if they started with him holding her. Her idea was dashed when they ended up waking up twice in the night with the memory of Harry's mother's screams. It was quite a tired and drawn-looking pair of children who greeted Professor Flitwick the following morning. "Before we start the lesson today, can we ask you a question?" Hermione asked him. He smiled. "I think you just did." "Okay. What's the question?" "Since we've been sleeping in just our underwear, Harry's dreams have been stronger and keep waking us up. But we can't seem to get into my memories at all." The professor looked serious. "I think Professor Dumbledore may be able to help with this. I'll ask him to come and see you tomorrow, if that's all right." "Okay," said Harry, uncertainly. "Now, I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to visit you as often as I'm getting behind on my work. I'm going to take you somewhere where they will be able to help you. Don't worry, I've let your mother know. Follow me please." He stepped into the fireplace and spoke loudly. The burrow then disappeared in the usual flash of green flame. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. "The burrow?" asked Harry. "That's what he said," Hermione replied. "Let's go together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. The burrow." They cried together, and a few seconds later they were falling out of the fireplace in the strangest looking living room they had ever seen, much to the obvious amusement of Professor Flitwick. It seemed incredibly cluttered and disorganized, and the staircase looked like it wouldn't stay standing for a moment. It was a total contrast from the cold sterility of the Dursleys' house or even the usually tidy and well laid out Granger house. But it gave them both a homely impression. That impression increased when a cheerful-looking middle-aged man walked down the staircase, proving it was stronger than it looked, and stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, Harry, Hermione. I'm Arthur Weasley. And Professor Flitwick seems to think that these two rogues behind me can help you in your training. This is Fred and this is George." He was pointing to two identical twin boys. "Dad," said the one. "Mr. Weasley has just called Fred. I'm George. You're as bad as Mum." "And I'm Fred," said the other. "Or is it George?" said the first. "I don't know, I can never remember," replied the second. "Hang on," said the first. "Conference time," finished the second. They whispered together for a few seconds. "He's Gred," they both said together, pointing at each other, "and I'm Forge." Both Professor Flitwick and Arthur Weasley seemed to be making a great effort not to laugh. Harry and Hermione had no such inhibitions, and after looking bewildered for a second or two, burst out laughing. The twins went up to Hermione and one of them lifted the hair away from her forehead. "It can't be," said one, in a hushed tone. "It is, you know," the other replied. "You're Hermione Granger," they said together. "The one who saved," said one. "The boy who lived," finished the other. Both put their hands to their foreheads and pretended to faint. When they came around, they looked briefly at each other, then at Harry and asked, "And who are you?" At that, Professor Flitwick gave up the struggle and burst out laughing. I'm Harry Potter," Harry said when he could actually speak from laughing so hard. "Don't worry," Arthur assured Harry and Hermione, "you'll get used to them." "How many years does that take?" Hermione quipped. "Quite a few," said Arthur. "She's quick. This one," said one of the twins. "We'll have to keep an eye on her," said the other. "They remind me so much of the Marauders," sighed Professor Flitwick. "And they come to Hogwarts, next year is it? You couldn't take them now by any chance?" asked Arthur. "I don't think Hogwarts is ready for them," laughed the professor. "And you really want these to duel with Harry and Hermione?" asked Arthur. "I'm not sure it's a good idea teaching these two magic before you have to." "I'll probably survive the experience," replied the professor. "I don't know about you," said one of the twins. "But I think we've been insulted," finished the other. "Enough," said Arthur, firmly. "I was going to say, before these two interrupted, that Fred and George are just two of my children. I think you met Bill, he's our oldest, and he's at Hogwarts with Charlie and Percy." At Percy's name, the twins looked like they were going to say something, but a look from Arthur changed their mind. Then, "After these two rascals, Molly, that's my wife, and I have Ron, who's your age, and Ginny. She's a year younger. Ron will be in your year at Hogwarts. Molly took Ron and Ginny out for a while. We thought too many at once might be too much for you. I think," began one of the twins. "That when Ginny comes back," continued the other, "we'll make ourselves scarce." "Why?" asked Hermione. "Ginny's favorite bedtime story is The Boy Who Lived," Arthur explained. "She's not going to be happy she missed meeting Harry, but we didn't think Harry should have to deal with an overexcitable Ginny on his first visit." "Overexcitable," said one of the twins. "That's what she is," said the other. "And we thought she was just crazy," they finished together. The professor took Harry and Hermione's wand and performed some kind of silent charm on them. "What did you do?" asked Hermione. "Your shield charm will only work to protect each other, not yourselves. Now go outside and play." "Fred, George," boomed Arthur as the four children ran outside. "Be nice. Nothing too nasty." Arthur and the professor decided to follow the children outside, just to supervise. Molly had taken the twins into Diagon Alley the day before to buy their wands. Professor Dumbledore had insisted that he would pay for their wands as she was only having to buy them then to help Harry and Hermione. Molly had argued that they would have had to buy them anyway, just a year later, but Ollivander told her the wands were already paid for and refused to accept any money for them. The twins had been so amazed at being given their wands a year earlier than normal that they had been unusually silent during the visit to Ollivander's. That hadn't lasted more than a few minutes after they arrived home, and only 10 minutes after arriving home, Molly had had to confiscate their wands as they had already managed to jinx each other with boils and nearly set fire to the kitchen. So it was only Professor Flitwick who was surprised that the twins already knew quite a few jinxes. He said so to Arthur. "It's not surprising," replied Arthur. "Bill and Charlie show them everything they can." The twins quickly found that both Harry and Hermione were capable of reacting quickly with their shield charms, so they soon called a time out to confer and decided to attack both Harry and Hermione at the same time. Hermione saw it coming and protected Harry, but Harry wasn't quite so quick and Hermione collapsed laughing as the tickling hex hit her. They quickly discovered that if they were together, touching, the resulting shield was much more powerful. Arthur noticed too, as their shields suddenly changed from pale halos when they were apart to a more obvious single shimmering disc from the moment they began to hold each other's hand. "Is that the bond?" Arthur asked the professor, as Hermione made a particularly solid-looking shield. "Partly," the professor replied. "But I charmed their wands to work that way so that they would get used to working together." For the next few rounds, the twins couldn't hit either Harry or Hermione, then Hermione called for a time out. A minute later, Hermione was hit and fell to the ground. Harry ran to her and even the twins were concerned as she took longer than expected to get back up. Harry took Hermione's hand as if to lift her as the twins approached. They turned their wands on the twins and almost shouted, "Aguamenti!" A huge wave of water erupted from their wands, totally drenching the twins. Harry and Hermione were nervous as a stunned pair of twins approached them. "Fred," said George, "I think we've been pranked." "I told you we'd have to keep an eye on her," Fred replied. "And we were right," finished George. "Well done, you two," said Professor Flitwick, while casting a drying charm on the twins. "You couldn't teach us that one, could you?" George asked the professor. "Only I think we might need it," finished Fred. Harry giggled at the pair of them. Hermione asked, "How long did it take you two to learn to talk like that?" "Like what?" asked Fred. "Finishing what each other are saying all the time." "I don't know what she means. Do you?" "No, I don't either." Hermione gave up, realizing that she wasn't going to get a serious answer out of either of them. After some quick goodbyes, Professor Flitwick, Harry and Hermione flowed back to the Grangers' home. After greeting the Grangers, he pronounced their first day with the Weasleys a success. "Did you two have a good time?" asked Mr. Granger. "The twins were great," enthused Harry. "Really funny. Totally crazy, but really funny," added Hermione. "You'd love them, Dad." Professor Flitwick smiled and said, "I think that's enough training for one day, so you have the afternoon free. Remember, Professor Dumbledore will be here tomorrow to help you with your dreaming problem. Now from next week, Remus Lupin will be taking over most of your training. Do you remember him? Was he the one that called Madame Pomfrey when we were getting ill?" Hermione asked. "That's right. He was very close to your father, Harry. He wanted to be with you as soon as Madame Pomfrey let you return from Hogwarts." "Then why didn't he come?" asked Harry, bluntly. The professor seemed taken aback by the question. He wasn't well last weekend, couldn't go out." "Won't we be seeing you again?" asked Hermione. The professor smiled. "Don't worry, you'll still see me." As he flowed away, Mr. Granger asked them, "Dreaming problem. We keep dreaming Harry's nightmares, yet he can't get into my mind at all. And how is this Dumbledore going to help you with that?" "We don't know," said Harry. "Professor Flitwick didn't say," Hermione explained. "He just said that he would be able to." Sensing that her father was still uncomfortable with the idea of Professor Dumbledore having anything to do with his daughter, she decided to change the subject and spent the next 15 minutes telling her father exactly what had happened at the Burrow. To Hermione, her mother's call for lunch hadn't tasted so sweet in ages, providing the needed distraction for her father to stop trying to turn back the conversation toward Dumbledore. The afternoon and evening were quiet, as they watched television. Once they were in bed, Harry again concentrated on trying to dream Hermione's dreams, with the same lack of success as before. They passed another night disturbed by Harry's nightmares, which woke them 3 times again. The only positive thing in Hermione's opinion was that Harry no longer felt the need to apologize for the nightmares. Nevertheless, it was 2 very tired children who awoke the next morning ready to see Professor Dumbledore. Regardless of his position in the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore had always believed in treating people correctly and with good manners and respect for their culture, which was why he in turn had the respect of races as different as giants, centaurs, goblins and even werewolves. It had been a considerable time, however, since he had had much contact directly with Muggles, despite having many Muggle-born students at Hogwarts. So, after being forced to intervene in Harry's situation, he had taken the time to obtain and read a book on Muggle customs and behavior. While he didn't know how the Grangers felt about wizarding people strolling into their home, his reading led him to understand that current Muggle custom made it important to call before showing up for an appointment. Thus, he took some flow powder, and, about an hour before his appointed time at the Grangers, he started a flow call. His head spun for what he felt like a small eternity, and, just when he thought he would have to pull out or risk making himself sick, his head finally landed on the other side. "Professor Dumbledore!" cried a very surprised Mrs. Granger, who was now kneeling in front of the fire. "When I was younger, I would have replied, 'The one and only,' but I'm a little too old for such arrogance." Mrs. Granger asked him, "How may I help you, Professor? Are you still coming?" "Of course, Mrs. Granger. I thought it was Muggle custom to call some time before arrival." "Well, that mostly applies if there is some problem and you can't come or have to change the time. I very much appreciate the gesture, though." "You're welcome. Everything is going well there, I trust." "We wouldn't say so, Professor. The kids don't really seem to have had any sleep last night, again." That won't do, he said, nodding thoughtfully. Well, I'll be there in an hour and see what we can do about that. They'll be waiting for you in the lounge. We'll expect you later, then. Professor Dumbledore pulled his head out of the fire and, after making sure his long beard was completely out of the fire, began shaking the ash from his head. With another hour to go, he could either keep trying to find something obscure and arcane on his private collection of mind magic books, or he could try to relax before the meeting and thus be better capable of performing those same mind charms. He could even continue trying to solve the 8-year-old enigma of his old Rubik's Cube, which might help him be better attuned to solve the enigma of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Decisions. The professor had mixed feelings to Harry's reaction when he arrived at the Grangers' house that morning. He was disappointed that Harry was still nervous of him, but immensely pleased that Harry's instinctive reaction had been to move closer to Hermione on the sofa. Not wanting to embarrass either of them, he didn't comment, but did allow himself a small smile before saying, "Well, Professor Flitwick tells me that you are both doing really well. In fact, he was most curious about the shield you cast when you were holding hands." "Why, Professor?" asked Hermione. "Firstly, he had charmed your wands so that neither of you could protect yourself, but only each other, to force you to work together. Yet the joint shield seems to have circumvented the wording of the charm and found a more direct way to work together and achieve the aim of the charm. More importantly, it was much more powerful than the individual shields. So we are more powerful together. More than that, at your age and level of training, neither of you would be able to cast a shield. The only reason you can is because the professor charmed your wands to do so each time you attempt to cast a shield. In reality, it was his magic, not yours, that has been casting your shields, likewise the water spell he showed you, but this new shield was more than the charm he had cast, it can only have been your own magic." Hermione immediately caught on. "So if all our previous spells were really just our words activating the charms Professor Flitwick had put on our wands, but this one wasn't, we've really just cast our first spell." Professor Dumbledore smiled. "Yes, Hermione, excluding any past accidental magic, it would appear that the bond has enabled you to cast your first deliberate spell, and quite a powerful one at that. It will be interesting to see if you can cast spells separately. Would you give me your wands for a moment, please?" He waved his own wand over their wands, saying, "Finite incantatem." He handed the wands back. "I have removed the charm Professor Flitwick placed on them. See if you can cast a shield." Hermione tried first, but no trace of a shield appeared. She looked disappointed. Then Harry tried. The end of his wand seemed to glow for a moment, but then faded away. "At least you did better than I did," said Hermione, obviously disappointed. Choosing to ignore the slightly jealous tone in Hermione's voice, Professor Dumbledore commented, "The fact that either of you could get any result whatsoever is surprising. Not amazingly so, but quite surprising. Out of curiosity, what happens if you try doing it together?" They both tried to cast the spell, but still nothing happened, although the end of Hermione's wand also glowed a little this time. "We were holding hands yesterday," Harry reminded Hermione. Blushing, she took his hand. Protega. A small disc seemed to flow out of each of their wands, joining a few feet from them. "It's much smaller than yesterday," Hermione commented. They tried to make it bigger, but without any success whatsoever. "Do you mind if I cast a spell at both of you? Try to keep up your shield." As Dumbledore cast his spell, their joint shield grew larger and brighter for a moment. His spell was dissipated as it touched the shield. "Interesting. I think that has to be your bond. It perceives a threat to itself and reacts to defend the two of you." He put his wand down, and so did Harry and Hermione. Hermione looked puzzled. "Miss Granger, is something bothering you?" He half smiled to himself at the realization that he had just addressed her not as a child, but as he would address one of his students at Hogwarts. "The bond can do something on its own?" she asked. "I thought it was just part of us. Bonds are rare enough that nobody really knows. It does seem, when a bond is forming, that it seems to act independently of the two bond mates, an obvious example being when you were both in hospital and collapsed if you were apart. Neither of you consciously made that happen. I think you are asking if the bond is somehow apart, a third person trying to take you over. The answer to that is no. The few bond mates who have ever talked about their experience make no mention of any such third consciousness, just that they are still two separate people, but united in a way most of us can only envy. Some of our researchers have speculated that in the early stages the bond is made up of parts of what Muggle psychologists would call your unconscious selves, which recognizes the need and makes it happen. To the professor's relief, as Harry looked somewhat lost, Hermione looked satisfied with his answer. Now, while casting spells is fun, I am here on a more serious matter. I hear you are having trouble sleeping now. You are sleeping together. You both look exhausted. I spoke with Madame Pomfrey about this, asking if you should sleep apart, but she said that that could be dangerous. So what do we do? Asked Harry, in a frustrated voice. As I see it, the problem is with both of you. Please do not be embarrassed by what I am about to say, but Hermione, although you come from an obviously loving and supportive family, you have trouble relating to others of your own age, is that correct? She nodded. Let me guess, if I may. You find them childish and silly and they find you boring. Hermione's not boring, cried Harry. I didn't say she was, Harry. I'm afraid that in Wizarding Society as well as in Muggle Society, someone much more intelligent and studious than those around them is often seen as boring and has trouble making friends. Studious? Asked Harry. Studious, repeated the professor. It means somebody who liked to read and study a lot. Harry grinned. That's Hermione. Hermione wasn't smiling. When I heard I'm a witch, I thought it might be different. Won't I ever have any friends? You'll have me, cried Harry. Professor Dumbledore looked sadly at her, then smiled. To be exceptionally bright has its downsides. But, yes, you will find friends, perhaps where you least expect them. But we have to learn to accept those who are less bright as they are if we want them to accept us. But I digress. Every time you have tried to have a friend up to now, they have quickly become bored with you, is that right? Hermione nodded tearfully. I think you have put up a wall around you, to stop yourself getting hurt. May I look into your mind? How? It won't hurt, I assure you. Nervously, Hermione nodded again and the professor was relieved to see that neither she nor Harry saw him flick his wand at the door to ensure that nobody else could hear what went on. The professor looked into her eyes for what seemed like an age. A fine strong wall. It will serve you well in the future, I am sure, but right now, it is preventing you from sharing yourself with Harry. If I might say this, a wall to prevent us from getting hurt only stops us from getting touched. Without the touch, it still hurts, am I right? Harry was glaring at the professor as Hermione was openly crying. That's enough. Harry, if I am to help Hermione, I have to teach her how to help herself. Harry still looked uncertain until Hermione said, It's all right, Harry. Now, said the professor, turning to Harry, may I look into your mind? Harry looked openly scared until Hermione took his hand, then he nodded. Hermione looked between Harry and Professor Dumbledore as the professor looked into Harry's eyes. The professor's expression changed rapidly from shock to anger to sadness. I had no idea, he gasped. Breaking the contact, the professor had to visibly compose himself before speaking. Harry, normally when we are hurt by somebody, our mind tries to build defenses, as Hermione has done. You have almost no mental defenses at all. I think you've been told for so long that you aren't worth anything and been hurt so much, that your mind has just given up. That's why Hermione can so easily dream your dreams. Your mind is simply overflowing with bad memories with none of the normal protections we all use. At the look of shame on Harry's face, the professor looked him in the eye once more. Harry, what they have been drumming into you for years is a vicious lie. You are worth 10 of the Dursleys. 20, said Hermione. The professor smiled for the first time since seeing into Harry's mind. I would believe her if I were you, Harry. If I can make a prediction, she will almost certainly become the brightest witch of her age and have an annoying tendency of being right. Harry managed a half smile. Harry, there is nothing I can do, yet, to help you. You have to begin to believe in your own worth. I think that Hermione and her parents can help you with that far more than I can. But you and I can help Hermione. How, sir? Asked Harry. Hermione, I want you to think of your high brick wall in your mind. Can you see it? I think so. Now, I want you to imagine a door in the wall. Can you describe it to us? Hermione described a large red front door, similar to the front door on their house. Good, now I want you to concentrate on opening the door, not all the way, just a little. Now, Harry, take Hermione's hand and look into her eyes. In your mind, look for that door. Don't be surprised if you don't find it at once, this might take days of practice. When you do find it, help Hermione to open it. After a few minutes, the professor said firmly, "That's enough for now, this is very tiring." "That is exercise 1. I didn't see anything," said Harry, scowling. "I'd have been very surprised if you had done so, Harry," the professor said. "Now for exercise 2. Hermione, look into Harry's eyes. Don't deliberately try to see what's there, but imagine yourself building your wall, but in his mind, one brick at a time. Harry, imagine yourself helping her." Once again, after just a few minutes, Professor Dumbledore insisted, "That's enough for now." "But I didn't even do one brick," protested Hermione. "Legilimation, which is what we are doing, is very advanced and extremely tiring to learn. I want you both to promise me that you won't try to do either exercise for more than a few minutes at a time." The two children nodded solemnly. "But rather than make study sessions of it, just try it for a few minutes when you have time together to spare during the day. Don't expect much success right away, this is a difficult skill to learn fully." Professor Dumbledore got up. "Now, before I go, I'd like to speak to your parents please, Hermione." "I'll get them." When she returned with her parents, neither of them looked happy. "You are angry with me because it is obvious that both Hermione and Harry have been crying," stated Professor Dumbledore. Hermione's parents didn't answer, but just glowered at him. "You have many things to rightly be angry with me about, but this isn't one of them. The memories they are sharing in their nightmares are dangerous, not only because some of them frankly make me wonder how Harry has even stayed sane, nor because of the inherent dangers of constant sleep disturbance, but also because of the imbalance." "Can you explain that?" asked Mr. Granger. "Yes. In a bond, there is mental sharing between the two partners. That two-way sharing is not only essential for the health of the relationship generally, but for the formation of the bond. At the moment, when they are asleep, Harry's mind is flooding your daughter's mind with his worst memories, including seeing his mother killed and Voldemort trying to kill him. Not only is Hermione simply mentally unprepared for such an onslaught, the one-way nature of the onslaught will eventually break the bond." He didn't mention the consequences of that, he knew the Grangers were already only too aware of them. He quickly turned to Harry, who was looking distraught. "Harry, for both your sakes, I must ask you to do something." "Yes?" asked Harry desperately. "You must stop blaming yourself. You didn't choose any of this. You didn't choose your life with the Dursleys, you didn't choose the memories which are affecting Hermione, and you most certainly didn't choose to have your mother murdered in front of your eyes. You have nothing to feel guilty about. For Hermione's sake you must try to push those thoughts aside." He was glad to see Hermione take and squeeze Harry's hand. He turned back to Hermione's parents. "Before you ask, I have consulted with Madame Pomfrey to see if we can do anything to prevent this, like separating them at night, but she tells me that that would be equally dangerous. The bond must form at its own pace." "Can't we do anything?" asked Mrs. Granger desperately. "I have given them some exercises which will help them overcome the imbalance and, hopefully, the nightmares. They are not easy. Neither are they pleasant, at first anyway. They are upsetting, as you have seen, but they are necessary." "Dad," said Hermione, before her parents could say anything, "we have to do this. I can't take much more of these dreams at night." Turning to his daughter, Mr. Granger nodded. "We know. But there is something you can do to help your daughter and Harry." "What's that?" asked Mrs. Granger at once. "As I said, I have given them some exercises to help them, but they are tiring, exhausting in fact. They have promised me that they won't do them for more than a few minutes, but if I am right about your daughter, she won't be able to resist trying to achieve them." Hermione's parents managed a weak smile. "It is essential that you don't allow her to do so. At least until she has the necessary skills. Trying for too long will exhaust her totally, leaving her wide open to the worst of Harry's memories when they go to sleep." Seeing that Harry was obviously about to apologize, the professor said sternly, "Harry, you are not responsible for the memories you have. You can blame Voldemort, the Dursleys, teachers at school who should have protected you from the bullies and me, both for sending you there and for not checking on you. None of those memories are your fault." "Excuse me, Professor," asked Mrs. Granger, "but how long is too long for the exercises?" The professor thought for a moment. "I should say no longer than 5 minutes on each of the 2 exercises, and with a rest of at least 3 hours before they try again." Then he turned back to Harry. "Now, Harry, I'm asking you to be strong as well. Do not allow Hermione to overdo things, for her own sake. I won't, sir. The professor smiled. You look and sound so much like your father. He would have been proud of you. And, now, I must take my leave of you all. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, if I might suggest, the rest of the day should be for them to relax rather than study. Are you sure you won't stay for a cup of tea or something? Mrs. Granger asked him. The professor hesitated. Well, that might be very nice. Although I am sure that the Hogwarts kitchens would be pleased to bring me tea whenever I want it, I don't like to trouble them too much. Can you tell us about Harry's parents? Asked Mrs. Granger, when she had served them all with tea. The professor smiled. They were the unlikeliest couple you could imagine. James seemed to take a fancy for Lily since the very first time he saw her in their first year at Hogwarts. However, he was boisterous and carefree with a certain disregard for the rules, whereas she was strict and meticulous. He tried to relate to her as many small boys try to relate to girls they like, by, well, pulling her pigtails, suggested Mrs. Granger, jovially. Quite literally, I'm afraid, the professor said, seemingly not noticing how Mrs. Granger playfully drove an elbow into her husband's gut. It didn't take a week for a nice love-hate relationship to develop between them. As the years passed, he was attracted to her, but she thought him an arrogant idiot, and, I might add, often told him so. I have to admit that he was somewhat arrogant, but he was certainly not an idiot. He had an arrogance which many with a long heritage of wizarding ancestors are prone to. Lily, however, was Muggle-born, like Hermione. Lily was an exceptional student, and the most sensible thing James did do was to set his heart on her. In his second to final year at Hogwarts, he realized that to win her, he had to change, so he did, almost overnight. So much so that he became head boy in his final year even though he hadn't been a prefect. The two fell in love in their final year. I must admit, him being head boy while she was head girl helped them spend enough time together for Lily to see who he really was, not that that was why I made him head boy. Hermione, sadly some in the wizarding world think that Muggleborns are inferior. That is not true, far from it, and Lily was an example of that. I am sure that you will be too. When James and Lily found out that Lily was pregnant, less than a year after they married, they were as happy as I can remember them. They loved you very much, Harry. Never doubt that. Never doubt that for a moment. Harry nodded. And now, I really must be going. Any of you, please feel free to call me if you need me. Otherwise, I will return next weekend to see how those exercises are coming along. Rather than using the flow, the professor apparated away. After lunch, Hermione wanted to try their legilimency exercises again and her parents watched, stopping her sooner than she would have liked. When Hermione argued that it hadn't been that long, her mother said they'd use the kitchen timer next time to avoid arguments. Even though they hadn't been allowed to continue the exercises any longer, they were both tired and decided to go to bed to rest for a while. They were soon both asleep and slept for most of the afternoon, thankfully peacefully. They were awoken for dinner by Mrs. Granger. You won't sleep tonight if I let you sleep any longer, she explained. And dinner's ready. During dinner all three Grangers tried to get Harry to choose how they would spend the next day. Hermione whispered something to her mother and she nodded. While he was helping Mr. Granger with the washing up, Harry didn't notice Hermione sneak away by Flo. Another disturbed night's sleep left both children exhausted. As they came down for breakfast, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but think that the children were looking like the undead, pale, moody and, in Hermione's case, unnaturally quiet. Mrs. Granger asked Hermione to Flo call Madame Pomfrey, who insisted on coming right away to check on them. Happy birthday, Hermione, she said the moment she arrived, then added, and an extremely belated happy birthday to you too, Harry. Now, let me check you both. Who's first? Harry stepped forward. Madame Pomfrey took some time scanning him with her wand, frowning the whole time. Now you, Hermione. She repeated the process. I'll be back in a minute. She flowed away, only to return with a large, dark bottle. Could you get me 2 glasses, please? In the kitchen, she poured out 2 half glasses of the thick liquid. Hermione recognized it at once. But we can't take Dreamless Sleep Potion, we've got the party. Party? Asked Harry. Not until this afternoon, replied Madame Pomfrey. And you want to be well rested so you can enjoy it. Straight to bed both of you. I'll come up with the potion in a few minutes. Reluctantly Hermione headed for bed, with Harry following her saying, "What party?" After Madame Pomfrey had gone upstairs and given them the potions, she returned and handed the bottle to Mrs. Granger. Despite the setbacks, the bond is growing stronger. I won't pretend they are out of the woods yet, but they are heading in the right direction. While they are practicing the exercises Professor Dumbledore has given them, just for the next couple of nights, gave them a glassful each of this potion. I'd rather not use it, but they need their strength for the exercises. Thank you for coming. That's fine. And, Mrs. Granger. Yes. Next time they have a night that bad, call me. Don't wait until the morning. Mrs. Granger nodded. I might suggest you take something tonight to help you relax as well. Mrs. Granger shook her head. I want to be able to hear them if they are having a bad time. Madame Pomfrey nodded understandingly. I know this must be hard for you, not only because it's your daughter, but it's something totally foreign to you. Can I make a suggestion? Of course. Get to know Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. It would do you good to have the support of other parents of magical children, and the Weasleys, she smiled, they're good people. I believe they are going to the party. Are you coming this afternoon? You couldn't keep me away, the Meadowitch said with a grin. I'll see you then. Madame Pomfrey flowed away. Meanwhile, upstairs, Harry was feeling annoyed. Before she fell asleep, he'd tried to get Hermione to tell him about the party, but she wouldn't. He hated secrets. It usually meant something nasty. And he hated that everybody seemed to want to organize his life, everybody had a say apart from him. When he was older he wouldn't listen to anyone. That would show them, even Hermione. He immediately felt guilty. Hermione and Mrs. Granger had asked him what he wanted to do today. It wasn't their fault that he hadn't been able to think of anything. They just didn't understand. Just being around with people who seemed to want him there was amazing. He wondered how long they would want him. But this bond Hermione said it was permanent, which meant forever apparently. So what would happen when she got to know him and decided that she didn't really like him? He was too sleepy to worry now. It was Hermione's birthday. He wouldn't be angry with her. He determined to enjoy whatever party she had organized for her sake. Mr. Granger knew that the McDonald's staff were a little curious about this party. It wasn't exactly a usual children's birthday party for them, as he'd had to tell them when he'd made the booking that there would be almost as many adults in the party itself as there would be children. He wondered what they'd think when some of them turned up dressed oddly as well. He knew that Hermione had warned them to dress Muggle, as she'd put it, but he'd seen enough of the Wizarding World's idea of Muggle clothing to know that they didn't exactly blend in unnoticed. In fact, he was quite looking forward to seeing the reaction of the staff to the likes of Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick. Harry had been more excited than they had ever seen him when they drove up to the McDonald's and had been shown into the area set aside for their party. Mr. Granger dropped them off, saying he would be back shortly. As he drove back to his house he laughed, remembering how he wasn't looking forward to being the taxi service for a teenage daughter. Now she was 8 years old, no, 9, he corrected himself, and he was running a shuttle service between the Flow and their house and McDonald's. Hermione had done the planning, of course, who else, and decided on where to hold the party. Harry had been at his happiest yet when he'd been taken to McDonald's, so Hermione had decided that it was the perfect location. When she'd been deciding who to invite, on the basis of who was important to Harry, he'd reminded his daughter that this was her party and she should pick people who were important to her as well. Don't you have any friends you can invite? He had asked her, then wished he hadn't as she shook her head sadly. Dad, Harry is my friend, and can you imagine what the kids in my school would make of the people I have invited? His musings were interrupted as the Weasleys came through the Flow. Mr. Weasley took so long looking around him in fascination that he was actually knocked over by the arrival of two twin boys, who their father immediately introduced as Fred and George. I think this will take 2 trips, he said, not having realized that he'd be taking not only Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and the twins, but 2 younger children as well. Hermione hadn't mentioned them. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Weasley had said, simply waving his wand at the Granger family car and saying something that sounded like Latin. He couldn't keep the amazement from his face when he opened the car door to find that it was actually bigger inside than outside. Is it safe? I mean, it won't change back, will it? Not until I make it change back. You can keep it like this if you like. Mr. Granger was tempted, but then replied, I think it might be a little difficult to explain. True, and we can't have that. And you get everyone tell me, is it true that a car runs on fire? Mr. Granger was still attempting to explain the principles of the internal combustion engine when they arrived at McDonald's. Showing them the entrance, he immediately drove off again to pick up the rest of the guests, who should be waiting for him by now. Hello, Hermione, Harry, happy birthday, said a beaming Mr. Weasley. More formally than his usual style, he continued, may I introduce my wife, Molly. You already know the twins. Molly Weasley almost ran to Harry and gave the startled boy a hug, before turning to Hermione to do the same. I'm very pleased to meet you both. So am I, said a small red-headed girl. Anyone who can get one up on the twins is incredible. I'm Ginny, she added, the only girl, worst luck. She turned to Hermione and asked, you don't want a few more brothers, do you? Without giving Hermione a chance to reply she went on, actually, you're both lucky. The twins usually play pranks on birthdays, but they can't use magic in front of muggles. Pranks? Asked Harry. My birthday, last month, they turned my hair green. She looked somehow both exasperated and amused at the memory. Even Mum couldn't change it back. It took days. A red-headed boy pushed himself forward. Ignoring Hermione, he asked, do you really have the scar? Harry looked down at the table and nodded. Wicked. This is Ron, explained Ginny. He's not always an idiot, or so rude. For a moment Ron looked like he was going to say some smart retort, then he obviously changed his mind. Sorry. I'm Ron. It's just that Ginny never stops going on about you, and when the twins said we were meeting you, I thought it was a joke. He turned to Hermione and said, happy birthday Hermione. Hermione Granger. Oh, right. The twins said you were brainy. Do you play chess? Hermione shook her head and Ron looked disappointed for a moment. They were guided to their seats by Molly as three very familiar people walked in the door. As she got up to run to greet Madame Pomfrey, Hermione couldn't help overhearing Ginny arguing with Ron. I am not always going on about Harry. You are. Am not. Are. Hermione's attention was pulled back, though, as Madame Pomfrey came and hugged her and Harry. Happy birthday Hermione, and you too Harry, said Madame Pomfrey. It's not really my birthday, Harry tried to explain. We know, Harry. But every little boy deserves a birthday party, and as we missed yours. Harry looked sad for a moment and Hermione turned round and snapped at him, you do deserve a party. Professor Dumbledore was behind Madame Pomfrey, with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Hermione is correct, Harry. Do not believe what the Dursleys have told you. Harry still looked uncertain, but didn't get a chance to say anything further as Hermione turned back to Professor Dumbledore. Thank you for coming, she said, politely. She gave him a quick hug, then hugged a rather surprised Professor McGonagall. And Professor Flitwick. Thank you for coming too, giving the rather embarrassed man an even longer and more enthusiastic hug. That's Professor Flitwick, Ron said in a whisper loud enough for almost everyone to hear. How can he teach them dueling? A puff of wind would blow him over. Looks can be deceiving, Mr. Weasley, said Professor McGonagall sternly, as you will no doubt find out when you come to Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick was the Hogwarts dueling champion, added the elder Mr. Weasley, his face showing annoyance at his youngest son's rudeness. Not to mention quite a prankster in his younger days from what we heard, said a voice behind the professors. To those of you who don't know him, may I introduce Mr. Lupin, said Professor Dumbledore. Hermione noticed that her parents, who had looked a little tense since the arrival of Professor Dumbledore, looked genuinely pleased to see Remus Lupin. I want to thank you, said Mrs. Granger. You called in Madame Pomfrey just in time. I don't know what would have happened if. My dear lady, you are most welcome. Harry's father did so much for me, this was small repayment. I hear that you will be helping their training. Helping, yes. Professor Flitwick will remain in charge, then he added in a tone of obviously faked dread, under the ever-watchful eye of Madame Pomfrey. Hermione giggled. Harry. Already you look so much like your father, except for your mother's eyes. Harry looked uncomfortable, and Hermione noticed that he was shifting a little in his seat, but it was the restaurant staff who rescued him from having to find a reply by bringing in the food. Although Harry was still small for his age, Hermione had noted how Harry's appetite was now pretty much normal for a boy of his age, that is to say, bottomless. Molly Weasley mentioned, approvingly, that he rivaled the twins in his appetite, of the children only Ron managing to eat more. "I couldn't eat another thing," Harry said happily. "You won't want any cake then?" asked Mrs. Granger, who at that moment was bringing in an enormous cake. Harry grinned. "Always room for cake, Harry?" asked Mr. Weasley. "Yes, Mr. Weasley." Everyone sang, "Happy Birthday," to Hermione and Harry. The twins had started to sing another version until they caught their mother's eye on them. Harry and Hermione cut the cake together, then Mrs. Granger cut it into portions. "Now is it time for presents?" asked Ginny, obviously excited. "Yes," replied her mother. "You can give them their presents now." Ginny went to Hermione first. "They're not much," she said, "Mum's been teaching me to knit." She handed Hermione a pair of gloves which looked rather too big and rather misshapen. "Put them on," she insisted. When Hermione put them on, she was surprised to see that they shrank onto her hand until they fit perfectly. "Wow, that's brilliant. Thank you." She gave a slightly embarrassed Ginny a key on the cheek. "Mum did the sizing charm," Ginny admitted, then she turned to Harry and gave him another pair of gloves. Harry didn't have to be told to put them on. He watched, fascinated, as they sized themselves to his hands. "It only works once," Ginny explained, "so they'll always be yours, but they will grow with you. And they're charmed to always be warm as well." Harry was so intrigued by the gloves he almost didn't notice Ginny still waiting expectantly, until Hermione gave a little cough. "Huh. Oh, thank you, Ginny." Seeing Hermione nudge her head towards Ginny, he leaned over and gave Ginny a key on the cheek as Hermione had done. Ginny looked exceptionally pleased. "We're never going to hear the end of this," sighed Ron. "I've been key-ed by Harry Potter," he added, doing a fair imitation of his sister. "Here's my present to you both." "Sorry, it's not much." He handed Harry a box and stepped back, seemingly afraid that he might get a key as well. Hermione tried not to laugh and she helped Harry unwrap the box to reveal a chess set. "Thank you, Ron," said Harry. "You're welcome. It's only an old one, I'm afraid. I can teach you to play if you like." Hermione spotted Ginny, who was making hugging movements with her arms. Then with a grin, she gave a highly embarrassed Ron a massive hug. "Thank you, Ron. We'd really like that." Ron extricated himself from Hermione's grasp to sniggers from Ginny and the twins. "Our turn," said George, or at least Hermione thought it was George. "Just one present for you both again, I'm afraid," the other one said. "We don't have a lot of money in our family," the first one explained in a whisper. His mother obviously heard as she looked a little embarrassed. Hermione was going to say something, but to her surprise, Harry beat her to it. "Money's nothing. My uncle and aunt were stinking rich, but I'd take your family over theirs any day." "They're not really rich," Hermione corrected him. "I mean our house is bigger than theirs." "Does that mean we're stinking rich?" Realizing that he'd managed to upset her, he stammered, I mean. Hermione rescued him. "You mean money isn't important." Despite that there was a slight embarrassed pause, until Hermione said, "So what's the present, then?" Laughing, the twins handed her a book. "It's for both of you. It's brilliant. Taught us everything we know. 1001 Magical Tricks," Hermione read, realizing that this book wasn't going to be like Muggle card tricks. "I can help you with them if you like," offered Ginny. The Weasley parents gave them a matching pair of warm jumpers, to match the gloves Ginny had given them. Professor Dumbledore gave them a selection of chocolate frogs each, while Professor McGonagall gave them 2 books, Hogwarts, a history, for Hermione and an even larger book for Harry. I know it seems strange for Harry to have a bigger book, but it is a history of wizarding families, including the Potters. "I'm afraid it doesn't mention your parents," she explained, as it was published before they were born. Madame Pomfrey gave them a bottle of potion each. "This is a variation on the dreamless sleep potion, so you mustn't use it often, but it gives you happy dreams, or happy daydreams if you take it when you are awake." "So no taking it just before lessons," Professor Flitwick warned, laughing, then he gave them each a wand holder, which they immediately tried on. Remus looked to Hermione. "This belonged to Harry's mother," he said, his voice almost breaking with emotion. "She gave it to me to take care of. She said I'd know when to pass it on. He pulled out a necklace. May I? He went behind Hermione and fastened it around her neck. It's beautiful, exclaimed Mrs. Granger. It must be worth a fortune, said Mr. Granger. You shouldn't have. It's not mine to give, said Remus, and the real value is in the charms it contains. It's magical? Asked Hermione. Yes. It contains charms to boost your magical power, and some protective charms as well. Remus found himself smothered in a grateful Hermione hug. He didn't release her, though, before whispering some beautiful words into her ear. Please do take good care of him. Hermione felt tears coming to her eyes as Remus turned back to Harry. He pulled another package from his clothing. And now you, Harry. This isn't worth as much, but, he handed Harry a photo album. Open it later, he suggested. It's a copy of all the photos I had from the years your parents and I were at Hogwarts together, plus a few from afterwards. Harry was too emotional to reply, so Hermione thanked him. After Mr. Granger had run the shuttle service back home, Mrs. Granger had insisted that they all stay for coffee. Molly Weasley almost had to drag her husband into the flow, but after many excited goodbyes, the Grangers and Harry were finally on their own again. Did you enjoy the party, Harry? Asked Hermione. Yes, thank you, he replied politely. Did you? I really did. She noticed a slight frown on Harry's face and asked him, what's wrong? Nothing, he replied, I just didn't like Ron much. He was rude, agreed Hermione, and mean to his sister. Hermione, Harry, said Mr. Granger. I was talking with Mr. Weasley. He apologized for Ron's behavior. Apparently he finds it really hard being the youngest brother. All his older brothers outshine him, not to mention using him as a target for pranks. Don't they prank Ginny? Asked Hermione. Yes, but not so much. Apparently she's too good at revenge. So? Asked Harry. I just want you both to be patient with Ron. Harry nodded. Now, have you done your mind exercises today? No, we haven't, admitted Hermione. Go on then. Do them for a little while, then come down to relax. It's school tomorrow. Hermione's face brightened and the two children raced upstairs. They still weren't sure that they were doing any better on their mind exercises, and this time they didn't need reminding not to overdo them. Hermione was almost as eager as Harry to see his photo album once they'd finished the exercises. Afterwards, they used more of the dreamless sleep potion so they'd be fresh for their first morning back at school. It came as no surprise to Jean Granger that her daughter was up early. Come on, Harry, she could be heard calling, we don't want to be late for school. She couldn't make out Harry's muffled response, but formed the impression that he was not happy at being woken. Deciding to interrupt the two children before World War III broke out, she knocked and went into their room. Calm down, Hermione, you've got plenty of time. She was amused to see that Hermione was already washed and dressed. She briefly wondered if her daughter had been distracted enough to fully undress in front of Harry, but quickly dismissed the thought from her head. But Harry hasn't tried on his uniform yet. I took down his sizes myself. I think he'll manage without you watching him. Now leave the boy in peace for a while. They were eating breakfast when Harry came downstairs, still yawning. Mrs. Granger smiled approvingly. She had got his sizes right. Now, I'm taking you both today, so I can introduce Harry to his class teacher. Thanks to Hermione, after they'd cleared up from breakfast, they still had nearly half an hour before they had to leave for school. Hermione wanted to practice their mind exercises again, but her mother said firmly, not before Harry's first day at school. So Hermione opened the chess set that Ron had given her and took out the booklet explaining the rules and began to read it. Harry was nervous as they approached the school. School didn't have many happy memories for him. Hermione's obvious excitement wasn't actually making him feel any better. So when his new class teacher seemed rather cool and distant, he thought nothing of it. As we have a new boy in class today, she began, once they were settled into class, I thought we'd start with a quiz. There was a general groan and Harry thought that was a great way to make him unpopular. Just what he needed. The class was divided into two and he was on the opposite team from Hermione. Each time they answered a question correctly they were given 1 point. He noticed that Hermione's hand went up for almost every question, but the teacher never asked her. When nobody could answer, why does ice float on top of water? Hermione's was the only raised hand, but the teacher still ignored her. Harry put up his hand. Yes, Harry. Why don't you ask Hermione? She seems to know, he asked, ignoring the cross looks from his teammates. After giving him a flat stare, the teacher turned to Hermione and sighed, Hermione. Because when water freezes it expands to fill much more space, which makes it less dense than water, and as white pipes can burst when they freeze. The teacher cut her off. That's enough. Just ice is lighter than water would have been enough. When the teacher went on to the next question, Harry burst out, but you didn't give her a point and she was right. He didn't actually know whether Hermione was right, but knowing Hermione and seeing the teacher's reaction, he was pretty sure she'd been right. Some of the boys in the class sneered, oh, Hermione's got a boyfriend. That's enough, the teacher snapped. 10-minute timeout for interrupting. Harry, stand in the corner. Water only expands 8% when it freezes, which is hardly much more space. When they had playtime, he noticed Hermione creep out alone, and finally found her in a corner of the playground, sitting on the ground with the booklet on chess Ron had given her with her chess set. Hi, he said, uncertainly. Hi. Is she always like that? Hermione nodded. She says nobody likes a know-it-all. But it wasn't fair. You knew the answers to all the questions. Not all of them. Most of them. Hermione just shrugged. I can't understand why you like school, Harry said. This one's almost as bad as my one was. I like learning things, and she's not so bad when we're on our own. She does bring me books to read she thinks I might be interested in. She looked up. You'd better go. Why? Hey. 4 eyes. Yes, you. You don't want to hang around with the mad scientist. She's not mad, shouted Harry, standing up, ignoring Hermione's quiet, don't, Harry. She is too. And you'll catch something. She's evil. She gave me the lurgy. Hash. Don't you say that. And who's gonna stop me? The boy who has spoken pushed Harry hard, so that he fell on top of Hermione. What's this you're reading, mad? He snatched the booklet from Hermione's hands and walked off with his mates. Harry got up and tried to get it back. Harry, leave it, pleaded Hermione, but Harry chased after the retreating boys. Give it back. It's Hermione's. The boy turned around and punched him in the stomach, making him bend over, while one of his mates hit him on the face. Another pushed him to the ground and kicked his leg. He heard Hermione scream and then a shout, stop that at once. The boys ran off. Fighting on your first day, said the teacher. Just his luck, it was their class teacher. They started on him, said Hermione. Do you really think he's going to attack 3 of them? The teacher nodded. Don't worry, you aren't in trouble, Harry. Hermione, are you okay to walk him to the nurse? Before Hermione could answer, Harry remembered, my glasses. The teacher picked them up. They're broken, I'm afraid. Giving them to him, she added, when you get the bill for repairing them, bring it in and I'll send it to their parents. Harry looked surprised for a moment, then said, they took Hermione's book. The teacher smiled down at him. Don't worry, Harry. I'll deal with them. Are you okay to walk to the nurse? Harry replied, yeah. Go on, then. And both of you, don't worry if you are late for the next class. The school nurse was brisk. She quickly cleaned the cut on his face, then told him, take off your trousers so I can clean your knee properly. Turning to Hermione she said, wait outside. Tore your trousers. What your mother's going to say, I don't know. My mother's dead. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, this may hurt a bit. The yellowish liquid she cleaned his grazed knee with did sting, but nothing much. Okay. You can get dressed now. Are you all right everywhere else? Yes, thank you. The nurse smiled. A boy with manners. That's unusual. Seeing his reaction she added, don't worry, I'm just teasing. Are you all right to go back to class? Yes. Go on, then. Remember, no running in the corridors. When he and Hermione got back to class, Harry found that his seat had been moved next to Hermione and away from the boys who had bullied him. The class was strangely quiet. The rest of the day was uneventful. Most others seemed to avoid him like they did Hermione, so they had no further problems. Can you manage without glasses? Hermione had asked him. Yeah, they aren't much good anyway, and Dudley was always breaking them. We'll have to get Mum to take you to the opticians. At the end of school for the day, the teacher said, Hermione. Harry, can you stay a moment, please? Yes, Miss Collier, said Hermione. When the others had gone, Miss Collier asked Harry, are you all right now? Yes, thank you. I've written to the 3 boys' parents asking them to come and see me and the headmistress. Please let me know if they bother you again. I won't have bullying." She handed Hermione the booklet they'd taken. "I'm sorry, it's rather torn." "It's okay. How did you like the book I gave you before you were away?" Hermione grinned. "It's brilliant. I thought it was going to be silly at first, but it's really good." "Good. When you've finished The Hobbit, I can lend you The Lord of the Rings if you like. That's the book which follows it, and is rather more advanced reading, but I think you'd like it." "Thank you, Miss Collier." Miss Collier turned to Harry. "I'm sorry you had such a bad first day." "It was okay, the rest of it, I mean." He hesitated. "Miss Collier." "Yes, Harry. Why do you ignore Hermione in class?" The teacher's face saddened for a moment. "Harry, I don't have to tell you that Hermione is extremely clever. I know she could answer almost every question, but if I asked her, the others would be jealous. It's not easy being brilliant." With that, she got up, indicating the conversation was at an end. When they got home, Mrs. Granger almost drove Harry mad, mothering him over the cut on his lip and the graze on his knee. "I'm okay, really," he had protested to no avail. Hermione noticed that his protests were rather half-hearted and guessed, correctly, that he was rather enjoying the attention. Harry was finally rescued by the arrival of Remus through the flow. "Tough first day?" he asked. "It was okay." "So I see," he grinned. "Sorry, but we were just going out," Mrs. Granger apologized. "Harry's glasses were broken and we have to get some new ones." Remus gave a hard look at Harry, then said simply, "Can you give them to me?" Harry went to get his glasses and handed them to Remus, who put them on the table. Pulling out his wand, he lightly tapped it on the glasses and said, "Reparo." The cracks in the glasses disappeared instantly. He handed them back to Harry. "That okay? Fine. Thank you. We'll still take you to an optician on Saturday," Mrs. Granger said. "It's time we had your eyes checked." Turning to Remus, she asked, "Don't take this the wrong way, but why have you come today?" "I thought they didn't have a lesson until tomorrow evening. I had to come and see how my best friend's son got on in his first day back at school, didn't I?" Hermione snorted. Remus and Mrs. Granger both looked confused at the sudden hostility from the girl. "If you were such a good friend, why didn't you go to see him all those years?" "Hermione," said Mrs. Granger in a warning tone. Remus put up a hand to stop her. "No, they have a right to know. Hermione, Harry's parents were 2 of the most amazing friends a man can have. Lily saw good in me when nobody else did. Then why? I am a werewolf. Do you know what that is?" Hermione nodded, but looked shocked. Remus smiled. "Been reading, I see. Can you explain for those of us who haven't read everything there is to read?" asked Mrs. Granger, noting that Harry looked as confused as she felt. "A werewolf is someone who turns into a wolf on the night of the full moon. He becomes dangerous and would kill even his best friends." "Werewolves really exist?" asked Mrs. Granger. "I thought they were just in stories." Hermione rolled her eyes at her mother, while Remus grimaced and replied, "I wish they were. I was bitten by a werewolf when I was a young child. That's how you become one. That made me an outcast in the wizarding world." "But that's not fair," exclaimed Hermione. "No, it isn't. But that's how it is. Dumbledore took a huge chance and allowed me to go to Hogwarts. Every month, around the night of the full moon, I had to be locked in a safe building. Even with Dumbledore's support, I didn't want to go on living." He paused sadly. "Your mother, Harry, saw me as something more than just a monster, and for that I can never repay her. Your father and his friends learned to turn themselves into animals, so they could be with me on my transformation nights." "Into animals?" gasped Harry. "Yes, Harry. And don't even think about it. It's dangerous, but they took the risk to help me. So why didn't you help Harry?" Hermione asked again. "Dumbledore might have believed in me, but the rest of the wizarding world thought I was a monster. I knew Dumbledore had hidden Harry away safely. He told me that the wards protecting Harry would be weakened by the presence of another wizard, even if just visiting. And what could I offer you, Harry? I can't get a job, most people treat me as a freak." The distress on the man's face was evident. "Harry, if I'd known." "It's okay." "No, Harry, it's far from okay. But at least I can try to help you both now. If you still want me to come." He was looking up at Mrs. Granger. Ignoring the pleading looks from both Hermione and Harry, Mrs. Granger said, "But you said you could be a danger to them." "Only when there is a full moon, and I stay locked away then. I can assure you that the rest of the time, I am perfectly safe." Mrs. Granger appeared to be thinking. Hermione opened her mouth as if to say something, but Remus shook his head at her. Finally, Mrs. Granger nodded. "If you're sure it's safe. You probably saved their lives calling in Madame Pomfrey when you did. If that doesn't give you the right to be trusted, I don't know what would." Remus gulped with emotion. "Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Is that why Professor Flitwick said you were ill the weekend we came back from Hogwarts?" Remus smiled. "No, the full moon isn't until this weekend coming. I just had a bad dose of the flu. Even wizards get it sometimes. And now, having checked on the pup, I must be going." He flowed away. Just as Harry said, "He called me a pup." "Maybe you're barking mad," quipped Hermione. "You're the one who's supposed to be mad," Harry joked back. Even in a joke, his comment hit home for a second and she looked sad. "Come on," she said, forcing a smile. "Time we did our exercises." They went upstairs to the room they were now sharing. "Before we do them," asked Harry, "do you think we could send Hedwig with a thank you note to the Weasleys for coming yesterday?" Hermione smiled. She knew Harry had been dying to use Hedwig since she'd bought him for him, but she was worried. "Do you think she's old enough to carry messages yet?" The small white owl squawked at her and gave her a funny look. "I think she's telling me off," she exclaimed, and immediately got up to get a pen and a piece of paper. Harry hesitated. What's wrong?" Harry seemed to be deciding whether to say anything. She was disappointed by his reply of, "Nothing." Harry seemed to be having difficulty writing. "Harry can't write well," he muttered. He recoiled slightly from the horrified look on Hermione's face. "I got in trouble if I did better in school than Dudley," he defended himself. Hermione looked distraught. "I'm sorry, Harry. I thought you couldn't write today because of your glasses. Would you like me to write the letter?" "Please." After writing a short note she rolled it up. Now the man in the shop said, "You put this band here around the owl's leg, then put the note in it." She nervously reached for Hedwig's leg, hoping she wouldn't peck her. To her surprise the little owl held out her leg and Hermione carefully slid the band up the offered leg. Her worries about it coming loose were needless as, like their gloves, it shrank to the correct size. She gave Harry the note to put into the band, grateful for the smile that appeared on his face as he did so. A moment later, Hedwig was flapping at the window to leave, so Harry opened it and they watched the white bird for a few seconds before they couldn't see her anymore. "I can help you with your writing," Hermione offered hesitantly, "if you want." Harry nodded. "Good. Now there's so much to do. We have school, training with Flitwick, or Remus, or the Weasleys. Professor Dumbledore is coming once a week, then we have to practice our mind exercises. Now there's writing too. I'll have to make a timetable." She stopped at the amused look on Harry's face and lightly punched his arm for teasing her. When he winced slightly, she gasped, "Sorry, was your arm bruised today as well?" "Nothing much," he replied. Hermione suddenly became serious. "Thank you for today." Harry looked puzzled. "I've never had someone stand up for me before." "I didn't do very well," he replied. Hermione looked like she was about to cry, so he said the only thing he could think of to distract her. "Shouldn't we do our mind exercises now?" Her eagerness to practice something immediately overcame her emotions and she said, "You first tonight." First day at school. Even though they hadn't taken the potion, as they couldn't take it too often, Harry had no trouble at all getting to sleep. The excitement of the day had worn him out. Hermione finally got fed up trying to get to sleep and went back downstairs to join her parents. "Can't sleep?" her mother asked. Hermione shook her head. "Did something happen at school today? You were both a little evasive earlier." Hermione nodded and looked embarrassed. She didn't notice the silent communication between her parents. "Come here," her father said gently. When she was close enough, he pulled her onto his lap and let her lay against his arm. "I'm too big for this," she protested. "You'll never be too big for this," he insisted. Sensing this was difficult for her daughter, Jean put aside her own curiosity and said, "Why don't you tell your daddy all about it, while I go and make you some nice hot chocolate?" Hermione looked at her gratefully and Jean knew she'd made the right decision. David would tell her later and right now Hermione just needed to be daddy's little girl again. So what's so secret? Did you go around turning all the teachers' hair blue? They had all laughed when Harry had told them about that incident. Hermione giggled at the thought. Of course we didn't. Then what happened to make you so pensive? Harry got in a fight. She felt her father tense up. It wasn't his fault. Is he okay? Yeah, it was nothing much. Then why the long face? He was defending me. Some bully attacked you. No, they were just making fun of me as usual and Harry wouldn't let them. David felt his heart wrench at the casual way she spoke of her being made fun of, as usual, but knew that right now, that wasn't what she was focusing on. So he defended you. That's good, isn't it? Hermione didn't answer. Hermione. To his surprise, his daughter just burst into tears. At a loss to understand why, he just held her close. He was still mystified when his wife walked in, and gave her a bewildered look. It doesn't take being a mind reader to understand, she said. How many times has she come home crying after someone she'd thought was a friend either started avoiding her or joined in the teasing? I think she's just overwhelmed that suddenly she's had someone stand up for her. Am I that useless? He asked her. No, you're just a man, and right now she needs her daddy. David Granger felt a little better at that. Hermione's crying stopped as quickly as it had started. Feel better? David asked his daughter. Hermione nodded. It sounds like you have a boyfriend, he teased her. Hermione wrinkled her nose. Don't be silly. But he's a good friend, am I right? Hermione nodded her agreement. Drink your hot chocolate, then it's back to bed. Jean handed Hermione the mug. Don't worry, it's not too hot to drink. When Hermione had drunk it, her father said, Come on, young lady. With a struggle, he stood up, still holding Hermione in his arms. Let's get you to bed. Mummy can come and tuck you in. After her parents had whispered good night to her, careful not to wake Harry, Hermione still lay awake, thinking. She knew that Harry must have known the unwritten rules at school. He'd been bullied often enough. You don't defend someone who the others are picking on, or they'll pick on you next. Other so-called friends had known that too, and left her alone to her tormentors. But Harry had defended her, both in the playground and in class too. She realized with a guilty twinge that she'd been wrong about him. She'd thought of him, and treated him, as some poor little boy she could take pity on. Their bond had complicated things, so she couldn't only see him as a project, but she had still looked down on him as someone to pity. She still did pity him, with his history, who in their right mind wouldn't? But he was more than a victim. She wasn't even sure how she felt now. She thought about what Professor Dumbledore had said about Death Eaters and Voldemort coming back to get Harry. She might have dismissed it, but it was very obvious that all the others thought of the threat as a very real thing and were just as worried for Harry as the old man was. If he does come back, she whispered the vow to her sleeping friend, he'll have to get through me first. I will protect you with my life if I have to. Harry was surrounded, trying desperately not to cry as they laughed at him and pointed, calling him names. A girl he'd thought was a friend had even splashed something on his uniform skirt while calling him an ugly, boring know-it-all, and he couldn't stop thinking on what could he do so. He didn't have to come home and have Mum try to wash away the stain. He refused to give them the satisfaction of tears. That would only make them worse. The tears would come later. Someone was prodding him and he woke up to see Hermione's shocked face in front of him. Harry, did you? The rest went unsaid. He nodded, almost as shocked as she was. Hermione looked embarrassed. She began with difficulty, I guess we should be pleased, right? Right. So it's okay. Yeah. Hermione didn't look pleased. I mean, my memories aren't as bad as yours. Suddenly Harry realized why she was embarrassed. Compared to some of the bullying he'd experienced, this was nothing, yet it had still upset her. She was scared he'd think she was silly. Hermione, he said, desperately searching for words which would help. Unable to think of any, he said simply, it really is okay. She looked at him uncertainly. Okay. It took them some time to get back to sleep, especially Hermione. This was what they'd been trying to do, but she felt so ashamed, so exposed. Once he was asleep again, Harry found himself looking for the wall Dumbledore had described and the door through which he had entered earlier. The first time, the wall had seemed to react to his presence, growing higher and stretching out into the distance. It had taken him a while to find the front door and some time to push it open. This second time he found the front door almost at once and it opened more easily. As he found his way into her memories again, Harry wasn't sure how to describe the sensation. One moment he was watching Hermione, another moment, like the first time, it seemed like he was Hermione in these dreams. But all the time, he could feel how she felt. Was this what it was like for her, in his dreams? And she still wanted him as a friend. Knowing that made him bolder. He wanted to know her. He began seeking out memories. The constant daily torment of the name-calling and occasional physical attacks he knew she hadn't even told her parents about. Nothing like what he had experienced, simply being pushed to the ground, or her pocket money stolen, or her pen, or being slapped by other girls, and the pretending to her parents that she'd just fallen over. The despair as so-called friends left her either sometimes they didn't want to be teased as well, but more often simply because they'd just decided that she was too boring to be friends with. And worst of all, teachers who didn't care, who ignored the bullying, even ignoring the jibes made against her in class, sometimes adding a barbed comment of their own. A thought about Voldemort. What was that doing here? When he tried to see, it was almost as if a wall pushed him away, before he forced his way through it. He was Hermione. She was looking at him, her face close to his, whispering, as she swore to protect him with her life. Harry awoke with a start, and looked at the sleeping girl beside him. He knew without a doubt that she had meant every word. Putting his arm around her, he also swore an oath. I won't let him get you, I promise. Back in Hermione's mind again, Harry wondered if he could find some happy dreams. They were easy to find, so many times with her parents. He wondered for a moment what it was like to have parents that were happy you were there, were proud of you, then pushed the self-pitying thought away. So this was what a family should be like. There was teasing, but it was with affection. A lot of hugs, a huge lot of hugs, and even more, just the warm sensation of being together. Angrily he thought, this was what Voldemort had stolen from him. This was what he should have had. For the first time, he thought of the future. This was the future he wanted, and nobody was going to take it from him. Nobody. At breakfast, both children were quiet, but Jean Granger could see they looked different somehow, but she didn't trust herself to ask them about it. Hedwig had returned with a brief note from Molly Weasley saying that they had all been happy to see them both. After Harry and Hermione had gone to school, Jean Granger went upstairs. She felt stupid for talking to an owl, but asked, "Could you take a message for me?" "I don't know how you do it." Hedwig simply put out her leg. When Jean didn't seem to understand, Hedwig pulled on the band with her beak. "Oh, wait," Jean told her, "I have to write it first." After she'd written the note, rolled it up and placed it in the band around Hedwig's leg, she'd said, "Don't lose it," only to be rewarded with a look that made her feel about 2 inches tall. "It's for Madame Pomfrey at Hogwarts. Do you know where that is?" Another one of those looks. "Okay, I guess you'll find her." She opened the window and Hedwig flew away. Jean watched her until she disappeared into a cloud. Harry's second day at school had been uneventful, though both he and Hermione were a little puzzled by the absence of the 3 boys who had attacked Harry the day before. Miss Collier had been carefully monitoring her newest pupil all of his second day, and noted how he just seemed to be behind in all subjects. After a quick consultation with Hermione before playtime, she had asked Harry to stay behind for a word after one class. "Yes, Miss Collier. I've noticed you are rather behind in your school work." Harry looked ashamed. "I hope you don't mind, but I asked Hermione if she knew why. She told me about your cousin, and you being scared to be better than him. I know she's going to help you catch up. Would you like me to help you too? Perhaps after school some days." "Yes, please," Harry answered quietly. "Good. I'll speak to Hermione's parents to make sure it's okay for you to stay late some days, all right?" Harry nodded and began to walk away, then stopped and turned back. "Miss Collier." "Yes, Harry." Harry hesitated. He knew what he wanted to say, but was having trouble finding the words, or the nerve. "Can I help you?" she prompted him. "It's just." Harry summoned up all the nerve he can find. "I wish you'd be nicer to Hermione in class." Miss Collier raised an eyebrow. Whatever she'd expected him to say, that wasn't it. "I've explained to Hermione that if I treat her in class as I do when we are alone together, it would only make things worse with the others. She understands, even if you don't." "Then why does she cry so much at home?" "She cries a lot about school, but most of all when you've said something." Harry had only ever seen her crying about school at home in her memories, but he didn't mention that part. Miss Collier felt a knot in her throat. She'd had no idea. Realizing that Harry was expecting some kind of reply, she said simply, "I'll try to do better." As Harry walked away, she added, "And Harry, thank you for telling me." What did she want? Hermione asked. "She going to give me extra lessons to help me catch up," Harry replied. "That's great," said Hermione excitedly. Harry almost laughed. Only Hermione could be excited about extra lessons. "I can't wait to tell Mum," she finished. When they arrived home from school, Madame Pomfrey was waiting for them. "I just want to give you both a check-up," she assured them. Hermione first. She made Hermione stand in front of her as she waved her wand over Hermione's body in a sort of zigzag manner. She made no comment. Now Harry. Again, no comment came from the Medowitch. "Now together. Hold hands if you please." Madame Pomfrey's expression changed into an enormous smile. "Well?" asked Jean Granger. "I don't know what's been happening," she replied, "but all of a sudden the bond is as strong as it should be at this stage. It's still forming, of course, but you've come a long way. Well done, both of you." At that point, she was interrupted by the arrival of Remus. "I can come back later if it's inconvenient," he offered. Madame Pomfrey replied, "No. I'm finished here. I was just telling them the bond is at the stage it should be." "Really?" asked Remus, obviously staggered at the news. "I just did what Professor Dumbledore said, about looking for the door, and this time I found it," explained Harry. He didn't mention that he suspected that, finally, Hermione had decided to let him find it. "He'll be pleased," Madame Pomfrey commented. "Now make sure you continue your mind exercises, though you'll probably find them easier and easier now, until they become second nature. Now I'll leave you to your other training." Miss Collier stopped the car. Yes, this was the right address. Walking up to the front door, she was about to ring the bell, but she heard a noise. Obviously they were in the back garden. They probably wouldn't hear the bell. She hoped they would mind her walking round the back. What she saw as she reached the rear of the house was a man. He seemed to be holding some sort of weapon, pointing at Harry and Hermione. Before she could cry out, a flash of light went from whatever the man was holding, and just as quickly a huge orange disc appeared in front of Harry and Hermione and the flash disappeared. It seemed like something out of Star Wars had come to life. Her gasp made the other turn towards her, and she saw their shocked faces probably matched her own. "Hermione?" she asked, before feeling her legs giving way as everything went black. To Hermione, it seemed for a moment as if everything stood still. Then she let out a scream. Remus had reacted more quickly than she would have believed possible, moving to catch Miss Collier as she fell. Even so, she almost hit her head on the gatepost as she fell. Hermione's scream brought her mother running. "Oh my God, what happened?" "It's okay, Mrs. Granger," Remus hurried assured her. "Some woman came in your back garden and fainted." "But isn't that—" "Yes, Mum. It's Miss Collier," Hermione confirmed. "What is she doing here?" "I think she came about me," Harry offered. "Why?" Harry looked embarrassed. "She wanted to give me extra lessons." At her mother's puzzled look, Hermione snapped, "Thanks to being at the Dursleys, he wasn't allowed to be better in school than that idiot Dudley, so he's really behind. What does it matter why she's here? She saw us doing magic. What are we going to do?" During this conversation, Mrs. Granger had led Remus, who had been carrying Miss Collier, into the lounge, and he had sat the woman in an armchair. He answered Hermione, "I'm sure you know the law. She must be obliviated." "Obliviated?" asked Mrs. Granger. "He means, her memory wiped," Hermione explained. "Professor Dumbledore did it in the hospital, remember?" "Oh, that's what he did." "Yes, and it's not right." "Why?" asked Remus, genuinely confused by the girl's objections. "Who gave wizards the right to take away someone's memory, just because they are a muggle?" "Hermione. If the muggles knew about us, they'd want magical solutions for all their problems. More importantly, many of them would see us as a threat. Either way would eventually lead to war. It has, in the past, which is why the law was made, not just here, but all over the world. But she's my friend. And how do you think she would cope with knowing about you?" "It doesn't matter, the law is the law. I read about werewolves," Hermione said suddenly. "Before breakfast this morning. Do you think the law is fair?" Of course not, but the most recent werewolf law is just British and based on prejudice. The law concerning the secrecy of the magical world hails back from the Renaissance, and its acceptance is worldwide and for good reason. The teacher in question began to stir and Remus immediately cast a spell on her to put her back to sleep. "That's what I mean," Hermione cried. "We're just muggles to you, aren't we?" said Mrs. Granger. "You didn't even think twice." Remus was taken aback by the sudden hostility, but eventually sighed. "As I remember the text of the law, you are direct family to a witch, so the law makes exception of you unless you become a liability under the terms the same law dictates. I don't quite remember, but the law is pretty straightforward that as long as you don't disclose what you know of wizard kind, you are okay." "Hermione," Mrs. Granger said, "what is this law? Do you know anything about it?" "I think it's mentioned in the Wizard and Witch's Handbook," she replied and dashed upstairs to get it. When she came back downstairs, she explained, "It's something they give to teenagers, to know what they can and can't do once they are of age, like, you can apparate, but only if you've got a license." "There's a section on how to treat muggles." "Is there?" huffed her mother. "Yes," said Hermione, missing the offended note in her mother's voice, "here we are. In the event of a magical occurrence witnessed by a muggle and said muggle is not of the complete confidence of the wizards or witches present, any wizard or witch must notify the ministry at once, who will dispatch an obliviation team." Remus looked satisfied, if not pleased, until Hermione added, "That means it's against the law for you to obliviate her. You have to call in the ministry." "But we can't," Remus protested. "Harry's location is secret. It seems that you break the law whatever you do," Mrs. Granger pointed out. "So perhaps you shouldn't do anything. I'll have to call Professor Dumbledore," he sighed. He wanted to come and see them about the bond later anyway. They heard Remus explain the situation over the floor. Professor Dumbledore came a few minutes later. To their surprise, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick were with him. "Hello, Harry, Hermione, Mrs. Granger. Before we discuss the little problem with your teacher, Madame Pomfrey has told me the good news about your bonding." He gave a nod to Professor Flitwick. "Hermione, Harry, all the books tell us that those who are bonded find it difficult to talk about their bond to others, but we'd really like to know why you think it changed so much, so quickly." At the somewhat startled expressions from the two children, Madame Pomfrey explained, "It was my idea for us all to come this evening. I hoped it would be easier only having to explain it once. It might help us treat anyone else who is having trouble with a bond forming." The adults present noticed a look go between the two children. Harry gave a slight nod and Hermione began. "I think it was the fight at school that did it." "Fight?" asked Madame Pomfrey, concerned at once. "It wasn't anything much," said Harry. "Go on," Professor Flitwick encouraged them. "Well, some boys were calling me names as usual and took what I was reading. Harry tried to get it back and they started hitting him. The teacher stopped it." "I should hope so," huffed Madame Pomfrey. "It's just that." Hermione seemed to be searching for the words. "Nobody's ever stood up for Hermione before," explained her mother. "So what happened after that?" asked Professor Dumbledore. "Last night, I could suddenly feel Harry in my mind. I didn't like it," she admitted, "but I knew he wouldn't hurt me. He saw me crying over something silly." "It wasn't silly," Harry argued. "I thought he'd think I was stupid, crying over something like that, but he didn't, so I let him see more." "The bond has strengthened in both of you," said Madame Pomfrey. "Can you explain that, Harry?" "Not really," he answered her, feeling awkward. "I'm sorry to pry, Harry, but this is important," Professor Dumbledore insisted. Hermione answered instead, blushing bright red as she did so. "He saw me saying Voldemort would have to get past me to kill Harry." Hermione kept her eyes away from her mother. "That's enough," said Madame Pomfrey. "Thank you, Hermione, Harry. I'm not quite sure how that will help others, but it explains what has happened." "Should we still do our mind exercises?" Hermione asked. "Yes," replied Professor Dumbledore. "Practice helping each other building walls, and trying to break through them. But remember, only a few minutes at a time. Professor Flitwick, Mr. Lupin, I'd like you both to continue their training. It can only help to reinforce the bond." There was a note of dismissal in his voice and the others left, leaving only Remus and Professor Dumbledore with Harry and the Grangers. "Now for our other problem. Are you going to call the ministry?" Hermione asked him. "No, I am not," My position in the Wizengamot authorizes me to obliviate when necessary. But the real reason for the law to call in the ministry is to ensure that only properly trained wizards and witches obliviate anyone. Done correctly, it may only wipe an instant or a topic worth of memories, so the only thing the person doesn't remember is the precise incident for which they need to be obliviated. Done incorrectly, it can cause severe problems. So you are going to do it? Asked Mrs. Granger. Yes, I am. But she's my friend, objected Hermione. It doesn't matter that Hermione doesn't want her friend obliviated, or that I object to it in my own house, does it? Mum, said Hermione, with a sudden look of understanding on her face, if it wasn't for our bond, he'd have obliviated all of us by now. Is what she said right? Cried Harry. Professor Dumbledore's face gave its own answer. But what's our bond got to do with it? It's dangerous to obliviate someone while a bond is forming, Hermione explained. My book on bonding said so. I think it might be an idea if I read this book of yours, her mother said. So, where does that leave us? I'm sorry, said Professor Dumbledore. I have no choice. Obliviate. When she comes around shortly, she will only remember fainting, not why. So she's going to be worried about having blackouts now, said Mrs. Granger angrily. You know, Professor, for some reason you want these children's trust. I think you just went a long way to losing it again. He's not interested in me, said Hermione bluntly. Except that I am bonded to Harry. Harry's important somehow, I know it. And I mean to find out why. She gave a challenging look to Professor Dumbledore. We should go, before she wakes up, said Remus. Professor Dumbledore muttered a spell over the still unconscious teacher. Now she has a lump on her head and a bruise on her, behind. She will also wake up with a stiff headache. You can tell her she slipped over and hit her head. As the professor was about to step into the flow, Mrs. Granger called him back. Yes, Mrs. Granger. I suspect that I can't control what you do about Harry, but I don't think you should assume that Hermione will be coming to Hogwarts, that's all. If Hermione doesn't go, I'm not going, said Harry. He can't make me. The professor nodded. You would do well to remember that laws are written with a why, not only with a how, in mind. Now, good evening. To you all, he said. Remus followed him a moment later. Almost as soon as Remus had disappeared, Miss Collier woke up with a start. While she didn't like it, Jean would play along. It would be easier than explaining about magic. Are you all right? We were about to call an ambulance. My head hurts. What happened? You slipped and fell. I think you bumped your head. You should probably see a doctor. How long was I out? Only a minute or two. If it's all right with you, I'll get a taxi to the hospital, just to get checked over and leave the car parked here. I can pick it up on the way to school in the morning. Are you sure? I can run you to the hospital. That would be very kind, Mrs. Granger. Hermione couldn't hold her curiosity any longer. Why did you come? She asked. I wanted to ask your parents if they minded Harry staying after school for some extra lessons to help him catch up. I don't mind at all, I'm sure we'd all be very grateful, said Mrs. Granger. But you didn't have to trouble to come out here. Why didn't you just send a note? I also wanted to see Hermione. Me. I want to say I'm sorry, for the way I've treated you in class. Although I do have to give the others a chance, I've been going beyond that. It's okay, you explained why. I do understand, Hermione. Sometimes we can understand something up here, the teacher said, pointing at her head, but what we feel is different. I know you've been upset. I wish you had felt that you could tell me. You can tell me anything, you know. If Miss Collier noticed the sudden glances between the two children and Mrs. Granger, she didn't say anything about them. As I said to Harry earlier today, I will try to do better. Now, have you finished The Hobbit yet? Almost. It's a good job I brought the next one then, Lord of the Rings. Isn't that a little old for a 9-year-old? Mrs. Granger asked, only to receive a scathing look from her daughter. Obviously not. Forget I said anything. Now, let's get out to the car so I can take Miss Collier to the hospital. During the short journey to the hospital, Miss Collier asked Harry what subject he liked and what he thought he needed most help with. Harry wasn't really sure, but Hermione thought his writing should be first. Miss Collier agreed. Harry, are you sure you know what you are letting yourself in for, letting Hermione help you? Mrs. Granger teased. came the predictable response, along with a genuine chuckle from Harry. Miss Collier was seen, checked over and released fairly quickly, possible head injuries being treated as a priority. But it was still late evening when they arrived home, having dropped off Miss Collier first. "Mum, did you mean what you said about not going to Hogwarts?" "Of course I did. There must be other schools. You could even go to a normal school instead." Hermione would have normally made a comment to that, but the heat in her mother's reply told her that now was not the best time. Mrs. Granger explained to her husband what had happened while she was cooking something for them all to eat and then shooed the two children to bed. The children were tired, so rather than do their exercises before getting into their bed, they did them under the covers. They both fell asleep holding onto opposite sides of the same red door. Nobody noticed till the morning a thick, leather-bound volume, sitting on the tea table, with an gold feather sitting on top of it. Despite the fact that the two children had obviously had a good night, breakfast in the kitchen had been a subdued affair. After Harry and Hermione had gone to school, Jean Granger had done the washing up and was quickly tidying the house before leaving to join her husband in their dental practice when she discovered the book, lying on the tea table in the lounge. International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. 1692. 94, Revision, 1964. Frowning, she laid the feather aside, picked up the book, and a note fell out. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Hermione, please forgive me for sending Fawkes with this book. As I said last night, the law was written for good reason. I have borrowed this book from our History of Magic teacher. I hope it will help you to understand the reasons I had to act as I did. Please understand. There are times when even I have no choice." Sending the book had been the result of a frantic meeting the night before between Professor Dumbledore, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey and Remus. "I seem to have offended the Grangers again," Professor Dumbledore began. "It seems that no matter what I do, I cannot earn their trust. Now Mrs. Granger is threatening to keep Hermione from school. Professor Flitwick, Madame Pomfrey, you've seen more of them than anybody. Do you think she was serious?" "Albus, it would help if we knew what had happened," Professor Flitwick replied. "Remus." Professor Dumbledore nodded. "A teacher saw us practicing and fainted. Hermione objected to her teacher being obliviated. In fact, she and her mother were angry even when I kept the teacher unconscious for longer so that I could call Professor Dumbledore. And when I obliviated her, Professor Dumbledore took up the story." Mrs. Granger commented that I was quickly losing their trust and that she might consider not allowing Hermione to go to Hogwarts. Harry, of course, said that he wouldn't come without her. "Sir, to be honest, it didn't help when you virtually admitted that if it wasn't for the bond, you would have obliviated them as well." Professor Dumbledore sighed, his hands in a helpless gesture, but Remus hadn't finished. "Hermione was right, wasn't she?" "About what?" "That Harry is important somehow. That's why you're so worried about him not coming here." "I'm sorry, Remus, there are some things I cannot answer." "Albus, you don't have to bear the weight of the world alone, you know," said Professor McGonagall. "Yes, Harry is important, Minerva. However, aside from me, only 5 people knew why. 2 are dead, 2 are as good as dead, 1 I have managed to protect so far only because nobody else knows." The tone of sad finality in his voice indicated that that subject was closed. "Albus," said Madame Pomfrey, "you have to look at things from the Grangers' point of view. They still understand almost nothing of our world. They don't take things for granted that a wizarding family would, like you are a great hero that most of us would trust with our lives. To them you are the man who abandoned Harry to be abused and never checked on him. You are the man who nearly killed both Harry and their daughter by separating them. Now you have gone into their home, which traditionally Englishmen think of as their castle, and obliviated Hermione's teacher against their will. Did you even try to explain why?" "I did," said Remus. "That may make a difference in how they see you, Remus, but it's not the same as if it had been Albus." "Now, Albus," Madame Pomfrey said, turning to him, "you can't rely on your position and reputation with Harry or the Grangers. You need to earn their trust. Do you think Mrs. Granger was serious about keeping Hermione from Hogwarts?" Professor McGonagall asked, frowning. "Would she do that? If she doesn't feel Hermione is safe, of course she would," the Medowitch replied. "I'm not saying that she would necessarily keep Hermione away from the wizarding world, but it wouldn't be hard for them to find out that there are other wizarding schools she could be sent to. So, what options do I have? Professor Dumbledore asked heavily. There are charms you could use, said Professor Flitwick, to make them more likely to trust you. You could only use them on the parents, not on Hermione. It would be too risky with the bond. You can't really be suggesting, objected Madame Pomfrey, obviously appalled. No, don't misunderstand me, Phileas added quickly. Albus asked what he could do. This is one option regardless of whether it is good or bad. Apart from the fact that it would be highly unethical, Hermione would never trust you again if she ever found out what you had done. But your biggest problem would be Harry. Harry? Professor Dumbledore asked. Yes, Harry. You've seen how ready he already is to jump to Hermione's defense. Hermione at least wants to be able to respect authority, it's the way she's been brought up. With Harry there is no such desire. What do you mean? Remember I told you that I hit Hermione with a stinging curse aimed at Harry, being fairly sure that she would try to protect him. Yes, when I explained why to Mrs. Granger, she accepted the explanation, rather more readily than I had expected, to be honest, Phileas admitted. She had obviously spoken to Hermione as she was quite ready to accept me again the next day. Harry wasn't though. Even after Hermione explained why I'd done what I'd done, he was wary of me. The only reason he accepted me again was because Hermione did. Where does this leave us? Dumbledore asked. Don't underestimate Harry is all I am saying, said Phileas. But for now, treat Hermione and the Grangers as people with whom you have to earn their trust. Albus, said Minerva McGonagall forcefully. I go to meet parents of Muggleborns all the time. They don't know our world, they don't know you. They don't have anything for which to respect you. Your titles mean nothing to them. Defeating Grindelwald means nothing to them. She smiled wryly, even your chocolate frog card means nothing to them. You need to explain why you do things instead of just expecting them to trust you as if it is your right. Professor Dumbledore sighed, and nodded at his deputy headmistress. They all knew the argument had hit home and, nodding at each other's, all decided to leave the old man to his thoughts. Remus flowed away, while the others returned to their respective quarters. Professor Dumbledore took his time before he called his phoenix, Fawkes, to him. Hermione had been watching Miss Collier all day until Harry asked her why. I wanted to see that she was all right, she explained. After last night, I mean. Harry understood her worry. He'd had another reason for paying extra attention to Miss Collier all day. He wanted to see how she treated Hermione in class. He needn't have worried, though, while she didn't go out of her way to involve Hermione, she called on her from time to time, this time making favorable comments. Although Hermione had mouthed, "Thank you," to him, seeing the happy look on Hermione's face was all the thanks he needed. It had been a pretty good day, the only downside had been that the three bullies from Tuesday were back in class. So far, however, they had restricted themselves to glaring at Harry and Hermione. Harry wondered how long that would last. During her lunch break at work, Jean Granger had begun reading parts of the book Professor Dumbledore had left. Many of the pages had stuck together and she wondered how long it had been since anyone had read the book. The first, and largest, section had been the historical background. She had only skimmed through parts of it, filled with witch burnings and other horrors, when she reluctantly admitted to herself that Remus may have a valid point. The second section, the law itself, which dated back to 1692, was short and appeared to be written in English from the Middle Ages. She could barely understand any of it. Luckily it was followed by a commentary in far more modern English, which had been written in the 1940s. Again, what Remus had explained was correct, at least as far as he had gone. This was a lot more detailed. The next section was too short, but detailed guides, deciding whether to obliviate or to leave the memories, guide to evaluation, and obliviation procedures, reversal of obliviation and the potential dangers of each. The book finished with a whole section on magical Muggle friendships and associations. This section had the clear warning that the contents of the articles in this section are the experiences and viewpoints of the authors only and should not be taken to be the official viewpoint of the ministry. Mrs. Granger thought wryly that going by the article headings, they might be more interesting than the official ministry viewpoint as well. My friend the Muggle, what should I say? I'm in love with a Muggle. Help. And, my husband just erased my sister's memories. What can I do? There were also addenda with the law on obliviation, proposals for reform, which seemed to date back to the 1920s, and a more recent obliviation and human rights, with special emphasis on current Muggle human rights legislation in Europe, which was dated 1963. Hadn't you better get home to meet Hermione? Her husband's voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, it can't be that time already, can it? Why didn't you disturb me? I've been reading since lunchtime. It's been a quiet afternoon. I managed on my own, and by the look on your face, it looked important. It is, she admitted. I think I may have been a little hasty with Dumbledore. Really? The surprise showed on his face. That's not like you. I just don't trust the man. Don't trust him, or are you worried that in a few years, he'll probably be responsible for Hermione instead of us? I don't know. I suppose there might be some of that. Is it wrong of me? Don't ask me. I just wonder how long it will be before we lose her. Seeing the shocked look on his wife's face, David Granger added quickly, I don't mean it like that. But it's a different world from ours. Whether we like it or not, it's her world, and we're not part of it. After arriving home from school and having something to eat, Remus had arrived to take Hermione and Harry to the Burrow for a training session. Hermione had been given the book Professor Dumbledore had left and she took it with her. Of course the twins didn't miss anything. What's that? Assuming they were wearing their correct jumpers, that was Fred, as his jumper had a big letter, F, on the front. A book on wizarding secrecy, Hermione explained. Professor Dumbledore borrowed it from the history of magic teacher for me. Bins! Exclaimed George, looking at the book. He had a book from this century. According to Charlie, he never does anything except old Goblin Wars. He's probably so ancient he was in some of them. Shouldn't that be Professor Binns? Said Hermione sternly, expecting Remus to back her up, but Remus was only smiling. George was saved the trouble of answering when Ron and Ginny burst in, quickly followed by Mrs. Weasley. Ron, Ginny, come out of there. They are training and don't need you two interrupting them. Why can't we train too? Asked Ginny. You're too young, she replied. I'm older than Harry, Ron pointed out. I don't mind them joining us if you don't, Remus offered. I can just as easily teach 6 as 4. Mrs. Weasley didn't look pleased at the prospect. Well, maybe Ron, but not Ginny. She's too young. No arguing, Ginny. Come on. Ron, you can watch. I'll have to ask your father when we can manage to get you a wand. That won't be necessary, Mrs. Weasley. If they are helping me train Harry and Hermione, I'm sure Hogwarts will foot the bill. Ron then, but not Ginny. Ginny cried. That's my final word. Please Mrs. Weasley, said Harry. Can't you let Ginny join us? When I lived with the Dursleys I was always left out of everything and it's horrible. Seeing the earnest look on his face, coupled with what she had been told of Harry's background, made Mrs. Weasley cringe at the mere thought that anyone could have treated him like that. All right, Ginny. You can join them. But you do exactly as Mr. Lupin tells you. That goes for all of you. Today they can only watch, Remus replied, but if it's all right with you, I can take them to Diagon Alley to get wands tomorrow, once I've got funds from Professor Dumbledore. Late that night, Harry lay awake thinking for a while. The look of joy on Ginny's face when he'd persuaded her mother to let her join them had made him almost as happy as Ginny. And Ron had pretty obviously been happy for her as well. Nobody had ever been happy with anything he did at the Dursleys, no matter how much he had tried. He decided that he definitely liked making people happy and went to sleep thinking what he could do to make Hermione and her parents happy. He thought he had just the thing. To the surprise of Harry and Hermione, it was Mrs. Granger who had gone into work early the next morning, while Mr. Granger stayed at home. Hermione, he said, could you call the Weasleys for me please? I'd very much like to speak to Mr. Weasley. Okay, Dad. What shall I say it's about? David Granger smiled. He'd spotted that this was his daughter's way of finding out for herself what he was contacting the Weasleys about. Let's just say I want to chat, father to father. Hermione nodded, slightly frustrated, knowing that his tone meant that she wasn't about to learn any more right now. I don't know whether he'll have time. I think he works at the Ministry. She had underestimated Arthur Weasley's interest in anything Muggle, and a few seconds after she had called him, the fireplace flared again and Arthur stepped out. Pleased to meet you again, Arthur said, offering his hand. At the birthday party, in public, Arthur Weasley had restrained his curiosity about the things around him, partly at the behest of his wife. Now he had no such restraint. First looking up at the light in the center of the room, then at the television and the hi-fi next to it, he gasped. Does all this work on electricity, then? Hermione was not very successful at trying not to giggle. Hermione apologized to Mr. Weasley. I dare say if I went to his house, I would be just the same. Shamefaced, Hermione said, sorry, Mr. Weasley. Good, now off to school with you both. I'll see you tonight. Once the two children had left, David Granger said, actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Electricity. This time it was David forcing himself not to smile. No, and it's electricity, by the way. My wife and I have been thinking. How much involvement do the parents have in your world? I mean parents who are muggles with children who are witches or wizards. Arthur looked surprised. We call them muggleborns, he replied. Magical children with two muggle parents. He obviously thought for a moment. I'm not sure I'm the right one to ask. I don't really know any muggle parents. But you know lots of parents who are wizards or witches. Yes, of course. That's what I was afraid of. Arthur looked confused. I don't understand. We're going to lose Hermione and Harry, aren't we? To your world, I mean. Unless we keep them away. From your world totally, they'll find their own place in a world where we have no place. You aren't thinking of keeping them from our world? Arthur asked, sounding shocked at the very thought. No, replied David, sadly. It's a big part of who she is, they are. I don't think we could do that if we wanted to. But surely you can understand, we don't want to lose them. Arthur thought for a long minute about how he would feel to be shunted out of his children's lives and his face grew sadder. I had never thought about it, he confessed. Tell me, what do you know of our world? Not very much. About as much as I know of yours, Arthur said ruefully. And I'm supposed to be an expert on muggles. After a pause, his face brightened a little. Mr. Granger, do you have to work today? I could call my wife and see if she can manage without me. Why? I can get the day off from my department at the ministry. Why don't I show you something of our world, if you'd like? Thank you. I'd like that very much. He quickly telephoned his wife, not noticing the curious look on Arthur's face as he did so. Can you manage without me today? Arthur Weasley is taking me on a tour you can. Good. I'll see you tonight, love you. Better than a flow, Arthur commented. Can you talk just anywhere? Not with this, I'm afraid. Said David, with a smile. It has to have a line, a cable, which is in one place. But we have mobile phones. They do the same thing, but you can carry them anywhere. And you can talk anywhere. Well, almost anywhere. The network isn't complete yet, there are some parts of the country where they don't work. Amazing. David smiled. Okay. Now I will take your arm. Have you done this before? Yes, he replied. His expression showed clearly what he thought of it. It's not much fun, agreed Arthur. Here goes. Harry had been so distracted at school that both Hermione and Miss Collier had noticed. Miss Collier had asked him if there was anything wrong, but he'd said there wasn't. Hermione could tell he was hiding something. Harry was becoming increasingly frustrated. He knew what he wanted to do, but what had seemed so easy when he was thinking about it lying in bed the night before was now anything but easy. And he could tell that Hermione was becoming more and more suspicious. Even though it was Miss Collier's day for playground duty, so she was easier to approach, he hadn't been able to summon the courage to speak to her. The words he'd thought of in bed had vanished from his head. He'd even had trouble answering a dead-easy question in class. This day was definitely not going as he'd planned. Miss Collier was becoming increasingly concerned about Harry. He had been fidgety all day. At one point, in the playground, she'd thought he was going to speak to her, but a girl had interrupted him, telling her that another boy had fallen and hurt his knee. Her last duty of the day was to watch the children safely off the school grounds. She watched Harry and Hermione leave through the gate inside as they disappeared around the corner. Perhaps tomorrow she'd find out what was wrong. She noticed that the three boys had turned to follow Harry and Hermione, instead of taking their usual route. She was about to follow them to stop them, when a parent stopped her to ask a question about some test results. Outside, all was not well. Harry and Hermione had turned into an alleyway, then out onto the path which led to the small housing estate on which they lived. Hermione admitted to him, "I always hated this part of the walk home when I was little. I used to imagine monsters behind every bush." Harry laughed, but his laughter stopped at once as they both heard, "Hey! Weirdos!" Harry found himself shoved aside. "Get us in trouble, would you?" Hermione was pushed to the ground. Instinctively, normally Harry would have wanted to run away, but seeing Hermione pushed over made him angry. "Get away from her," he shouted. He reached for the wand he'd kept in his pocket, fingering it all day. He pulled it out, pointed it towards the three boys and cried, "Protega!" Nothing happened. The boys laughed at him as he ran to Hermione. One of them put out a foot and tripped him over. He fell over, but landed almost on top of Hermione. "Hold my hand." Hermione looked rather bewildered, but if she didn't react the boys did. "Ooh, hold my hand," one mimicked as the others laughed. Miss Collier, having quickly got rid of the parent with a promise to meet her tomorrow to discuss the test results in more detail, had hurried along the alleyway. When she heard Harry's first cry, she began running to where his voice had come from. As she rounded the corner she was about to shout at the three boys threatening Harry and Hermione when something unbelievable happened. Harry was holding a stick in his hand and as the boys advanced on him, he shouted something and a golden light came out of the stick and literally flung the three boys away from them. They hit the fence behind them so hard they collapsed to the ground. Unknown to Miss Collier, Harry or Hermione, far away an alarm went off at the ministry. "Harry, you shouldn't have. We'll be in trouble," said Hermione, finally, when she had got over the initial shock enough to speak. Neither she nor Harry had noticed Miss Collier. Harry's only thought was for Hermione. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I think so. But I twisted my ankle." She tried to get up and cried out with the pain. It seemed to Miss Collier that from the moment that strange golden light had appeared, she had watched what had happened almost in slow motion. It was almost as if time had stood still. Hermione's cry of pain brought her back to normal time. She walked, still in shock, to Harry and Hermione. What just happened? The two children just looked at each other, neither knowing what to say. Two small cracking sounds heralded the arrival of Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. They looked at the scene and Professor McGonagall immediately walked over to the three boys. "They're not hurt," she announced, part relieved and part hurried. "We cannot allow them to remember any of this," said Professor Dumbledore and holding his wand towards them, spoke clearly, "Obliviate." As he turned towards Miss Collier, he was surprised to find Harry, still holding Hermione's hand, but with his wand raised in his other hand. "No, Albus. We don't have time to argue. The Aurors will be here any second. We have to get them out of here. Take them to Hogwarts." "I want to go home," said Hermione. "It would be better," agreed Professor McGonagall. "Very well," Professor Dumbledore agreed. "What about Miss Collier?" asked Harry, his wand still raised. "Who are you?" Miss Collier asked, still shocked. "What is going on?" "Madam, if you would care to take my arm for a moment, I will explain." The professor raised his own wand again. "Harry, I am just masking your magical signature. We don't want anyone knowing it was you who cast that spell. Let's go, then." He disappeared with Miss Collier. A moment later, Professor McGonagall disappeared with Harry and Hermione. A moment after that half a dozen cracks announced the arrival of the magical reversal squad from the Aurors. "What's happened?" cried Mrs. Granger as Professor Dumbledore appeared with Miss Collier. "Are the children all right?" She was answered by another crack and the appearance of Professor McGonagall with Harry and Hermione. Professor McGonagall helped Hermione to the sofa, then cast a healing spell on her ankle. "The pain's gone," Hermione cried with surprise. "I should hope so," replied Professor McGonagall. "If I can't heal a simple twisted ankle, would somebody mind telling me what's going on?" Mrs. Granger asked. Miss Collier thought the same, but was still too shocked by everything to say anything. She was standing where she had arrived, still gripping Professor Dumbledore's arm. "Mrs. Granger," said Professor McGonagall, "I'm sure Harry and Hermione will tell us what happened, but can I suggest a cup of tea for us all?" "I think Miss Collier," said Harry. "Thank you. I think Miss Collier might like some tea while we explain a few things to her." Mrs. Granger nodded. "Miss Collier, do take a seat. Don't worry. You aren't imagining things and nobody is going to harm you." Miss Collier sat in the nearest chair, while Professor McGonagall took the other chair. Professor Dumbledore left the room. "Mrs. Granger," he said, when he reached the kitchen. "I apologize for our sudden arrival. I needed to get Harry and Hermione away from the school quickly and Hermione wanted to come home." "What happened?" "That's what I want to know," he said. "But Professor McGonagall is quite correct. Miss Collier has had a big shock and at least deserves an explanation. Aren't you just going to obliviate her again? That would be best in my opinion. But I want to hear what happened first. Harry was very determined to stop me obliviating her." He smiled. "He was actually ready to try to duel me, I think. That, I believe, is your doing. It's our fault." "Not fault. To your credit if anything. Harry was too scared to open his mouth a few months ago. Now he is prepared to take me on if he has to. Now, can you contact your husband? After the events of this afternoon, we are going to have to decide what to do and it would be better if he was here as well." "Okay." Mrs. Granger went to the phone. While Professor Dumbledore insisted on helping Mrs. Granger prepare the tea, Professor McGonagall was beginning her explanation. "Miss Collier, Harry and Hermione are, for want of a better word, magical." "Magical?" The professor smiled. "Yes, magic is real, as you have just seen. Harry is a wizard, like Professor Dumbledore, the man who brought you here. Hermione is a witch, like me." Not sure what to say to this apparently crazy woman, Miss Collier decided to play along, so she asked, "Are there many of you?" "In Britain there are several thousand. We are a small, but we like to think significant minority. How come we never hear about you? We tend to live mostly separately from non-magical people, who we refer to as muggles. We also keep our world secret, it is one of our highest laws." "Then how come Hermione?" "Hermione's parents are muggles. Every year a few magical children are born to parents who are not themselves magical. Hermione is one of them. Normally, this shows with some minor outbursts of uncontrolled magic, but when they reach 11 years old, they are invited to come to our magical school, Hogwarts, to begin to learn to control their magic. But I saw Harry do something. And he's nowhere near 11. Hermione and Harry have begun their training much earlier, for reasons I'm afraid that I cannot say." Another loud crack announced the arrival of Arthur Weasley and David Granger. A moment later, Jean Granger and Professor Dumbledore came in with the tea. "More chairs, I think," said the professor, conjuring 2 more armchairs, which barely fitted into the lounge. Miss Collier's mouth opened just a little wider. "You can make anything. Only the most powerful wizards can make something which lasts," Professor McGonagall explained. "Normally things created by magic, we call it conjuration, last for only a short time." "Now, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore, "we would all very much like to know what happened this afternoon." Harry audibly gulped and Hermione gripped his hand tightly. "Those 3 boys, the same ones as before," he said, looking at Miss Collier. "They pushed Hermione and wanted to beat us up. I tried to stop them, but nothing happened." "Nothing, Harry?" asked Professor McGonagall. "It didn't look like nothing when we arrived. That was after. I tried a shield, but nothing happened. So I wanted to get Hermione and run away, but they tripped me. Then I made Hermione hold my hand and it worked that time." "He didn't make me," protested Hermione. "If Harry's in trouble, I am too. I don't think we'll be sending Harry to Azkaban yet, Hermione," Professor Dumbledore smiled. "Azka what?" asked Harry. "Wizard prison," said Hermione. "Doesn't your law say they can use magic in self-defense?" asked Jean Granger. The professor smiled. Mrs. Granger had obviously been reading the book he had sent. "Yes, Mrs. Granger, it does. And that means that even if we were in the habit of sending 8-year-old children to Azkaban, Harry would still not be in trouble. Then why did you have to get us away before the Nari arrived?" "Aurors, Hermione. They are like our police. You know we have tried to keep where Harry lives a secret. If he was seen by a lot of Aurors, it wouldn't stay secret for very long afterwards, I'm afraid." Hermione seemed satisfied. "Harry, I must ask you. Why did you have your wand?" Harry looked guilty. "I wanted to tell Miss Collier about us." "Why was that, Harry?" asked Professor McGonagall. "She's Hermione's only friend, apart from me." "What exactly did Harry do?" asked Miss Collier. "And are the boys really all right?" "They will be fine," Professor McGonagall assured her. Harry cast a shield spell, we call it Protega, Professor Dumbledore explained. It is designed to repel evil spells, but if it is strong enough it will also repel physical objects, including human beings. The boys will remember nothing apart from leaving school as normal. If I hadn't wiped their memories, Hermione, I suspect that everyone would have simply thought they'd gone mad anyway. In any case, leaving their memories intact would have made life impossible for Harry and you in school and may well have placed you in danger. What about Miss Collier? Hermione asked. Why don't we ask her? Suggested David Granger. Very well, said Professor Dumbledore. I can remove your memories of what has happened. Alternatively, I can leave them, but you would never be able to tell anyone. As you said, if I told anyone, they'd think I'd gone mad. I'm still not sure that I haven't. It took us some time to come to terms with it, admitted Jean Granger, and Hermione's our daughter. It might be easier if I didn't remember any of this, Miss Collier admitted, but wouldn't it be better to have someone at school who knows? That brings us to our main problem, said Professor Dumbledore. Although we may have managed to prevent news of Harry getting out this time, I'm afraid that it will be too risky allowing Harry and Hermione to continue in a Muggle school. So what will they do for school? Cried Jean Granger. What do magical children do? Most are homeschooled, explained Professor McGonagall. Some go to local Muggle schools, but they don't have wands or any training. That will really be impossible now for Harry and Hermione. I'm not happy with the homeschooling, said David Granger. No disrespect intended, but I get the impression that wizard children aren't exactly trained to cope in our world. They aren't, admitted Arthur Weasley. Most adult wizards couldn't, myself included. I want more than that for Hermione and Harry. They will probably choose your world as they grow older, but I want them to at least have the choice. It seems to me that Muggle-born children, that's children like Hermione, David added to his wife, are at a disadvantage right from the start in the wizard world, while magical children know nothing of our world. So, how does that help us? His wife asked. Arthur and I have been discussing this, and obviously this afternoon has brought this to a head. How would you feel about Harry and Hermione spending a week at the Weasleys, learning what it's like to actually live in the wizarding world? Then the Weasley children could spend a week here, to learn about our world. Hermione's look of excitement was not matched by the expression on her mother's face. I think it's a good idea, but it still doesn't solve the problem of schooling. No, David admitted, but it will give us 2 weeks to try to find an answer that satisfies everybody. If you like, offered Miss Collier, the week they are here, I could test the, what do you call them? Magical children. Yes, said Arthur. And I could at least let you know how their education stands up to our standards. I'd have to do it after school, of course. Perhaps the Weasleys should come here first, suggested Professor McGonagall. I'd be quite interested in seeing how our form of early education compares with a Muggle school, and that would give us time to try to find a solution before the 2 weeks of exchanges are finished. Professor Dumbledore stood up, satisfied. Very well. That would appear to be settled. Miss Collier, would you care for me to return you to the school? It's okay. I'll drive her, David Granger offered quickly as the pale look on Miss Collier's face. Okay. I will go back to Hogwarts and check if there are any repercussions from this afternoon which need clearing up. With that, he disappeared. Goodbye Hermione, Harry, Arthur, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. And Miss Collier, it was nice to meet you. I look forward to meeting you next week. And Professor McGonagall was gone as well. You're taking all this very well, David Granger commented as he was driving Miss Collier to her home. The original plan had been to drop her off at the school, where her car was parked, but Jean Granger had suggested that Miss Collier still looked too overwhelmed to drive. She had agreed with that assessment. To be honest, I still think I'm going to wake up at any moment and find this is all some weird dream. I'm not even sure if it's a dream or a nightmare. The professor can probably still remove your memories of all this if you prefer. No, she replied firmly. I stayed on in education because I wanted to know more, to study more. My father always said I was too curious for my own good. She laughed slightly. Very like your Hermione. Now I have the opportunity to know a world I never knew existed, that was right under my nose. How could I turn that down? David frowned. They aren't insects, to be studied, you know, just because they are different. I know that. You know why I went into teaching, especially the younger ones, when I could have easily had a job in a university. I want to instill that curiosity in a new generation of children. To make them as interested in what is all around them as I was, as I still am. Most of them can't wait until 4 o'clock and it's time to go home. And the class 1 had last year was the same. And the class 1 will have next year will probably be the same. Now maybe, just maybe, I have the chance to make a real difference. You think I'm going to give that up? David almost laughed as he pulled the car to a stop. Outside Miss Collier's house. I'm sorry. It's not that anything you've said is funny. It's just you sound so much like Hermione. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. You gave Jean your number, didn't you? Yes. Okay, as soon as we know what's happening, I'll be in touch. I'm not sure I deserve this, she replied. I really messed up with Hermione. You must have done something right. Harry seems to trust you and believe me, that is quite an achievement. I'm not even sure we've managed it yet. A very different conversation was taking place in the burrow. Molly Weasley wasn't happy. You can't be serious. You want to let the twins go to stay with them for a week. How can they possibly keep Fred and George in line? Even if they don't take their wands. They'll be taking their wands. Remus is going to continue the training while they're there. They'll wreck the place. We'll have the ministry down on our backs. Molly. What's really wrong? She sighed heavily. They're too young to go away. And what if anything happens? They are muggles after all. We've met the Grangers. They are good people. And David is going to give me a telly what's it so he can call me if anything is wrong. And the kids can call us on the floor. She's only a baby. And Ron's not much more. I wouldn't let Ginny hear you say that if I were you, Arthur smiled. She's got too much of you in her. She'd never forgive us if we let the others go but kept her back. Did they really have to go? No, he admitted. But I think it will be good for them, don't you? Molly nodded. But I'm going to worry all week. Arthur hugged her tightly. For all his bravado, he knew that he would worry as well. You know, we have it easy. What do you mean? We expect parents of Muggleborns to send their children away to Hogwarts. It's a world they can't possibly understand, full of dangers, yet we see them trying to cheerfully wave off their children on platform 9 3/4. At least we get our children back. What do you mean? It's something David said, made me think. Nearly all Muggleborns end up living in our world. How many parents of Muggleborns do you know? I don't know any. They just don't have a place in our world. But how could they? Without magic. I don't know. I'm not sure I could do it. Do what? Send our children off to Hogwarts every year if I knew that every year we'd lose them a little bit more. They're like us, you know. How? David and Jean Granger. I always thought of Muggles as, well, Muggles. But they're like us. They love their daughter like we love Ginny. And they know they're going to lose her to our world one day. If by sending our 4 to visit them, we can begin to build some bridges, well, I think it's worth doing, that's all. Molly hugged her husband warmly, then released him. I'm still going to worry though. I know. Saturday dawned early in the Granger household, far too early for some. Hermione's eyes snapped open well before sunrise. She immediately disentangled herself from Harry, jumped off the bed and pulled open the curtains on her window. She saw a mesmerizing sight. The sky was beginning to the first signs of color, shades of gray were mixed with a definite tinge of red. It was going to be a nice day. Excitedly, she shook Harry awake. Harry was less enthusiastic. What time is it? The Weasleys are coming, she answered, as if that answered his question. He stretched his neck and glanced at the window. To him it was mostly dark. Too early, he groaned. Go back to sleep or you'll wake your dad. Desperately trying to contain her excitement, but deciding that waking her parents so early was not the best way to start the day, Hermione collapsed. Down on the bed again. She put her arm around Harry and whispered into his ear, the Weasleys are coming. Realizing that he wasn't going to be allowed to go back to sleep in peace, Harry asked, I wonder if the twins are awake yet. Hermione sat up and noticed a positively evil grin on Harry's face. Why? She asked suspiciously. Perhaps we could wake them up. Harry, we can't possibly flow there at this hour. You'd get us in such trouble. Harry laughed. I know. We can't go and wake them up. Hermione seemed satisfied, but Harry hadn't finished. But I know who can. Who? Hedwig, of course. I've still hardly ever used her to send a message since you bought her for me. Hedwig. Harry put out his hand and the still tiny white owl, but already quite a bit bigger than it had been when they'd brought it from the shop, flew from the open door of her cage to Harry's arm. "Do you think you can manage to deliver a message to Fred and George?" Hedwig looked quite comical as she glared at Harry, then pecked his hand. "Ow. Okay. Of course you can. Can you write it, Hermione? You ought to practice, you know," she told him. "I want them to get this before they wake up," Harry explained. "All right," she agreed. "What do you want me to write?" 5 minutes later, they were back in bed, trying to get back to sleep. Or more accurately, Hermione quivered with excitement and muttering, "The Weasleys are coming." Like a mantra, while Harry was pressed on her back and unsuccessfully trying to fall asleep again. Harry eventually got fed up and decided to borrow a trick he had seen in the playground the other day. After making sure one arm had Hermione unable to move, he stuffed the little finger of his other hand into his mouth and, making sure it was thickly covered in saliva, stuffed it into Hermione's ear and wriggled it. Hermione didn't appreciate the intrusion, though. She tried to pull away from the offending finger, but her pillow prevented the motion. She tried to wiggle her head away from it, but it followed. She tried to pull away from Harry, but he had a good leverage and wouldn't let go. She elbowed him in the gut, but she just didn't have enough leverage, so, using her legs and her underside arm, she pushed against him and made them roll until she was on top of him, so she could hit him. He removed his finger at her first hit from above, but didn't try to stop her until her fourth hit or so, when he waited for her arm to come up before he passed his arm below her armpit, making her lose leverage again. He seemed to have calmed down and didn't seem to be about to do anything else, so, while she grasped his arms, she calmed down as well. Harry was giggling like crazy, while she fumed at him. "What was that for, Harry? That was disgusting. I wanted to make sure your hearing was okay," he replied, still giggling. "My hearing?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. "Of course it's okay. You said, the Weasleys are coming. 1,000,000 times. Don't exaggerate, Harry." She frowned. "All right, I'll stop." Harry just laughed in reply. Hermione, now feeling more confident, relaxed and let her head lie on top of Harry. Hermione. "Yes, Harry. Can you move? You're heavy." "Nope," she replied. "I'm keeping my ears safe." Harry sighed and tried to get himself comfortable, but Hermione hadn't finished, and, "Harry." He asked, sleepily. "I'm getting even." "Okay," he answered, while he hugged her harder for a moment. George was awakened by a determined tapping on the window, as he slept nearest to it. Seeing the owl, he sighed and got up to open the window. Hedwig flew around the room, landing on Fred, who was still sleeping, and promptly pecked him on the head. "Ow. What's up?" George, despite his own irritation at being woken up, couldn't help laughing at the tiny owl, who was continuing to fly around Fred, giving him the occasional gentle peck and avoiding Fred's arms as Fred tried to push her away. Fred finally got up and Hedwig went calmly over to George and stuck out a leg. George removed the letter. "Muggles have alarm clocks which work by electricity, so we thought we'd send Hedwig to make sure you woke up in time. See you later, Hermione and Harry." Having delivered her message, the white owl hooted contentedly and flew out the still open window. "What time is it?" Fred yawned. "About 6, George replied. "You know what this means," Fred said. "War," they both said together. Unlike Hermione and Harry, who had eventually settled back down in bed once Hedwig had left as they didn't want to wake their parents, Fred and George had no such inhibitions and had quickly woken everyone in the Weasley household. Molly had given up trying to sleep and, after threatening the twins that she wouldn't let them go if they weren't quiet, had started on breakfast. Although the threat of being left behind while the two younger ones went to the Grangers had miraculously had a quietening effect on the two boisterous boys, she had got up anyway. Maybe a few extra minutes with her children before she let them go for the first time wouldn't be so bad. She tried to remember. Had it been so hard with the older ones? They had been older after all. Yes, she admitted to herself. Only the determination not to upset Arthur or embarrass the boys had restrained the tears at King's Cross the first time Bill, Charlie and Percy left for Hogwarts. Especially Percy, she remembered. He would have been mortified if his mother had started crying on the platform in front of everyone. And now this was Bill's final year at Hogwarts. She wondered if she'd feel the same when he left for work for the first time. She suspected that she would, even if he still lived at home, which seemed increasingly unlikely considering his interest in working for Grangers. Even the twins seemed to sense Molly's mood and became quieter. "We'll be okay, Mum," Fred said seriously. "I know you will." She turned back to frying the bacon. This house was going to seem quiet for a week. She'd been shocked by Arthur's comment the night before, about how Muggle parents had to let their children go, perhaps forever. He had obviously hit it off with Mr. Granger. What was his name? David, she thought. She decided that she would have to get to know Mrs. Granger. She couldn't remember her name. Arthur couldn't resist teasing his wife as she piled food onto the children's plates. "They will feed them, you know." Even Harry was up and had eaten breakfast well before the time the Weasleys were due to arrive. Arthur was first through the flow, followed by the twins, one at a time, then Ron, then Ginny and finally Molly. Shortly after the Weasleys had arrived, the telephone rang. "Hello." "Oh, hello. Yes, of course you can, but Remus will be doing a training session. That'll be fine, we'll see you later then, bye." Jean Granger put the phone down and announced, "Miss Collier will be visiting us this afternoon to see you all. She seems quite eager to meet you all. You will be staying today, won't you, Arthur?" "Molly. If you're sure it's not too much trouble," Molly answered. "It's fine. I'd better get on with lunch. Do let me help. I can manage." Jean began, then seeing the look on Molly's face, she added, "But I'd welcome some company in the kitchen. Funny how everyone seems to avoid it when there's work to do." Arthur laughed. "Not everything's different in the Muggle world, then." Jean laughed with him, then said, "In that case, you can join David after lunch for the washing up. Without magic." Both Jean and Molly laughed as the two women made their way to the kitchen. Lunch was a slightly stilted affair, the twins being silenced by a stern look from Molly almost every time they opened their mouths. As soon as they'd left the table, Hermione pulled Ginny upstairs to her room. "Can I ask you something?" "Yeah, what?" Hermione quickly explained what Harry had done that morning, "so I wondered if you could think of a way I can get my own back." At Ginny's enthusiastic grin, she added, "Nothing too much. He's still not really recovered yet." "Recovered? What from? Didn't your parents say anything?" "No." "What?" Hermione quickly explained how they had found Harry and didn't even notice how the younger girl's face had paled as she heard of Harry's life at the Dursleys. "But he's okay now, he's with you, isn't he?" Hermione hesitated. "Isn't he? He couldn't trust anyone, Ginny. Not even me, even though we were bonded. They hurt him so much he nearly ended up killing us. Only now." She stopped, realizing Ginny was looking stunned. "You're bonded? With Harry?" Hermione nodded. "But that means..." Whatever it meant, Hermione wasn't to find out as the door opened and her mother came in to tell them that Remus had arrived. "Now," Remus began, "I've shown you the basic spells you'll be using. We'll start with 3 teams of 2. Harry and Hermione, then I think we'll split the twins up, George with Ron and Fred with Ginny. As soon as you get 3 hexes through the shield of another team, that team is out." "We'll never get anything through their shield," complained Fred. "Good point. Harry, Hermione, no holding hands." "Of course," said George. "Little Ginjan will never get Harry anyway." Ignoring the glaring looks from both his mother and Ginny, he continued, "What was her favorite, Fred? Harry Potter and the Hungry Horntail? Or was it Harry Potter and the Mermaid Menace?" "No, Fred, I think it was Harry Potter and the Wicked Werewolf myself." "Stop it," Ginny screamed at them. "What are all those?" Hermione asked. "You mean you don't know? You live with Super Harry and you don't know?" Fred answered. "They're all children's story books," explained Arthur. "And we got them all for Ginjan," laughed George. "She loves hearing about Harry Potter." Jin's face was bright red with anger and embarrassment. She reached for her wand, but her mother grabbed it first. So she turned round and ran up the stairs, slamming the door behind her. Molly looked almost as embarrassed as her daughter. "I'm sorry about this. I'll go to her," she told Jean. Harry looked shocked. "Are there really books about me?" "Yes, Harry," Remus replied. "When you disappeared from our world, storybooks about your adventures became a real craze. And the twins did get all those books for Ginny," Arthur admitted. "What they didn't tell you was that she refused to have them read to her." "But I thought Harry was her favorite story," Hermione asked. "The real story, yes. But she hated all the other stories. She got annoyed when she saw anything about the boy who lived. Didn't stop her dreaming about Harry, "Oh," said Ron, sniggering. Hermione ignored him and asked Arthur, "Why?" She said Harry lost both his parents when he was a baby and it wasn't right to make up stories about him. She used to wonder how you were, Harry, and said she hoped you were happy. If I'm honest, Remus added, she was probably the only one in our world who thought much about you. Most of us were so relieved that you know who was gone, we just assumed you'd be okay. I am now, Harry said. The embarrassed silence was broken by Molly's reappearance with Ginny. Ginny's look of embarrassment was changed to one of surprise. When Hermione almost ran to her and gave her a hug. "Thank you," Hermione said. Bewildered, Ginny asked, "What for?" For once, Hermione couldn't find the right words. For being the only one who thought about Harry the person instead of the celebrity, David explained. "Oh," said Ginny. "Shall we begin?" Remus asked. This time a doorbell interrupted them. Jean let Miss Collier in and quickly introduced her to everyone, ignoring the slightly suspicious look Molly gave to the very casually dressed teacher. "Don't let me interrupt anything," Miss Collier said. "Okay. Let's begin," said Remus. His hope to get the lesson underway at last was quickly dashed. "It's still not fair," Ron complained. "Why?" asked Hermione. "We've only just started learning magic. Harry's been doing it for years." "Just how thick can you get, Ron?" Ginny screamed. "Harry didn't even know he was a wizard till this summer. His aunt and uncle used to starve him and keep him in a cupboard and let his cousin beat him up all the time." The stunned reaction of Ron and the twins was matched by the shocked look on Harry's face. Turning to Hermione he mumbled, "Thanks, Hermione," and walked out. Hermione quickly followed him upstairs and into their room. "How could you? I didn't mean to." "Oh, it just slipped out by accident, did it? Why don't you tell everyone?" "Harry, please, listen to me. Why don't you go back downstairs? I'm sure they'll all love to hear you." "Please, Harry. It wasn't like that." "Then how was it?" "I was talking to Ginny." "I know. And now she's told everyone." "Not about that. I was asking her how I could get you back for this morning." "Well, you did. All right now." Ignoring his interruption, she went on, "And I told her it could be anything too much as you still hadn't really recovered from the Dursleys. I didn't want you to stop trusting me again." "I'm sorry, Harry. You wanted to prank me." Hermione nodded. "I'm sorry too, Harry," came Ginny's voice. Ginny had quietly slipped in and hadn't dared to interrupt. "Ron just made me so mad." "It's okay," he replied, staring at the roof. "We ought to go back down," said Hermione. "I'm not going down," Harry said. "I don't want them all being sorry for me." "My brothers aren't like that," said Ginny, but Harry refused to budge. The three of them sat on the bed until they heard thundering footsteps on the stairs. "Come on," said the twins in unison. "It's not the same without Super Harry." Not giving him a chance to refuse, they each grabbed an arm and began to carry him downstairs, laughing. At the bottom of the stairs they let him go. They followed Remus outside and he quickly conjured thick cushions behind them. The twins insisted that Ginny go in between Harry and Hermione. "This way they can't hold hands by accident," they explained. "Right. Now it's payback time," Ginny said, pointing her wand at each of the twins and Ron in turn. Remus reapplied the charm on Harry and Hermione's wand to allow them to cast shield spells on their own, then did the same to the other 4 wands. Miss Collier watched, fascinated, as they cast spells on each other. They were all fairly evenly matched as the charms gave each of their spells approximately the same level of power. Ginny, however, was faster, and quickly took out Ron, so the twins ganged up on Ginny to remove her from the team. Then they turned to Hermione. Harry was so busy shielding Hermione that he didn't notice a quick look between the twins which preceded a sudden switch to attacking him instead. The twins emerged victorious. "Weasley's rule," they chanted. "I can see the headline now, George," said Fred. "Yes. Daily Prophet Special Edition. The end of a legend. The boy who got defeated by the Weasley twins. Autographs may be available later for a small fee." For a second almost everyone looked shocked and turned to see Harry's reaction. Ginny looked ready to explode. At first Harry didn't seem to know how to react, then he seemed to shake and burst out laughing. "Are they always like that?" Miss Collier asked Molly. "Always," the twins answered her themselves. "This should be an interesting week." After a short break, they resumed their dueling, this time one-on-one, taking turns. Suddenly Hermione grabbed Harry's hand and pointed her wand at the twins. "Aguamenti," she cried. The force of the water knocked the twins back almost to the fence. We'll have to be careful, she thought to herself, before shouting out, the wet Weasleys. Nearly drowned by the boy who lived. This is becoming a habit, commented Fred. It's okay, said Ginny. They've just learned that my brothers are big drips. To everyone's surprise, still holding Harry's hand, Hermione cast the drying spell on the twins. What? She asked. I just copied what Professor Flitwick did last time. And I read up on it just to make sure I was doing it right. She's mental, that one, commented Ron, to murmured agreement from the twins. Later, as they ate tea, Fred commented, you know, George. Know what, Fred? It's a pity we have to keep Harry, here, a secret. Why's that, Fred? It would make a great new book. That it would, Fred. Harry Potter and the Escape from Azkaban. Not forgetting his friend Hermione Granger, wonder which. Don't worry about my brothers, said Ginny, trying not to laugh. Dad always said the Medowitch must have dropped them on their heads when they were born. You know, Fred, I think we've been insulted. You could be right, George. You could be right. She'll be throwing us out of the Harry Potter fan club next. She wouldn't, would she? She might. But that would only leave Gingin and Ronnikins here. And about a million others. True. Their flow of words was interrupted at this point by Remus, who had been struggling not to laugh before he managed to swallow his tea, finally failing and unfortunately spraying tea as he did so. I'm really sorry, he said as he quickly waved his wand and cleaned up the tea which he'd managed to get everywhere. Hermione had been getting increasingly annoyed at the twins teasing Harry about his fame, as she knew he'd already begun to hate being famous, but at this point Harry started laughing. That's my brothers, said Ginny. Doesn't matter how famous you are, you'll still get teased. They're brilliant, said Harry. Perhaps we should start a Weasley Twins fan club, suggested Hermione. Don't you dare, cried Arthur. We'd never hear the end of it. Fred and George put on a hurt look which made everyone else laugh again. When the laughter had subsided, Remus asked Miss Collier, so what do you think of your introduction to the magical world? She replied, all I've seen really is dueling with each other. Is that all you use magic for? No, replied Arthur. In many ways we use magic like you use technology. Technology. David suggested. That's it. Technology, Arthur repeated carefully. David explained, a lot of things we do with electricity, wizards do with magic. He was interrupted by Hermione, and witches. He nodded. And witches. For example, they cook by magic, travel by magic, clean by magic. Oh, I wish. Jean sighed, making everyone laugh again. Remus, asked Molly, is it just the garden that is warded or the whole house? Warded? Asked Miss Collier. It's a sort of spell, explained Remus. It prevents muggles seeing into the garden to see them practice magic, it also prevents the ministry. Knowing about it. Ministry. David laughed. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but your reaction is just like ours was. The trouble is, every answer leads to another question. Our government is the Ministry of Magic, Remus explained. And why don't you want them to know? Remus sighed. There are laws against underage wizards and witches, he added quickly, with a glance at Hermione, practicing magic. This is mainly to prevent muggles finding out about us, but also to prevent accidents before they are trained how to use their magic. But because Harry is here, they need to train, but for his safety nobody must know he is here. Miss Collier looked at Harry, who looked embarrassed. Remus continued, as you will have gathered from the twins, Harry is famous. Not all wizards are good. 1. Grindelwald ruled most of Europe, and was our equivalent to your Hitler. In fact he was the power behind Hitler. Dumbledore defeated him in personal combat in 1945. That man defeated Hitler. Well, Grindelwald, the wizard behind Hitler, yes. That's basically why he's so respected. He's the most powerful wizard alive, anywhere. When a new Dark Lord arose a few years ago, everyone expected Dumbledore to defeat him as well. But he attacked Harry's parents when he was a baby, and, we don't know why, tried to kill Harry as well. But due to a type of magic called blood magic, the spell rebounded and the wizard was never seen again. His name was Voldemort, said Hermione sharply. Miss Collier noticed most of the others around the table flinch at the name. What? The new Dark Lord, everyone is afraid to say his name. It's Voldemort, and he was just a murderer. Quite so, agreed Remus. The trouble is, we don't really believe that Voldemort is really dead. And even if he is, his supporters would like nothing more than to kill Harry. That is why he must be trained in defending himself, and that is why his presence here is a closely guarded secret, even from the Ministry. And to answer your original question, Molly, yes, the whole house is warded. Good, said Molly, standing up and hoping to lighten the mood. Now this is how we clean up. She began waving her wand and the things on the table lifted themselves up, much to the shock of the muggles present, especially Jean, who looked worried about her crockery, then, led by Molly's wand, flew into the kitchen, where everything was washed up without anyone having to touch it. It beats having to load the dishwasher, David commented. With a final wave of Molly's wand to dry the crockery, it began to put itself away. You're going to have to teach Hermione to do that, sighed Jean. And Harry, insisted Hermione. Yes, and Harry. I'd wait until their magical control is good, though, unless you want a lot of smashed crockery, said Molly. Or at least until they get good at the repairing spell. Everyone laughed again. As Hermione and Harry usually shared his bed, it had been arranged that Ginny would sleep in Hermione's seldom-used room, while the twins and Ron slept in a magical tent in the garden, complete with chimney. The tent, which was larger inside than outside, astounded everyone apart from the Weasleys and Remus, and made David make a comment about something called the TARDIS, which had to be explained to the wizards present. To Hermione, Harry seemed very serious when they finally went to bed. What's up? She asked. Didn't you have a good time today? You're all in danger because of me, aren't you? Hermione thought for a second, trying to think of something she could say to stop him worrying, but realized that he'd just know she was lying, so she admitted, yes. I wish I could go away somewhere, so you'd all be safe. Well, you can't. And we don't want you to go anyway. She pulled him closer and put her arms around him. You've got more important things to worry about, she said. Like what? Like defending yourself when Ginny helps me get you back for this morning. Okay, wonder which. Good night, Super Harry. Harry groaned and Hermione giggled. A few minutes later, when Jean checked on them, they were both asleep. Harry and Hermione woke with a scream. Harry reached for his wand and pushed Hermione behind him. He didn't even notice Hermione tugging on his pajama sleeve and trying to tell him everything was okay. The light went on and for the first time, he noticed that both he and Hermione were soaked through. In the sudden bright light he saw first the two twins laughing their heads off, then Hermione's parents raced into the room with Ron and Ginny right behind them. Hermione's parents both let out a joint sigh of relief when they realized that it was nothing more than one of the twins' pranks which Molly had warned them about. Their relief was short-lived as they heard the distinctive popping of apparition outside and within seconds, Remus was running up the stairs, quickly followed by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, then Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore saw the soaked pair, glanced at the twins and quickly took in the situation. Arthur and Molly will be here any second. I think we had better meet them downstairs. The others all went downstairs while Harry and Hermione scrambled into some dry clothes. By the time they got downstairs a surprisingly nimble Molly was running through the front door, Arthur seconds behind her. Molly, it's okay. You can put your wand down. Everybody is safe. What happened? She saw the professor glance at the twins. Fred, George, if this is one of your pranks. Don't be too hard on them, Molly, Professor Dumbledore said. They meant no harm and they weren't to know. Yeah, Mum, said one of the twins. They sent Hedwig to wake us up early yesterday. That's no excuse for raising the alarm like this, especially at 1 in the morning and waking everyone up. I'm sure they had no idea this would happen, right boys? Said Arthur. The twins shook their heads. What's this about you two waking up the Weasleys yesterday? Demanded David Granger, and nobody was sure if he sounded angry or impressed. Hermione looked sheepish. It wasn't her fault, said Harry. It was my idea to send Hedwig. Then I trust that honors are now even, said Professor Dumbledore sternly, but nobody could miss the amused twinkle in his eye. They had better be, said Molly. Perhaps all wands should be kept safe with Hermione's parents at night, suggested Professor McGonagall. The sternness in her voice was obviously not put on. That is an excellent suggestion, Minerva, Professor Dumbledore replied. Excuse me, Professor, but how did you all get here so quickly? Asked Hermione, now fully recovered from her earlier shock. Very simple. Built into the wards we erected here is an alarm. It wakes a number of us the moment magic is used here when it is not expected, like at night. But how did you get here so fast? She asked again. We apparated, of course, he replied. But you can't apparate from Hogwarts. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. Professor McGonagall smiled. We used the flow to go to a house in Hogsmeade, then apparated from there. Oh, that makes sense, Hermione replied, satisfied. We had better arrange what hours the alarms are set for, said Professor Flitwick. Perhaps we can discuss that later, replied Professor Dumbledore, when we've all had some much-needed sleep. Now we will leave you good people to go back to bed. As they walked back to the garden gate which was the nearest point from which they could apparate, Remus said to Professor Dumbledore, "May I have a word before you go?" "Of course. Minerva, I'll see you later." "Much later, I hope, Albus," she replied as she and Professor Flitwick disappeared. "Yes, Remus. I don't think it's a good idea for them to give their wands to Hermione's parents at night." "Why's that? I saw what happened to James and Lily. If they are attacked here, I know Harry and Hermione can't do much, but they should at least have the chance to defend themselves until we can get here." Professor Dumbledore's face looked pained with the memory of that night. After a few moments he nodded. "I agree. Are you coming later, Remus?" "I'm not really up to it today," he replied. "Okay, I will see you in a few days." The two men disappeared. Back in the house, Molly was giving the twins a quiet, for her, talking to. Harry and Hermione began to go back upstairs. "Don't you two sneak away," called Jean Granger. "I think you owe the Weasleys an apology." After the four parents had forced the twins, Harry and Hermione to apologize to each other, even if the apologies were rather mumbled, they ordered all 6 children to return to bed. In the confusion earlier, nobody had given it much thought, but when Ginny saw Hermione going to bed in Harry's room, she couldn't resist following her. Pushing the door slightly open so she could peek through, she saw Hermione climb into bed with Harry and put her arms around him. Letting out a squeak, she ran back downstairs to her mother and, not even noticing the others in the room, gasped out, "Mummy, Hermione sleeps with Harry." "I know they're bonded, Mum, but..." Her mother was almost as startled as Ginny had been and couldn't keep the surprise from her face. Jean Granger looked embarrassed, so David explained. "Yes, Ginny, they do sleep together. You've heard about how Harry was treated." Ginny nodded. "Madame Pomfrey told us that Harry found it difficult to trust anyone after that, even his bond mate, so difficult that the bond wasn't forming properly." This time it was Molly who looked startled, "But that means they nearly died," David confirmed in a flat tone of voice. "So Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick ordered some things to help the bond form correctly. One was them receiving some early training together, which is where you and your brothers come in, the other was sleeping together, for the time being at least." Ginny still looked somewhat shell-shocked at the thought. Molly was also shocked, but was still able to ask, "What about when they are older?" "We hope the bond will be formed enough by them that it won't be necessary." Molly nodded. David turned back to Ginny. "So do you think you can help them by training with them?" Ginny nodded. "Yes, Mr. Granger," she replied seriously. After Ginny had gone to bed, Molly spoke to Jean alone. "You must have been so worried." Remembering the day they had learned of the bond and Hermione running out and being missing all day until Harry found her brought tears to Jean's eyes. For some time after Arthur had apparated home and David had gone to bed, Molly sat with her arms around Jean as she told her everything that had happened. Hermione had also taken longer than usual to get to sleep, thinking of how Harry had tried to take all the blame for pranking the Weasleys, and how he'd forgiven her so easily for telling Ginny about his treatment at the Dursleys, how he'd spoken to Miss Collier because he knew she was hurt, and how he'd defended her at school. The thought of a bond with Harry all her life, something which had scared her at first, didn't seem so bad anymore. Hermione woke up to find that Harry had already got up and dressed without waking her. She hoped desperately that Harry hadn't shared her dreams, as they'd been mostly about him, dreams she felt were childish about them being together when they were grown up. As she was in the shower, she could hear the growing level of noise that told her the rest of the house was waking up. She dressed and went downstairs to breakfast. Her mother and Harry were already there. As they sat down to eat, Hermione looked at Harry for any sign that he knew of the dreams she had been having. Thankfully there was no such sign. She wasn't sure what she'd have said if he'd known. She would have been mortified. They were soon joined by Ginny, who had managed somehow not to look like she'd had a disturbed night. The look on Ginny's face told her that they would be talking when they had the chance. The twins arrived, bickering over something she managed to tune out. She noticed a grin on Ginny's face. "What?" she asked. "Don't worry," Ginny replied. "You stop hearing them after a while." David Granger came downstairs and immediately complimented his wife on the rather more lavish than usual breakfast. "Don't thank me," she had replied. "Harry did everything. I tried to help but he didn't need any help. I swear he's better in the kitchen than I am." Harry looked embarrassed and didn't notice the look of sadness in Jean's face as she said that. Last to arrive was Ron, still in his pajamas and rubbing sleep out of his eyes. "Ron's just like the Cannons," said Fred. "Yes, Fred," George replied. "Always last." The other children laughed at the comment, until Hermione saw her father looking at Ron with a thoughtful look on his face. "Why is that being like a cannon?" asked Harry. "Not a cannon," George replied. "The Cannons," said Fred, as if that explained everything. Seeing the puzzled look on Harry's face, he added, "They play Quidditch." "Or try to," finished George. "They're just going through a bad spell," said Ron, defending his team. "What's Quidditch?" Harry asked. The four Weasleys all looked at him with equally stunned expressions. "You don't know about Quidditch?" asked Ron, making it clear that he thought Harry just had to be joking. "No," said Harry, slightly irritated. "Is it a game?" "A game, did you say, my dear boy?" replied Fred, in a haughty tone of voice. "He said a game, Fred," George confirmed. "He did, didn't he?" "That he did. A game." Even Ron looked amused at the twins' banter. "Let us explain," the twins said together, then a silent look passed between them. "Quidditch, my dear boy, is the main reason for being a wizard. It's the finest example of skill and nerve. Pitching wizard against wizard, in a battle in the heights, to which most may be only watchers, while others become stars who shine brightly." The twins finished, leaving Harry and Hermione looking more puzzled than ever. "Did you understand a word of that?" Jean asked. "You're not meant to," explained Ginny. "You're meant to see how clever they are. It gets boring after a while." "Boring," she said, George. "And I think she means us, Fred." The two twins huffed loudly and turned their backs to Ginny as the others laughed. "Yes, it's a game," said Ginny. "Not just a game," insisted Ron. "It's the best sport ever. We play it on brooms." Ron made an attempt to explain Quidditch, but seeing that neither Harry nor the Grangers really looked like they were following his explanation, he finished, "We'll have to show you next week. I'm gonna be a keeper." "And the twins want to be beaters," added Ginny. "They like knocking everyone off their brooms. I don't know what I want to be yet. A chaser is fun, but I'd like to be a seeker too." "You can't be both," Ron pointed out. Annoyed, Ginny snapped, "I know that." As they had almost finished breakfast, Jean Granger had an announcement. "Miss Collier will be here shortly. As she won't have a lot of time during the week, she coming to give you a few school lessons today and a test at the end of the day." "School?" Ron protested. "On a Sunday," added Fred and George together. Only Hermione seemed happy about the thought of more lessons, though Harry tried to be happy for her. All Harry really wanted to do was either go out and play, or spend the day watching television. He knew he watched too much television, but it was something, one of many things, he'd never been allowed to do at the Dursleys. To Harry's surprise, and that of the Weasleys, Miss Collier's lessons were actually fun. Hermione's parents looked in from time to time and saw the young teacher obviously enjoying herself. Over lunch, even Ron had been enthusiastic about their first history lesson, which had been about the Civil War. He'd been especially interested in the battle plans she'd demonstrated on the blackboard Remus had conjured for her the day before. At the end of the afternoon lessons came the tests which most of them had been dreading. Gathering up the papers, she said she'd take them home to mark and return later that evening after the children had gone to bed. When she returned, as previously arranged, she found David and Jean Granger had been joined by Arthur and Molly Weasley. "Molly, may I call you that?" Molly nodded, uncertain about how she felt about this young woman almost half her age who was about to give judgment on all she had taught her children. "Thank you. Firstly, can I say that you've done brilliantly in the subjects you have taught your children. The twins and Ginny are quite a way ahead of where they should be in maths and English. Ron is a little behind, but I think I know the reason for that." "Why is that?" Arthur asked. You have, I think, 7 children. 6 boys and 1 girl. Arthur nodded in reply. Can you tell me a little about the older 3? How they are at school, I mean. Well, Molly began, Bill is head boy at Hogwarts. He is brilliant at charms, in fact he helped Professor Dumbledore with the wards on this house, she added proudly. He could go for any career in the ministry if he wanted to, but he's more interested in working for Gringotts as a curse breaker. She sounded disappointed about that. Miss Collier didn't understand what Gringotts was or why they'd need a curse breaker, but she understood enough to say, so he is quite brilliant academically, then. Yes, Molly agreed, although we think Percy, he's our 3rd, will be better. He's much more studious. He gets top marks in almost every test in almost every subject. Although he isn't as good on the practical side, Arthur put in. And the other one, Charlie. He's not so good academically, although he's still above average, replied Molly. But he is brilliant at Quidditch, that's our main sport, Arthur explained. He's captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. They are all in Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. Miss Collier was nodding. So all 3 excel in some way. Then there's the twins, who compete by not competing, pretending they aren't interested in lessons while they absorb information like a sponge, rather like Hermione. In fact they are probably as bright as Hermione, and that is saying something. Fred and George are able to easily and totally dominate every situation in which they find themselves, while Ginny is such a strong character that even the twins know not to push her too far. Am I right so far? Yes, replied Arthur simply, impressed at the young teacher's perceptiveness even if he did feel a little uncomfortable at her dissection of his family. So there's Ron, the youngest son, desperate to shine like his older brothers, so desperate that he tries to be funny like the twins, and from what I have seen so far, just manages to appear gauche and even rude. If the twins say something rude, everyone laughs, it's just the twins, but if he says something out of place it just isn't the same somehow. But we don't treat him any different to the others, Molly argued. No, I'd be surprised. I was determined not to, and even I found myself laughing at some of the things the twins said, but when Ron tried to be funny, it just fell flat. He's actually quite intelligent, but he tries to copy the twins and it doesn't work. If I were teaching him, I'd want to find the things he can shine at. Maybe I'm saying too much, she faltered. No, said Molly slowly. Ron is a problem, she admitted. To come back to the other subjects for a moment, in geography none of them had any idea whatsoever. I assume that it's not very important in the wizarding world. Not really, given that we tend to apparate or flow to most places instantly, said Arthur. That explains that then, Miss Collier replied. I didn't really have time to get into the sciences, but they didn't seem to know much about any of them, except a little biology. Obviously our history isn't a big topic either, though Ron was really interested in the battles of the Civil War and grasped what happened even quicker than Hermione. He obviously has a great interest and feel for how battles are fought, and I'd really like to encourage that. Molly and Arthur found themselves nodding in agreement. Miss Collier went on, I'm guessing that Hermione and Harry would show up poorly if they were tested on their knowledge of the wizarding world. Probably, admitted David Granger, although Hermione's read everything she can since she found out she is a witch. I'm still guessing here, but I suspect that places them at a disadvantage in the wizarding world, just as wizard children would find it difficult to function in our world. The difference is that probably your children will never need to survive in our world, whereas Hermione and Harry will almost certainly need to live in yours. In some ways it's a pity, the twins would be natural scientists, they even took apart the ballpoint pens to see how they worked. Luckily, Ginny knew your cleaning charm, Molly. Molly smiled at that. The discussion between the parents about what to do went on late into the night. Jean Granger woke up early. After turning over to try to get back to sleep and finding that she couldn't, she finally got up and went downstairs to make herself a cup of tea. She opened the door to pick up the milk and looked up and smiled. Hermione was at her bedroom window, looking into the distance, just as Jean had known she would be. Quietly closing the front door, she went into the kitchen to put the kettle on. The early morning was almost silent, except for the distant rumble of traffic on the motorway half a mile away, which was never totally silent. The rest of the houses in their street were as quiet as their own. As she poured out her tea, she smiled to herself. It certainly wouldn't be quiet later today at the Burrow. She really wondered how Molly coped, but she seemed to be in her element in total chaos surrounded by children. It may have been David's idea, but Molly had been the driving force. First she had offered to teach Hermione and Harry everything she could about the wizarding world, while David had paid Miss Collier a few hours a week to give them normal lessons. Arthur and Molly had been reluctant to allow their own children to attend Miss Collier's lessons, as they didn't have the money to help pay her, until David pointed out that Molly was teaching Hermione and Harry without charging them. Jean smiled to herself as she remembered that after that they'd only been able to keep Arthur out of the lessons himself by giving him his own set of books and having the children do their homework under his supervision, which basically meant that they spent most of their homework time explaining to him what they had learned. David had wished that they could hire Miss Collier full-time, but it was impossible, they simply couldn't afford it. Hermione had overheard them and burst in, saying, can't contact parents of other Muggleborns." She had asked, to share the costs. After Jean had told Hermione off for eavesdropping, Molly had said that that was quite possible and had flown Hogwarts at once. The hour or so after Professor Dumbledore had arrived had convinced Jean that she never wanted to be on the wrong side of Molly Weasley. The professor had refused to give Molly access to Hogwarts records of future students, saying that it was important for Harry's safety that the fewer people possible had contact with him. Molly had been furious, pointing out that they were talking about newly discovered Muggleborns, who had no other contact with the wizarding world and would never betray Harry if they had. The professor had still refused until Hermione had suggested running advertisements in the national newspapers for parents who had noticed strange unexplainable events happening around their children to contact them. Realizing that Hermione's parents were quite serious about her plan to do that, Professor Dumbledore had given in. Enough of the parents they had contacted were interested to actually make a small school viable, and Miss Collier had been eager to work for them full-time. Before the school, which was set up at the Burrow rather than the Grangers' house for security reasons, was really properly underway, it had again been Hermione who had said something that would make the next major change. "What about children who don't have parents?" she had asked. This had become a bit of an obsession with her. Having seen at first hand the effects of growing up without loving parents, made her worry about other children without their parents. Once again it had been Molly who had taken Hermione seriously and suggested that they find out how many there were and see if they couldn't find people to adopt them. Once again, Professor Dumbledore had tried to say no, until Molly had asked him whether he thought it was a good idea to have a wizarding child growing up in a children's home. As she had said firmly, without the influence of good parents, who knows how they might turn out. Molly had been as surprised as Jean had been as the professor's face blanched almost white, and he had agreed without another murmur. Molly, of course, had wanted to take in those they hadn't been able to find adoptive parents for herself, and she had been upset because she knew she couldn't care for the younger children and teach the wizarding side of their school. She and Arthur also didn't have the money to support more children. When David pointed out that there was enough money to employ Remus to teach full-time as well as Miss Collier, that obstacle had been overcome. To Jean's surprise, it had been Professor Dumbledore who had solved the other problem. Hogwarts has long had a fund to support those who cannot afford to come to Hogwarts, he had explained. Over the years it had grown to a substantial sum, certainly enough to pay you to care for those who need it. He had silenced Molly's mumbling about not accepting charity by pointing out that, in effect, we're paying you to be the Hogwarts boarding preschool for underprivileged children. Are you telling me that you won't accept that job when you are clearly the best person for it? Molly's other objection was about the effect on her own children. It had been Charlie who had argued against that objection. "Mum, you never loved us any less when the younger ones were born. Why would you think that you wouldn't have enough love to go around if you do this?" "It's all right for you," Molly had replied. "But what about the twins and Ron and Ginny? I simply won't have as much time for them." "We'll be all right, Mum," Ginny had answered. "Yeah, it'll be great not being the youngest boy," Ron had added. So the always noisy Burrow had gradually become noisier. A sudden noise behind Jean Granger brought her out of her reminiscing. "Morning, Harry. Tea?" "Yes, please, Mum." She smiled as she kissed him on the cheek, and managed not to laugh when he tried to pull away, saying, "Mum, I'm too old for that." It had taken him almost a year to call her that, and that was only thanks to Hermione and Remus. Hermione had explained to Remus that, even though he really wanted to, Harry was scared to call her parents, Mum, or Dad, because it would feel like he was betraying the memory of his late parents. Remus had simply told him, Harry, I was one of your parents' best friends. Will you believe me if I tell you how I think they'd feel about it? They would want you to have a family and love them. They would be happy for you, I promise you. It was shortly after Harry had started to call them, Mum, and Dad, that they decided to try splitting the children up at night. Hermione had actually begun feeling awkward around Harry sometimes, especially at bedtimes, and they'd both actually been happier to sleep apart. Apart or not, their bond had continued to grow so that Jean was sure that they could read each other's mind at times. Hermione's awake, Harry said, interrupting her thoughts once again. Looking at the teapot, he asked Jean, shall I take her one? Good idea. She's looking for the owls, Harry explained. She's still worried they might not come. Jean Granger snorted with laughter in a way for which she would have scolded Hermione for his being unladylike. I don't need to be bonded with her to work that one out, she told him. The owls came, of course, as everyone but Hermione had been certain they would, and soon Hermione was flowing to the burrow clutching the precious letters in her hand. It had been a difficult decision, where to send them. They had narrowed the choices down to 3, Hogwarts in Scotland, the Salem Witches' Institute in the United States and Beauxbatons in France. Obviously they already had contact with Hogwarts and the Grangers had contacted the other 2. Hermione had favored Beauxbatons, while Harry thought America sounded good. His preference might have been influenced by the fact that, in spite of he and Hermione taking private French lessons for 18 months, he still found the grammar more difficult than she did. The prospect of Hermione and especially Harry not going to Hogwarts had shocked not just the adult witches and wizards who knew them, but the other children in the school at the Burrow. Hermione's parents knew that they could decide where Hermione went, but it was doubtful if Dumbledore would allow Harry to be sent to another school. Knowing that neither she nor Harry wanted to be separated for that long every year had left Hermione torn. Seeing the distress Hermione was in had angered Harry and he had told Remus in no uncertain terms that he would go where Hermione went and they'd have to tie him up and drag him there if they wanted to force him to go to Hogwarts instead. It had been Professor Dumbledore himself who had settled the matter. He had flown to the Grangers and told all 4 of them that it was for them to choose. He would not force Harry to come to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had been shocked when he had told her what he'd said. Minerva, he needs a strong loving family. Voldemort tore his family apart once. I won't be responsible for doing it again. Minerva had been sure that there was a lot the headmaster wasn't saying, but she left it at that. Which school Hermione and Harry should go to was one of the few things Molly and Jean had disagreed on. The fact that Professor Dumbledore had left the decision to them had taken away most of Jean's reluctance to sending them to Hogwarts, but she and David had decided to let Harry and Hermione decide, which Molly felt was irresponsible. Molly had, however, promised the Grangers that she would not try to influence the children one way or another. Harry had grown in confidence over the intervening 2 years and no longer simply followed Hermione's lead on everything. In fact they squabbled like brother and sister and seemed to rarely agree on anything, so much so that Madame Pomfrey had expressed surprise that the bond even survived until Remus pointed out that although they argued between themselves, if anyone came against one of them, the other would back them up, no matter what. Madame Pomfrey hoped sincerely that the fact that they had started to see each other as brother and sister wouldn't cause too many problems for their bond later on. Everyone had expected arguments between Harry and Hermione over the choice of school as Harry's least favorite option was Hermione's favorite, but the arguments never came. When the Granger parents told them that they would leave the decision to each of them, and they could even choose different schools if they wished, Harry had simply replied, I'll go where she goes. Why's that, Harry? Jean had asked. School, he had shrugged. It doesn't really matter to me where we go. But it's important to her. That had earned him a massive hug from a tearful Hermione, so much to his disgust that he threatened to go to America just to get away from her hugs and kisses. I don't key you that much. She had protested. You did on my birthday, he had countered. That was ages ago, she had replied, and that was your birthday key. Boys don't do stuff like that, he had argued, that's girly stuff. Hermione had just huffed at him and mouthed something in frustration which her mother was fairly sure was, boys. Hermione had been changing her mind about where to go almost every day. Now the owls had arrived and she had to send a reply. She had taken Hedwig to the burrow with her, but by the end of school she was still struggling to decide. Hermione's after-school birthday party was well underway when she went out to get Hedwig and put a letter on her leg and sent her flying. She returned to her party to find that everyone went silent. "What?" she asked, knowing exactly what everyone wanted to know. Her mother glared at her to stop the teasing. "Where are you going?" "Harry's parents aren't here," she explained, "and I know they'd want him to go where they went, so we're going to Hogwarts." For the first time in ages, Harry went up to the girl he had come to think of as his sister and gave her a hug. "Thanks," he whispered. After making her choice, Hermione had spent the rest of her birthday party changing color. It had started shortly after she'd eaten some chocolate frogs sent to her as a present from the twins, who, of course, were away at Hogwarts. Her skin had become first a tanned color, then totally golden, while her hair had become bright red. Then her skin had faded to yellow while her hair turned completely black. This was swiftly followed by bronze-colored skin, which Hermione would have liked if it weren't for the blue hair which went with it. That was, of course, followed by silver skin and green hair before the cycle began again with Gryffindor red and gold. Hermione's initial outrage was not shared by anyone except Molly, and even Molly hadn't been able to resist a smile. David had told her, "Well, we always told you that chocolates were bad for you," which cracked everyone up again, this time including Hermione. Ginny had admitted to knowing that the twins were planning something, as they couldn't get you last year and Mum wouldn't let them do anything in McDonald's the year before that. Hermione, for once, hadn't bothered to correct Ginny. It just made her even more eager to hurry up and go to Hogwarts and start learning charms like that, which, she had to admit, were quite clever. For Hermione, most of the next year dragged. "Why couldn't you have had me 3 weeks earlier?" she had complained to her parents. "Why?" her mother had asked, being less perceptive than usual. "Then I could have gone to Hogwarts this year." "But don't you want to go with Harry?" "I do," she admitted, in a frustrated tone of voice, "but I don't want to wait either." Having almost a year between receiving her letter and actually going to Hogwarts had given her a lot of time to think, and both her parents had wondered what she was going to come up with next. But it was Miss Collier who she chose to talk to about it. "What's on your mind, Hermione?" Miss Collier had asked her after school about a week before the Christmas holidays. "I'm just wondering. I can see that. Something's bothering you. It's just that, before we started this school, nobody even thought about Muggle families. Will it be the same when we go to Hogwarts? I bet they don't even try to involve them. From what the Weasleys say, they don't even have much contact with wizarding families. And that bothers you." Miss Collier couldn't resist teasing. "You want your parents keeping an eye on what you get up to at school." "No, but I don't want them to feel left out either." Hermione went quiet for a moment, then admitted in a lower voice, "I heard them saying, before they started this school, that they were afraid of losing me, bit by bit." Feeling slightly guilty for teasing Hermione, Miss Collier asked, "And you don't want them to feel like that?" Hermione shook her head. "No. Have you ever thought about a PTA? "What's that?" "It's something most Muggle schools have. A parent-teacher association. Parents and teachers meet together to talk about their children. The school, in some schools they even elect some of the governors." "I don't think the Hogwarts teachers would like that," Hermione replied gloomily. "Don't give up before you start," Miss Collier scolded. "And even if the teachers won't take part, at least the parents could meet together. They wouldn't feel so isolated." Hermione had spent the next week and most of the run-up to Christmas contacting the other parents of children in the school. Christmas came before she knew it, and she was woken up early. "Come on, presents." Harry had almost screamed at her. Even after living with them for over 2 years, Harry was still so excited over getting presents, she guessed, because he'd never had any before. She thought about their first Christmas together. Harry had been genuinely astonished that he had as many presents as Hermione, and had suddenly excused himself and run upstairs to what at the time was their room. She had found him crying. "What's wrong?" she had asked him, wondering what they could have done to upset him so. "Why couldn't they love me?" He had wept. "They do," Hermione had protested, totally bewildered. "I don't mean them. I mean the Dursleys," Hermione had replied in a voice like ice. She swore to herself that if she could ever find a way to get away with it, she'd make them pay for what they'd done to Harry. 2 years later, however, there were no tears and Harry seemed to have forgotten the Dursleys had ever existed, for which all the Grangers were grateful. The slowest year in Hermione's life rolled on. Ron's birthday in March had meant him actually refusing to eat the chocolates the twins had sent him. Ron not eating chocolate was a first. The others shared them out and ate them without any side effects and found a note at the bottom from the twins. "Ron, you just got pranked." Arthur had then handed him another box of chocolate frogs. "This is your real present from the twins." As Ron looked at it suspiciously, Arthur assured him, "Don't worry, I bought them myself." The twins haven't been near them. Hermione had thought about what she could do to get revenge on the twins as their birthday approached. The trouble was that all the Weasleys had gone to the Dragon Reserve, where Charlie had been offered a job when he left school the following summer. To calm his parents' nerves, he had accepted an invitation to visit the reserve with them, and, of course, all the Weasleys had gone together. She could probably have still done something, but she wanted to be there to see the results, so she made up her mind that she'd planned something really big for their next birthday. Ron had come back determined that he wanted to work in a dragon refuge too, but everyone had laughed because he'd been scared of a spider. Harry's 11th birthday was another huge party. This time, as it wasn't during the school year, it was held at the Grangers' house. Jean and Molly had made all of Harry's favorite things and of course the twins celebrated in their own unique way. Harry, suspicious of any sweets the twins made, had enjoyed his slice of Molly's treacle tart, not realizing that as he'd brought it out from the kitchen, Fred had quickly sprinkled some powder on it. In seconds Harry had sprouted yellow feathers and his nose had lengthened to a sharp point. The twins hadn't been happy. "It still needs work," George said sadly. "It was supposed to turn you into a canary," said Fred. "Turn him back right now," Molly ordered. "We can't," the twins had replied. "But don't worry," added George. "He'll change back in a minute or two," Fred finished. After the children had gone to bed, Jean Granger checked on her daughter, and smiled as she heard her sleeping daughter murmur, "Only one more month." The very next day, Hermione had gone with Ron and Molly Weasley to buy the things she and Harry needed for school. Then she had been like the proverbial cat on hot bricks until the first day of September arrived. "Come on, get up. We'll miss the train." Hermione's excited voice shattered the peace of the Granger household. Despite Harry's insistence that, "We've got ages yet," Hermione continued to rush everyone until they were breakfasted, packed and on their way to London. After a short drive to the station, their train took them directly to King's Cross, which meant they wouldn't have to use the underground to get there. A relief to Hermione's parents given the size of the trunks, not to mention Hedwig's cage. They had arranged to meet the Weasleys but were beginning to wonder if they'd somehow missed them, when, at less than 10 to 11, Molly Weasley came puffing up to them. "Go on, Percy, you first." Even though they'd been told about it, Harry and the Grangers were still amazed to see Percy disappear through the wall. After the twins had gone through, Hermione gave her mother and father a final hug and ran at the wall, quickly followed by Harry, who had just been hugged by Jean Granger but had insisted on shaking David Granger's hand as he wasn't a little boy anymore. Hermione was so eager to get to Hogwarts that she was even impatient on the Hogwarts train. She had snapped at a blonde-haired boy called Draco Malfoy who had come into their compartment wanting to meet the famous Harry Potter and pulled her wand on him when he had asked why Harry Potter was friends with those low-life Weasleys. She had spent half the journey trying to get the older students to tell her what she had to do to be sorted, but none would do so. Ron was quite terrified as the twins had told him that they had to wrestle a troll, but Hermione had thought that was just silly. "I hope I read the right books," she said desperately to herself. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, she was first out of their carriage and almost fell into the arms of the biggest man she had ever seen. "First years, this way," he was calling, so she, Harry and Ron followed him. As they each struggled with their trunk, she noticed a porter pulling the trunks belonging to the blonde boy, who was sauntering along behind. After the porter had deposited the boy's trunks at the station entrance, told everyone else to leave their trunks there and been ignored when he put out his hand to the boy for a tip, Hermione asked him, "I thought this was Hogsmeade Station." "Aye, that it is, miss. Where's the village?" "About a mile down that road, miss." "Why didn't they build the station nearer the village?" she asked. "Well, miss, It was like this. They thought the station be better near the railway. Before Hermione could decide if she was being made fun of, the porter had walked away, so she continued following Hagrid down to the lake, where they climbed into the most precarious-looking boats she had ever seen, let alone had to ride in. Her worries about the boats' safety was driven out of her mind, however, at the first sight of Hogwarts Castle. Nothing they had seen on their visits to the hospital wing had prepared them for the sheer majesty and beauty of the castle. She wished the moon had been up, but even without it the lights from the castle lit the building up in a golden hue. Hermione Granger. Hermione eagerly ran forward to sit on the stool and put on the sorting hat. Hermione heard in her head. Where's the other half of you? Are you the hat talking to me? I don't see anyone else here, do you? Oh, no, I suppose not, she admitted. You haven't answered my question. What do you mean? The other half of your bond. I should sort you together. Is he here? You can't do that. Hermione nearly squeaked. Why on earth not? If you are sorted separately, who knows where you might end up? It doesn't matter. Nobody's supposed to know about the bond. Well, apart from Professor Dumbledore, and McGonagall, and Flitwick, and the Weasleys. All right, you can stop. I get the picture. Plenty of brain. Knows quite a lot. I studied like mad so I could get into Ravenclaw, Hermione replied. Really? The hat sounded interested. Why's that? Well, I want to learn everything possible and show that Muggleborns are just as good as pure bloods. Then I want to help the werewolves. I mean, it's hardly fair that. All right. The hat nearly shouted in her head. The hat yelled out loudly, Slytherin. The Slytherins began to cheer, until they noticed the strange reaction from the head table and from Hermione herself. It would be hard to tell who was most shocked by the hat's pronouncement, the professors who knew Hermione, who were unable to keep the surprise from their faces, the Weasleys, who just stared at her, for once even the twins unable to think of a thing to say, Harry, who felt a lump in his throat and wanted to run up and give her an uncharacteristic hug, or Hermione herself, who remained sitting on the stool, unable to believe what she had just heard. Finally, Professor McGonagall took the hat from Hermione and told her, Miss Granger. Go and take your seat, please. Still feeling half-stunned, Hermione got down from the stool and walked over to the Slytherin table, barely noticing the sorting as it continued. Not even as Draco Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin and ended up sitting next to her. She didn't take any real notice of the continuing sorting until the name, Harry Potter, was called out. Ah, the other half. I had quite a conversation with your other half, you know. How could you put her in Slytherin? Harry asked, outraged. They hate Muggleborns. She should be in Ravenclaw, she's clever enough. I put her where she belongs, the hat insisted, and now we must see where you belong, as she refused to have you sorted together. You'd better put me in Slytherin, Harry said, reluctantly, hoping the Weasleys wouldn't hate him. But you don't want to be in Slytherin, the hat commented. Nor did Hermione. Very well. The hat called out loudly, Hufflepuff. You can't do that, Harry argued. Harry, your own words told me where you belong, just as hers did. You were terrified of being placed in Slytherin, but your loyalty to Hermione made you request it. Your strongest characteristic is your loyalty, Harry, just as Hermione's is her ambition and wanting to prove herself. Before Harry could argue further, Professor McGonagall had removed the hat from his head and he was being welcomed warmly by the other Hufflepuffs. Ron, as he had hoped, and everyone else had expected, was sorted into Gryffindor. Neither Harry nor Hermione took much notice of Professor Dumbledore's speech or the announcement that Professor Quirrell had returned from his year away and would now be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, as Charity Burbage, who had replaced him in teaching Muggle studies the previous year, would be continuing in that position. As Professor Quirrell sat back down and turned around to try to talk to the professor sitting next to him, Harry noticed that the other professor was glaring at him. He felt a sudden pain in his scar and asked who that professor was. That's Snape, he was told. He's head of Slytherin, teaches potions, but he's really interested in the dark arts. Hermione had felt a sudden sharp headache for a moment and looked over to Harry, but Harry seemed to be okay. After the feast, Harry and Hermione didn't get a chance to speak to each other as they were led straight from their tables to their common rooms. So what do your parents do? One of the other Slytherins asked Hermione, as they'd never heard of the Granger family. They're dentists, she answered. What's that? They fix teeth, she explained. But the Medowitches do that. My parents are muggles, Hermione explained. Malfoy overheard and she heard him whisper loudly to two large boys that seemed to follow him around, a mudblood, in Slytherin. Wait till my father hears about this. What's a mudblood? Hermione asked the girl nearest to her, but nobody would tell her. After Draco's comment, she noticed that the others were quickly making excuses to leave and she was left alone. She went to bed with tears down her face. The reaction of the others in Slytherin reminded her too much of her days in Muggle school. My first day and they hate me, she thought. After he'd been taken with the other first years to the Hufflepuff common room, Harry found himself being treated as a celebrity. He could feel something like a wave of sadness and wasn't sure where it was coming from. It felt like when he'd first known Hermione and she'd been upset. For some reason, but he was sure it couldn't be, they'd always had to be close to each other to get a sense of what the other was feeling. He was beginning to wish that Hermione had chosen another school, even the French one would be better. At home and in the Weasley Junior School, as the Grangers had insisted on calling it, he'd been just Harry. Here, it was obvious that he was the boy who lived. Everyone had been asking him if any of the books were true, and one of the even less tactful ones, an older boy, had asked him what you know who was like, as if he could remember. For the first time in ages, one of his old dreams came back to him, his mother's scream as a green light he now knew to be the Avada Kedavra curse. But that scene soon changed the thoughts of Hermione. He was sure it was true, he could feel her, just like when they were close. He could feel a real fear that nobody in Slytherin would accept her and nobody else would like her anymore because she was in Slytherin. Without thinking, he told her in his mind, I'll always be your friend, you know that. A feeling of being startled disrupted the sadness. Harry. Yes. Is this really happening? You're talking to me in my mind. I read about this, but never thought it would happen until we were older. But we've never been able to talk like this. We can't even dream together unless we are together. Well, when we were first bonding, I felt your dreams even though you were away at the Dursleys, but I thought that was just part of the bonding process. I'll have to read about this. Did you bring your book on the bond? Harry was amused as he felt her feeling about him asking a stupid question. He laughed in his mind. Silly question, huh? Just a bit. I wonder if this only happens when we're asleep. I'm sure you'll find a chapter on it. Very funny. Are they treating you all right? In Slytherin, I mean. They were okay till they found out I'm Muggleborn, she replied. Now they're just ignoring me. Hermione was obviously trying to pass that off as unimportant, and with anyone else it might have worked. Harry, however, could feel her hurt, bringing back, for her, memories of being ignored by classmates in her Muggle schools. Harry spent most of the night in their dreams doing the best he could to comfort and reassure Hermione. He couldn't wait to see her at breakfast. When Hermione came down to breakfast she seemed to be smiling and she gave him a quick wave, but it didn't need their bond to tell him that her smile was fixed. After a few minutes, it was obvious that nobody was going to sit near her, so Harry picked up his plate and walked over to Ron. I'm going to sit with Hermione. Are you coming? Ron looked stunned. But she's a Slytherin. I thought she was also your friend, Harry replied with undisguised disgust. How many times has she helped you with lessons? Harry turned away and walked towards Hermione, when Ron called. Wait, I'm coming. I don't know what the other snakes'll say though. Hermione was looking down and picking at her food when they got there and hadn't seen them coming. Hi, Hermione. Hermione's face brightened. Are you allowed to sit here? She asked. Ron rolled his eyes. Nobody else is keeping you company, so who's going to object? Him, for one, said Harry, looking at Malfoy, who was walking towards them. Why don't you take your mudblood with you? He suggested. Ron reached for his wand and Draco did the same. Now, Draco. Play nicely. Hermione looked up to see the twins. Don't mind if we join you three, do you? Said Fred, smoothly. We couldn't find anyone worthy of a good pranking at our table. Monet George, then, turning to Malfoy, added, any volunteers? Malfoy went back to his place, muttering angrily. You know, George. Yes, Fred. I think someone's told him about us. Dashed unsporting, old chap. Well, they are snakes. And talking of snakes, how's our favorite serpent today? Hermione looked momentarily angry, then smiled. I'm okay. That's good. I thought she was going to bite you there, George. Nah. Snakes eat frogs and toads, don't they? Better keep her away from Neville, then, said Ron. Who? Asked Hermione. Neville Longbottom. A kid in my dorm. He's always losing his toad. At this point they were interrupted by an older Slytherin called Marcus Flint. Get back to your own table. Is there a problem here, Flint? No, Flint replied shortly, before going back to his place. Percy, I never thought I'd say this. George began. But we're actually pleased to see you. Well, if that's how you feel. Shut up, you two, snapped Hermione. Thank you, Percy. I appreciate you coming over even if they don't. Thank you. The twins looked as if they were about to start teasing Percy again, but a glare from Hermione changed their mind. So how are they treating you in Slytherin? Harry asked her. They're just ignoring me, like I don't exist, she replied. Best thing, said Ron, you can ignore them too. The conversation went on, with the twins seemingly determined to cheer Hermione up, while Harry could hardly wait for the first lesson to begin. Gryffindor had Transfiguration with Ravenclaw, while Slytherin and Hufflepuff had a free period until their own Transfiguration lesson in the second period. Harry was beginning to regret inviting Ron over with him as he desperately wanted to talk to Hermione alone. Finally Ron got up to go. That gave Harry an excuse to get up too, otherwise the twins, who also had a free period, showed every sign of staying to chat longer. Got time for a walk? Harry asked her. Hermione nodded, so they walked outside. They both started to speak at once. You first, said Harry. Did we really dream together last night, like we used to, or was I imagining it? Yeah, I thought I was imagining it. I wonder if we can talk like that when we're awake. Why do we need to? Ignoring his question, she said, let's try now. I'm going to think something. Harry thought for a moment. Nothing. Hermione looked disappointed, so Harry replied, it's a pity you're not Ron. I know what his thought would be. Food. Hermione giggled. We've just had breakfast. Since when would that stop him? After an awkward pause, Harry asked her, are you really okay? Yeah, I miss our old school, though. I think I wish you'd chosen another school now. They were interrupted suddenly by another voice. Well, hello you two. What are you doing out here? It was Hagrid, the huge man who had led them to the castle the night before. We wanted some time alone, replied Harry, truthfully. Oh, if I'm interrupting. Hermione glared at Harry and said, no, Hagrid. It's okay. It's just that being in different houses, we don't get to see each other very easily. I don't understand why the hat put Hermione in Slytherin, moaned Harry. Yeah, well, said Hagrid. All the staff have been talking about that, too. I mean, there ain't a wizard or witch gone bad who wasn't in Slytherin. That's not true, said Hermione. What about Sirius Black? Who? Asked Harry. Sirius Black. Sorry, Harry, I know you don't like reading about yourself, but I wanted to know what happened. Sirius Black was your father's best friend and he betrayed them to Voldemort. Don't say the name, said Hagrid. Anyhow, Sirius Black was in Gryffindor, so it's not true that all dark wizards are in Slytherin, Hermione finished triumphantly. Hagrid gave a grudging acknowledgement to that, then said, they was all shocked, especially as you're Muggleborn. I didn't think they'd like Muggleborns there. They don't, said Harry. They're all ignoring her. Hagrid looked sorry for her. Hagrid, Hermione asked, what's a mudblood? He looked startled at her question, you shouldn't use that word. She explained, only Malfoy called me that and I don't know what it means. Hagrid looked furious. He shouldn't done that. It means dirty blood, a nasty name for Muggleborns. Hermione's parents aren't dirty, protested Harry, and nor is Hermione. They rescued me from the Dursleys, after all. The Dursleys? I thought you lived with them. Hermione rescued me, but he was interrupted. Sorry, Hagrid, but we've got to be getting back, Hermione said. We've got ages yet. We've got to go and get our books, said Hermione. We'll see you again, Hagrid. Any time, Hermione, Harry. As they walked back to the castle, Harry asked, why did you interrupt me? Well, we have got to get our books. What's the real reason? I thought nobody was supposed to know about you being at the Dursleys, so how come he does? Right. I just think we should find out before you tell him any more. Okay. See you in class in a minute. Okay. Hermione. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm okay. She walked off to the dungeons. Harry found their first lesson, Transfiguration, with Professor McGonagall, not as exciting as he'd hoped, except for the start, when there had only been a cat on the desk, which jumped down and changed into the professor herself. Hermione, however, was thrilled that she'd managed to get a pointed end on the matchstick she was supposed to be changing into a needle, and even got it to look more silvery. "Well done, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said. 10 points to Slytherin. Instead of looking pleased, Hermione's fellow Slytherins just looked furious at her. At the end of the lesson, Professor McGonagall said, "Hermione. One moment please." When the others, including Harry, had gone, she said, "I won't keep you long. I don't want to make you late for potions with my Gryffindors." "How are they treating you in Slytherin?" "Okay. They're just ignoring me. If it becomes any more than that, tell someone. Come to me if you have to." "Thank you, Professor." Harry was waiting for her in the corridor. What did she want? Just asking if I was okay. I guess Hagrid was right. They are worried. You will be careful, won't you? Aren't I always? Harry didn't justify that with an answer. Hermione's next lesson, potions, was with Gryffindor, and to her surprise, Ron came to sit with her. "Thank you," she said. "Knowing how anti-Slytherin you are, I didn't think you'd want to know me anymore." "Yeah, well," Harry kinda pointed out. "You're still Hermione." Hermione rewarded him with a hug which would have completely embarrassed him even if it hadn't have been for Professor Snape walking in at that moment and shouting, 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. There will be no hugging in my class." "But that's not fair. It was me that hugged him," Hermione protested. "Make that 20 points. Any further outburst from you, Miss Granger, and I'll give you both detention." "We won't go. You've no right to do that." "I have every right, Miss Granger, and I suggest you remember which house you belong to and where your loyalties should lie. Detention for both of you, with me, tonight." Hermione angrily stood up, picked up her book, and to the amazement of everyone, including herself, walked out of the classroom. She walked quickly until she was outside the castle. She forced herself to breathe slowly and deeply to try to control her anger. And upset. In the first-year Hufflepuff boys' dormitory, Harry was reading on his bed when he felt a tremendous burst of anger and frustration. He leapt from his bed and ran out the door. He had to get outside. One of the stairways began to move to obstruct him, and in frustration he swore at it. To his amazement, it moved back to let him continue his journey downwards. He ran outside and was immediately attacked by a bushy brown-haired missile. "You came," she cried as she hugged him tightly. "I was just wishing. I could feel how angry you were." In an instant the studious Hermione replaced the emotional one. Releasing the hug, she faced him. "You could. Where were you?" "In my dorm." "Why? This is the first time, right?" "Well, no. Last night, before our dream, I could feel you were upset." "Let me get this right. That was while you were still awake, is that right?" Harry grinned, amazed how easy it had been to take Hermione's mind off of whatever had upset her. "Yes, Hermione. Now are you going to tell me what made you so upset?" "Wait a minute. Didn't you have a lesson?" "Professor Snape picked on Ron because I hugged him, and that was before the lesson even started." "You hugged Ron?" "Yes. Anyway, when I said something, he gave us both detention, so I walked out." "It just isn't fair. You walked out of a lesson." Hermione nodded. Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at her. "Who are you and what have you done with Hermione?" Hermione laughed. "What do you think I should do? I mean, he is my head of house, so if I don't go to detention he's bound to do something. We'll have to go to see Dumbledore, or McGonagall. I'll go with you this evening." "Okay, but what's this about you being able to feel what I'm feeling? Can you do it all the time or only when I'm upset? Can you actually hear what I'm thinking? What is it like?" "Whoa, too many questions. I think I can only feel it was you're upset or really angry, like today. And it's like I'm feeling it myself, yet I know I'm not. It's difficult to describe." "And can you actually hear my thoughts yet?" "No. What do you mean, yet?" "Well, in a complete soul bond they can speak to each other in their minds. We haven't done that yet, except when we're asleep. So when you want to send me a message, you'll have to send an all telling me to go to sleep." Hermione punched him lightly. "Silly." They stayed together until lunchtime, and once again Harry sat with Hermione, after Hermione had run over to Ron to apologize for getting him into trouble. "Don't worry," Ron had replied. "Everyone knows he's a greasy git that hates Gryffindors." After lunch, Harry had herbology while Hermione had history of magic, which the Slytherins shared with Ravenclaw. Professor Binns was boring. There was no other word for it, even Hermione had to admit. Even most of the Ravenclaws were either nodding off or reading something else. At least, they were at first. About 3/4 of the way through the lesson, Hermione suddenly felt something wet hit her face. She rubbed where it had hit and her finger was smeared with blue ink. A minute later there was another, then another, while she tried desperately to make notes on the lesson, until her white blouse and presumably her face was spotted with blue. The Ravenclaws were awake now, watching with fascination as the Slytherins attacked one of their own. Hermione heard laughter from behind and swung around, to find that someone had dipped the ends of her hair in ink. As the lesson ended, Malfoy passed her desk and knocked it, sending her ink bottle over her notes and the ink dripping down onto her skirt. "So sorry, Granger. It was an accident, you know." Hermione seriously thought about going to the dorm to clean up, but didn't want to miss her first herbology lesson. She knew, after all, how important could a first lesson be. "Are you all right, Miss Granger?" asked Professor Sprout, after seeing her enter in such a mess. "I'm fine, thank you, Professor. Let's get the worst of that ink off of you." She waved her wand over the places with most ink and it almost completely disappeared, leaving just slightly blue marks on her face, blouse and hair. The herbology lesson went well enough that Hermione was glad she'd decided not to miss it. But at the end of the lesson, as they were leaving, a sudden shove from behind meant that she ended up in a pile of something which smelled foul. "Oh, look," cried Draco with delight, when he saw what had happened, "the mudbloods in the mud." "Not mud," Pansy corrected him. "She smells even worse than usual now. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Parkinson, 10 points each from Slytherin. And for using that word, Mr. Malfoy, you can come back this evening and give manure to all the plants in Greenhouse 1. "I didn't push her," Draco protested. "I know you didn't, or you'd be facing worse than a detention." "Miss Granger, did you see who pushed you?" "No, Professor." "Very well. Just be warned. I will not tolerate bullying in my class and I will be having words with Professor Snape about this." Hermione thought she heard someone snigger at that. The professor magically cleaned off the worst again, then told her, "I'm afraid you'll still need a shower." "That's okay. That's where I'm planning on going." When she reached the Slytherin common room, she found Professor Snape there. "Miss Granger, I understand that you don't get on with your fellow Slytherins, but Slytherins stick together when outside of this house. Keep your private squabbles to yourselves and stop making this house into a laughing stock." Before she could reply, he added, "That goes for all of you," and swept out. Hermione was letting the anger simmer with the hot water, but then an explosion, made almost deafening by the confines of the bathroom, brought her crashing down back to earth. Then she pulled aside the shower curtain, just in time for a piece of something foul-smelling to hit her in the chest. As she stepped out of the shower, she slipped and fell. The entire floor of the shower room was covered in mud. Worse still, somebody had brought all her clean clothes from her room and thrown them on the dirty floor. Hermione put on the dirty clothes she had just taken off, the only ones not totally covered in the wet, sticky mud, and gathered her clothes. She put all the dirty clothes in the huge basket for the purpose and went outside. Gathering up the muddy clothes had made the clothes she was wearing even dirtier. She wasn't surprised when Harry soon joined her. "What happened?" he asked, angrily. "And what's that awful smell?" Hermione briefly explained. Then, "Where are you going?" "To send an owl to Mum and Dad," he replied. "You'll just worry them. It's better they don't know." Harry ignored her and walked off. Once he'd sent the owl, he went back outside to find Hermione sitting on the grass. "I think you should tell McGonagall," he said. "Professor McGonagall," she corrected automatically. Harry smiled. She obviously couldn't be that upset. "Whatever. You should see her anyway. What can she do? Professor Snape's head of Slytherin and he just told them off for doing things in front of other houses." "Well, if you're still not going to detention with that prat tonight, you need to see someone anyway." "Yeah, I suppose. Are you coming to dinner like that?" "These are the cleanest clothes I've got, and the only dry ones," she pointed out. "And if anyone doesn't like it, including Professor Snape, then tough." Harry smiled at her. When they entered the dining hall, the effect on others was noticeable. They edged further away from Hermione than usual. Only Fred and George came over to Hermione and Harry. "I smell the aroma of a dung bomb," one of them said. So that's what it is, replied Hermione. Nasty things, dung bombs. We'd never use them to prank anyone, would we, Fred? Of course not, George. We'd never do a thing like that. It would be too cruel. That's right, so you'd best get up early and leave the Slytherin dorms tomorrow. Do I want to know what you're planning? Hermione asked, beginning to feel a little more cheerful at last. Us. Planning. Never. And just how do you get into Slytherin anyway? Trade secret, that is, isn't it, George? Yup. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I'm not sure I want to know what you are talking about, came the firm tones of Professor McGonagall, but I do want to know what's happened to you, Miss Granger. You really can't come into dinner in that state. When you've told me what's happened, you can go and shower and change. Some food will be saved for you. I can't. All the rest of my clothes are wet and muddy. Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed dangerously. What happened today? I want to know all of it. Don't forget Snape this morning, Harry reminded Hermione. The professor was about to say something when Hermione turned to Harry and said, Professor Snape, so Professor McGonagall had to cover her mouth to avoid them seeing her smile with amusement. Harry might be something special in the wizarding world, but Hermione seemed determined not to let it go to his head. There's no point. Professor Snape is head of Slytherin, so you can't do anything. I think as deputy headmistress, I might have a little influence in this school, Professor McGonagall replied smoothly. When Ron came over to sit with me when nobody else would, I gave him a hug. So Professor Snape, Hermione managed to make professor sound like a swear word, took 10 points from Ron. When I said that was unfair, he doubled it, then gave us both detention. So I told him I'm not going to do his detention and walked out of his class. While I don't agree with what he did, you should still do his detention. She's not gonna be punished for doing nothing wrong, said Harry. I told her to see dumb Professor Dumbledore. I will have a word with him. In the meantime, that doesn't explain the state you are in. Hermione briefly described the events of the afternoon's lessons and Professor Snape telling them all off afterwards for making the house a laughingstock and not sorting out their squabbles in private. Harry hadn't heard that bit before and he looked ready to explode. So it's okay to bully you if nobody else knows about it. When Hermione told about what happened afterwards when she was in the shower, Professor McGonagall looked almost as angry as Harry. She cast a few cleaning spells on Hermione. I'll ensure your clothes are cleaned and returned to you at once. Without saying anything further to Hermione, she walked to the head table and had a word with Professor Snape. The whole school stopped to look as the two teachers left the hall, some students muttering about the unaccustomed look of thunder on the face of Professor McGonagall. As she reached the door, she called out, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, you are to report to me with your books at 7:30. Oh, and Mr. Weasley, 50 points for overcoming prejudice. A stunned Professor Snape followed her out of the door. To Hermione's amazement, when she got back downstairs half an hour later, she heard a small popping sound and found her clothes washed, dried and folded neatly on her bed. She still wasn't happy about Ron and her having to do a detention, but there would hardly be a single Gryffindor or Slytherin that wouldn't hear about what had happened and that Professor McGonagall had effectively overruled Professor Snape's punishment. Even though she still thought any detention was unfair, especially for Ron, she felt that she owed it to Professor McGonagall to go anyway. As she had guessed, and hoped, the professor spent the 2 hours taking them through any points either of them were finding difficult in any of their lessons. She was extremely well read, even on the subjects which she didn't teach. Even Ron tried his best not to be too annoyed at having to study the extra hours. She managed to see Harry briefly before bedtime. For once he didn't object when she gave him a huge hug. When she released him, he asked her, "Are you all right?" She nodded. "You're not." She looked annoyed at him contradicting her, then snapped, "So I'm scared, all right. It's stupid, it's not like they could really do anything bad. I just wish I was you, that's all." "Me?" asked Harry incredulously. "Yes, you. If I were you, they'd never let anything happen." "What do you mean? Do you remember? Back before we started the school, and we were all arguing with Dumbledore about obliviation." "No," Harry replied. "I don't have a computer for a brain." Actually, Hermione pointed out, the human brain is much superior to a computer. Anyhow, whether you remember or not, I said to Dumbledore that you were important somehow, that's why he wouldn't risk obliviating us both. What did he say? He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it, either. Harry, it all makes sense, the training, the support for the school, the way he let you choose a school. He was trying to make you trust him you're important somehow. For some reason, he needs you, desperately. But I'm just the know-it-all that got in the way. If anything happened to me, well, I don't think anyone here would miss me much. Hermione said all this quite calmly, but it was the fact that Hermione missed something obvious which told Harry just how upset she was. Hermione, we're bonded. If you die, I die. They can't let that happen to you. Hermione brightened a little. That's true. Get up early tomorrow and I'll meet you 20 minutes before breakfast, okay, her. Okay, she laughed, but don't think you can get away with calling me her. There was a minor irritation when she tried to get into bed. Her bed had been apple-pied, meaning that the sheet had been rearranged in a way that she couldn't get into it properly. It took a minute, while the other girls in her dorm sniggered, for her to remake the bed. It was 10 minutes before breakfast and Hermione hadn't arrived. Harry felt himself beginning to panic. This wasn't like Hermione. 5 minutes before breakfast and Hermione still hadn't arrived. Walking outside, Harry desperately tried to remember the technique Professor Dumbledore had taught them to reach each other's minds, but they hadn't practiced it since their bond had stabilized and become safe. That was almost 2 years, and they had always been close to each other, or even touching, then. Hermione, Hermione, he said in his mind, desperately searching for her. Nothing. He barely noticed the twins come into the hall. Oh, hi, Harry. You didn't see anything, okay? What? Harry replied with frustration. We're going to prank the snakes. Forget it. Hermione's in trouble. I'm going to Slytherin. Go and get Dumbledore or McGonagall or someone. The twins stared at him for a moment as if he were crazy, then George spoke up. Fred, go get McGonagall. I'm going with Harry. Still concentrating as they left the hall, Harry finally heard something. Harry, is that you? Almost tripping over with relief, Harry asked her, are you all right? No, I can't move or see and I'm itching all over. I'm coming for you. You'll never get into Slytherin. I'll get in somehow. George was looking at him strangely. I'm talking to her. She's hurt. With that they ran the rest of the way. But when Harry and George reached the door, it remained stubbornly closed to them. Even after Hermione passed the password to Harry, pureblood, the door just growled, not Slytherin, at them. I'm going to try my shield spell. Remember? It knocked those boys flying. A feeble shield came from his wand. We had to hold hands, remember? Hermione pointed out. Hermione, think shield, now, ordered Harry. This time a huge orange disc battered against the Slytherin door, but it held. It's working. Again, Hermione. Shield. Now. This time the shield didn't so much as open the door as blow it to smithereens. The Slytherins in the common room stared at the angry first year who had just done what was supposed to be impossible and wisely stayed away from him. His anger hadn't dimmed in the slightest as he ran, following directions given by Hermione. He reached her dorm and found her motionless on the bed, staring at the ceiling, seeing nothing, every exposed part of skin covered with some kind of sores. Nobody else was in the dorm. He'd found her, but then he realized that he didn't have any idea whatsoever to do to help her. He looked at George. George shook his head. I think we'd better wait for McGonagall. Don't worry, Hermione. Fred's gone for McGonagall, Harry told her. It was only a few minutes before Professor McGonagall came rushing into the room. She took one look at Hermione, then at Harry. Don't worry, Harry. She'll be all right. No thanks to anyone at Hogwarts, Harry replied, acidly. I'm going to take her to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will soon put her right. You can come with her, of course. Not yet, said Harry, to the professor's surprise. I have something else to do first. To Hermione, he said, I'm going to see Dumbledore. I'll see you in a few minutes. No, Harry, Hermione replied. I can feel you. You need to eat after that. And then probably sleep a while. See me later. I'll see you after breakfast, then I can sleep afterwards. Hermione didn't argue, knowing that that was the best compromise she was going to get. On their way up from Slytherin, they met Professor Dumbledore. Harry rounded on him angrily, happy now. Harry, forget it. Just get her out of Slytherin, now. I don't have any control over the sorting, Harry. I will speak with Professor Snape. Hermione reminded me of something last night. That, for some reason you won't tell us, I'm important somehow. So important that you've bent over backwards to gain our trust the last 2 years so we'd come here. Harry, now is not the time. Get her out of Slytherin by tonight or we're both out of here. And we won't be coming back. Headmaster, George interrupted. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Whatever you're hiding about Harry, it's to do with you think you know who is coming back, don't you? Yes, Professor Dumbledore admitted. I believe Voldemort will return, someday. Well, I saw what Harry did to the Slytherin door. You allow anything to happen to Hermione, I think Voldemort will be the least of your problems. Professor Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall. The door was totally destroyed. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. I didn't even know you knew any demolition spells, Mr. Potter. I don't, Professor. That was a shield spell. Harry made his way to breakfast. When he entered the Great Hall, it fell silent, everyone looking nervously at Harry. Obviously, word of what he had done in Slytherin had got round. Finally, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall came in and began to eat. As they did so, an owl dropped a small red envelope in front of Professor Dumbledore. It opened itself and began to shout in the familiar voice of Molly Weasley. Albus Dumbledore. Arthur and the Grangers and I have discussed this. You get that poor girl away from those bullying Slytherins today, or I'll be coming tomorrow to take Hermione, Harry, Percy, Fred, George and Ron away. The Grangers are making arrangements today to formally adopt Harry to ensure that they can take him away. And I can't see any other muggles risking sending their children to Hogwarts either. The voice finally softened. Oh, and Ron. Congratulations for making Gryffindor. It was hard to tell who was more embarrassed, Ron or Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall finished her breakfast quickly and stood up, walked behind the central chair and whispered loudly over Dumbledore's shoulder, "If you don't take Miss Granger out of Slytherin, you'll have succeeded where Salazar Slytherin failed, in keeping Muggleborns out of Hogwarts." After breakfast, Harry went to visit Hermione, while Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and Sprout went to the headmaster's office to discuss the problem of Hermione Granger. She's as bad as Potter, arrogant, thinks she's better than everybody else and above the rules. Perhaps if you concentrated on stopping bullying and didn't encourage it by picking on students in your classes, the situation might not have arisen, suggested Professor McGonagall. Professors, we are not here to argue, we are here to make a decision about a girl's future, Professor Dumbledore reminded them. Firstly, Severus, have you found out who was behind it? Not yet. I spoke briefly to the girls who shared her dorm. They knew nothing. I believe they had been obliviated. That would suggest a senior student, and an able one at that. So would the complexity of the spells used, agreed Professor McGonagall. But this is getting us nowhere. Are we going to resort Miss Granger? Albus stood in front of the sorting hat. My decision remains the same, the hat said. I have sorted Hermione Granger to Slytherin until things change. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Professor Snape in frustration. What things? But the hat remained silent and would say no more. It appears that I am left with no choice. Please arrange for Miss Granger's things to be placed in Ravenclaw. Out of interest, how often has the headmaster had to place someone and overrule the sorting hat? Professor Flitwick asked. To the best of my knowledge, never, replied Professor Dumbledore. Madame Pomfrey had, with her usual efficiency, reversed all of the spells affecting Hermione and allowed her to go to dinner that night. As she walked to her place in the Great Hall with Harry at her side, Professor Dumbledore stood up and called out, Miss Granger. Wrong table. I'm afraid that I have placed you in Ravenclaw, for the time being. If Hermione thought her troubles were over, she was sadly mistaken. As far as the other Ravenclaws were concerned, she was a Slytherin. That was where the sorting hat had placed her, and it was only Professor Dumbledore, not the sorting hat, who had changed that. On her second evening in Ravenclaw, she was sure she had a book missing, as well as her pajamas, and she intended to confront the others about them. But as she was about to walk into the common room, she overheard herself being discussed. I know she's clever, but I just don't trust her, said one. Yeah, I mean the hat reads minds. There must be some reason it placed her in Slytherin. There you go. Everyone knows that the hat never places Muggleborns there. She must really be a monster of a Slytherin, then. I don't want my sister to have her throat slit on her bed. I want to know what the hat knows about her that we don't. Hermione couldn't bear to hear any more and turned around and went back up to her bed, crying. Her only comfort was the fact that she and Harry could now talk to each other in their minds easily whenever they wanted to. Hermione had already made Harry run outside to the edge of the grounds to see if distance affected their communication. So far it hadn't, though of course, they hadn't had the opportunity to test really long distances. Immediately Harry left the Hufflepuff quarters and went to find Professor Dumbledore. To his surprise, the gargoyle guarding the stairway to the headmaster's office moved aside to allow him in. When he was about to knock, the door opened by itself as Professor Dumbledore said, "Good evening, Harry. Did you want something?" "Professor, I was wondering if I could ask the Sorting Hat something." The old professor smiled. "Of course, Harry. I rather think that you are expected. I will leave you alone for a moment or two." The next morning there was a stool in front of the head table. Professor Dumbledore stood up to make an announcement. "The Sorting Hat has asked to join us this morning." He waved his arm towards the stool and the Sorting Hat appeared. "Would Mr. Potter and Miss Granger please come up here?" Hermione looked surprised, but Harry just gave her a smile. It was a squeeze fitting them both on the stool, but fitting the hat around them both was easy, as it magically grew in width until it could rest over both their heads together. "That's better," the hat said. "How can I possibly sort a bonded married couple when you aren't together?" "Married," Hermione squeaked. "Of course," the hat replied. In shock, Hermione pulled off the hat and ran out of the Great Hall, leaving a stunned Harry still sitting on the stool alone. Harry wasn't the only one that was stunned. All around the hall murmuring could be heard, "Married? How?" The teachers were just as surprised, though for different reasons. Most had no more idea about Harry and Hermione being bonded than the students, while Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Dumbledore were surprised by Hermione's reaction. "They have a soul bond?" Professor Snape asked Professor Dumbledore. "They have had for over 2 years," Professor Dumbledore replied. "Trust a Potter to show off and do something that's never been done at his age." Professor Sprout, who was looking over at the stool where Harry still sat thunderstruck, turned back to face Professor Snape and snapped, "Severus. For once in your life, shut up." She went down to the stool and took Harry's hand. "Harry, come with me." Harry got up and followed her without a word. She led him to the nearest classroom and closed the door. "Are you all right, Harry?" she asked. Harry just nodded slightly. "You don't look all right." Was the idea of being married such a shock? "Huh, no. I guess I knew really. They said we'd always be together." "Then why are you so obviously upset?" asked the professor, puzzled at his reaction. She didn't know, did she? It didn't take the professor much to work out that he was talking about Hermione. "Judging by her reaction, I'd say not. She doesn't want me. That's why she ran away." The professor tried to ignore the bitterness in his voice as she replied, "I'm sure that's not true, Harry. It just came as a shock, that's all. But if she'd really wanted me, it wouldn't, would it? Come as a shock, I mean. I can't answer that, Harry. Perhaps you should ask her. I don't want to see her. Do you know where she is?" Harry nodded. "On her bed. She's reading." He sounded angry about that as well. "Okay, Harry. Why don't you wait here and I will go and see how she is." Harry nodded again, and sat in one of the chairs. Professor Sprout made her way to the Ravenclaw Tower. The portrait, of course, let her in as a teacher. She asked one surprised girl to show her Hermione's dorm, then quietly knocked on the door. It was closed properly and swung open. Hermione was laying on the bed, as Harry had said, reading a thick leather-bound tome. She looked up. "Professor, I'm sorry I ran out. It was a shock, obviously. I can't believe I didn't know. How could I have missed it?" "Hermione," said Professor Sprout in a sterner tone of voice than she usually used. "Right now there is a little boy downstairs who thinks his bond mate doesn't want him. But that's not true. That's not true at all. I even dream about being with him." She looked embarrassed at what she'd just admitted and added, "You know, when we're older." The professor replied gently, "I believe I can imagine, but it's not me you need to be telling this to. I didn't mean to upset him. I just panicked, I guess. I'll tell him it's okay." She tried desperately to send him a message mentally, but was met with a blank wall. "I can't reach him. He's shutting me out. He's in the charms classroom," pointed out the professor. "I need to go and see him, don't I? Do you want me to come with you?" "No," Hermione replied as she got up from the bed. Then she changed her mind. Yes, please. Hermione couldn't remember ever being as nervous in her life as she was as she walked downstairs to talk to the boy who'd come to mean so much to her, yet who she knew she'd just hurt badly without ever meaning to. Harry was sitting with his back to the door. Harry. He didn't turn around. I'm sorry I ran off. I didn't mean. Now he turned around. He'd obviously been crying, but the expression on his face was anger, not hurt. Yes, you did. You don't want me. You're just like everybody else. Mum and Dad only want me because I'm bonded to you. And you don't want me either. Shocked as if she'd been slapped, Hermione could only cry. That's not true. Any of it. Yes it is. If you'd wanted me, you wouldn't have run off like that. I panicked. The two children just stared at each other, Hermione, for once, at a loss for words, Harry, his anger exhausted but the hurt behind it remaining. Harry, said Professor Sprout. I've only known Hermione for a very short time, but what's the first thing Hermione does any time she's faced with something she doesn't know or understand? Harry almost managed a grin. Almost. Then his expression hardened again. Goes to find a book and tells us everything it says about it about 5 times. And Hermione, you were reading. Why did you feel you had to run out like that to consult a book? I don't know, she replied desperately. It was such a shock. I couldn't believe I'd missed it. I wanted to know if it was true. And is it? I didn't have time to find out. A shock. If you really wanted me, it wouldn't be a shock. It wasn't to me. I began Hermione helplessly, then stopped, unable to think of anything to answer him. Hermione, said the professor. You need to tell Harry how you feel about him. Start with what you told me. Hermione looked at her doubtfully. The professor nodded. I dream about you, she admitted, her face beginning to go pink in places with embarrassment. So we share dreams sometimes. That doesn't mean anything, Harry retorted. I mean, I dream about us being together, when we're older, like Mum and Dad. He looked at her suspiciously. I love the way you want to protect me. She couldn't resist, adding, even if you are annoying sometimes. Ironically, it was the bit she added that began to convince Harry that she meant what she was saying. She went on. I can't imagine being without you and I don't want to. Even just now, when I tried to send you a message from upstairs and you blocked me out, she almost shivered at the memory, I thought I'd lost you. Then why? And I've dreamed about the day you'd ask me to marry you, and when the hat said that. Hermione seemed at a loss for words again. Harry could see the struggle in her face. Harry, the professor interrupted. Almost every little girl dreams of some wonderful man sweeping her off her feet and asking her to marry him. But I'll never have that, Hermione said sadly. We're already married, if the hat is right. If you have a soul bond, the hat is right, the professor confirmed. It's like I got what I already wanted and I was so excited, but felt like I was missing something. The chase, perhaps. Hermione and Harry looked at the professor, puzzled. There is nothing more exciting than knowing someone wants you and well the old-fashioned word is, court, you. To try to make you want them and say yes to them. Hermione understood some of what the professor was saying but could see that Harry didn't. Harry, for the last 2 years, off and on, I've dreamed that one day you'll ask me to marry you, and me saying yes, and how we'll live after that. I want to be married to you. I just wanted it to be my choice. She grimaced. Oh, that sounds awful. Harry couldn't resist a smile at her frustration as she fell into silence again. So what happened when you put on the hat, Hermione? The professor prodded her verbally. I felt like the hat had seen all my dreams, and when it said we were married, I thought everyone would think I was just a stupid little girl, dreaming like that even Harry would know I was being girly again. Her eyes widened with a sudden thought. Oh my God, did everyone hear what the hat said? Yes, the professor replied. You could have heard a pin drop. But Hermione, nobody knows about your dreams but you and now me and Harry. It doesn't matter now, I've ruined everything, Hermione sobbed. I doubt it, the professor replied with a smile. Harry, take the block away please and let Hermione show you how she feels about you. To Hermione's surprise, Harry did so and she could feel a little growing hope in his mind. As she deliberately flooded him with her love for him and images from her dreams about him, she could feel that hope grow, until Harry's eyes opened wide, before he looked away and reddened. You dream about us doing that? He asked. Hermione went even redder. Well, Mum and Dad do, she defended. How do you think I got here? Not till you're both a lot older, I hope, the professor said, trying to sound stern and failing. Hermione quickly changed to showing him other dreams of them living together. For a minute Hermione just reveled in the warm feelings coming back from Harry, until she suddenly said, "What are the others going to think?" A cheery grin spread across the professor's face. "I wouldn't worry. Most won't understand. Some of the girls will be fascinated or jealous, and you'll probably get a lot of teasing about being Mrs. Potter." That must be what the goblin said. "Goblin. The first time I went to Gringotts," she explained. "They showed me to a huge vault and said it was mine. He started to call me Mrs. Potter, but I interrupted him." "Oh." She looked guilty for a moment. "I've been spending your money, haven't I?" The professor couldn't help being amused at the look on Hermione's face. "Actually, it's your money too," she reminded them. "You are husband and wife, as far as wizarding law is concerned." Harry caught a sudden momentary feeling of sadness, and suddenly knew what it was. "Hermione. When we're old enough, I will ask you, okay?" He was immediately enveloped in a hug and a squeal right in his ear nearly deafened him. "Now, I suggest you two take the morning off and go and spend some time together, perhaps outside, while it's still warm enough." "But what about lessons? And the sorting?" Hermione protested. "Lessons are important, but some things are more important. You need this time together, both of you. Then you'll be ready for the sorting at lunchtime." Hermione looked as if she was going to argue, but just nodded. "Shall we go outside, Harry?" He didn't reply in words, rather he took her hand, opened the door to the classroom and ran outside, pulling her along behind him. As they walked, Hermione could sense that Harry was a confused mixture of feelings. He thought of her like his sister and his best friend, but she was more than that, different to that. "Harry, do you ever think about us, in the future, I mean?" "Not really," he admitted. "Maybe it's a silly girly thing." "You're not silly." Then with a cheeky grin, he added, "Mrs. Potter." Hermione laughed. "I can't imagine ever not being with you though," Harry said. "Just no girly keying. No keying. We can do you know what, when we're older, but no keying." They both collapsed in laughter. Hermione suddenly turned serious. "Harry. Mum and Dad do love you, not just because of the bond." "I know," Harry admitted. "I didn't mean to say that. You were just angry. They'd love you even if I wasn't here." Harry was tempted for a moment to tease her that if she died, they wouldn't be able to love him as he'd die too, but it didn't seem the right moment to tease, so he just nodded. "I don't think I ever thanked you," he said, seriously. "What for?" "Getting me out of the Dursleys. I used to just dream of going to sleep and not having to wake up." He could feel a mixture of hurt on his behalf and anger at the Dursleys from Hermione, then slight amusement as she replied, "Well, you rescued me from the Slytherins, so we're even, okay." When Harry and Hermione walked into the Great Hall for lunch, they could feel everyone's stares on them. After a momentary lull in noise level, there was a buzz as everyone was murmuring things to one another, and almost all on the same subject. Suddenly Harry's hand went to his scar and Hermione could feel his pain. She looked up to see two of the professors, Snape and Quirrell, glaring at them with unmistakable hatred. Professor Snape didn't surprise her, but Professor Quirrell. Banishing the thought from her mind, she sat with Harry on the stool, trying not to think of everyone watching them. "Before you sort us," she thought at the hat, just as it fell on their heads again. "Why did you make us get sorted together like this and then tell everyone we're married?" "Professor Dumbledore wanted it kept secret to protect my parents." "Dumbledore's heart is in the right place, but his mind slips," the hat replied enigmatically. "Your secret would not have lasted for long as your bond became stronger and you will need it to be strong to face the times ahead. And I sense that your bond being known will have its own role to play." "Do you know the future?" Hermione asked. "No," the hat admitted, "but the castle itself has strong magic, and it gives me a sense of what is to come. Dark times lie ahead, and you will face a choice between what is right and what is easy." "That sounds like something Dumbledore would say," said Harry. "Maybe it will be," the hat replied. "But enough of this, we have a job to do." The hat seemed to be thinking for a few moments. Difficult, it said. "You both have a need to prove yourselves, especially Mrs. Potter, so that would suggest Slythe. Not Slytherin," Harry and Hermione said together. They could feel the hat's amusement as if it had been teasing them. "No, not Slytherin. You're both intelligent, Too intelligent for your own good sometimes, especially Mrs. Potter. Not Ravenclaw, said Harry. Harry, they didn't accept me because I wasn't sorted there, Hermione argued. That doesn't mean they'd be like that now. Well, I suppose if you really want Ravenclaw, I don't mind, Harry replied. Excuse me, said the Hat. This isn't a democracy. You may be intelligent, but it isn't what makes you who you are. That leaves Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, said Hermione. Don't worry about Hermione, she likes stating the obvious, Harry teased. As I said, difficult. You are both brave, with lots of courage. I don't feel very brave, Hermione put in. Bravery isn't about what you feel but what you do, the Hat replied dismissively. But you are also very loyal, to one another and to your friends. Difficult. Most of our friends are in Gryffindor, suggested Harry. That's true, replied the Hat. And given the storm that will come, that's probably the reason I'll put you in. The Hat suddenly shouted out loudly, Hufflepuff. During the applause that followed, mainly from the Hufflepuff table, Hermione turned to give a grin to Professor Sprout, who looked very happy at the result. She also noticed that Professor McGonagall looked slightly disappointed. They both walked to the Hufflepuff table where the others moved up to make space for them. Fred and George came running over to shake their hands, quickly followed by Ron. Knew you weren't really a snake, said one of them. Hermione thought it was Fred, she'd noticed that he was usually the one to start these banters. No, not enough bite, George replied. Though she can give a good tongue lashing, Fred added. Yeah, her bark's definitely worse than her bite. Not a snake at all, really. Hermione stared hard at the twins for a moment, then opened her mouth. You wouldn't be suggesting that I'm a dog, would you? Whatever Fred and George would have replied was lost as Professor McGonagall arrived at the Hufflepuff table, with her, I'm about to tell you off expression. Professor, I thought it was okay to go to another table. Fred asked. You never minded when we joined Hermione on the snake's table. So long as it's not the teacher's table, you may sit where you wish, Mr. Weasley, she replied evenly, but you will remember that there is no running in the Great Hall, won't you? Yes, Professor, they chorused back. The first year Hufflepuff's first period after lunch was free, so Harry took Hermione to the Hufflepuff cellar, giving the password Fidelity to one of the still life paintings in the corridor near the kitchens. It opened to reveal a round tunnel, which led them down to the Hufflepuff common room. Despite the fact that it was underground, like the Slytherin quarters, the two could not have been more different. The common room was filled with big, rather oversized comfy-looking sofas, a few scattered sand-colored beanbags and decorated with lively wall hangings, mostly with a yellow background. Contrary to the dark and gloomy atmosphere that the dark walls and the scattered torch brackets awarded inside the dungeon common room, the cellar common room had a warm, cozy feeling awarded by a few chandeliers near the corners and a huge fire pit in the middle, which currently housed a cute little bonfire that seemed just a bit too bright for its size. In each side of the common room, there were further round doors, covering more round tunnels leading further down to the various dormitories. Taking a seat in one of the armchairs, Hermione quickly calculated that with being in the hospital, transferred to Ravenclaw, and the lesson they'd missed this morning, she'd missed all 3 charms periods for the week, 1 double and 1 single and the second of the 3 potions periods, while Harry had missed the 3rd charms lesson. I'll ask Professor Flitwick if he can help us catch up, she told Harry, but I don't think I'll ask Professor Snape. No point, Harry agreed. You can see my notes, what little there is of them. Luckily, Susan Bones, one of the other Hufflepuff first-year girls, had made more extensive notes of their double potions lesson, and it didn't take her long to read through them. By the time she was finished, it was time for her first lesson as part of Hufflepuff, which happened to be herbology, which Hufflepuff shared with Gryffindor. Professor Sprout couldn't resist taking the opportunity to welcome Hermione to Hufflepuff, knowing that some of the Gryffindors had assumed that the couple would be sorted there. At the end of the lesson, Hermione asked Professor Sprout if she could ask Professor Flitwick about some charms lessons for the ones she had missed. After a break, they had defense against the dark arts, and Professor Quirrell was still stuttering on about vampires, much as he had been in the lesson Hermione had taken in her one day with Ravenclaw earlier in the week. At the end of the lesson, which they shared with Ravenclaw, one of the Ravenclaw girls, who Hermione hadn't got to know in her short time with them, came up to Hermione. Harry was at her side instantly, but she only said, I wanted to say sorry, you know, for how we were. Hermione just said, "It's okay. You knew I'd been sorted Slytherin and not Ravenclaw." Harry wasn't feeling as forgiving and was tempted to make a retort of his own, but knew that would only result in one of Hermione's put-downs with which she had ended many an argument at their old school. Dinner was interrupted by gasps and screams from the Slytherin table as each of the students there began to burst out with sores. No sooner had the Slytherins gone running en masse to the hospital wing than further screams disturbed the evening meal, this time from the Ravenclaw table, as their outer clothes disappeared. One of the Ravenclaw boys sat untroubled, in his underpants, still eating, but the remainder of his house also ran out of the Great Hall. Professor Flitwick walked over to his one remaining student and suggested that he go and get dressed again and then return to finish his dinner. The professor then took out his wand and swept it a few times over the table, quickly stopping by one of the pitchers. He sniffed it, poured out its contents and then peeled out a piece of sticky tape from its inside. For some reason, he then glanced over to the Gryffindor, directly where Fred and George were sitting. His expression could only be described as satisfied. He crossed to Harry and Hermione and said, "I'm sure you have no idea whatsoever who did those pranks." "No, Professor," they dutifully replied, quickly followed by Harry adding, "Your guess is as good as ours, though." They knew nothing, but they could have had a good guess, or, to be more accurate, 2 good guesses. "A pity," he sighed. It was Incredible Charm's work, a sticker enchanted to deliver a chain-triggered clothes banishing charm into a drink. That's leagues above third-year charm work. If only they would put that much effort into their lessons. As they made their way to the Hufflepuff cellar, Hermione began to giggle. "What's so funny?" Harry asked her. "You know, if Ron had known the entrance to Hufflepuff is so close to the kitchens, he'd have been begging the hat to place him in Hufflepuff." Harry and Hermione were still laughing when they reached the common room. Going briefly to her dormitory, she was pleased to see that everything had been moved there for her. She quickly found her old book on bonds and, as it was no longer exactly a secret, walked back up to the common room to look through it. "It must be here somewhere," she said, frustrated, after the small section on soul bonds had said nothing about them being married. She scanned the chapter's contents yet again to make sure that she had missed nothing, but she hadn't. It wasn't there. "It can't be a very good book," Harry said. "But the woman in the shop said it was the best one, in fact that it was so detailed that nobody bothered to buy it anymore, as they wanted one of the more modern ones that are easier to read." Frustrated, she turned to the index again, then flicked over to the appendix entitled, Legal Implications. Finally, she cried out, "I've found it," and began to read out loud. All types of marriage bond, including soul bonds which, with the single exception of the temporary kind occasionally formed by combatants fighting together in a war, are considered legal proof of marriage or considered to be absolute proof of maturity, and thus any bond person is treated under wizarding law as an adult, regardless of age. This used to be of more concern in past centuries when girls especially were expected to marry in their early teens, but it was never changed as the argument went that if they were mature enough to form a marriage bond, they were mature enough to be treated as adults, especially under the guidance of their, usually older, husbands. Hermione sniffed her disagreement at this point, then carried on reading. It remained controversial, however, but became unimportant as the tradition of early marriage for girls was slowly abandoned and marriages before the age of adulthood became increasingly rare. "That's why I didn't find it," she cried. "It wasn't even under soul bonds, it was simply a comment in a paragraph on the legal implications of marriage bonds." "But what difference does it make?" asked Harry. "Well, for a start, it means that nobody can force you to go back to the Dursleys even if they wanted to." "He promised he wouldn't, anyway," Harry pointed out. "We could learn to apparate if we wanted to." Harry almost snorted. "Hermione, I can't even manage Wingardium Leviosa yet. It's Leviosa. I was just saying, that's all." "I bet there's one thing that book doesn't say," said Harry, with a smirk. "What's that?" asked Hermione, honestly puzzled, her faith in the book having been restored. "How we're supposed to tell Mum and Dad we're married?" Some of the color left Hermione's face at the thought. Then she closed and reopened the book and began reading the index again. The main subject of discussion in Hogwarts that evening seemed to be the Weasley twins. In the Ravenclaw common room, many of Professor Flitwick's students had asked to meet with him to complain about the embarrassing prank at dinner. Many had been too ashamed to return to finish their dinners. When he arrived to the library common room, he saw that his students had even had the thoughtfulness to assemble around the center desk, which now sported a small staircase. Once on it, he opened the meeting and asked whether it was about finding the culprit of the dinner incident. "Everyone knows it was the Weasley twins," one shouted loudly. "Almost certainly," agreed the professor affably. "They seem to get away with anything and nobody ever does anything to stop them." "I don't know. They spend rather a lot of their evenings in detention," the professor pointed out. "They should be expelled," another student demanded angrily. "That won't happen," replied the professor firmly. "Gryffindors seem to do what they like. Even you won't do anything." "No, I won't," he agreed. "And the reason nobody takes their pranks too seriously is that they tend to prank those who deserve it." "And how did we deserve that?" one of the girls asked. "Let me see, now. A first-year girl, literally tortured while she was in Slytherin, was released from the hospital and placed here. Did any one of you offer her any friendship?" "Nobody. Not one." He paused, as he made the effort to scan the faces of all the assembled students. "Then, someone stole one of her books, and her pajamas. Is that how Ravenclaws behave when I am not watching over you?" "But she was a Slytherin," the hat said so. "And that is supposed to be an excuse for making her so unhappy that her bondmate, who, I might remind you, is the one who defeated you-know-who, and is therefore at great risk even to this day, you made her so unhappy that he took the risk of publicly revealing the bonding, probably putting her life at risk, just to get her out of our clutches." The ones who had been loudly complaining were shuffling their feet nervously. "For your information, I have known Hermione Granger, Potter, for the last 2 years. You will never find a nicer girl, and probably not a cleverer one either. You are very lucky it was only the twins who pranked you. And I suspect the only reason Harry didn't deal with you himself was because Hermione asked him not to. He's only a first year," one commented, dismissingly. "True, a first year who caved in the Slytherin entrance door to rescue his bond mate, and did it without having a single offensive spell to his name. And you can also be very glad that I don't know who stole her things, or who made her so unhappy here, or it would be you getting expelled, not the Weasley twins. And if you don't want to be on the wrong end of more Weasley lessons, I suggest that the cleverest thing would be to try to make it up to Hermione Potter as quickly as you can and for her items to appear right on this desk by tomorrow morning." Quote, "The Weasley twins came up in conversation in Hufflepuff too. Hermione, I'm Susan Bones, and this Saturday evening, we're holding a party in the first-year girls' dorm." She turned to Harry. "Don't worry, Harry, boys are invited." "But boys can't get into the girls' dorms," Hermione objected. "Why?" Harry asked, then pointed out, "I got into your dorm at Slytherin." "That's because the Slytherin girls' dorms aren't warded against boys getting in. According to them, women are just for men to use, so as long as nobody gets pregnant while they are still at school, they turn a blind eye." "So, how are we getting into your dorm on Saturday?" Harry asked. "Professor Sprout agreed to remove the ward, just for a few hours," Susan explained. "It was easy when we told her why." "For a party?" Hermione asked doubtfully. "For a welcome home party for you, actually," she replied, smiling. Hermione didn't know what to say and Harry could see her eyes filling with tears. "The boys wanted it to be a surprise party, but we decided you'd prefer to know, so you could dress up if you wanted to." Hermione nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Finally she flew towards a very surprised Susan Bones and hugged her, before rushing up to her room. "I just wish we could get some butterbeer," Susan said. "That's easy," Harry replied. "Ask Fred or George Weasley. From what I've heard, they probably could get it. But why would they get it for us? They're Gryffindors. If you tell them it's for a party for Hermione, I don't think you'll have any problems." Another, more serious, conversation was going on in Professor Dumbledore's office. "You wanted to see me, Minerva." "Yes, Albus. You seem preoccupied." Professor Dumbledore knew it was useless to deny it. "I confess that I am a little worried." "About the sorting?" "No. And not even about Molly Weasley's howler. It's actually one of the younger Weasleys." "One? Well, something one of them said." "The other morning," Minerva replied. "It wasn't a question. And I suspect he was right. I would not like to be in the way if somebody does anything to Hermione." "So what's on your mind?" "The world sees Harry Potter as I do, as a savior. What if his upbringing with the Dursleys has changed him?" "I'm sure it has," Minerva said, being deliberately unhelpful. Luckily for us, Hermione and the Grangers came along. Otherwise, I suspect you may have had a hand in creating the next Dark Lord. Albus took the rebuke in silence. And you were wrong about one thing. The world doesn't see Harry Potter as you do. They see him as someone who saved them, past tense. Unless I am very wrong, you see him as that in the future tense, am I correct? You know I cannot tell you, Minerva. An answer that doesn't deny my statement, Albus, she commented, to his chagrin. Well, I suggest you tell him, before it's too late. He is too young. He deserves a childhood, one that he didn't have. If he discovers the truth by himself, you will lose him forever, you know that. The older man looked up, slightly startled. He can't. The rest of the school may believe it was Molly Weasley's howler that made you remove Hermione from Slytherin, but you haven't fooled Fred and George Weasley. I actually found them in the library, would you believe? Albus raised an eyebrow. The library? Yes. Checking out every book they could find on Harry Potter, and you know who? They will find nothing. Maybe not. But between them and Hermione Potter, they may learn enough to come to some conclusions of their own. I repeat, Albus, you made a mistake with Harry once. Don't leave it too long this time, or we all may regret it. Professor Dumbledore gave a heavy sigh. If what you tell me is true, I think I am very glad that Harry and Hermione aren't in the same house as the Weasley twins. That may not buy you as much time as you want. Albus, like it or not, legally, he is an adult, despite his age. You owe it to him and to Hermione to treat him like one. He is so young. Yes, she replied coldly. Young enough to be attacked and killed by some remaining Death Eater before you know who even returns. If the risk is as high as you believe, don't you think at least he and Hermione deserve to know why, even if you won't tell the rest of us? Professor Dumbledore didn't answer and appeared deep in thought. Professor McGonagall slipped quietly out of his office. Potions today, Harry said to Hermione as they ate breakfast, as if she didn't already know. Are you planning on staying for the whole lesson this time? Very funny. I wish I'd been there the other day. Seeing Hermione Granger walk out of a lesson. What would Miss Collier or Remus say? It's Hermione Potter, she retorted. I forgot. Good job, one of us has a memory then, isn't it? She got up from the table and said, now I'm going to study the potions lesson I missed until the lesson, so don't disturb me. Do you need my notes? Harry offered. I've borrowed Susan's. I can read them. Once, the slight on Harry's poor writing would have hurt him, but Hermione had spent so long with him, helping him to read and write, that her joke about his handwriting had become an old one. She had often told him that if he took his time, his handwriting would be much better, but Harry was always too impatient and wanting to do something else. Professor Snape began their potions lesson with a sneering comment. So nice of you to join us, Miss Granger. Are you thinking of staying for the whole lesson this time? That's Mrs. Potter, Professor, Harry answered for her. The professor turned to Harry, ready to make a retort, but caught the look of anger in Harry's eyes and, remembering the Slytherin door, decided against it. Hermione noticed the amazed faces of the other students, especially the Ravenclaws, at the professor's reaction to Harry. Turning away swiftly, Professor Snape said loudly, "Cauldrons out. Wands away. Now we'll try again to make the potion you all managed to ruin in the last lesson. There is no need for talking. The instructions are on the blackboard." At the end of the lesson, he went round the room, peering into each cauldron and sniffing lightly. He came to Hermione's cauldron last. Hardly perfect, is it? It's obvious why you were rejected from Ravenclaw. As not one of you managed a perfectly simply potion, all of you dunderheads can write me 15 inches on this potion, its ingredients, and where you went wrong, before the next lesson. Then you will try again. Empty and rinse your cauldrons as you leave. Go. He turned and walked into his office, slamming the door behind him. As a tearful Hermione rinsed out her cauldron, one of the Ravenclaws said, "He was well out of order." "Maybe he was right," Hermione replied. "Your potion was better than most of ours," the Ravenclaw girl replied. "And your ending up in Hufflepuff was our loss. And our gain," said Hannah Abbott, one of the Hufflepuff girls. "If you want to complain about him, we'll back you up," said another of the Ravenclaws. "Not that there's any point," said another. "People complain about him all the time and Dumbledore won't do anything." "Come on, Hermione," Harry said. "I know someone who will. We've got time to see them before History of Magic, if they're not in a lesson." "Who?" "Gred and Forge, of course." He took off at a run. But you don't even know how to get to the Gryffindor common room. There aren't that many towers. It can't be that hard to find. But Harry was wrong. An unconvinced Hermione allowed herself to follow Harry. He was only defending her, after all, and soon wished she hadn't. Harry. What? I don't think this is the way. No, he agreed. Maybe it's spelled so nobody else can find it. With those staircases I don't think that's necessary. Where are we? I think this is the third-floor corridor, the one we're not supposed to be in, she replied. She almost jumped, then said, "What's that noise?" Filch's cat. He ran down the corridor to the door at the end. Damn, it's locked. We're done for. Oh, come here. Hermione pushed him aside and pointed her wand at the door. Alohomora. The door opened. They ran inside and slammed it shut behind them. Harry checked that the door was properly shut and put his head to the edge of the door to listen for Filch. I'll have to remember that one. I wonder why it was locked. Shish, you'll wake it, Hermione hissed. What? Harry turned. Facing them was a huge dog with 3 heads. One eye slowly opened. A moment later both eyes on all 3 heads were glaring at them. All 3 heads bared their teeth. Harry pulled the door open again and they ran out as the dogs' heads barked and tried to bite them. With some effort, then forced the door shut again. What the hell are they doing, keeping a thing like that in a school? Didn't you see? Hermione replied. It was standing on a trapdoor. It's guarding something. I didn't notice its feet. I was more worried about the heads. What would it be guarding? Hermione pondered. I don't know. We'd better get back. I hope you know the way. Down, or we'll be late for History of Magic. Like he'd notice, Harry retorted. That's not the point, Harry, and you know it. Only Hermione wasn't bored in History of Magic and she was filling page after page in her notebook with notes. As she was packing up her notebooks, Harry said, "Come on. We still have to see the twins, and I want to see if they know about that 3-headed dog. They might be in a lesson. I need to write these notes neatly. Why don't we just ask them at lunch? Unless you want to risk getting lost on your own." Harry decided against that, but was impatient until they could see the twins at lunchtime. When Harry and Hermione went to join the twins at their table, glares from some of the Gryffindors, especially at Hermione, made the twins decide to get up and sit with Harry and Hermione at the Hufflepuff table. The Hufflepuffs moved up willingly, hoping to hear about more pranks on the other houses. But for once the twins were serious. "A 3-headed dog, you say?" asked Fred. They looked at each other and said together, "Hagrid." "What about him?" Hermione asked. "Oh," replied George, "you haven't been here long enough to know yet, but Hagrid's obsessed with strange animals, the more dangerous the better. He's bound to know about it. Will he say? If it's guarding something?" Hermione asked. "What makes you think it was guarding something?" asked George. "It was standing on a trapdoor." Fred. "Didn't one of the firsties say they met Hagrid in Gringotts, and he said he was getting something for Dumbledore, to keep safe?" "Yeah," Fred replied. "Wouldn't say what it was though." "Could be coincidence," said George. "Could be," Fred agreed. Then they both said together, "Nah," and shook their heads. "We're free this afternoon," said Harry. "Why don't we go and see him?" "Can't," George replied. "We've got herbology," Fred explained. "You two could go though," George suggested. "He'll be less suspicious with you two anyway. He always seems to think we're up to something," Fred said in a hurt tone of voice. "Because you usually are?" asked Harry. "Us?" the twins asked together, then added, "We're sweet and innocent as firsties." Hermione giggled and Harry retorted, "You weren't sweet and innocent even before you were firsties." "As we've been insulted," said Fred, "I think it's time for us to go." The twins got up and with a pretend sniff into an invisible handkerchief, they left Hermione and Harry alone. "Hagrid," Hermione began, after being attacked and licked on the face by Hagrid's dog, Fang. "We wanted to ask you something." "Anything you like," replied Hagrid. Then Hermione surprised Harry by asking, "You know about Harry at the Dursley's?" "It was supposed to be secret." "How did you know?" Hagrid looked upset and for a moment they thought that he was going to cry. "It was me that took you there, Harry. After your mum and dad, Merlin bless 'em, well, after they was killed by you-know-who, Dumbledore asked me to take you to your relatives. He said you'd be safe from Death Eaters there." "He was just nearly killed by his relatives," retorted Hermione angrily. Harry thought that she'd never quite forgive anyone for abandoning him there. "I know, now. We didn't know then. If I'd 'a known, I'd never, Avenue took her. I know, Hagrid. It wasn't your fault. Dumbledore trusted me to take you. I was so proud if I'd 'a known. It's all right, Hagrid, we know, said Hermione. Hagrid sniffed loudly. Does Dumbledore often trust you with things? Oh yes. Knows I'd never let, I am down, he does. Like getting something secret from Gringotts. Whatever the three-headed dog is guarding. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy, cried Harry. Who could call a brute like that? Fluffy. I did, replied Hagrid defensively. He's not so bad when you get to know, I am. So what's he guarding? Asked Hermione. That's secret that is. Can't tell you. And true to his word, they couldn't get another word about the subject out of him. The twins were highly amused when Harry told them of their conversation with Hagrid. Definite Slytherin tendencies there, George. Definite, Fred. Clever though, make him feel guilty about Harry first, then ask him about the dog. Hermione looked embarrassed. Shall we ask Dumbledore for another sorting, Fred? Hermione looked worried for a moment until she realized that they were joking with her. Even Harry, who hadn't noticed Hermione's tactics with Hagrid, had realized that the twins were just playing with Hermione. So what do we do now? Any ideas? He asked. But nobody had. The following day, Saturday, was something unusual, a lesson on a weekend. Their first flying lesson. The Gryffindors had their lesson in the morning with Slytherin, while Hufflepuff shared the afternoon lesson with Ravenclaw. The talk at lunchtime was how a Gryffindor first year, Neville Longbottom, had fallen off his broom and broken his wrist and been taken, crying, to Madame Pomfrey. While he was gone, Malfoy had taken the Remembrall, a thing his grandmother had sent him that morning, and thrown it on the roof somewhere. Hermione noticed that he wasn't at lunch and decided it would make a nice excuse to see Madame Pomfrey if they went to check on him in the hospital wing. To their surprise, they found him crying. Surely it's not still hurting? Hermione asked him. No, he sniffed, wiping his eyes, obviously embarrassed at being caught crying again. What's the matter, then? Nothing. Neville seemed nervous of Hermione, so Harry went and sat on his bed. What's wrong? You can tell us. Neville hesitated, then, to their surprise, admitted, my grandmother always said I'd make a useless wizard and she's right. Some of the other Gryffindors don't even want me sitting with them, 'cause they say I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. That's rubbish, said Harry, who could bitterly remember the years growing up being told he was useless. You just lack confidence, that's all. How would you know? You don't even know me. Because Harry was like you are, only worse, said Hermione. Thanks, Hermione, Harry replied. Well, it was true. Yeah, I suppose so, Harry admitted. But you're the boy who lived, Harry finished for him, rather bitterly. I know. Look, we've got flying this afternoon. Hermione began. Something Hermione's actually not sure she'll be good at, Harry interrupted. You can't learn it from a book, he said in a conspiratorial tone of voice. Neville smiled. You can't do worse than me. I was going to say, said Hermione, looking offended, that afterwards, if you like, we could teach you some spells so you can be ahead of everyone in class. And so if anyone bullies you, you can deal with them, said Harry. Harry, said Hermione, we don't want to get him in trouble. And we don't want him bullied either, replied Harry firmly. Hermione thought for a second. Okay, I'll look up some defensive spells. And Neville, if they don't want you sitting with them, you can always sit with us, if you like. Neville looked happier, so they left. If Malfoy's involved, he'll need more than defensive spells, Harry commented to Hermione, as they were walking away from the hospital wing. Flying, Hermione decided, was one thing she definitely preferred doing the Muggle way, in a nice, safe aeroplane, preferably strapped into an aisle seat and watching an in-flight movie as a distraction. In fact, the last in-flight movie she'd seen had even allowed her to tease Harry. It was a movie called Troll, in which a dark-haired boy called Harry Potter discovered magic and had to fight a troll. Right now, Hermione thought, she'd rather fight a troll than trust her life to this rather decrepit piece of wood. Her broom seemed to be ignoring her command to rise, making her wonder if it could somehow know that she didn't actually really want it to. Harry's broom, however, had flown instantly and effortlessly into his hand. Hermione noticed that everyone else had their broom in their hands already and most of them were looking impatiently at her. Up, She almost shouted in desperation, and to her surprise it flew up into her hand. While Harry, much to his own surprise, had already soared into the sky, until he was called back down by Madame Hooch, and most of the rest of the class were beginning to do circuits around the courtyard, Hermione was barely leaving the ground, pushing herself up, then, as the broom began to gather a little speed, panicking and forcing it back down again. Hermione looked at the others, and among the sympathetic looks were some grins at her predicament. She supposed she must look funny, the girl who did everything best, barely able to find the nerve to get off the ground. She was startled by a noise behind her and turned around quickly. "Oh, Harry, it's you. Come on," he said. "Follow me." "No, I can't." "Yes, you can," he insisted. "Stay beside me. I won't let anything happen to you." She was about to argue, but she could feel waves of reassurance coming at her from Harry. She just couldn't disappoint him in this. She had to try. Just push off, and point the broom upwards. Forcing herself to push harder, she rather overdid it and quickly found herself shooting higher, far faster than she'd intended. Hermione screamed loudly, then realized that Harry was right beside her. "It's okay," he shouted, at least that's what it looked like as the wind took the sound away. As she looked into his eyes, she felt her panic subsiding until she almost began to enjoy herself. He was trying to say something to her and his eyes looked worried. Suddenly he barged into her so that she almost fell and put his arm around her waist. They shot straight upwards together and she noticed the branches of a tree sweep below them. He slowed down and steered them gently to the ground. "What did you do that for?" she shouted at him. "It's a good idea to look where you are going," he replied calmly. "You nearly hit that tree." "Oh," she said, deflated. "Come on, try again." "Oh, no, that's enough. Come on. And watch where you're going this time." Harry took off expecting her to follow him. It was easier the second time and they left the courtyard far below. As they flew over the lake, the almost setting sun was dipping low over the mountains, causing the clouds to light up in a range of spectacular colors. Without thinking, she stopped to look. Harry turned around. "What's wrong?" "It's beautiful." He saw she had tears in her eyes. He turned his head to look at the sky. It was okay, he supposed, and decided that he'd never understand girls. "We'd better get back," he said. After a minute or so, Harry suddenly dived down towards the roof nearest to the courtyard. Hermione shrieked, fearing he was going to crash, but he landed lightly on the roof and picked something up, then flew down to the courtyard, where Hermione jumped off her broom and ran at him angrily. "If you ever do that again." "What? I thought I was going to lose." She blinked, angry tears from her eyes. "I thought you were going to crash." "I just spotted this." He held up Neville's remembrall. Hermione didn't get a chance to reply as Madame Hooch said, "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, while I'm sure it was a romantic flight, I did say you should not leave the courtyard." "Sorry, Madame Hooch," both said together. Hermione glared angrily at Harry for getting her into trouble. "That was an amazing piece of flying, young man. I shall be sure to tell your head of house." At dinner that night, Harry crossed over to the Gryffindor table and handed Neville his remembrall. He was sitting alone again. Hermione noticed some of the Gryffindors scowling at Neville, so she got up and walked over to them. "Why have you got it in for Neville?" she asked. "What's it to do with you?" One replied. "Are you going to panic and scream is this like you did this afternoon?" One of the older Gryffindors called out, "Yeah, Harry. Did you know you've got yourself a screamer?" Hermione smiled sweetly for a moment, then answered, "Neville's our friend. And before you treat him badly, you might want to remember what Harry did to the Slytherin door." She turned to Neville and said, "Come on, Neville. Come and sit with us until they learn some manners." Hermione had borrowed Hedwig a few days before and the owl had returned earlier that day with a package, so Hermione disappeared quickly after dinner. "Where's Hermione?" Harry asked a little while later. "Went up with the other girls to get ready for the party," Ernie Macmillan replied. "Already? The party's not for another 2 hours." Ernie just shrugged his shoulders. "That's girls for you." Harry repeated aloud his thought from the afternoon. "I'll never understand girls. Why would you want to?" Ernie thought for a moment and then admitted, "I suppose you have to as you're married to one." When the boys were finally allowed into the girls' dorm, even Harry had to admit that Hermione looked good. She was wearing her best dress, and one of the older girls had obviously helped her with makeup. She even had her bushy hair under control, for once. Even Harry knew enough to make sure that he told her, "You look good," and was rewarded with a hug, thankfully not as tight a hug as her usual hugs as she didn't want to crease her dress. Someone banged on the table and Susan Bones said loudly, "This is a welcome home party for Hermione." The Ravenclaws were too stupid to accept her, she wasn't evil enough for Slytherin, so were her family now. And the Gryffindors weren't brave enough to take her, said Harry, causing a laugh, even from Hermione. But Susan hadn't finished. "Some houses don't think much of us in Hufflepuff, but we have a tradition. You stay loyal to us, and we will be loyal to you throughout your time here and beyond." Some of the older Hufflepuffs have commented on how Hermione has already begun to help those who need it, to be a friend, regardless of house. Has everyone got a butterbeer? Let's drink to friendship, to loyalty and to our newest puff, Hermione Potter. Harry wasn't surprised to see tears in Hermione's eyes, and he knew exactly why. During all her time in Muggle primary school, she had desperately wanted to be accepted, but had never really figured out how to make that happen. In the Weasley Junior School, she had finally found acceptance, but largely because she had been the driving force behind it. Here she'd just been accepted simply for being Hermione. As he looked across the room, he caught her eye and she knew immediately that he had understood. The party went on until Professor Sprout came to break it up around 9:30 and send the boys back to their own dorm. She turned to leave and then paused and said quietly, "Oh, Harry, Hermione. Can you come and see me sometime tomorrow? You're not in trouble," she added, seeing the look on their faces, "but I have something to discuss with you." They were both curious, but knew that she would say nothing further until the following day. Sunday dawned with a weak sun barely shining through the early morning mist, which made the castle seem almost like a spooky island. Almost at the end of breakfast the post arrived. The professors began reading their Sunday newspapers, then Professor Sprout got up and walked over to Harry and Hermione. She looked worried. "Can you come with me please? Have we done something wrong?" Hermione asked, as they followed Professor Sprout into an empty classroom. "No, dear. There's no easy way to say this, but I thought you'd better read this before someone else tells you about it." She handed them her copy of a newspaper. Sunday Prophet. Boy Who lived, married at 11. By Rita Skeeter. In a dramatic turn of events this week at Hogwarts, it was learned that Harry Potter, more commonly known as the boy who lived, is married. Of course, to marry at the age of just 11 years old would normally be illegal, but sources close to the couple tell us that his young bride is devious and clever, enough so to find a loophole in the law. So who is the girl who somehow snared probably the most sought-after young man in Hogwarts? She is Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born, who has previously been studying at the secretive school for Muggle-borns set up by Molly Weasley, wife of a minor ministry employee. Everyone is asking how Miss Granger, or as we must now call her, Mrs. Potter, managed to snare Mr. Potter. "It certainly wasn't by her looks," said one prominent student. Indeed, the new Mrs. Potter is a rather plain girl with somewhat uncontrollable hair and rather unattractive buckteeth. Surprisingly for the wife of the boy who lived, she had been sorted into Slytherin, and other students who knew her from there confirmed that she is clever and manipulative. Apparently manipulative enough to force her new husband into demanding an unprecedented new sorting. That he wasn't brave enough to stand up to her unreasonable demand is shown by the fact that, contrary to widespread expectations, Harry Potter was not sorted into Gryffindor, but Hufflepuff. When we later learned that one of the two main teachers at the then Miss Granger's school for Muggle-borns is a werewolf, no less, it should come as no surprise that she should know enough dark magic to entice the young and innocent Harry Potter. Given the violent actions of the young Mr. Potter in destroying the Slytherin common room to bring about the resorting, it would seem that she has already passed on her dark knowledge to the impressionable young man. It has now been revealed that Miss Granger's parents took Harry Potter from his rightful family over 3 years ago, and he has not been allowed to see them since. We at the Prophet trust that the ministry will mount a full investigation into the Granger family's actions and see about freeing the boy who lived from their grasp. Another investigation, we are sure, will be studying how a secretive school was set up and why it was allowed to have a dark creature as a teacher. It should be noted that Mrs. Hermione Potter née Granger is rather older than her new husband. Harry Potter is, of course, heir to the Potter fortune, which, it is believed, consists of not only a vast amount of gold, but a considerable number of valuable properties. This raises questions about whether the young lady, and I use the term loosely, is nothing more than a gold digger. Knowing the uproar which would rightfully occur when her secret marriage became a matter of public knowledge, we can only speculate on whether she has already taken the purity of the young heir and savior of the wizarding world, thus making it impossible to annul the marriage. As a Muggle born, it is possible that any children of the marriage may not be magical, in which case the fortune of one of the oldest and proudest wizarding families may be lost to the wizarding world forever. The Ministry must take it upon itself to introduce laws to protect wizarding families from this kind of threat from those outside our community. Harry was still reading when he noticed Hermione, staring at Professor Sprout in disbelief, her face masked with hurt and anger and her eyes full of unshed tears. "Why?" Hermione gasped. "What did I do?" Professor Sprout pulled Hermione into a hug and said quietly, "Nothing. Some people are just full of hate and prejudice." Hermione pushed herself away from Professor Sprout as another thought struck her. "Harry, Mum and Dad get the profit, and we still haven't told them we are married." Harry opened his mouth to speak but was too shocked to think of a reply. "Don't worry, Hermione. I'll check with Professor Dumbledore and then we'll contact your parents." She left Harry and Hermione alone. Harry was still finishing the article and Hermione noticed his face growing harder and harder. "She makes it sound like Mum and Dad kidnapped me so you could marry me for my money. Not to mention it makes you and Remus look evil," Hermione pointed out. Harry snorted. "Violent am I? Where is their office? I'll go there and show her, violent." "Harry, don't be silly," Hermione replied in a somewhat bossy tone of voice. "You can't, and if you could it would only make things worse." "Worse?" he cried. "How could it be worse?" They were soon to find out. They had just sat down to lunch when Professor Sprout walked up to them. "Harry, Hermione, after lunch, if you come to my office, we can go and see your parents. I understand their house is on the Flow network." "Yes, Professor," replied Hermione. "Very well. Take your time eating. There's no hurry." As she walked to the teacher's table, a solitary owl flew into the great hall. It dived down to Hermione and dropped a red envelope. "It's a howler," gasped Susan, backing away. Just as Hermione reached for the envelope, it opened by itself and a woman's voice began to scream. "You foul, evil, mudblood slut. How dare you steal Harry Potter from his family? Stay away from decent wizarding folk and go back with that werewolf, friend, of yours." Some of the students at the Slytherin table laughed, but the rest of the school was in shock. Suddenly the howler exploded, sending a shower of something foul in all directions. Some of it landed on Harry's arm, a little on Neville's cheek, a considerable amount even went as far as across the table where it splattered both Susan's arms, but most of it caught Hermione full in the face and her hands were covered too. Everywhere it touched, the skin blistered painfully and began oozing from white pustules. A faint odor of petrol also permeated the air around them. Hermione cried in agony as she tried to wipe the ooze out of her eyes, yet she only made the situation worse, getting even more of the secretion in her eyes. Harry looked up and saw about 20 more owls headed for Hermione. "Let's get out of here," he said urgently, pulling at her arm. "I can't see," she cried, her eyes swollen shut from the oozing sores. "We'll help you," said Neville, then added nervously, "if you'd like. I've got to go to the hospital wing myself." Students were running to get away as the owls began to descend on Hermione and more red envelopes began to fall towards her. Professor Dumbledore was by their side far quicker than Harry would have thought possible and waved his hand towards the other howlers, which immediately disappeared in a flash of bright flame. He then turned his hand to all the owls still streaming into the great hall. Once the headmaster banished their deliveries, they all turned away and flew back outside. "If you don't mind, Harry, I will take Mrs. Potter to the hospital wing. You three had better come along as well. Is anyone else hurt?" he asked, noticing there were others that got hit with the pus. Nobody else was, so he waved a hand and Hermione was suddenly stiff as a board. "It's Petrificus Totalis Harry," answering Harry's unspoken question. As Hermione fell, the headmaster waved his outstretched hand again, "Wingardium Leviosa, Harry. It's easy, once you get the hang of it." Seeing Harry's startled look, he explained, "This way she won't feel anything until I get her to Madame Pomfrey." As soon as they reached the hospital wing, a shocked Madame Pomfrey had the headmaster place Hermione on a bed, then handed white gowns to the other three and ordered them to get changed and get into beds. As she drew curtains around Hermione, Harry insisted on staying with her. When Madame Pomfrey released her from the Petrificus spell, Hermione screamed as the pain returned. Harry went to take her hand, only to find himself abruptly pushed aside. "Don't touch the areas with sores, it will be agony for her." He nodded and placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'm here. You'll be all right soon. It hurts so much," Hermione mumbled through her swollen lips. "It won't for longer, Mrs. Potter." "Hermione," Madame Pomfrey assured her. "I want you to try to open your eyes so I can wash them out first. That's it. Good girl." A gentle stream of cool water came from the end of Madame Pomfrey's wand. When she had finished with Hermione's eyes, she rinsed off the rest of her face, then moved to her hands. "Does it hurt anywhere else?" Hermione pointed to her chest. "I see. It looks like the pus soaked through your clothes. I will have to undress you. Harry, perhaps you could wait outside. Go and change into the gown I gave you while you were waiting." Harry slipped away quietly through the curtains. As Madame Pomfrey helped undress Hermione, she said, "I hope you don't mind me asking him to go outside. I know he is your husband, but I didn't think you'd want him to see you like this." "We don't, we haven't. It would be none of my business if you did, Hermione, although I would suggest waiting a few years." She quickly rinsed off the few places where the pus had seeped through Hermione's clothes, then helped her into a gown. "Now, I'm going to put some liquid into your eyes. It will feel strange, but it will heal the sores quickly. Your eyesight will be blurry for a day or so from the liquid, but that's nothing to worry about. You'll be back to reading your books in no time." Hermione wondered at the warming sensation from the liquid. It felt surprisingly comforting. "Now, I'm going to cover the worst places with this cream. Please leave it on at least the rest of the day, but you may have a shower before you go to bed tonight. After your shower, come back here and I will reapply it." After she had applied the cream she suggested, "Now rest for a little bit, while I treat the others." She treated the sores on Neville's face first and, as Hermione had found, he discovered that the cream eased the pain considerably. "What was that stuff?" Susan asked, as Madame Pomfrey smoothed cream on her arm. "Bubotuber pus," Madame Pomfrey replied. "Correctly processed it is very useful in curing acne, but in its raw state, well, you can see. Very painful indeed." "I'd noticed," said Neville, dryly. Harry was last, but when Madame Pomfrey finally let him go, he went straight to Hermione. Hermione was sitting up, her face and hands smothered with cream, but otherwise she seemed okay. "I'm all right, Harry." "Okay, the four of you can go. Miss Bones, could you go to your dorm and bring Mrs. Potter some fresh clothes? These will need to be soaked a long while to remove the bubotuber pus before she can wear them again." "Okay, Madame Pomfrey." Susan took her own clothes into the toilet to change into them and then went out, leaving Harry and Neville to change as well. However, it wasn't Susan who returned with Hermione's clothes, it was Professor Sprout. "Hermione, how are you feeling?" "Sore." Then Hermione gave a little gasp and said, "Professor, we were supposed to be going to see our parents. And you still can, but I think they'd prefer it if you got dressed first." "But how can she?" asked Harry. "If they see her like that, they'll go ape." The professor smiled. Professor Dumbledore made the same objection, although not in quite those words. "After talking with Professor McGonagall, I decided that they would probably be a lot more worried and upset if you didn't go. However, Professor Dumbledore will be joining us, in fact, he is waiting in my office for us, so I suggest you get dressed, Hermione. Madame Pomfrey will be going ahead of us." To the Grangers' surprise, the first person through the fireplace was Madame Pomfrey. "Good afternoon, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. Is Hermione all right?" This Professor Sprout said she'd been hurt. "That's why I'm here. She was hurt, but she will be all right. Her face and hands are still rather sore, but I promise you, there will be no scarring. I've come first mainly because I didn't want you to be shocked when you see her face. I'm sure that she would be grateful if you didn't touch her face and hands, likewise Harry's right arm which was also splashed." "What happened?" But before Madame Pomfrey could reply the fireplace flared again and Professor Sprout stepped out, quickly followed by Harry, then Hermione and finally Professor Dumbledore. "Mrs. Granger ran to hug her daughter, taking care to not touch her face or hands. As she hugged her, Hermione burst into tears. Seeing his daughter's face looking like someone had thrown acid into it, David Granger's own face turned so red with anger that for a moment he reminded Harry of Vernon Dursley. Who could do this to a child? He demanded. Someone very sick, replied Professor Dumbledore. How could it happen? They are supposed to be safe at your school. While different forms of hate mail have found their way to pupils, and sometimes I have seen some forms of explosive mail find its way to my desk, we've never had someone use the owl post to attack a child before. Like you, I find it unthinkable. Any further post for Hermione or Harry will go first to their head of house, Professor Sprout, not to be read, but to be checked that it is safe. I hope that is acceptable to you. Mr. Granger nodded. Do you have any idea who did this? Professor Dumbledore's eyes fell to the floor. No, I'm sorry. I sent all the other owls away and destroyed all the packages before they could harm her further. It was only afterwards that I thought that I should have saved them to try to trace them. I've alerted the Aurors, but I'm afraid that there isn't much to go on. Besides, the particular piece of mail responsible did its damage by exploding, so we wouldn't have had much material to work with. I'm sorry, Headmaster, said Mr. Granger firmly. We may not see eye to eye always, but you never have to apologize to me for protecting our children from further harm. Thank you. Now, as you know, we were planning on coming to see you anyway. I'm sure you must have a lot of questions. You could say that. He held up a copy of the Prophet. What's all this rubbish? The ravings of a reactionary and sensationalist mind, I'm afraid. So all this about them being married. It's not true. That part is true, admitted Professor Dumbledore. But, how can it be? A soul bond is legal proof of marriage in the wizarding world, Dad, said Hermione, and of adult status too. But you're only 11. Almost 12, Hermione protested. That's besides the point. You're much too young to be considered adults, let alone married. How long have you known about this? Hermione found out about it just a day or two ago, said Professor Sprout. And you are. I'm sorry, I was most rude, Professor Dumbledore apologized. This is Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, which both Harry and Hermione are in. Professor, Jean and David Granger. I'm pleased to meet you both. As I was saying, Hermione only just found out about it a few days ago and I can tell you that her first thought was to find a way to tell you about it. I deigned to call it a newspaper, this morning, made it more urgent, hence my call to you this morning. Why weren't we all told sooner? According to you, they've been married the last 3 years. You must have known. Yes, most of us in the wizarding world know what a bond signifies. Unfortunately, and I would guess everybody else, just assumed, that with all Hermione's reading, she would already know, as it is usually one of the first things someone would learn about bonds. And I am amazed that nobody mentioned it in conversation before now, although I suppose with them being so young, nobody really thought about it. It wasn't in the main chapter on soul bonds, Hermione explained. It was just a legal note in an appendix about marriage bonds. And it doesn't change anything, we already knew the bond was forever. So what does this mean? Legally, that is. Well, legally they can be treated as adults and have all the rights of adults. They can legally use magic out of school, apparate, things like that. They also have access to the Potter Vault, without restrictions. There is one other thing, the thing I originally wanted to see you both about when I spoke to you last night. Professor Sprout explained. Hermione, Harry. As you are legally a married couple, you are entitled to a separate room if you wish, rather than sleep in the dorms. Both Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked most unhappy at the thought. Hermione glanced at Harry and replied, No, thank you, Professor. I'm just beginning to make new friends. Good. I hoped you'd say that, but I had to ask. Mr. Granger held up the Prophet again. So what are you going to do about this, Professor Dumbledore? I will tell them the truth, he replied. Professor Sprout was last to leave and she didn't go straight into the flow. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I have the privilege of having Harry and Hermione in my house at Hogwarts. They have not had an easy first week, but you can be proud of how they have handled themselves. I am no Professor Dumbledore, but I can assure you that I will care for them both to the best of my ability. Mr. Granger shook her hand. Thank you. And a moment later she was gone. As they entered the Hufflepuff's common room, the conversation became quickly silent and Hermione felt herself being stared at by everyone. One of the sixth-year prefects stood up and approached Hermione. "Hi, Hermione. We just want you to know that nobody here believes that rubbish that Ch wrote. How are you?" "Thanks. I'm okay. If anyone gives you any trouble, just let us know, that's all." "And don't worry," said one of the older girls, "Pomfrey's good with bubotuber pus. It won't leave any scars." Hermione forced a smile, annoyed at herself for letting Skeeter's comments about her being plain and unattractive hurt her more than anything else she'd said. Is that how people saw her? Was that how Harry saw her? Harry, meanwhile, was just wondering how the girl knew of Madame Pomfrey's expertise with bubotuber pus. During breakfast the next morning Susan Bones began to read the copy of the Prophet which had just been delivered to her. To nobody's surprise, it had a front-page article referring to the previous day's attack. The Daily Prophet. Attack on Hogwarts Children. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday, there was a cowardly attack on some of the children at Hogwarts, when a howler sent to the new Mrs. Potter exploded, injuring her and others with bubotuber pus. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, issued a joint statement with the ministry. "We are disgusted by this unprecedented attack and measures have been taken to prevent it happening again. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement will leave no stone uncovered to discover the perpetrator of this attack." Notably absent from the statement was any explanation as to how such a dangerous object managed to reach the children in what is supposed to be the most magically protected building in Britain. "We here at the Prophet would like to add our voice to those condemning this outrage. While we believe that we have a duty to expose wrongdoing in our world, we would never condone violent attacks on a child." In fact, not only was the new Mrs. Potter injured in the attack, but several innocent children were also hurt, including Susan Bones, niece of Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is understood that all those hurt in the attack were quickly treated and released from the Hogwarts hospital wing. We wish them well in their recovery. However, we do hope that the fact that her niece appears to be a close friend of the Potters will not discourage Madame Bones from investigating the behavior of the new Mrs. Potter with as much enthusiasm as investigating her attacker. "They've got a cheek," Susan cried, outraged, suggesting that you weren't an innocent victim, especially when it was their fault in the first place. She grinned for a moment. "I think my aunt is more likely to investigate that Skeeter woman than you. I don't know why she sends me this rag every day, but she says I should know what is going on." Hermione nodded. Now she was protected from further attacks by mail. The knowledge that those close to her supported her was far more important than Rita Skeeter's rantings. To her surprise there was a further article about her and Harry, 2 days later. Once again Susan read it and handed it to Hermione. The Daily Prophet. Prophet a Victim of Lies. By Rita Skeeter. After a thorough investigation, it has come to the notice of this newspaper that we were deliberately misled in the matter of Harry and Hermione Potter. Yesterday evening it was revealed that Mr. and Mrs. Potter have not recently married, but in fact formed a magical soul bond over 3 years ago at the unprecedented age of 8 years old. Given that a soul bond cannot be manipulated into being, any suggestion that Muggle-born Hermione could deliberately bring this about at their first meeting is therefore incorrect. Furthermore, school authorities have declared that the young couple hadn't been informed that the bond was as good as a marriage ceremony in our society. We have also been asked to correct the alleged inference that Mr. Potter used dark magic to destroy the Slytherin common room. In fact, the common room was not destroyed and we are informed that Mr. Potter did not use and has never been taught any offensive spells. When we pressed for an explanation of exactly what Mr. Potter did use, we were told that he caved in the Slytherin entrance door with nothing more than a shield charm. No explanation was forthcoming about exactly how he could use a shield to destroy a supposedly indestructible barrier. We at the Prophet just hope that his power can be harnessed for good, rather than the risk of him running loose. We at the Prophet apologize to our readers that we were the victim of those who no doubt have their own agenda with the boy who lived and his wife. They still don't apologize to you, and slipped in some more mistrust about Harry, Susan noted. My aunt put quite a bit of pressure on them to print even this much. That's all right, Hermione replied. Thank your aunt for me when you can. Neville had a look at the newspaper and snorted. Thorough investigation. My gran says the Prophet couldn't investigate their way out of a broom closet. The drama of the first week behind them, the school settled into its usual routine. Hermione's 12th birthday passed without incident despite Ron's dire predictions that the Slytherins would try to ruin it for her. As September turned into October, Hermione's excitement at all the new magic she was learning was beginning to affect her. Not since they had been together briefly in Muggle school had Harry seen her so eager to answer every question, and her increasing bossiness when it came to doing homework was getting on everyone's nerves, even Harry's. By the end of October even the teachers were concerned, well, some of them. Professor Flitwick loved to show off how well Hermione could do things, but he failed to notice the resentment on the faces of the other students and the mutterings of, insufferable, and, know-it-all, that were common when Hermione was answering a question. Professor Snape was the opposite and even went as far as calling her an insufferable know-it-all in one lesson. One evening, Professor Sprout brought up the subject of Hermione with Professor McGonagall. "You've known her much longer than I have. Was she always this?" She struggled to find a word. "Exasperating. I didn't really know her that well, but I don't remember her being like this." "Perhaps you should ask Madame Pomfrey." Madame Pomfrey, on hearing how Hermione was behaving, was also more than a little concerned. "The first thing to find out is if this is a recent change, or whether she was like this before," she advised. The following Saturday Professor Sprout took the opportunity to go and see Miss Collier, Hermione's old teacher. What she learned concerned her. Things came to a head at Halloween. "Well, it's all a complete waste of time," Hermione had argued, referring to the frantic preparations for the Halloween feast that night. "We're supposed to be here studying, not acting like a lot of 5-year-olds. Pumpkin faces indeed." Even Harry had got annoyed at that. Putting down the brush with which he was decorating his own pumpkin, he turned and said, "Well, if you don't like it, you don't have to come." Hermione had stormed off in a huff. "Really, Harry," said Ron. "She's your wife. Can't you do something about her?" "You'll have to do something," agreed Susan. "People are starting to avoid her. The way she's going, she'll have no friends left." "She's hardly got any now," pointed out Neville. Even the twins got fed up with her nagging. "Excuse me," said Hermione, loudly, almost pushing Neville off his chair as she reached for her books. "I forgot my." This was followed by a loud sniff and Hermione running out of the hall. "I think she heard," said Susan. "She'll calm down," said Ron. But Harry wasn't so sure. The Halloween feast was spectacular, but Harry's mind was on Hermione, at least the part of it that wasn't enjoying the tastiest sausages he'd ever eaten. "Have you seen Hermione?" he had asked Neville. "No. Why? Where is she?" If he knew that he wouldn't be asking. Ron pointed out. "At least, that's what the others thought," he said. It was difficult to tell as he spoke with his mouth full. "Susan," Harry called across to Hermione's closest girlfriend. "Is Hermione still up in your dorm?" "No." Susan got up and walked across to Harry. "She's in the girls' toilets, crying. One of the Potter twins says she's been there all afternoon and won't come out. I'd better go and see her." Harry sighed, pushing his plate away from him and standing up. His action was interrupted by the main door opening with a bang and Professor Quirrell running into the hall in a panic. All the assembled could get from his terrified stutterings was, "Troll, in the dungeon." Total panic descended on the hall until Professor Dumbledore commanded silence. "Prefects, take your students back to your common rooms. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons." It was Susan who realized it first. "Hermione, those toilets are near the dungeons. She won't know about the troll." "We have to get her," said Ron. "Especially as we're why she's there," Neville pointed out firmly. Harry said nothing to that. He was feeling guilty enough already. He just let Susan lead the way. "You go in first," Harry said. "You're a girl," he pointed out. Susan shrugged and opened the door. A succession of loud sounds struck Harry's ears, a loud roar, a crash that sounded like a demolition ball had hit something, and 2 screams. Barging past Susan, Harry ran into the room. He didn't even notice that Ron and Neville had run in with him. Seeing Hermione cowering in the corner, he ran straight past the enormous troll, slipped on the wet floor caused by the broken pipes leaking everywhere, and lay dazed on the floor, not far from Hermione. As the troll raised the club he was holding, ready to smash it down on Harry, Neville grabbed the troll by the leg and, not knowing what else to do, bit into the leg. The troll, now enraged, kicked Neville away and turned on him. Having dropped his wand when he pulled it out, Ron had already picked it up and, pointing it at the Trolls Club, yelled, "Wingardium Leviosa." The startled troll simply looked up at the club, then reached up for it. "Hit him with it," screamed Susan. Ron dropped the club on the troll's head. The troll staggered for a moment then just shook its head. "Harder!" Susan screamed again. The troll, distracted by her scream, kicked out at her as another hit left it dazed. The troll began to stagger again and for a moment they all thought it would fall, but reacting clearly for a moment, it reached out for the club and turned towards Ron. "Hermione, do whatever it is you do together," yelled Susan as she grabbed the troll's leg. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand with one of her hands and pulled out his wand with the other. Protega. The door opened as the troll simply exploded, covering Ron, Susan, Neville in its remains, along with Professor McGonagall, who had just entered. The sudden smell was overpowering. Before saying anything, the professor took out her wand and banished the mess. The smell, thankfully, disappeared as well. She asked, "What are you five doing in here?" speaking rather more sharply than she had intended due to the shock. "They came for me," Hermione stammered. "And why were you here, Miss Hermione, when everyone was told to go to their common rooms?" Suddenly embarrassed, Hermione hesitated. "Thank you, Minerva. I'll take it from here," said the welcome voice of Professor Sprout. "I think I'll take Hermione, Harry and Susan to Madame Pomfrey." "Can you all walk?" Hermione and Harry had to help Susan, but they could manage to walk. "If you, Mr. Weasley and you, Mr. Longbottom can both walk, I suggest you also go to the hospital wing to have Madame Pomfrey check you over." Thankful for the chance to escape further questions, Ron and Neville almost ran out of the toilets. As they walked up the stairs, Ron noticed Professor Snape limping, leaving a trail of drips of blood on the floor. Of course, the story of what happened in the girls' toilets with the troll quickly got around the school, being exaggerated with every telling. Of those involved, it made the greatest effect on Neville Longbottom, unless you count the troll. From being looked down upon as a coward, suddenly he and Ron were being feted as heroes. Being hoisted into the air and carried into lunch the next day by the Weasley twins seemed to put a cap on their new status. Neither of them could keep huge grins from their faces, but better was to come. At lunchtime, an owl dropped an envelope in front of Neville. "It's from my gran," he said, shocked. "Well, open it then," said Fred. "It's not a howler," George pointed out. "Mr. Longbottom." "Why yes, Professor." Professor McGonagall smiled warmly. "If I might suggest, you would perhaps like to open that letter in private." "My office, perhaps." It was some time later that Neville left her office to find her waiting outside on a chair she had conjured. His eyes were red. "You told her?" "Yes, Mr. Longbottom. I thought she ought to know." "She said," he sniffed loudly. "She said my parents would be proud of me." "Mr. Longbottom, I knew your parents for quite a few years. I can tell you that they would have been proud of you anyway, but, yes, today they would be extremely proud of their son." Neville nodded. "Now, can I suggest that you wash your face before going to see everyone else?" "Thank you, Professor. You are most welcome, Mr. Longbottom." At dinner that evening the other four also received letters from their parents. Harry and Hermione shared a letter. Unlike the others, along with congratulations on how they had behaved, was a note that they had also written to Professor Dumbledore demanding to know how a troll had been allowed to endanger their children's lives in the first place. After dinner, Hermione had been asked to go to see Professor Sprout. "Come in. Take a seat, please." "Am I in trouble, Professor?" "Not that I know of." "Are you?" "What do you mean?" "From what I hear, you were in the toilets all afternoon, crying, when, I might add, you should have been in lessons." "I'll make them up. Of that I have no doubt. I am more interested in why." Hermione stayed silent, unwilling to blame her friends. "Nothing to say." "No, Professor." "Very well. Then I will begin. Your professors have been very concerned at your behavior recently, not that you have done anything wrong, but you seem to be a little, shall I say, overeager." "What's wrong with that?" Hermione protested. "Nothing, unless it drives people away from you and leaves you alone." Hermione said nothing. "I wanted to know if this was normal for you, so I spoke to your previous teacher, Miss Collier. She tells me that you used to be like that a long time ago, but hadn't been since the Wizarding Junior School opened. So I was very concerned about what made you change." Hermione kept on looking down at the ground. Hermione, in your first week here, you went through some terrible experiences. Miss Collier suggested that you might be suffering from what Muggles call post-traumatic stress disorder. Madame Pomfrey has a book about that and thinks that you have been reverting to your old behavior patterns to push people away and feel safe on your own. But why? If you don't let people in, they can't hurt you, can they? Hermione shook her head slowly. This is what we are going to do. Once a week, you will spend a couple of hours with Madame Pomfrey, and once a week you will come to see me. If you like, you can just tell me how you are getting on, little things, it doesn't matter, it is up to you. You can even sit here in silence if you like, though I gather that you aren't very good at silence. Professor Sprout was smiling and even Hermione had to grin at her slight dig. As even Remus had been forced to admit, Hermione never used 5 words when 50 would do. I would suggest cutting back on the studying. No, she added quickly at the look of horror on Hermione's face, I am not suggesting failing to do your homework, but an answer long enough to be a small encyclopedia is not really required when you have been asked to do a 12-inch essay. You might go easier on your friends as well. Yes, Professor. And I suggest you go to see Harry now. He's been trying not to show it, but he's worried sick about you. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. And well done on destroying that troll. Hermione looked shamefaced. Actually, I panicked. It was Susan who told me what to do. It sounds like you're safer with your friends than without them, doesn't it? Just like all of us. Run along now. I have marking to do. Another, less pleasant, conversation was going on elsewhere. But my lord, we are not ready. Enough. He is becoming suspicious. And I was nearly exposed last night. We must act now. So soon after the troll. Yes, the troll should have killed the girl. It didn't. We can wait no longer. The next time the old fool is away, we will get it. And then we kill the girl and my safety is ensured forever. I don't understand. Even a fool like you should know the unique weakness a bond brings about. Enough with this. You don't have to understand. You just have to obey. As you command, my lord. The autumn term grew weirder and weirder for Hermione. As a consequence of the ongoing conversations that she was having with her professors, Hermione found herself in the constant, happy company of Harry, Ron, Neville and Susan. As the weeks passed, they became closer and closer friends and went everywhere together. One unusually bright afternoon in late November, during tea at Hagrid's, they discovered that he had somehow won a dragon egg from someone in the Hog's Head pub in the nearby Hogsmeade village. In organizing the effort to get the baby dragon safely out of the country and to the dragon reserve for which Ron's brother Charlie worked, they all managed to get themselves caught by Professors Sprout and McGonagall, thanks to having been overheard by Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's immediate reaction was to deduct points, but Professor Sprout wanted to know why they had been outside before deciding the punishment. At their hesitance, she asked them, "Are you trying to protect someone?" Professor McGonagall turned to Draco Malfoy and said, "You may leave. We will notify Professor Snape of your punishment." Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Whatever your reason, you were also out of bounds at night. I will see you in the morning. As Draco stormed off, she turned back to the others. Hermione remained tight-lipped. "I promise you, you will not get anyone else in trouble," said Professor Sprout. "Will they, Minerva?" Professor McGonagall didn't look 100% happy about that, but nodded her head in agreement. Hagrid had a baby dragon. We had to get it out tonight, so some of Charlie's friends could take it away to the refuge. That's Ron's brother. Yes, Hermione. I know who Charlie is, Professor McGonagall smiled. The fool. Charlie's not a fool. Ron protested angrily. Not Charlie, the professor reassured him. Hagrid. Under the circumstances, I think we can forego the points, shall we, Minerva? Very well. But all of you will have to serve detention. I believe Hagrid had, as a matter of fact, asked for students to help him out this Saturday night. Professor Sprout looked unusually stern. It will take most of the night, and you can tell him that I still expect him to dislug the cabbages on Sunday as he promised. The detention nearly ended in disaster when, after splitting into 2 groups, Harry came up against a dark shape in the forest. He collapsed to his knees from the pain in his scar and was about to be overcome when a creature that appeared to be half horse, half man saved him by driving the creature off, into the woods. Holding out his hand, the creature helped Harry to his feet. You took a chance, wandering into these woods alone, Harry Potter. I wasn't alone. Malfoy ran off. Where's Susan? Harry panicked slightly, looking around until he found her. The creature looked down at her. She will be all right. She has just fainted. What are you? And how do you know my name? I am a centaur, Harry Potter. Many, many things are known about you and about your destiny. The stars reveal much. But how did you know? What was that thing? And why was that thing drinking unicorn blood? Unicorn blood will keep you alive, no matter what your condition, but at a terrible price. You will have a cursed life, a half-life. Who would want that? Can you think of nobody, Harry Potter? You mean, that thing, was Voldemort. It is dangerous for you out here, Harry Potter. Especially now. Why now? Do you not know what is hidden in Hogwarts at this very moment? No, we know something is, though. The Philosopher's Stone, which can give the elixir of life. The same night, Ron, who had been in the group with Hagrid, had managed to get out of him that the thing the three-headed dog was guarding had something to do with Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid escorted them directly to their various dormitories and, as it was nearly dawn, ordered them not to leave them until dinner time. The group got up in time for dinner and sat together and shared what they had learned. Ron asked, but what has Nicholas Flamel to do with it? To do with what? Why would naughty little firsties want to know about him? Do you know who he is, Fred? Asked Ron. I'm George, he's Fred. Stop it, snapped Hermione. This is important. Something in her worried eyes more than her voice made them take her seriously. We'll tell you. But whatever you're doing, we're in. Hermione hesitated, but Harry said at once, okay. The twins pulled from their pockets bunches of chocolate frog cards, which they shuffled until one of them said, here it is, and handed it to Hermione. She looked puzzled. On the back, they said, this is Dumbledore's card. She read it out loud, with his partner and friend, Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry. It's true. It's here. I know. The centaur told me last night. He said it can bring somebody back to life. There's more, Harry. What aren't you saying? Hermione demanded to know. He said that it was Voldemort killing the unicorns. And Snape's after the stone for you know who, finished Ron. And Hagrid admitted that he told the guy in the pub how to get past Fluffy. They ran to Dumbledore's office, but nothing could make it open up. Professor McGonagall. We have to see Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster is away on ministry business until the morning. But it's about the Philosopher's Stone, Harry cried out. How do you know about that? Snape's trying to steal it. Nonsense. The stone is well protected. Now be off with you before I remember those points I almost deducted for your dragon escapade. The troll-bashing five, as they had been nicknamed, went back to the twins to try to decide what to do. Dumbledore's away, said Harry. Snape'll get it tonight. We'll just have to stop him, said one of the twins. Stop Snape? Asked Neville. Don't you see, Neville? Hermione explained. If we don't stop him, Voldemort will be back. I don't like it any more than you do. I won't be much use to you, said Neville. It's okay, said George. You don't have to come. I'm coming, he said firmly. I might not be much use, but I'm coming. We can't all go, Ron objected. We'll get caught. No, we won't, promised Fred. We'll come for you all. We won't get caught. We never do, added George. How? Asked Susan. That, you will have to wait until tonight to find out. As the others went off towards their beds, Susan took Harry's arm. I think perhaps I shouldn't come tonight. You don't have to if you don't want to. I want to, it's just. Susan looked down at the ground. You could have been killed last night and I just fainted. I guess that's why I'm not in Gryffindor, huh? Harry gave a rueful grin. Nor am I, remember. But my lord, we are not ready. Enough. He is becoming suspicious. And I was nearly exposed last night. We must act now, so soon after the troll. Yes, the troll should have killed the girl. It didn't. We can wait no longer. The next time the old fool is away, we will get it. And then, Voldemort was concerned enough about Harry's display of power in Slytherin and Hermione's blasting the troll to bring his plans forward. I've now corrected the mistakes in the previous chapter and re-uploaded it. I should say that Nakoman had also pointed out about not being April, but I still missed it. Thanks to a magical map the twins had in their possession, which showed where everyone was at all times, all 7 of them had been able to get to the 3rd floor corridor without being spotted. So we're going to stop Snape, said Ron. Just one problem. How the hell do we get past that bloody great dog? Language, Ron, said Hermione without even thinking. In their years at the Weasley Junior School, Hermione had copied Mrs. Weasley and had always told Ron off for using words his mother would object to. It had started as a joke, but somehow stuck. Easy, replied the twins together. It's a dog, said Fred. So we distract it with something tasty, explained George. Just make sure it's tastier than first year's, can you? Asked Susan, nervously. Hermione noticed that Susan had grasped Harry's hand for reassurance and felt a momentary twinge of jealousy. A glance and a smile from Harry had made that unworthy thought disappear. It was just Harry being Harry, as usual. They opened the door to find the dog asleep and a magical harp playing. Snape's already been here, said Harry. But as they stepped towards the trapdoor, the harp stopped playing and the dog began to stir. Now they found out why the twins had insisted on them bringing half the cushions from the common rooms. As the dog raised its heads, the twins turned them into giant white rabbits with antlers. The three heads immediately turned to attack the rabbits only to find that these rabbits fought back and their teeth were sharp. Harry had been momentarily distracted by the fighting rabbits, wondering how many Monty Python films the twins had watched with Hermione's father when they'd stayed at the Grangers' house a few times. Come on, Hermione shouted, opening the trapdoor. Quickly. She was so eager that she knocked into Neville, who fell down the hole. His panicked scream ended quickly. I'm all right, he yelled. It's soft. The others followed quickly. It was soft, but suddenly they found tendrils creeping around them. It's all right, it's only Devil's Snare, explained Neville, sounding relieved. Just relax, or it'll kill you faster. Great, complained Ron. Now I can really relax. All we have to do is relax and stay still and it'll eventually just drop us. Neville, said George, I hate to tell you this, but we are in a bit of a hurry. Yeah, said Ron, still struggling with the tightening plant. Snape's ahead of us, remember. Okay. It loves the dark and moisture. It hates sunlight and fire. But how can we make fire? Asked Hermione with a wavering voice, keeping her eyes closed as to not see how some vines crossed over her face. There's no wood. To her surprise, Susan laughed. Hermione, you're a witch. With some difficulty, she slowly eased her wand out and pointed it above them. Lumos Solis, she shouted. The whole area above them became so bright they had to close their eyes. They felt the tendrils shrivel and bend down and soon they were falling again, not so far this time. Susan landed on top of Hermione, knocking her breathless for a moment. Sorry. Where did you learn that spell? Asked Fred. From my aunt, Susan explained. She's always having to give parties for the ministry, and I go over to help look after the younger kids. They tell all the kids to have fun in the pool to leave the adults in peace to talk. If it's not warm enough, she taught me that spell to make it seem sunny. You have to be careful, though, I made it too strong once and got sunburn, not to say it's a drain on your magic. They were walking down a long corridor, lit only by the lights from the twins' wands. Finally they reached a large room full of giant insects. What are all these insects? Asked Harry. They're not insects, said Hermione. They're keys. One must open that door. I think we're supposed to use that broom, said George, to find the right key. He mounted the broom, but as he took off he was immediately bombarded with the other keys. He got off quickly. Your turn, Harry, he said. Fred and I will target the other keys. Why me? Why not Ron? He's flown more than me. Everyone heard how you spotted that remembrall of Neville's from way up high, then dived down so everyone thought you'd crash. I still haven't forgiven him for that, said Hermione. Okay. Harry mounted the broom. As with George, the other keys immediately attacked him, but this time the twins began firing spells at the other keys, gradually reducing their number. Hermione quickly copied the spell and joined in the target practice. She showed the others how to do it and Susan and Ron joined in as well. I can't, moaned Neville. I broke my wand. It must have been when I landed on it. My grand's gonna kill me. You can look at any we knock down, just to make sure it isn't the right one, said Hermione. The cloud of keys slowly diminished until finally Harry soared to the ceiling and made a grab at a key. He missed the first time, then following it in a dive, finally catching it close to the ground so that the others have to dive out of his way. Hermione brushed herself off and took the key. The door opened silently. "It's a graveyard," said Susan. "No," Ron contradicted her. "It's a chessboard." He tried to run across to the door at the far side, but the row of pawns brought their swords up to block his way. "I think we have to play our way across," said Hermione. "That's Ron's job, then," said Fred. Ron ordered one of the pieces to move, but nothing happened. He tried again, and still nothing. The White Queen pointed at Ron and then at the White King. "I think you have to be a piece," said Susan. Yet again none of the white pieces moved. "Maybe we all have to be pieces," suggested Hermione. Ron looked shocked. "What's wrong with that? In chess, you have to sacrifice pieces to win. I can't keep 7 pieces safe." "Oh, well, we should choose some to continue in. The rest to go back and get help," she replied. "I think Fred and George should go on," said Harry. "They're the oldest, they know the most spells." "No," said Fred. "You have to go on, so you have to be king, Harry." "Why me?" "Harry," said George, unusually gently for him. "This is you-know-who." "Voldemort," snapped Harry. "All right, this is Voldemort. I just know it has to be you." "He's right, Harry," said Fred. "That's sorted then," said Ron. "The twins and Harry to go on. I guess I have to play as well." "Harry, I don't want to leave you," said Hermione tearfully. "I'll be okay. Now, go." But as Hermione, Neville and Susan tried to leave, the door to the room slammed shut. "I guess we all play," said Susan, trembling. Ron looked like he'd seen a ghost. "I can't." "What do you mean?" asked Harry. "Suppose this is like wizard's chess. You could all be killed. I can't keep 7 of us safe." "You have to play," said Neville. "Harry has to stop Voldemort," he swallowed. "Nobody else can play chess like you can." "He's right, little brother." Ron nodded, though he seemed in a daze. He made Harry king and assigned pieces to all the others. The whites were tough in the way they disposed of the black pieces, so everyone stood in dread when, after a while, a white bishop approached Fred. He stood horrified and nobody would ever hold him accountable as he pissed himself when the bishop raised its scepter. But then, uncharacteristically, the bishop pommeled him and slid his body out, rather than just trampling him and throwing him out. Ron almost jumped from his knight until George shouted, "Ron! You can't. You're still playing." Only the slight waver in his voice gave away how George was feeling at that moment. Susan was next. "I'm sorry, Susan, after this move, I have to let you be taken." Susan was on the other knight and gripped the horse's neck tightly. "Do you think they'd notice if I jumped off?" she asked. "Why didn't I think of that?" "Try it, Susan." When the piece stopped moving, Susan jumped off. The white pieces remained still, refusing to take Susan's piece. "I guess they noticed," she shrugged, trying to make light of it as she climbed back aboard the knight and once again gripped it around the neck and closed her eyes. Harry called to her, "If we get out of this, don't ever tell me you're not brave." She nodded and seconds later the knight was smashed aside and it and Susan landed in a crumpled heap. Ron's already pale face became even paler as George was sacrificed. His last words to Ron were, "You have to keep going." Neville was next and he couldn't take his eyes off the Queen as she advanced on him. His words, "Good luck, Harry. Stop the bastard for us," were quickly silenced. Only Harry, Hermione and Ron were left. Both sides were left with around half a dozen pieces, while the wreckage was strewn around the room. "Harry, I have to sacrifice myself. When I do, Hermione, move to F8 and checkmate the king. With Harry where he is, the king won't have a way out." Harry nodded dumbly and Hermione bit her nails, then he grimaced and she whimpered as the White Queen advanced on Ron, and then backhanded him hard enough to send him out of the board. Feeling nauseous, Hermione moved 3 places sideways, turned diagonally and announced, "Checkmate." To the distant White King at A3. The king produced a dagger, then slipped it into his chest and the entire white chess set crumbled into rubble. Finally the game was over and they went to check on their fallen friends. "They're alive," said Hermione. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The door, which had opened as the Black King had surrendered, was beginning to close. "Come on, quick," Harry shouted, and they ran through the door just in time. They passed a large dead troll, which smelled terrible. "Pity Neville's not here, he could have had a feast," Harry commented as he stepped through yet another door. As they reached a row of potion bottles, fire flared up around them in a circle, purple by the door they entered and blue by the next door. A piece of paper contained a riddle. Hermione stood there studying it for a while. Harry stayed silent, he knew not to interrupt Hermione when she was concentrating. Finally Hermione said, "It's easy. You take this one to go on. But there's only enough for one." "The twins were right," Hermione said reluctantly. "It has to be you." "I know it. What will you do?" "This potion will let me go back." She drank it and said, "Now you." Harry nodded and drank his potion. Hermione stepped back through the flames and called out that she was unharmed. Harry walked forward through the flames and through the door beyond. "You!" he cried, seeing Professor Quirrell. "But Snape." Professor Quirrell laughed. "That overgrown bat," he sneered, then turned back to the large mirror he was looking at. "I see myself with the stone, but how do I get it?" A voice said, "The stone is in the mirror. Let me speak to the boy." Quirrell unwrapped his turban and turned around. "So, Harry Potter. At last. See what you have reduced me to. A parasite. You owe me, so now you will help me. I'll never help you. Use the boy to get the stone. Put him in front of the mirror," Voldemort ordered. The professor waved his wand and Harry found himself facing the mirror. "Harry!" Hermione's voice screamed in his head. "Destroy the mirror." He thought back, "But if the stone is in there, Nicholas Flamel will die. If you don't, Voldemort will get it. Do it, Harry." Taking Quirrell by surprise, Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the mirror. Before Quirrell could stop him, Harry had used the spell they'd used to blow the keys out of the air and the mirror cracked into small pieces. Quirrell was furious and reached for Harry, but his hand burned as he touched the boy. "We'll get him later," snapped the voice. "Get us out of here." Quirrell seemed to turn into black smoke and fled from the scene, all the doors opening for him as he fled. Madame Pomfrey had managed to revive the others in a short space of time and all of them except Harry, Hermione and Ron were enjoying being treated as heroes. "Why aren't you enjoying it, Ron?" Hermione asked him. "I thought you'd have loved it." Her teasing fell flat as his looked at her with pain in his eyes. "I could have killed all of us. We didn't know they'd only be stunned. I could have killed them." They knew he was referring to the chessboard. "You had no choice, Ron," said Harry quietly. "You think I don't know that?" He almost shouted. "It would still have been me that killed them. I'm a hero because I nearly killed the twins, Neville and Susan. It just isn't right." "I understand," said Harry. "How can you?" Ron spat. "He understands because he's a hero due to what his mother did when he was a baby." "At least you can remember it," said Harry, bitterly. "I wish I couldn't," said Ron. "And it's not just that," Harry pointed out. "I basically killed Nicholas Flamel and his wife by destroying the mirror, yet I'm the great hero yet again. I'm supposed to feel good about it." Ron nodded understandingly and the three walked outside for some peace. Later when Harry and Hermione were alone, they finally talked about what had happened. "We can talk in our heads. I heard you telling me to destroy the mirror." "I know. But it still seems to be only when we really need it that the connection gets stronger." To the puzzlement of the rest of the school, Ron, Harry and Hermione remained rather subdued for the few weeks until the school broke up for Christmas. Christmas back at the Grangers was a welcome relief for Harry and Hermione. They'd all promised Mrs. Weasley to go to the Burrow to celebrate the new year, but Christmas was just the four of them. As they were eating their Christmas dinner they heard a loud bang somewhere outside, almost like a giant electrical short circuit. Mr. Granger got up and opened the front door. "Nothing. Stay here," he ordered as he walked outside and down the path to their gate. The others ignored him and stepped outside the door. Mr. Granger collapsed as he was hit by a green light. Mrs. Granger ran to her fallen husband and was swept aside, crashing into the fence. Instinctively Hermione grasped Harry's hand. They reached for their wands and pointed them at the dark figure of Professor Quirrell before them. Their powerful shield pushed him back for a moment, then he flicked his hand and it was gone. "You think you can defeat me, Potter? This is what happens to those who defy me." He pointed his wand at Mrs. Granger and she screamed in agony. "The Cruciatus Curse. One of my favorites. I wonder how long she can take before her mind goes." "Stop it," Hermione screamed. "Please." She ran towards her mother but was frozen in place before she got halfway. "Now, Harry Potter. Let's see how long your bondmate can take it before I kill her." It was Hermione's turn to collapse screaming. Even over her screaming, Harry could hear the laughter from Quirrell. Then it seemed like the floodgate opened and he could feel the pain. In seconds, he collapsed, still watching Hermione, unable to turn his eyes away, his whole body seeming to burn with pain and Quirrell's laughter echoing in his head. He pointed his wand at Mrs. Granger and she screamed in agony. The Cruciatus curse. One of my favorites. I wonder how long she can take before her mind goes. Stop it. Hermione screamed. Please. She ran towards her mother but was frozen in place before she got halfway. Now, Harry Potter. Let's see how long your bondmate can take it before I kill her. It was Hermione's turn to collapse screaming. Even over her screaming, Harry could hear the laughter from Quirrell. Then it seemed like the floodgate opened and he could feel the pain. In seconds, he collapsed, still watching Hermione, unable to turn his eyes away, his whole body seeming to burn with pain and Quirrell's laughter echoing in his head. Suddenly the pain began to fade and Harry looked up. Professor Dumbledore was standing between Hermione and Quirrell and his face was a picture of pure anger. Flashes of light of different colors came from their wands as the two professors battled. You can't protect all three of them at once, Quirrell jeered, sending a spell towards Harry. Harry moved just quickly enough for it to miss, then Quirrell shot a spell at Mrs. Granger. Something snapped inside Harry and, remembering what had happened in front of the mirror, he flew at Quirrell with his bare hands. As his hands touched Quirrell's face, it began to smoke and he screamed in agony. He tried to apparate away, but Dumbledore had cast a spell to prevent him. With a final long scream, Quirrell seemed to burn up and crumble into ash, leaving nothing but a tattered, sooty cloak on the ground, over the pile of ash. There was nothing else left of the binary horror that had killed Hermione's father and tortured Hermione and her mother. Backing away from the remnants of the professor, Harry looked at his hands. There was no sign of burning. A series of cracks announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout as well as Madame Pomfrey. We came as quickly as we could, when we heard the wards had. Professor. McGonagall's voice faded to nothing as she saw Hermione crouched over her mother. Ignoring the new arrivals, Harry checked to see Hermione and then ran to Mr. Granger. He was joined by Professor Dumbledore. One look at the lifeless eyes of the man Harry had come to call Dad told them all they needed to know. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout had not moved from where they had arrived, wands out, ready for another attack if it came. Harry and Professor Dumbledore crossed the garden to the two female Grangers, being tended to by Madame Pomfrey, who looked up with sadness in her eyes. Cruciatus. Hermione will be okay. I am okay, Professor, Hermione confirmed. Madame Pomfrey, how's Mum? Madame Pomfrey sighed. I don't know. Muggles have no magical defenses. I'll have to take her to St. Mungo's right away. And my dad? Hermione asked, her voice hard. He's dead, isn't he? Professor Dumbledore nodded. It was the killing curse, said Harry, bitterly. Green. Like when he killed my mother. Madame Pomfrey insisted on checking Mr. Granger for herself before turning to Hermione and saying, I'm very sorry. Now I must take your mother to St. Mungo's. I'm coming too, Hermione said firmly. She looked across to Harry, who just froze for a moment, then turned and walked into the house. As the others left, Professor Dumbledore followed Harry into the house. It isn't your fault, Harry. If I hadn't been with her. Harry, this isn't worthy of you. You should be with Hermione. I can't face her. Harry, the professor said in an unusually harsh tone of voice. Hermione has just lost her father. She might still lose her mother. Don't you dare let her feel as though she has lost her husband at the same time. She is your wife and right now she's hurting. Whatever you think, right now she needs you. Harry didn't reply. There was a part of him that was completely numb. He and Hermione had just become more alike than Harry could have imagined. It was too much to take in. Shall I take you? Harry nodded, unable to find any words. When they arrived, as soon as the receptionist saw Professor Dumbledore, she had someone escort them up to the long-term spell damage ward. Hermione was sat in a chair at the foot of the bed as the Medowitches tended her mother. One of them tried to give Hermione a potion, but she waved it away. What's the potion for? Harry asked. To ease the pain from the curse, the Medowitch replied. But she won't let us give her anything. Harry took the potion from the Medowitch, eased himself into her chair, passed an arm around her back and offered the potion to Hermione. Please, he said. Hermione looked up at him, her eyes red. Please take it, he repeated. To his relief, Hermione took the potion and drank it down in one gulp, grimacing at the taste. For the first time, she noticed the name on the bed beside her mother's. Longbottom, she said. Is she any relation to Neville? His mother, said Madame Pomfrey. I never knew. He doesn't talk about it. What's wrong with her? Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes for a moment. Both Neville's parents were tortured with cruciatus until their minds went. They've been like this ever since. How long? More than 10 years. And my mother? Madame Pomfrey hesitated. Tell me, will she be like them? We don't know. We think the Longbottoms were subjected to the curse for almost half an hour. For your mother it could only have been a short time, as we arrived as soon as we knew the wards had been penetrated. But she's a muggle, said Hermione, heavily. You said she had no magical defenses. That's why we don't know, Madame Pomfrey admitted. But they will do everything they can, I promise you. Professor, Hermione said, turning to Professor McGonagall. What is happening to my father? At the moment his body is being guarded, until you decide what you want to do. There'll have to be a funeral, of course, and I'll have to let my relatives know, and I think I have to register the death or something like that, and… Hermione, said Madame Pomfrey. Right now, his body will be kept safe. I'm sure Miss Collier will be able to help you. You don't have to do everything right now. Hermione nodded, then turned back to the professor. I want to know why. I would guess that Voldemort, having possessed Professor Quirrell, decided to get revenge for what happened with the stone. That's not good enough, Headmaster, Hermione replied, her voice like ice. I want to know why Voldemort is obsessed with Harry, and I want to know now. The only people I told were Harry's parents and the Longbottoms. You see why I can't tell you. Professor, said Harry. I want to know. Voldemort wants to kill me anyway. At least we should know why. Tell us exactly what you think he can do to us, that he hasn't already done, snapped Hermione. He killed my father, as good as killed my mother, tried to kill us. I want to know why. I need to know why. Unnoticed by any of them, Professor Sprout had entered the ward. Albus, if you know anything, they deserve to know. Walls have ears, Professor Dumbledore replied. Now isn't the time or the place. The next few days Mrs. Weasley insisted on them staying at the Burrow as much as possible, but quite a bit of the time was taken up with Miss Collier, making funeral arrangements for David Granger. The funeral took place on a cold rainy day, just before the new year. Hermione spent the whole time clinging to Harry's hand as if her life depended on it. If any of her father's professional friends who had attended wondered who some of the more strangely dressed guests were, they were too discreet to ask. Do let us know if there's anything we can do, they all said, one after another. Neither Hermione nor Harry noticed a photographer taking their photograph. Miss Collier had barely left their side the whole time. When it was finally all over, Hermione turned to her and said simply, "Thank you for everything." Risking offending Mrs. Weasley, Hermione had asked if it was okay if they returned to Hogwarts after the funeral. She didn't like to say so, but the always busy and bustling Burrow household was too much for her right now. So it was that Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey were waiting for them when the guests had finally all gone. They apparated to Hermione's now sealed home, then flowed to Hogwarts. After a short rest, insisted upon by Madame Pomfrey, Hermione got up and found Harry in the common room. Now? He asked. Now, she replied. Dinner was just finishing and the few staff and students who were staying for the new year were getting up from the one big table that had replaced the normal house tables. Hermione walked up to Professor Dumbledore and said, "Headmaster. It's time." There wasn't a teacher at the table who didn't know what Hermione meant, and Professor McGonagall turned to the headmaster and said, "Albus." With a tone of clear expectancy in her voice. "Come to my office. I need to show you something." On reaching the office, Albus showed them a giant bowl filled with a silvery liquid. "This is a pensieve. It is full of memories. There is one you need to see. Just touch the surface, it won't hurt you." As they touched the silver liquid, it seemed to both of them that they were catapulted into a dark room. A slightly younger Professor Dumbledore was sitting at a chair, while a woman they recognized as a teacher at Hogwarts began to speak in harsh, hoarse tones. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Hermione was first to speak. It means Harry, doesn't it? Yes, it does. But divination is just rubbish. Surely nobody believes it nowadays. While your opinion on divination is shared by many, including myself, Mrs. Potter, this was a true prophecy. True prophecies are rare and serious enough to have their own brand of researchers in the Ministry of Magic. I believed it and hired the woman just for the off chance of hearing any new ones. Voldemort believed it, and although he only heard the first 2 lines, when he attacked Harry that night, he fulfilled the next line. He marked Harry as his equal. Until then, the prophecy could have referred to 2 boys, Harry, or your friend Mr. Longbottom. But by leaving you that scar, he marked you forever as the child of the prophecy. Of course, if he had heard that line he would never have attacked you like that. What is the power the Dark Lord knows not? Harry asked. I don't have any special powers. Anyone who saw the hole you left where the Slytherin door used to be might disagree. Our shield. But that didn't stop him. We tried. He just laughed and it disappeared. What were your thoughts when you tried to use it? I was angry. I wanted it to blast him away, Harry admitted, like it did that troll. Your shield will never destroy Voldemort, and despite the troll, you can never use it as an offensive weapon. But why did it work against the troll? Harry argued. Hermione, what were your thoughts when you used it against the troll? I was scared. I just wanted to protect all of us, she replied quietly, with a slight shiver at the memory. Precisely. Your shield is unique. It comes from your bond. It comes from the love you share. Used to protect it is very powerful, as you have seen. But it can never be used to destroy. None of the power you get from the bond can ever be used, except in love. So it was my fault it didn't work? Asked Harry heavily. No. Even used correctly, your shield would not have been strong enough to defeat Voldemort. The strongest wards the Aurors and I could make did not defeat him. There was nothing you could have done. How can I ever defeat him then, if even your spells couldn't? That is what we have to find out. But I believe I do know the power he knows not. What is it? Asked Hermione. You, the professor replied with the nearest thing they had seen to a smile. You, your Muggle background which he doesn't understand, nor value, and the love you have together. It doesn't sound very much, said Hermione. No, I suspect that it will be more than enough to defeat him, in time. But that's in the future. What are your plans now? May we stay at Hogwarts until term starts? Of course. And I know the reason you gave to Mrs. Weasley. Might I know your true reason for asking? Voldemort can attack us wherever we are. No wards are going to be enough to keep anyone safe, if we live with them, are they? The professor didn't answer. We have to go to the only place Harry can be safe, and this time I will be with him. The professor nodded. Harry just looked puzzled. Harry, we have to go back to the Dursleys. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.